Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Watching a Real-Life Drama. Everyone looked over in shock, except for a certain white-haired little girl, to where the voice came from, and the young man continued speaking. "Oh hey, good day to all of you, and I'm sorry for intruding. I know it's not my right to speak, but I have a suggestion. How about you do this rating game of yours that I hear so much about to resolve your issue?" The young man, Urahara Kisuke, is sitting on the chair set beside the Rias desk with a piping hot tea on it. He's wearing the standard issued uniform of the Kuo Academy and also a green and white striped hat that doesn't match his attire at all. Grafie is wearing it, suddenly shoots up and asks, "Why are you here? And how did you come in here without anyone's notice?" She glared at him and focused her pressure on Kasuk. Kasuk raised both of his arms in surrender, but the smile on his face haven't disappeared. Wait. I'm just here because I'm looking for a refuge." "Refuge? What are you running away from? And why here?" Grafia didn't ease up her stance as she continues to question him. "A certain bob-cut hair glasses devil girl is currently out for my neck. And because she's a devil too, I thought that other devils can stop her and talk some sense to her." Kasuk spouted his impromptu excuse without stuttering or hesitating. When Kasuk describes his pursuer, all of them had the image of Sona in their heads. Rias, a good friend of Sona, wanted to confirm this and asks him, "Are you referring to Sona Citri?" "Yep." Kasuk put his hands down and answered. Grafia eased up her aura, but she didn't let her guard down around him, especially after he sneaked in without her realizing. She also knew the young lady and heir of the Citri house and how she acts. She knew that she wouldn't be chasing someone without a good reason. If this man is telling the truth, why would she chase after you? Because we're currently playing the game called The Hero's Road. Sona Kaishu is playing the hero role and I'm acting as the Demon King and the final boss she has to defeat. But she got so into it that now she wanted my head of my shoulders." Kasuk shrugged his shoulders and sighed in resignation, though deep inside, he's having a good time. All of them were confused, especially those who knew Sona personally, because they're very sure that she would never play such silly games as serious as she is. Grafia didn't inquire further about the game they are playing, as she thought that Kasuk is throwing her off by focusing the subject to something ridiculous and unbelievable. "If that's the case, why did you hide your presence to all of us?" "You got it wrong, Maid-san. I didn't hide my presence from all of you. Who did you think served me this tea?" Kasuk defended his innocence. Rias, Akino, and Yuto reacted to his words. Due to their superhuman senses, they got a whiff of the fragrance coming off the tea. Then the three of them looked over Kaneko in shock, as the tea has the same fragrance when she makes it. "Kaneko, did you serve him that tea?" Rias asks. Kaneko nodded to her question, which made Grafia furrow her brows more in contemplation. He capable of manipulating his aura to the point that he can reveal it only to some selected individual. Even though he isn't strong, his talent for control is monstrous. "When did he appear here?" Akino followed up with another question. She knows what Kasuk is capable of and only she and Kaneko knew of it, so she is quite concerned about his presence. A minute or two after Riser-sama arrived, Kaneko answered her without changing her expression. "He's been here that long. Why didn't you tell us he entered the room? And how did he hide his presence that even Grafia didn't notice it?" Rias didn't like how someone else easily entered her domain without her notice. "He told me that he's just here to watch the drama and kill some time. He will leave if Sona Kaishu is about to arrive. As for how he hid his presence, I don't know." Kaneko didn't break her expression as she answers her, because she's already expecting these things when she noticed that Kasuk invaded the room with a grin while wearing his favorite hat, even though it doesn't look good with his uniform. "D-drama. Kill some time." Ria's mouth is twitching at the unexpected answer. But before she could react further, Kasuk spoke, explaining how he hid his presence. "I'm quite confident with my senjutsu skills, and Maid-san over here is not actively searching her surroundings. I came here without any ill intent, so she failed to detect me. Even then, it shouldn't be possible to hide from her." Rias glared at him. "Please. Even if you have the strongest detection skill, you wouldn't really mind a harmless insect coming to your range, would you? And beside, I can't do it for long. See how my concentration broke when she released her demonic power so wildly." Kasuk's smile grew bigger with her glare. Grafia didn't let Rias say more as she noticed that she's getting agitated around his presence more than Risers and supported his claim. "He right. His senjutsu is powerful enough to imitate the aura of a mosquito. I detected a mosquito entering but paid it no heed. Who is this guy? Why is this human meddling with our business?" Staying silent for a while, Riser finally raised his voice. "Oh, how rude of me. Urahara Kisuke, just a humble candy store owner. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Kasuk lifted his hat for a bit as he introduces himself and put it back on. "As I said earlier, I just seeking refuge in this room, please don't mind me." Me suggesting the rating game is just because I'm quite curious about it. Riser snorted at him and completely ignored him. He is already underestimating him because he's just a mere human. Issei and Asia are confused with Kasuk's presence, but they got over it fast because they knew that he would just haphazardly appear just about everywhere like a ghost. What caught their interest is the rating game he is talking about. Issei asks his senpai at becoming a devil, Yudo, what's this rating game? A contest that pits teams of servants against each other. Yudo didn't fail his expectations and continued, these games affect the hierarchy in devil society, so it has to be taken seriously. But Ibucho still can't compete in it because she isn't a fully grown devil yet. Graphia put Kasuk aside first as this is the chance to continue their discussion, but her attention didn't leave him entirely as he might do something. As you say, Milady cannot participate yet in the formal games, but underage devils may engage in unofficial matches. There are many such instances. And just like Urahara said, a rating game is also a choice as a last resort. Milady, if you insist on having it your way, then how about you settle this with a rating game? Rias also ignored Kasuk for now and continued explaining after Graphia, what? Even Riser was shocked at her words as it's not easy to get permission to start a rating game even unofficial. Did she just agreed with the human? No, that's impossible. It's already prepared beforehand. Chapter 102, Arrival of the Hero. In other words, Father didn't just anticipate my refusal but he also went ahead and prepared for these games. Will they ever stop interfering with my life? Rias let out a huge sigh of resignation. Milady, do I take that you refuse the game as well? Graphia stared at her. Hardly. I'll never have a chance like this, so I consent. Rias got her energy back. She then faced Riser. We'll settle this with a game, Riser. You're going for it. It makes no difference to me, but you should know I've participated in official matches many times and have a number of wins. Still so eager, Rias. Riser just shrugged his shoulders at her declaration. Of course. I'm going to blow you away. Rias glared at him. Fine, then. Should you win, you do as you please. But when I win, you'll marry me immediately, Rias. Riser returned her glared with a slight smirk. I, Graphia, have received consent from both of you. As the mediator between your houses, I will handle the operations of this game. Is this understood? Graphia interrupted them and declared. Yes. Sure. And both of them agreed while glaring at each other. This looks interesting. Where do I get a ticket? I'll even pay for a VIP seat, you know. By the way, do you allow pets inside? Kasuk suddenly commented, ignoring the mood. Both Riser and Rias transferred their glares and threatened him. Even Graphia didn't like how he speaks so casually and flared her demonic power again. Kasuk raised his hands again and quickly said, okay. No tickets. Geez. I'm just a lowly human and a small-time business owner, no need to get that angry. Just a simple no is enough and I wouldn't even insist it. Even Graphia was surprised at her reaction and questioned herself, am I this easily provoked? Or is it just his natural ability to attract hostility? Then they heard her muttering, now then, how should I blackmail Sona Kaishu for letting me watch? Rias and her peerage members are having cold sweats as they knew that not just anyone could casually mutter about blackmailing Sona. Riser couldn't take it anymore and confronted him, you bastard. You said you're going to blackmail her. How dare you shame someone who is a pure-blooded high-class devil? I won't allow more insults coming from you. The flame wings suddenly appeared on his back again and his aura fluctuated greatly. No. You misunderstand. That's just a friendly joke. I said I'll blackmail her, but in truth, I'm just going to beg her for a seat. Kasuk hurriedly explained. Friendly. You a lowly human becoming friendly with someone like her. Don't joke around. I'll burn you to ashes today. Riser didn't back off and slowly approached Kasuk. Inside Kasuk's mind, he's contemplating whether he should burn this fried chicken or just freeze him. Graphia didn't interfere as she's curious about what's about to happen, and that's the same for Rias and Yudo, although Graphia intended to help him when he's about to get killed as he really is a very good seedling for Rias' peerage. Akino is worried, not for Kasuk but for Riser, and she already saw what he's capable of. If Sona's guess about him being able to stack offensive spells is right, then he can even hurt an ultimate class devil as he gets a good chance. She wanted to warn Riser but didn't do it as she hates him more than Kasuk. Kaneko is not worried at all because she knew that Kasuk can play around Riser like he's an actual small bird. The only people who are panicking are Issei and Asia. Please stop this. He didn't mean to insult you. Please forgive him. Asia mustered her courage and spoke up. But her pleas were ignored as they just stand there unmoving. Issei is about to rush out when the door suddenly opened. Hold it right there. He's right. It's just a friendly joke. I don't feel insulted at all as we've always joked about things like this. Sona appeared behind the door and stopped Riser. Although she spoke calmly, beads of sweat are forming on her forehead and her breathing is slightly haggard. It's obvious for all of them that ran hurriedly before entering the room, and all of them had the same question inside their heads. She hurried over just for him. Unbeknown to them, however, Sona is only haggard because of Kasuk's shitty quests that she has to run around the whole school. Sona glared at him and sent him a message through her eyes alone: "We have to talk later." Of course, everyone just thought that she's reprimanding him due to his rudeness. "You're going to vouch for this human, Sona?" Riser transferred his gaze to Sona. "Yes. So step back, and let me handle him." Sona replied. "Oh. What if I insist on burning him no matter what?" Riser smirked at her, as he wouldn't even think that a high-class devil like her would strongly defend this human. She'll probably plead for leniency. But contrary to Riser and most of the people in the room's expectation, Sona flared up her demonic power with greater vigor, ignoring their reactions. "Then I would have to drown you today." Snakes made of water started forming all over the room, dropping the temperature considerably. "Don't test me, Riser." Riser is flabbergasted at her reaction. "Are you insane? You would prioritize this human over me? A fellow pure-blooded high-class devil." Sona in return just sneered at him. "I'm prioritizing a good friend over an acquaintance." "Fair enough." Before things could go any worse, Graphia goes in between the two of them. "Please stop it, you two. I would really have no choice but make a move myself if you go any further." She then shot a glance to Kasuk, who is in the middle of all of this. "Please mind your words at the presence of others. You should just do it in private." Sona dismissed her demonic power and walked beside Kasuk while eyeing Riser. After making sure that he won't make any move, she sighed in relief and gave Kasuk a kick to his shin. But because Kasuk's body is harder than normal, Sona winced in pain and glared at Kasuk. "It's not my fault." Kasuk did a wronged expression in response. Chapter 103, You Shouldn't Get Too Violent. Seeing their interaction, it's very obvious that the two of them don't have a normal relationship, tch. Riser clicked his tongue and turned around, ignoring the two. He doesn't have the time and energy to mess with the two. He knows that he wouldn't be able to touch Kasuk with Sona around, so he refocused her attention to Rias, who is making a complex expression while looking at the two. "Rias, I suppose this ragtag group of brats is all the servants you have?" Rias shook her head and turned to Riser with furrowed brows. "So what if they are?" "Ha ha ha. Well, it won't be much of a fight, then. Only your queen even begins to measure up to my own precious servants." Riser then snaps his fingers and a magic circle with the crest of the phoenix appeared in the room. "Allow me to show you. These are my dear servants." 15 beautiful girls appeared inside it. Issei already ignored Kasuk's issue when the girls appeared, all girls. He then clenched his fist and glared at Riser while tears are running down his face. "What a bastard. What a man." Riser was creeped out by Issei's intense stare and asks Rias, "Rias. That servant of yours is staring at me and crying his eyes out." Rias also noticed Issei's reaction and can't help but rub her forehead. "His dream is to have a harem. I think seeing your servants has moved him to tears. Ugh, whatever will I do with that boy?" "You. Riser-sama, that kid is gross, also that guy with a hat." He kept staring at Yubaluna-san's ass. The twin from Riser's peerage spoke up and immediately confronted the two perverts in the room. The twin is two very young girls with turquoise hair, which they keep tied to one side of their head with a yellow ribbon and blue eyes. Both of their outfits consist of gym uniforms, which consist of white t-shirts with blue accents, black leggings, and blue sneakers over knee-high socks, similar to the Kuo Academy's girls' gym uniforms, albeit without the logo. Hearing this, Sona looked to her side and saw that Kasuk is really staring at Riser's queen's bottom without any intention of hiding it. She got pissed and elbowed his side quite hard, but instead of Kasuk wincing in pain, Sona flinched back and nursed her elbow with tears threatening to fall from her eyes and gave Kasuk another glare. "Are you okay?" Kasuk ignored her pained expression and asks. "Let me bite you one time and I'll be okay, physically and mentally," Sona muttered. Kasuk looked away and said, "It seems that you're okay." He then resumed leering at mature members of Riser's peerage. Riser sneered at both of them, especially at Kasuk. "Haha, it's only natural for commoners to gape in envy at the upper class." Kasuk didn't mind his comment, it didn't even register in his mind, as he doesn't care what Riser thought of him and just continued taking in the eye candies. But Issei is not the same and lashed out, "Commoner. The hell do you think you are?" Riser didn't mind his outburst and grabbed a busty woman with long, wavy purple hair that falls all the way down her back and matching eyes. At the front, the right side of her hair falls over her breast and covers her right eye, while the left side falls near the top of her skirt. Her attire is a dress consisting of a navy blue tunic top with gold accents and a pale blue skirt with open sides, black shoes, and over-matching thigh-high stockings with garter belts. The top reveals much of her cleavage and is held with a gold choker with blue and red jewels. Over this, she wears a white overcoat with black and gold accents and matching pauldrons. For accessories, she wears a black headband with a red-orange jewel over her forehead to keep her long hair in place and wields a staff-like scepter in battle. For cosmetics, she wears purple lipstick and nail polish, matching her eyes and hair. The twins called her Yubuluna-sen earlier, let's give them a show. Riser then proceeds to give her a hot kiss while grabbing her boobs in front of everyone. Innocent Asia immediately covered her eyes and goes, ho ho awawawa. Issei is gawking on this scene and can't help but comment, so hot. Rias and Sona rubbed their foreheads at the same time and thought the same, ah. My head hurts just watching. Issei is staring in at the very long hot kiss and saw Riser mocking gaze pass through him and Kasuk, he's mocking me. It's almost like he's saying that I'll never have what he has. You'll never have what I have, you low-class devil. Riser finally separated from Yubuluna, who was breathing heavily from the show of affection. Damn it. Don't go and say exactly what I was thinking. Issei shouted at him and pointed his finger, a player like you'd make a terrible match for Bucho. Riser couldn't stop sneering at him and asks, I thought you admire players. Ugh. Shut up. I bet you'd go around messing with other girls even after marrying Bucho. Issei doesn't have a comeback for that and chose to evade the issue by mentioning another one. Riser then hugged the twins, I'm their hero, their patron. This is just the relationship we share. Loving them all is a burden I must bear. Hero my *s. You're just a seed-scattering bird bastard. Issei then pulled out a bamboo stick out of nowhere and continued speaking, a phoenix huh? A firebird. More like fried chicken. Here, let's make a kebab out of you. Riser finally couldn't take it anymore, fried chicken. Why you low-class devil. He then furiously turned to Rias' direction, Rias. Haven't you taught you minions any manners? Rias just ignored him and muttered for everyone to hear, he's right though. Seeing the support from his Bucho, Issei took a fighting stance and called out his boosted gear, fried chicken bastard. I'll take you down with my boosted gear right here and now. Kasuk shook his head after seeing this, guess I have to help him a bit, and let out a bit of my awesomeness for them to witness. Behold this candy shop owner as he messes with you. Sona noticed him flash a nasty grin and knew he was up to something again but didn't stop him because she knew he has some abilities and he always plans ahead. Ha, what a pain. Mira, you go. Riser stepped back and lets out a big sigh, losing interest. Yes, Riser-sama. A young girl with blue hair and light brown eyes stepped out. Her hair is styled with 4 short ponytails, with 2 of the 4 pointed up and the remaining 2 pointed down. The front of her hair features split bangs going across her forehead, with side bangs framing her face. Her outfit consists of a white haori with a red obi, which is worn under a red happy coat. She wears bandages on her forearms and shins and wears black guards over her hands. For footwear, she wears a pair of zori. She took a stance and Issei gets ready to receive her attack. I don't want to hurt a little girl, so I just gotta nab that staff. But before he could finish her thoughts, Mira dashed and reached him with inhuman speeds. Issei wasn't able to react, all he could do is let out a small before her wooden staff appear in front of his abdomen. But instead of hitting him, a cane suddenly appeared in front of it and stopping it in place. Now, you shouldn't get too violent. Kasuk suddenly appeared between them that even Grafia wasn't able to respond. What? Chapter 104, Don't Play with Fireworks Indoors. Now, you shouldn't get too violent. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded at his sudden appearance, especially Grafia, who didn't let up her focus on him all this time. What was that technique? He moves faster than most knights even from peerage of ultimate class devils. I underestimated him too much. Such a blunder. Riser opened his eyes wide at this scene, but his expression immediately turned serious after he signals one of his knight to assist Mira. Mira didn't know how he appeared on her side and used his cane to block the tip of her wooden staff. His eyes were shadowed by his bucket hat, but she can clearly see the grin on his face, and out of anger, she attacks him instead. Mira took back her wooden staff a bit and swings it sideways in a wide arc. The attack connected, but she felt no feedback and is confused. She suddenly heard a voice behind him and Kasuk's body disappeared. It's good to be energetic, but you should let the heat of the moment to get to your head. Everyone is dumbfounded yet again because after swinging her wooden staff in a wide arc from her front to her back, Kasuk disappeared for the second time and he's now stepping on the tip of the wooden staff, sitting while hiding his face with a white fan and twirling his cane. Mira is finally scared at this scene because even though he's sitting on the staff she is holding, she can't feel any additional weight. Grafia's brows furrowed even further watching all of this. Without waiting for anyone to recover, a girl suddenly rushed from Riser's side with even faster speed than Mira and arriving behind Kasuk. She's a tall young woman with long black hair with a dark blue tint and brown eyes. Her hair features 5 thin ponytails going around her head, which are held up by a golden hair accessory on top of her head. Her outfit consists of a white top with black accents that is modeled after a Chinese cheongsam, red shorts, and armored, knee-high boots with matching gauntlets. The top features a diamond shape on the chest area, giving a view of her breasts and cleavage. She's wielding a giant Zweihander and thrust it towards Kasuk's head. Issei, who was watching it all from his VIP space, shouted at him, Kasuk. Watch out. Geez, these people are too violent. I'm not even retaliating. While saying this, his smile didn't break, and when the enormous sword is about to touch his head, Kasuk shifted his head to the side and the Zweihander went through his previous position. The knight could have continued her attack by bringing down her sword and slashing his shoulder, and that's what most of them are thinking. But a second and two went by, she didn't move any further after her initial thrust. They all removed their focus on Kasuk with the sword threatening him and transferred it to the girl wielding the Zweihander, and they were in for another shock as they noticed Kasuk's cane's tip is already pointing on her neck without him turning back and her making a very ugly face. Risers, knight, Cirrus is screaming internally because of the cane. The pressure coming from it is no joke, as she felt that if she moves even a little, the little wooden cane would punch a hole in her neck, instantly killing her. She ended up making a very ugly face out of nervousness, and cold sweat drenched her back. Riser didn't stay silent witnessing all of this and sent a pillar of fire towards his direction. Kasuk used another flash step to appear behind him while twirling his cane. You shouldn't play with fire indoors. It's dangerous. You bastard. Riser's arm lit in flames and he swung it behind him before turning around. As he looks back, he failed to find Kasuk's figure from where his voice resounded. Looking around the room again, he saw the detestable face hiding like a little kid behind Sona. Please save me, Sona Kaishine-sama. I don't want to be burnt alive. Kasuk had a panicked expression and pleaded to Sona while crouching behind her, peeking at Riser from her waist. Sona too was shocked at Kasuk's capabilities, but not as much as the rest who doesn't know him. She ended up chuckling at his antics and patted his head. Yash, don't worry, this Ne-sama will protect you from bullies. Sona then faced Riser with a sneer. Oi, fried chicken, stop bullying this little brother of mine if you don't want to drown on dry land. Because this is the first time Sona playing along with his antics, she ended up acting like a delinquent girl. Grafia, Akino, and especially Rias were all dumbfounded that the current heir of Citri clan, who is known for being overly serious, is acting like this. You really wanna have it, you bitch. Riser raised his voice along with his flames after Sona's provocation. Grafia had enough, so instead of speaking, she deployed multiple magic circles aiming at Riser, Sona, and Kasuk. One each for Riser and Sona, while 3 magic circles are aimed at Kasuk at different angles. Wait. I just blocked an attack from my good friend over there and they ganged up on me. Where is my fault there? Kasuk immediately protested at this unfair treatment. Sona and Riser couldn't speak as they are scared at the threat that's coming from the magic circles pointed on them, yet this Kasuk is seemingly unaffected by 3 of her lethal magic circles. Is he just an idiot unafraid of death? Or he's really confident enough to get away unscathed? Because of that instant acceleration of him. If that's the case, he's too naive. Grafia thought. Please stop interfering with this meeting, Grafia warned him. Kasuk nodded at her words. Please have it your way. I won't speak anymore. After a few more seconds, Grafia dismissed all of the magic circles, making Sona and Riser heave out a sigh of relief. Riser glared at Kasuk, but Sona blocked her view with a sneer. She isn't done acting yet. Riser wanted to lash out again but remembered Grafia's threat and didn't continue. I'll deal with you later. Riser thought as he gives Kasuk a final glare. Rias, shall we make the game 10 days from now on? Riser went back to the topic of his engagement. Trying to give me a handicap. Oomph. Rias also recovered from the shock and answered him. She wanted to ask Sona about Kasuk but set it aside for now as her future is more important. Offended? You've seen what happened just now. If that annoying human didn't interfere, Boosted Gear's host will be on the ground now wincing in pain. He couldn't even react from the attack of our weakest member. If we fought now, it wouldn't be any fun. Riser shrugged his shoulder. Assuming that you can win a rating game with passion alone is naive. A king's true value is reflected in the ability to empower his or her servants. I've seen countless geniuses go down because they couldn't lead properly. Riser started walking towards his peerage. Rias couldn't say anything back as what he said is all true. I understand. She looked down as she replied. With 10 days, you should be able to do something about your servants. Yubaluna, we're leaving, make the preparations. Yes, Riser-sama. Riser then faced Issei, who tried to provoke him even though he's too weak. Hey you. As Rias' pawn, don't bring shame to your king. Everything you do reflects on her. Ack. Issei flinched at his words. He's worried about her honor. I'm so pathetic. When Riser is about to leave, a rang all of a sudden and it caught everyone's attention. Yes, Mom. Soy sauce. All right, I'll get it. Kasuk answered his phone, breaking the serious atmosphere. I still have to buy some soy sauce, so I'm taking my leave here. See you around Sona Kaishu, Gremory-san. Kasuk then walks towards the window where he went in and jumped outside. Riser is still pissed at how he acts, and seeing him casually leaving, he flashed a grin and snapped his fingers. Kasuk landed on the ground and walked away slowly, but after he took some distance, a large ball of fire suddenly chased after him. Kasuk didn't look back and just stepped to the side. The ball of fire hit the magic circle with displacement effect he left earlier and his attack disappeared. Inside the room, a magic circle appeared above Riser's head and the ball of fire he sent after Kasuk suddenly appeared after it hitting Riser square in the face. He wasn't hurt but his visage is disheveled. But before he could curse out, multiple notes appeared after the fireball and landed on all over the floor of the clubroom. Each one of them picks one to read. Issei, in particular, read it out loud, please only use fireworks when there is a bucket of water near you for safety reasons. A friendly reminder from your handsome shopkeeper. You bastard. Chapter 105, Don't touch him. He's mine. Riser left after failing to catch Kasuk much to his dismay. All of his elegance went down the drain because of him and he won't ever forgive him for this slight. Seeing Riser left for good, Sona was about to bid her farewell too when Graphia stopped her. Sona-sama. May I please ask a few questions? Sona knew what she's going to ask but she can't refuse outright. I wonder how should I tell her? Sona nodded in response. Ria-sama, please answer too if you knew some things. Graphia also lets her in the conversation. Alright. But I doubt I can help you. Rias nodded. She also wants to hear more about him from Sona. Well then, Sona-sama, who is he? Graphia had an obvious shift in mood as she turned really serious. Sona didn't mind it and replied with her prepared answer, he's a human and a friend of mine. Aside from that, I can't tell you anything else as I signed a contract to protect his secrets. A contract you say? It seems that he's hiding a lot of things. Graphia furrowed her brows as she didn't expect this answer, is she covering up for him? He sure is, but it's not our right to pry on his private life, Sona answered like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Is that so? Too bad then. Graphia then turned to Rias, milady, do you know the technique that he used earlier? Rias nodded and this surprised Graphia as she was just asking just in case, did he tell you anything about it? Rias shook her head in response, from Akino's observation, he isn't too fond of us. He has no reason to tell us about it even if we ask nicely. But Kaneko here knows how to perform it as he took a liking to her and taught it to her. What? Graphia transferred her sights towards Kaneko and asks, why did he teach you something like that? Kaneko didn't hesitate to answer, cause he just felt like it. She didn't lie as it's technically the first reason he took her in. Graphia didn't know what to say after hearing that answer as it was too random so she instead asks her to perform it in front of her. Kaneko agreed as she couldn't see anything wrong with it. Kaneko used Flash Step and reappeared behind Issei and Asia. Graphia was astounded yet again at this skill. Issei and Asia looked around as she suddenly disappeared and was scared out of their wits when they heard her voice behind them. Boo! Yua! When did you? Issei and Asia almost fell back. Kaneko ignored them and looked back to Graphia, prompting Graphia to ask a question, can you use it successively as he did? Kaneko shook her head and said, it puts too much strain on my body. It's Kasuk-senpai who is strange. It probably hurts using it continuously but he can still smile and act so casual about it. She didn't lie when she said that it puts so much strain on the body especially on her legs as she's experiencing it right now. She just misunderstood Kasuk and Yoruchi. Kaneko thought that Kasuk is just sucking it up and didn't know that his body in whole another level that even he hugs a bomb and it explodes, he would only get a little hurt. Another thing is Flash Step isn't perfectly translated to Senjutsu yet that Kaneko needs to learn as Kasuk and Yoruchi are focusing on the development of the Ryatsuki variant. So it's really a Senjutsu skill, but why does it feel out of sort when he uses it? Graphia muttered and tried to recall how Kasuk moved earlier. Out of sort? What do you mean? Akino asks because she's more sensitive on Kasuk's techniques than the others due to Kaneko learning it. The more she knows the better it is for Kaneko, she thought. The way he used it is a bit different from Kaneko, although this can be attributed to differing mastering degrees. But the way he uses ki is too different, almost as if he's using it in conjunction with other energy systems, while Kaneko is just using ki. As for the other energy system, I'm not sure what it is. Graphia replied to her as she continues contemplating that unknown energy, although very weak, it almost like I'm instinctively fearing it. Just what the hell is that? Do you know anything else about him? Graphia asks Kaneko. Yes. I know more about him, but I'm also under a strong contract and I don't intend on breaking it like Sona Kaishu. Kaneko voiced out resolutely. If she doesn't do so, she knew that Graphia and Rias would try to get it out even if it means breaking the contract. Is there something he is hiding that can prove a disadvantage for the Gremory household? None. A simple and confident answer from Kaneko. I guess I have to investigate him personally. Graphia stared at her for a while continued speaking as she prepares to go away. She wouldn't get anything new anyways and the talk about raiding game is already done which is her main objective. She intends to stalk Kasuk for a few days. I can't allow you to do that, Graphia-san. I already promised him that I'll protect his secrets. Sona stopped her from leaving and let Graphia know her stance in this matter. We've already noticed earlier, but why are so protective of him? Graphia is now very curious, along with Akino and Rias who knew her from childhood. They knew that Sona wouldn't act like this without a very good reason. Why? Let's see. Let's just say that he may become a member of the Citri clan in the future. Sona thought that it would be funny to see their reactions if she tells them about Kasuk like this, and she wasn't disappointed. If Tsubaki is here, she'll probably cover her face and say, Urahara-kun already influenced you this much. This revelation shook all of them to the core. And Rias couldn't help but asks, what do you mean by that, Sona? I'm telling you that he's a candidate for being my fiancé. Sona flashed a smile at them, so I'm reminding you all, don't touch him. He's mine. Sona flashed a bigger smile. She now can understand why Kasuk wanted to tease others somehow due to a variety of expressions her friends don't normally show. In her mind, she's just using herself to shield Kasuk's secret, but she didn't know that her using herself to protect Kasuk is already weird enough, hence, their reactions. Chapter 106, Giving Kaishu Recommendations. The next morning, Kasuk is scratching his head while yawning as he opens the front door of his house. What's up? It's still too early. And why the luggage? The target of his inquiries is two of the members of the Gremory peerage who arrived just now, Kaneko and Akino. Kaneko didn't go home yesterday as she understandably needs to attend their meeting for the upcoming raiding game. Rias and company planned a 10-day training in some secluded mountains to up their nil chances of winning and make Issei use his boosted gear more effectively. But Kaneko wanted to continue training with Kasuk because she knew she could get much stronger with him rather than training with them, though she didn't voice that out loud. Rias and Akino wanted to stop her, but her insistence on this matter is something they couldn't change. Inviting them over for a breakfast, Kasuk heard their plans. I heard you. But why are you here? I know that I allowed you to watch Kaneko train, but aren't you more needed over there? Especially your new members, as they have no idea how to control demonic powers, and that's your specialty. Akino expressed her gratitude to Sakura who served them breakfast and answered Kasuk, I know that, but I would like to watch for 5 days. I'm still worried about what might you do to her. If I can't see what's happening to my precious junior and I know that she may be in danger while training with you, I won't be able to focus on my own training. Not telling Rias all about this is already touching my bottom line, so I can't let this pass. I see, so you want to watch for 5 days to see how she is doing and comfort yourself that something won't happen to her. But why not stay for 10 days if that's your goal? I can only think you'll only feel worse if you leave in the middle. Kasuk took a sip on his miso soup. Akino bit the bottom of her lip and replied, I know that. But even though Rias can substitute me for a while with teaching, she has her own thing to do and I also have to help her finalize everything on the last day of training. Please tell me, are you planning to do something big for her training? Kaneko all needs to control the natural ki and meld it in her own ki. That's what she has been from the start. And aside from polishing her flash step, maybe some real battle training. Kasuk faced her with a smile and said, none whatsoever. From my current plans anyways. Something might change later, but I'm not going to tell her that. Akino sighed in relief. She knew that it's foolish to believe him just like that, but she doesn't really have a choice but to believe him. She can't stop him anyway if he chose to do something else after she left. What about school then? Kasuk asks as he looks at the clock. It's just about half an hour before classes start. We asked to be excused for 10 days, Akino answered. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation before pulling out his smartphone and dialing a number. After a few seconds of ringing, Sona's voice resounded from the other side, what do you want this early in the morning? Kaishu, I don't want to go to school for 10 days, Kasuk replied in a jovial tone. Ha! Couldn't you just say that you had to do something important for 10 days that you wouldn't be able to attend school? On the other side, Sona is holding her forehead in frustration. It's somewhat important, but I just don't want to attend school. Aren't you a very honest kid? It's one of my virtues. Fine then, I'll take care of it. It can be heard in the background that Sona started typing with her laptop. Thank you very much, Kaisha-chan. Ah, please add Aika-chan while you're at it. No problem, but this isn't for free. I want something in exchange, but I'll leave it to you whatever you want to give me. I thought for sure you won't ask for something. I'm giving you favors, but I need to reap some benefits myself. I don't need anything fancy, just give me something useful. I know you have some things in that pocket of yours. I look forward to it. Sona chuckled for a bit. Kasuk thought that she's getting more cheerful each passing day, I guess that's a good thing. I'll think about it. By the way, Kaishu. Don't come looking for me for these next 10 days. I plan to hole up in my training ground and I won't be able to entertain you. Could you let me peek once in a while? Sona pleaded as she continues to work on her report. Nope. That's too bad then. One last thing, Kaishu. Kaneko and Akino saw that Kasuk is now wearing his nasty grin again. Still have something to ask? Sona wondered. Remember the real-life RPG I devised yesterday? You bastard. Of course, I haven't forgotten about that. We'll have to have a long talk about it later. Sona's hand stopped moving and her anger was transmitted over the phone. Isn't one of the locations of the quest is on Stuco Room? Kasuk didn't mind it and advanced their conversation. Yes, and what about it? This time, Sona had a bad feeling and didn't really want to hear what he has to say, but she has no choice but to listen to it as it might be something important pertaining to the student council. You see, I have to search the whole room to find where is the most appropriate corner to place your picture. Yes, and you placed it on the face of the clock which I almost overlook. Sona now believes that he must have found something, but the question is, what is it? While I'm at it, I, fortunately, find a hidden space under the floor tile under your desk. Kasuk suddenly stopped there to give suspense. You. Now she knew what he is referring to. Inside the student council room, Sona is doing her daily report while she is talking with Kasuk over the phone. When she heard what he said, she instinctively looked below her desk and checked the floor tile with her feet. If you'd like, I can recommend some titles that are targeted to the female audiences. I also know some that has the same genre as your, even though I'm the student council president, I can't stop doing it with my junior. Kasuk said in a very serious tone. Yua. You got it wrong. That's not mine. After a few seconds of silence, Sona shouted at the phone that Kasuk had to take it away from his ear. I understand, everyone has their own needs. I'll send you a link later where you can order online those paperback versions of those erotic novels. They'll deliver it discreetly and you can even request a delivery girl if that's what you're comfortable with. Kasuk continued to give his advice while ignoring her cries. I don't need it. And listen to me. You bastard. Ah, look at the time. I have to go, Kaisha-chan. Catch you later. Without listening any further, Kasuk cut the call and turned off his phone. He then faced Kaneko and Akino who are wearing a dumbfounded expression. Let's go. Before Kaishu arrive and hack me to death. I'm surprised that she hasn't stabbed you after doing all of this. Akino commented as her mouth twitches, aren't they too close? Kasuk just laughed at her words, ha ha ha, I always escape before that happens. Kasuk stood up and called out to his mother, Mom. What is it? Sakura came out of the kitchen while wearing an apron. Sona Kaishu is going to come here stressed out and I won't be able to entertain her as we have to go. Where are you going? Some training, 10 days. I'll come back once in a while. By the way, please serve her some calming tea once she arrives. After that, please give her this note. Sakura opened the small paper that Kasuk gave her and read it, but it's all just a bunch of nonsense. What's this? Tell her that it's my recommendations. You're going to calm her down, then agitated her again. You're a demon. Kasuk heard Akino's voice behind him and he can tell Kaneko is nodding with her words but he ignored them. Chapter 107, Training for the Raiding Game. Arriving on the training ground, all three of them heard a wail of despair, forgive me. Yoruchi-sama. Akino finally understood that she's still underestimating how hard Aika's training is. She thought that she only had to run while under Yoruchi's pressure, but the sight in front of her made him shudder in fear even though she should be a bit of a sadist. Aika is now enduring a heavier pressure but instead of running and dodging at the same time, Aika only needs to dodge this time. But even Kaneko who has watched all of Aika's training is shaking in fear at this new regimen. Aika's playing field is 30 times 30 meters of flat ground. At each side of it are machines that resemble an automatic baseball pitcher that you can see in a batting center, but instead of soft baseball, it throws iron balls of the same size. These machines are side by side and around Aika that she has to dodge or a broken bone would be the least of her worries. At first, Aika got hit multiple times that Yoruchi has to her to the regenerating hot spring to recover. This repeated so many times that Aika just wanted to faint, but she can't due to the pressure that Yoruchi is emitting. She became so allergic to the iron balls that she would never get near one even if it is break time. Who invented this dodgeball of death? Kasuk raised his hand at her question and answered energetically, me. Aika turned to his direction like a vengeful ghost and threw one of the two dull gray daggers she is holding, then die. Currently, Aika can't transform into a Shinigami on her own due to most of her Ryoryoku, spiritual power, are dormant and can only strengthen her body for a bit. She can temporarily activate it if Kasuk infuses his own Ryoryoku to wake up the dormant power. But this, in turn, will put a huge burden on her body and could even cause her death if it's used for a long time. The two daggers in her hand is the original appearance of her sacred gear, but in Kasuk's eyes, it already lost its spirit, although it managed to retain some of its abilities and one of those is when Aika threw the dagger, it missed Kasuk but instead of hitting the rock behind him, it teleported to her hand. TCH. Aika then continues dodging the death balls with relative ease because she already got used to it. She's now properly utilizing her detection skills and it's improving in real time. Akino knew that her physical attributes are stronger than Aika's based on her movements, but she could never move the way she is doing that looks like she knows everything that is happening within a meter of her. Is this the result of her training? She became a lot weaker than yesterday, but I assume that's only because it's her initial transformation, but even then, how can a normal human improve to this degree in such a short amount of time? Kasuk's sudden clap woke Akino up from her deep contemplation and he started speaking. Kaneko-chan, you can find a place to start your training. You'll be doing the same thing, gathering natural ki and melding it with your own ki without it influencing you, but this time, you'll be doing it for 3 days straight. 3 days straight. Without sleep. Without doing anything else, including food or any kind of breaks. Not even toilet breaks. Kasuk nodded agreement. Obviously, someone would react at his arrangement, and that isn't Kaneko. Hey. That's too much. Kasuk looks at her and said, this is just a bit of hardship compared to what is she doing. He then pointed to Aika, who is now dodging twice the number of balls. She is getting hit, but she wasn't buckling up. Kasuk and Yoruchi are already pretty sure that something is influencing her personality, maybe her sacred gear / Sanpakuto. She became so resilient that even though Yoruchi kept pushing and pushing the training to an absurd level that it's just torture to see where exactly is her breaking point, but she just never buckled up, which surprised both of them greatly. Yoruchi is even starting to enjoy training her because whatever you threw at her, she'll take it. Although Kasuk stops her from time to time and always reminds her not to go overboard and actually kill Aika. You think just sitting and gathering energy for 3 whole days is easier than dodging balls that can come at you at multiple directions and easily break your bones if you're not careful. Kasuk appreciates her worries over Kaneko, but he didn't like how overprotective she is to the point that it's shackling Kaneko's development. Is this how they do it? If that's the case, then they have no chance of winning against that Riser guy even if you give them 3 months of training, much less, just 10 days. Akino wanted to say something, but she couldn't think of anything to refute him. Seeing this, Kasuk continued speaking, if you want to get strong fast enough, you first have to change the conservative thinking of yours. What are you? Akino didn't know how to reply to his words. What I'm trying to say is that the way you are now and the way you're going, you lot wouldn't stand a chance against that fried chicken. Kasuk said it straight to her face, and before she could say anything back, he left her to her own devices and used Flash Step to instantly arrive at the lodging to prepare some things. Akino is stuttering when Kaneko grabbed the hem of her clothes. I don't know what Kasuk-senpai and Yoruchi-san went through in the past, but I can tell that it became common sense for them to gain strength even if it means risking their lives. But then, that doesn't mean that we have to be like them. They're just crazy. Akino exclaimed. That's what I thought too at the start, but maybe, they started to influence me too that I don't think their line of thinking is strange. In this world where strength is the basis, something as nice as freedom life can be easily taken away by the simple whims of someone strong. Strength doesn't constitute of only personal power but also influence. We have Gremory household behind our backs, we don't have to worry about it. I also said that to Senpai, and you know what he said? What? Why would you leave your fate to somebody else? Even if you're lovers, you shouldn't depend entirely on someone else. What you should do is walk beside him, not behind. Akino was speechless because it also makes sense to her. I'm very grateful to Rias Bucho and Gremory household, but after staying with him for a while, I too wanted to stand up on my own and not depend too much on Bucho and her family. I may be currently depending on Senpai, but I at least want to learn how to become independent of him. Akino looked down and bit her lips. And one more thing, I was reminded, Rias Bucho doesn't want her to be treated as a connection to the Gremory family. You know that well, Akino-senpai. So please stop saying that we have the Gremory family behind us. That's. These words of Kaneko has shaken Akino. That's right, Rias wants others to see for who she is and not her family. What am I doing? After being silent and remorseful for a few minutes, she apologized to Kaneko, and Rias in her heart. Seeing that her senpai already understood where she went wrong, she immediately made her preparations for 3-day meditation. Chapter 108, Demoted to Apprentice Maid. On the 3rd day of training, Akino is preparing breakfast for everyone in the training ground. Ever since the talk she had with Kaneko on the first day they arrive here, she became meek and only watched Kaneko from the side and prepared all living necessities for everyone. Kasuk doesn't know what happened to her and Kaneko when he left them, but he wouldn't refuse free help. He even started teaching her some techniques in housekeeping to elevate her efficiency. Akino did everything as was told and listened to every word he spoke, which almost creeped out Kasuk, but with Aika trying her everything to pour the frustration of her training to Kasuk because of the machines that he invented to accelerate training, Kasuk didn't mind Akino much. Aside from Dodgeball of Death, Yoruchi also used Treadmill of Death, Jump Rope of Death, Obstacle Course of Death, Balance Ball of Death, Stress Ball of Death, and many more, which are all devised by Kasuk and all named by Aika. In between the death sentences, Yoruchi would teach Aika Flash Step, Basic Zenjutsu, and Basic Hakuda. Due to her awakened nature as a Shinigami, she's learning everything at a remarkable pace. Although all this time, she hasn't transformed into Shinigami due to her lacking Ryatsuki she can use. Kasuk also made some candy pills that he infused with his own Ryatsuki for Aika to take and temporarily activate her Shinigami powers, but he chooses to hide it first as she doesn't need it now. Throughout Kaniko's meditation, if she's not doing anything, Akino is always 20 meters around her. During her watch, Akino would sometimes witness Kaniko's cat ears would catch some white flames. Akino immediately asks Kasuk about this phenomenon and the latter only laughs and found it intriguing, which frustrates Akino more. Kasuk accompanied her to watch how is Kaniko and also witnessed these white flames. Oh. So that's it. It looks like she already has some success, which is good news. Don't worry about her too much, Himejima-san. She's doing great. What are those white flames? Akino couldn't help but asks. I'm not really sure. But if I have to say something, it's probably the attribute which she is most adept with. Kasuk rubbed his chin as he answers. Why are you letting her do this if even you don't know about this? Akino turned to his direction and felt incredulous at this reckless guy. Because I think it's the most effective way to prime senjutsu. Remember this, no matter how strong you become, you shouldn't neglect control, as that is more important. As for why, you have to think about it yourself. Kasuk replied to her and turned around to get back to his power collector and check some of its properties and if they'll be useful for something. What if you can get stronger but you have to use a power that you don't like? Akino suddenly asks at Kasuk's leaving back. Kasuk stopped walking but didn't turn around. Set your priorities straight. Like any other adults tell you, separate what you want and what you need. If you can have or protect what you need by using a power that you hate, then the answer for me is pretty obvious. You're extremely fortunate that you have a choice like that. Others don't even get a chance to protect what's left of them. Don't be a spoiled brat. He then resumed walking. Akino was pissed at his last words and about to call out to him, but as she processes his first words, she stopped herself and fell into another deep contemplation about herself. As her thought process advances, she bit her lips and clenched her fist. Akino understood what he means, but she still can't accept it. She really is a spoiled brat. Kaniko finished her training session and opened her eyes, which was greeted by Akino's frustrated face. Akino-senpai, what's wrong? And nothing. How are you? Are you done? I've prepared food for you, but if you want to bath first, Urahara-kun said that you can use the hot spring. Akino stood up and immediately returned to her normal expression. Then I would like to take a bath first. Kaniko didn't think more about it because she felt Kasuk's aura slowly moving away from here. Kasuk-senpai probably said something to her again. On the 5th day of training, Akino prepared to leave, but only Kaniko and Kasuk are present to send her off. Yoruichi and Aika are still playing their death games. Aika would even sometimes provoke Yoruichi to release some of her stress. Kasuk thinks that she's getting addicted to the stimulus that near-death situations produce. She's broken. Yoruichi couldn't disagree with Kasuk. Kaniko-chan. I have to go. Please take care of yourself. Akino patted Kaniko's head and she nodded. Akino then faced Kasuk. Thank you for taking care of me these past 3 days. I won't forget your words. Akino bowed slightly towards him. Kasuk nodded with a serious expression and said, as your teacher, I have nothing else to teach you with the way of housekeeping. But this isn't certainly the end of your journey. Go forth and start your adventure, Master Maid. Wherever you go, you'll become a fine maid. Wait. That's not what I'm talking about. Before she could say more, Kasuk, with a wave his fan, sent Akino outside with teleportation magic. Kasuk-senpai. I think she wants to say something. Kaniko's mouth twitches at Kasuk's rude act. Done wanna heart it. Kasuk grinned and started walking back. Let's go, Kaniko. Ignore that apprentice maid for now. You're the only one who has the possibility to beat that fried chicken. We'll start your training now. Apprentice? Didn't you say she's already a master? She doesn't deserve it due to the way she acts. Kaniko tilted her head in confusion. Bout. Where is this? Somewhere within the Kuo town, Akino suddenly appeared inside a cosplay shop that specializes in maid attires. Akino was dumbfounded at her situation and recalled Kasuk's last words to her, that bastard seriously thinks that I'm a maid now. A note suddenly dropped in front of her and she picked it up. Written in it is Kasuk's message, before you start your adventure, an armor that will accompany you to your countless battles. By the way, I recommend you take the one at the corner of the shop, second item from the last one on the third aisle. Out of curiosity, she followed his direction and saw a skimpy maid outfit that reveals her underboob and plump legs as she is to wear it. That bastard. And how did he know such obscure shop like the back of his palm? Akino then proceeds to read the rest of his message. I discovered it by chance and I thought that it'll be useful for something like this. Praise me. Akino wanted to spit on the paper, but due to her upbringing, she can't do such uncouth action. F***CKU. What useful? You pervert. But she couldn't stop herself from cursing out loud. The first thing you have to do is to keep that temper of yours. Your master wouldn't like it unless she has some special hobby. Reaching this point, Akino crumpled the paper without reading further and incinerating it with her lightning. Strangely enough, as the ashes fell to the floor, it formed words, "Geez, don't use magic in public. That's common sense. I shall demote you to apprentice maid Akino-chan for this act. I hope you learn your lesson." Ah! Akino's shout filled with anger echoed throughout the shop and the street it is in. She had to use magic to erase the memories of those who witnessed her and walked out of the shop with flushed face. "I'll remember this, you damn pervert." Chapter 109, Fear. Start my training. Aren't I already training for these past 5 days? Kaneko asks Kasuk while they're walking back towards the place where Kaneko would always meditate. Well yeah. But the way you are now, you won't be able to touch that fried chicken even if you caught him off guard. You can take a few hits from his queen, but that's about it. You can't count on that master of yours. She might be able to strategize, but she can't beat the fried chicken. Himejima-san might be able to do it with her holy power, but something is stopping her from using it, and I doubt she'll be able to overcome her fear without a good catalyst. Issei is too weak to pull out the power of his scared gear. Kiba-san, although he has potential, he's a normal fighter right now. Lastly, Asia-san is a pure healer and can only be beside one of you, and that will be your master's side for sure. In other words, your group has no chance of winning as the trend goes. Kasuk didn't change his pace and explained the situation to Kaneko. Then what should I do? Kaneko stopped walking and looked down, biting her lips and clenching her fist. That's up to you. How much do you want to risk it? Kasuk also stopped walking and faced her. Kaneko looked up and saw his serious expression without a trace of his former nonchalant attitude. She shook when she looked at his eyes, which contains rare strictness. How much should I risk? Ha! Kaneko. Why are you asking me that? Didn't I tell you that it's up to you? Kasuk let out a sigh, but he continued to look at her. But Kaneko started to shake under his stare as fear slowly surfaces. Kaneko, I won't be here forever to decide for you. I'm giving you this chance now to do something you yourself decided without me pushing you to a choice. Kasuk interrupted her and continued speaking. He has to remind Kaneko now that her future is hers and should not be easily given to others. Kaneko is speechless. Since the beginning, even though she's trying to distance herself from the others, she's been looking for something or someone to lean on. But when she finally found it, she's being tossed away. Her thoughts halted into a full stop as she stares at Kasuk blankly. Kasuk already expected this, but he didn't expect that she'll be this dependent on him, which isn't good. You'll be walking this path on your own in the future, as even I don't know what lies ahead. All I can do is give you occasional guidance, but even that would certainly stop as you move beyond the realm that I can't understand. Senpai. Kaneko called out to him, but she still doesn't know what to say. Don't mistake me as your master. As I said since the start, Yoruchi and I started this out of a whim to see where you could go. I'm just someone who shamelessly meddled with your life and give you a startup push in a certain direction. Kaneko now felt that he's getting farther away from where she couldn't reach him. Now he's even denying the relationship she thought they have. What is he saying? What's happening? Aside from fear, doubt is also starting to take root on her mind. No matter how much she tries to resolve herself to continue what she's doing despite the chances of losing control of herself, it's still the trauma that shaped her childhood and couldn't discard it easily even after knowing the truth about her elder sister. Are you scared? Of which one? Are you not mistaking it for being scared of losing control yourself to the fear of the unknown future? What? Just as she's about to lose grasp of reality, his words awaken her, fear of the future. Every time you look at Aika gritting her teeth to continue her training, what comes to your mind? I'm jealous of how she could let go of her worries and do what she wants regardless of the consequences that might haunt her further in the future, Kaneko answered blankly without thinking too much about his question. Right. You're jealous, but of what? Think about it again. Of how she lets go of her worries. In other words, you're jealous of that idiot's ability to forget about things and just do what she wants. Kaneko stayed silent, but she could now understand a little what he's trying to say. You never got jealous of her ability to overcome her training nor her luck for not losing control of herself, even though you two are on the same boat that can sink anytime. I'm scared of the future. Kaneko muttered. It's true that it became your trauma when you thought that your elder sister became insane and killed you, former master. But what scared you the most is the fact that your sister suddenly left you and you didn't know what to do. Ah. I get it. Kaneko got a glimpse of light in the dark hallway. I'm just hiding behind the fact that I'm scared of hurting others when the truth is I just want someone to carry me and lead the way so that I wouldn't have to think about it again. Kaneko wiped the tears that are accumulating in her eyes and looked straight to Kasuk's eyes. Yes, senpai. I'm scared of what would happen in the future. I don't know if I can still be with Bucho and the rest the way I am. At the start, I thought that I'm just scared of hurting them if I use senjutsu, but it looks like what you said is the truth. I'm afraid that they would turn their backs on me if I become like my sister. I don't want to be left alone again. Even though she just wiped her tears, it started falling again. Kasuk finally smiled and patted her head. Now that you finally know and admitted it to yourself, that means you already started on something instead of running away from it. I'll be honest, I'm no psychiatrist, so I don't really know how to cure your trauma aside from pointing it out to and force you to face it. Kneo wiped her tears again and shook her head. No. I'm very thankful for what you've done. So please don't call involving with me shamelessly meddling with my life. If not for you, I'll be running away all this time without me even knowing it. I just have a request, senpai. Go ahead. Please don't ever turn your back at me. Let's see. I guess I shouldn't do that if you're asking me. Kasuk pretended to be hesitating, but for Kneo, it's the most reassuring answer. After a few moments of silence that calmed her down, Kneo once again faced Kasuk. Senpai, please teach me how to beat up that fried chicken. It won't be easy. Kasuk knew that Kneo would still depend on him, but she already started moving forward, which is already enough for him. Yes, I know. By the way, senpai, I want to experience losing control of myself once under your watch. If I can't run away from it, I'll just embrace it. Chapter 110, Sage Mode. Last day of the 10-day training that Riser gave the Gremory Peerage. Kneo is standing in front of Kasuk, Yoruichi, and the haggard Aika. Kneo is currently in her Nikomata form, but with some difference from the usual. Her cat ears and tails have embers of white flames on their tips. Her eyes were surrounded by a blue pigment that looks like a thick eyeliner. And her pupils are shining with golden light, and her irises are slit and jet black in color. In this form, Kneo has the physical abilities of a middle to high-class fully mature devil. Her defensive level was also boosted to another level that even without her rook piece, which is honestly just holding her back at this point, Kneo can stand still and let Yodokiba hack at her and she would only get some rashes. She also got access to an ability to generate white flames that directly burns vitality or life force, though she couldn't use it repeatedly. Since this is the result of Senjutsu, Sage techniques, Kasuk called this form Sage Mode. Sage Mode is of course not all advantages. In its current stage, there are also some huge drawbacks. First is Kneo has to gather natural ki first before she can enter this form, and while gathering, she wouldn't have much freedom. If she wanted to gather it faster, then she would be completely still. Second is she can only gather natural ki that is the same amount as her inner ki at most, or there would be a chance that she would lose control of herself if too much outside influence is gathered that would essentially affect her mind. The third is it gives a big burden on her immature body that she can only use at 10 minutes tops. Any further and she would damage her body. As such, Kneo's Sage Mode could only be considered as a last resort if she wanted to end the fight quickly or if she wanted to catch her opponent off guard, especially if they are not aware of her capabilities. It's a skill that is not useful in a big battlefield, but in something like raiding game, where you only have to take the king's head according to the rules, then this will be her sharpest weapon. You can rest now, Kneo-chan. The game is scheduled later this evening. Let's eat first before heading to the academy. Kasuk reminded Kneo. In all truth, Kasuk was surprised at Kneo's progress. She also started to think and innovate on her own, slowly modifying the Sage Mode to fit her more. Kneo doesn't take Kasuk's advice for granted anymore and would always test it herself and what she can do to further improve it, which delighted both Kasuk and Yoruichi, though they didn't voice it out loud as they want Kneo to think that this is the most natural thing to do and not something worth putting attention to. Kneo took a deep breath and she returned to her normal Nikomata form. Can I also watch? Aika asks. These past 10 days, she trained even harder than Kneo due to Yoruichi's arrangements. Her dormant Ryuryoku didn't improve much, but her technical skills improved to another level that she can go toe-on-toe with Yodokiba if they have the same specs. She's even better than him at some skills like detection and movement. What she needs now are some real-life battle experiences that Yoruichi kept giving her. Not on the venue. I'll set some viewing platform in the house so that you and Mom can also enjoy the show. Kasuk replied to her. Kneo bowed in front of them and expressed her gratitude. Kasuk-senpai, Yoruichi-san. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I'll be sure to return the favor one day. Just don't disappoint me. Give that fried chicken a good beating. Yoruichi patted her head. Although in her and Kasuk's calculation, she wouldn't be able to defeat Riser even if she uses her Sage Mode. Unless she does something reckless. They won't tell her that though. It'll be up to her whether she'll go for it regardless of the dangers. Kasuk helped her teleport to the school and she left the secret training ground. After the last motes of light from the teleportation circle disappeared, Aika voiced out her concern. Can she really defeat that fried chicken guy? As expected, she has some strong intuition regarding these matters. Kasuk thought before replying, if she does not do something stupid, she won't win. Something stupid? Do you mean overloading her Sage Mode? How is that stupid if that's the only way to win? Aika faced Kasuk in curiosity. Kneo is very careful, unlike you. Of course, in a normal person's perspective, discarding your sanity just to defeat your opponent is a stupid move. You don't know if you'll only hurt your enemy or you might end up hurting those who are important to you. This will be an important decision for her. You're trying to say I don't think like a normal person? She retorted. Kasuk didn't respond, but for Aika, that's an affirmative. Whose fault do you think that is? Aika felt dismayed. Your eccentric behavior. I don't want to hear that from you. The same day, 11:30 p.m. Riser is having a good time with his queen, Yubaluna, when his sister Ravel Phoenix interrupted their fun. The game to decide the fate of your engagement is about to begin, and yet, here you are, laid back as always, Oni-sama. She sighed in resignation. Ravel is a beautiful young girl with dark blue eyes. She has long blonde hair tied into twintails with large, drill-like curls and blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair has several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. Her outfit consists of a light purple dress with dark purple accents and a blue bow at the front. At the back, 3 feather-like extensions mimicking a bird's tail protruding from the dress. TCH, it was just getting good. Riser muttered as he faces his sister, of course, Ravel. Our victory is assured, after all. I've heard that they're not wasting their 10 days. They're getting stronger. Ravel continues to remind Riser, and they have that wild card sacred gear on their side. If we get careless, they might just. Riser didn't let her continue and said, there is no might. He gave his sister a glare which sent Ravel a chill. I guess I don't have to worry much. Ha. Don't turn your anger on me. Kukuku. No matter. I feel sorry for Rias, but we won't be holding back. This won't be all fun and games. Riser chuckles at his sister's reaction. Ravel knew that she doesn't have to say more, but just as she turned around to leave the room, she suddenly remembered something. Oh right. I also investigated that human who humiliated you. Riser is about to continue his fun with Yubaluna, but Ravel's words caught his attention and soured his mood. What about him? Nothing much. Which is honestly strange. Up until now, he poses as a normal human and only became close to Sona Citri and Rias Rook recently. He's also the childhood and best friend of the boosted gear user, which explains his actions last time. It seems that he's helping Rias Rook these past 10 days to train. So she might know how to do that instant acceleration technique that he exhibited that day. Oomph. Still a weakling. No matter how fast she becomes, she won't be able to hurt me or even you. In any case, please take note of her once you're in the game. Ravel finally left him alone. I can't say to him that this information is giving me some bad feelings. Chapter 111, Gremory vs Phoenix Raiding Game Part 1. The day of the raiding game against the Phoenix Peerage, 11:20 p.m. Issei wore his school uniform and conditioned his mind to enter a full alert in his room when suddenly, he heard a knock on his door. Issei-san, may I come in? Asia's voice came from the other side. Yeah, sure. She opened the door and stepped in, Kaya. Only to slip on a banana peel lying on the floor. Whoa. Issei managed to catch her before she completely fell on the floor. Phew. Sorry, I was practicing my secret battle techniques. Issei excused himself. I understand, but why bananas? Asia sat up with the help of Issei. I don't really know. Ever since I became a devil, no, more accurately, when I activate my boosted gear, I would have strange cravings for banana. I also don't understand why. But never mind that, Asia, those clothes. Issei tried to explain but chose to change the subject to Asia's current outfit. She's currently wearing her dark teal nun outfit with light blue accents, but without the white veil over her head with light blue accents, a brown satchel slung on her right hip and brown boots with black straps in an X-shaped pattern. I was told to dress as I pleased. After some thought, I decided that this outfit suits me the best. Asia closed her eyes with a smile on her face and continued speaking. I may be a devil now, but I haven't forgotten my faith. Yeah, you were wearing the nun outfit when we first met too. Guess it's natural for you. Issei gave her one of his brightest smiles. It looks really good on you. Asia felt happy at his compliment and started fidgeting. Thank you. Issei-san. May we just sit here for a minute? She gets close to him and grabbed one of his arms. What's with you all of a sudden? Issei is confused at Asia, who usually makes cheerful expression and is now wearing a disgruntled face. But after some time, he felt her shaking body, from fear. I can't stop shaking at the very thought of the scary battle that's coming up. But as long as you're around, Issei-san, I know I'll be okay. Asia. Issei patted her head to comfort her. After some patting, Asia immediately recovered her energy and jumped on Issei. I'm not afraid of anything when you're by my side. Whoa. Issei didn't know where to grab her. A few seconds of snuggling, Asia spoke again. Can we stay like this until it's time to leave? Sure. Would it be okay to stay with you forever, Issei-san? Issei didn't think much and just replied, yeah. Together forever. I'm glad. Approximately 11:40 p.m., just 20 minutes before the start of the game. All of Ria's peerage assembled in the Occult Research Club room. Yuto is warming up. He's also wearing his school uniform, but with additional steel arm greaves which can be used to block weak attacks. Kaneko is also wearing her school uniform but without blazer as usual. In addition, she also equipped her paw-printed gloves and is currently meditating. Akino served everyone a cup of tea and Rias is finalizing her plans written on the paper. Bucho, Issei called out to her. Rias put down the paper she is reading and faced Issei. What is it? You have another bishop, don't you, Bucho? Who is that exactly? Issei curiously asks as he hasn't met the last member of the group. Rias sighed and answered, unfortunately, my other bishop can't join us now. I'll tell you more some other time. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar magic crest appeared in the room and brought the Maid of Gremory household with it. The game will begin in 10 minutes. Have you all made the necessary preparations? This rating game will be broadcast to all members of both houses. The Devil King Lucifer will also be watching. Take care not to forget this. And as the request of the Citri clan, this game will also be broadcasted in the student council room of the Kuo Academy. So Oniai-sama is going to see this firsthand. And Sona. So that guy must be watching too. Rias muttered after her words. Issei heard this and was shocked. Huh. Oniai-sama. Bucho's older brother is a devil king, Lucifer-sama. Yuto was done warming up and explained to Issei. What? Wait. Lucifer. I thought Bucho was from the House of Gremory. The previous devil king perished in the last great war. However, devils cannot be without a king. So the title of Devil King was granted to several immensely powerful devils. Presently, there are 4 of these mighty devils. Each of whom inherited their names from the devil kings, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. So Bucho's big brother was chosen as a successor to the devil king. Surzex Lucifer, also known as the Crimson Satan, is Bucho's brother and the strongest of the devil kings. Akino explained further. Grafia interrupted their conversation. It is almost time. Everyone, please proceed to the magic circle. In a moment, I will send you to an alternate plane that will serve as your battlefield. All of them started walking towards the magic circle while Grafia continues to explain, everything in the space is entirely expendable, so fight to your heart's content. Moreover, once you arrive on the site, teleporting out via magic circle will be impossible until the game has ended. Everyone stepped on the magic circle and Issei commented with a crumpled face, so there's no coming back until the game's been decided. All of them disappeared from the room. When they reappeared, they are still on the same spot, which confused Issei. Huh. The club room. We didn't make it. Grafia's voice suddenly resounded from the speakers throughout the school, which removes Issei's confusion. Greetings, all. I, Grafia, servant to House Gremory, will be your referee for this game. In the name of my master, Surzex Lucifer, I shall closely observe this fight. For the battlefield, we have prepared a replica of Riasama's school, Kuo Academy. Wow. So this is all fake. It seems so real, though. Issei grabbed Asia's stuffed toy Ratchakuin, which was also replicated. Indeed. Look out the window. Rias commented from the side. Issei and Asia look out of the window and he exclaimed at the sight, the sky's color is all mixed up. Devil power sure is something, to be able to create a perfect replica in another dimension. In regards to each team's base, the teleportation destination of each team is its base. Riasama's base is the Occult Research Club room in the old school building. Riser-sama's base is the student council room in the new school building. Pawns aiming for promotion, please proceed to the perimeter of the enemy base. Grafia's echoed from the speakers again. Please wear this communicator in your ear. Akino distributed an earpiece for everyone. We need these to stay in touch on the battlefield, so don't break it. Rias proceeded to walk towards her replicated desk and sat down. The game is about to begin. The match ends at daybreak in the human realm. Now then, please begin. Grafia signaled the start of the game. Chapter 112, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 2. Inside the student council room of the Kuo Academy of the Human Realm, 3 people are present, namely Sona, Tsubaki, and Kasuk. Since this is an unofficial match, not everyone is allowed to watch it. But that's only for live viewing. If requested, one can purchase the recording of the match, which is already edited by the committee of the rating games. Sona requested only 3 slots for live viewing, which is why there are only 3 of them. Kasuk, however, is secretly pirating several screens and sending it real-time to his house, and he doesn't feel any guilt in doing so. Normally, such actions would have been detected, but Kasuk's concealing technology can easily hide this fact. Tsubaki serves some tea and snacks for the 3 of them while taking occasional glances towards the multiple screens floating around. What do you think about this game? Sona asks Kasuk, who is sitting beside her while she sips her tea. It is very rare for them to sit together without the chessboard on the table. Magic is really amazing. The technology here very advanced, especially that automatic retirement when a player receives a certain amount of damage. How do they keep track of the player's health? Is it those evil pieces that are inside them? Kasuk commented, and he added mentally, these pieces are really sophisticated. Although I don't like how it works, the who invented this is a real genius. Yes, but I don't really know how this evil pieces works, and even the inventor himself won't reveal all of its qualities to be discovered by the users themselves. Sona replied, by the way, what do you think their chances of winning? Gremory's chances? Taking out Kneo out of the equation, their winning chances are just 5%. Kasuk took one cookie and started nibbling on it. That low, huh? And here I thought they had at least a 15% chance of winning. Without Kneo, of course. I don't know how to add her into the equation. How much are their chances if you add Kneo? Then they have around 25% chances of winning if Kneo moved out normally. Normally, you say? Then what about the abnormal situation? I hope good fortune would come to fried chicken, or else, he'll be killed. What? Are you pulling my leg? That's the immortal fried chicken. Ha ha ha. Perhaps. Let's just watch the show and see what miracle they could bring. I guess that's right. We'll know the result later. Gremory Mansion in the Underworld. Surzex is watching the proceeding along with his parents, Zeoticus Gremory and Venelana Gremory, and his son, Milicus Gremory. Zeoticus has the appearance of a middle-aged, handsome-looking man with long crimson-red hair that is tied in a loose ponytail with a black hairband. He has bright blue eyes just like his two children, Surzex and Rias Gremory. He also has a short and red beard or stubble. While Venelana looks very much like her daughter with shorter flaxen hair and violet eyes, much like the natural-born members of the Baal clan. Due to her devil lineage, she appears around the same age as her daughter and her son, who appears to be in his early to mid-20s. Milicas, on the other hand, is a cute young boy with short crimson-red hair inherited from his father, Surzex, and red eyes which he inherited from his mother, Graphia. So it's starting. Surzex, is it really needed to go through all this farce? Zeoticus muttered while he stares at the screens showing her daughter instructing her peerage members. We have to give her some chance, as you want her to accept the marriage voluntarily. And who knows, maybe she'll really win this game. His son, Surzex, replied to him. I don't see any chances of her winning. Why do you think she can win? Venelana asks this time. Rias luckily took this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. Maybe a miracle could happen. And besides, there is also that Nikomata. You mean Kaneko-chan? What about her? Venelana's attention was caught by the child who grew up in the mansion instead of the appearance of the Dragon Emperor. Graphia reported that a human with the same age as Rias is helping Kneo train. Surzex rubbed his chin in contemplation. A human, you say? What's so special about it? Zeoticus narrowed his eyes in scrutiny. Let's just watch the game. We'll see how it goes, as even I don't know how to interpret Graphia's report. Surzex didn't speak any further and focused his attention on the screen. Zeoticus and Venelana looked at each other in confusion, but after a while, they returned their attention to their daughter, who already moved out and is approaching the new school building. Ria's plan is to lure and eliminate all of Riser's pawn first, as it won't be good for their team if even one of them promotes to queen. Ria splits the group into 4. The first group is Issei and Kneo. The second is only an individual, which is Yudo. Third is Akino, and the last are Rias and Asia. Issei and Koenko will serve as a lure to attract the enemies towards a certain point. Yudo will act with guerrilla tactics in mind, reducing their number further. Akino will become a high-powered moving artillery that will eliminate the groups that Issei and Kneo gathered, while Rias and Asia will look for the chance to sneak towards Riser and confront him while his servants are busy. Issei and Kneo arrived at the gymnasium where they would confront some of Riser's servants. Kneo easily defeated her opponent, who is a fellow rook, with a single strike, and watched Issei deal with the other 3 pawns. Truthfully, Kneo could easily deal with 4 of them at the same time, but she followed Kasuk's advice not to help his comrades if she can deal with it. They also need experience, he said. Thanks to Issei's training, he was able to deal with Riser's 3 pawns. Is what they chose to believe when they witness him incapacitate the 3 girls with his self-taught magic called Dress Break, which removes all forms of clothing worn by the target. You're the worst. A menace to all women. The twins shouted angrily while covering their bodies. You beast. You deviant incarnate. Mira is shaking from cold wind grazing her bare skin. How disgusting. Even the rook Kneo took down commented between her pained groans. I've lost all respect for you. Even Kneo, who is used to see Kasuk's perverted antics, was put off by this magic. Issei looked away from Kaneko's hurting gaze. Ha ha ha. Say what you want. Kasuk can even strip female underwear without the latter's awareness even with her clothes on. In the stucco room, Sona and Tsubaki gave Kasuk a disgusted look. But Kasuk ignored those stares and muttered, "What a fascinating magic. It'll take me a few days, but I can make my own version that wouldn't need any touch or gesture." Both Sona and Tsubaki shuddered at his words. Chapter 113, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 3. Issei and Kaneko left the gymnasium while their opponents were incapacitated. After a few seconds, Akino arrives, bombarding and annihilating the whole gymnasium with lightning along with Riser's servants. 3 of Riser Phoenix-sama's pawns and 1 of his rooks have been retired. Graphia's announcement echoed throughout the whole battlefield. It's just like what Kiba said before. It makes sense that Akino-san is called Priestess of Thunder. Issei is in awe at the sight of destruction Akino casually concocted, amazing. Better remember not to piss off Akino-san. Kasuk, rest in pieces. Issei turned to Kaneko and initiated a high five. "We did it, Kaneko-chan. Please don't touch me." Kaneko took a step back, still remembering his disgusting magic. "Ha ha ha, I'll never use it on an ally." Issei awkwardly laughed. "It's still a nasty move." Kaneko started walking away, but just a few steps, her senses started warning her. She used her inner ki to cover herself and a large explosion happened in front of her, sending her flying to the woods. "Looks like their plan works," Sona commented after the Akino dropped her attack on the building. "Yep. That fried chicken is not taking it seriously when it comes to commanding his servants. He's just that confident to win even with just himself," Kasuk added. Then they witnessed the explosion which sent Kaneko to the woods with unknown faith. Sona furrowed her brows at this and asks Kasuk, "Is she going to be okay?" "So that's how is it? She wants the opponents to think that she's already taken out." Kasuk muttered, "She's going to be fine. You see, she needs a lot of alone time to execute her secret technique. This is a good chance to reduce the attention she's getting." Sona returned her sights on the screen and focused her attention to Kaneko, who is lying on the ground, disheveled and unconscious. "Let me see this secret technique of yours." "Well done. Building up that lightning attack takes some time for Akino, so while we're waiting for her to recharge, we'll move on to the next operation." Ria's voice resounded on their communicator. "Got it, Bucho." Issei turned to Kaneko and tried to catch up to her. "We're supposed to meet up with Kiba on the sporting grounds, right?" "Let's move, Kaneko-ch." A sudden explosion interrupted his words and he saw Kaneko's body launching away to the woods, dropping out of his vision. "Kokaneko-chan. Take." From the sky, Riser's queen, Yubaluna, appeared. "She just cast that bomb magic, fufufu. All your struggles are for nothing. You'll never beat Riser-sama." She then faces the direction where Kaneko was thrown away. She saw her lying on the ground relatively fine but unconscious. "The game's judge deemed her still capable of combat. I used quite a lot of force in that one since Ravel-sama warned me about her. Surprisingly, she wasn't taken out instantly, but I should finish her off." Yubaluna wanted to follow Kaneko, but Akino blocked her way. "Issei, don't worry about Kaneko-chan. She'll be fine. Proceed to follow Ria's orders for now." She glared at Yubaluna and also followed her line of sight. "This is not the end for her, right?" But Issei still didn't want to leave just yet. "Issei-kun." Akino put more force in her voice. "You have your role to play, and this is mine. Do not fret, I'll avenge Kaneko-chan. I'll give everything to crush this one." "Ku." Issei turned around and ran away, leaving the 2 queens' battlefield, which is now filled with explosions. "Ha, ha, ha." Issei ran from destructions with all his might and stopped at the corner of the building just before he reached the sporting groups. As he tries to calm his breathing, Graphia's announcement was heard again. 3 of Riser Phoenix-sama's pawns have been retired. 3 pawns. But Bucho is still in the base and Akino-san is in the middle of a fight. Issei muttered when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Issei turned around to retaliate but saw it was Kiba doing a silence gesture. "Oh. It's just you." Issei is now trying to calm his beating heart. Kiba was the one who defeated the 3 pawns, and the 2 talked for a while to rest. After reaffirming their resolves to get stronger, they started to argue who's going to be on top, which inevitably attracted Riser's remaining pieces to their location. "I am Carlamine, a knight serving Riser-sama. I've had enough of sneaking around and feeling each other out. Knight of Rias Gremory, come and pit your blade against mine." "Knight on knight." A young woman with light brown hair and green eyes called out to Yudo. Her outfit consists of a full set of silver armor with black accents that appears to be a cross between a European knight, chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves, and a Japanese samurai, hip plates and shoulder guards, and wears a headband that goes across her hair and forehead. She is equipped with a broadsword and a dagger, both of which are held with brown belts slung across her hip. The broadsword is slung on her left hip, and features a red jewel on the pommel and has bandages across the handle for grip. The dagger, which is located behind her hip, features a gold hilt with bandages on the handle. Yuto opened the door of the storage room they were in and accepted her invitation. I can't keep hiding after being called out like that. He pulled out his sword from his hip and took a stance, as a knight, that is. What? Issei didn't know what to do, but he had no other choice other than following him outside of their hiding place. I am Yuto Kiba, a knight. Yuto first introduced himself and Issei did the same, and I'm Issei Hayadu, a pawn. Carlamine chuckled, always a joy to meet fighters who boldly step out, front and center. You're my favorite type of idiots. Ha ha ha. That's rich coming from you. Issei retorted. I'll give you a fight that is anything but ordinary. Yuto pointed his sword towards Carlamine. Well said, Knight of Rias Gremory. They started their clash leaving Issei gawking at the sidelines. But he wasn't alone for too long and the rest of Riser's servants appeared one after another surrounding him. That's some interesting sacred gear. Can he create any sword with any effect? Kasuk commented on the scenes ongoing on the screens. Who knows? It said that throughout history, countless variations of this scared gear appeared. And each one of those has their own specialties. Sona replied while she rests her head on her hand. A few more moments, they witness Issei use his original magic on Riser's rook and retired her through the use of an attack he calls Dragon Shot. Rias is already confronting Riser on the top of the roof of the new school building along with Asia. He even has his little sister in his harem. Damn. I lost. Kasuk gritted his teeth just like Issei when Ravel reveals herself. Why are you competing with him? Sona gave him another disgusted look. Kasuk looked at her and smiled, right. Why am I competing with him? I already have Sona Kaishu. Kasuk's words caught Sona off guard and blankly stared at him. A few seconds later, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Who's yours? You damned pervert. Sona kept shouting at him but he just enjoyed Sona's tantrum and embarrassed face. Issei and Yuto combined their sacred gear to create a field of blades which impaled all of Riser's servant around Issei and Yuto. The only one left is Riser's little sister, Ravel, who already healed her wound. She gritted her teeth and muttered, is this also the dragon's power? Just as Issei and Yuto are feeling proud of their accomplishments, another announcement from Grafia resounded, Rias Gremory-sama's queen has been retired. This announcement understandably shocked everyone in Rias peerage. Just with those words and they're letting their guard down. It's not like she's dead. Kasuk commented, and as he expected, it's Yuto's turn to become charcoal from an explosion while they are processing those words. Rias Gremory-sama's knight has been retired. Grafia's voice resounded again, waking them up from their stupor. Chapter 114, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 4. Queen and Knight, take. Yubaluna appeared behind Issei floating in the air. It's just like with Kaneko-chan. Now Akino-san and Kiba too. Issei gritted his teeth and taunted Riser's queen, get down here. I'll avenge them all. Heh. But Yubaluna just sneered at him and flew away to Riser's side where he is confronting Rias and Asia. *T. Hold it. Issei chased after her and neared the new school building which is the base of the opposing team, but before he could enter, he is shocked that Riser's little sister is still fine and explained that she too is an immortal phoenix and also explained the existence of Phoenix Tear that helps Yubaluna to defeat Akino. Ravel tried to talk to him and make him give up the game, but she instead was ignored and threatened back. Issei entered the building and promoted himself to queen, increasing his overall strength. Sona Kaishu, how does that promotion works? After seeing her calm down sufficiently, Kasuk asked Sona about the pawn piece. Ahem. Every piece is connected to the king registered in it. When we use a piece on someone, it uses our demonic power to promote our servant's strength. Queen promotes overall strength largely, bishop promotes magic power, knight promotes speed, rook promotes defense and power and pawn promotes overall strength but in smaller quantities. But pawns have the potential to become any of the other pieces at the expense of the king's demonic power. Sona explained cleanly. Heh. Kasuk turned his focus back to the screen and thought, so unless Kaneko-chan gets away from Gremory-san's influence, it'll be hard for her to promote her strength stronger than Gremory-san's demonic power. There is still a big leeway as Gremory-san's potential is mostly untapped, but it won't be like that forever. On the screen, Riser started beating up Issei who is already overloaded with magic due to his boosted gear and coughing blood. Asia tried to heal him but Yubaluna blocked her ability. Rias could only help Issei by throwing balls made out of power of destruction, but even though she wounded him enough that others would instantly die from it, Riser kept regenerating even if his head was blown off. Truly an immortal phoenix. Kasuk, without a word, stood up and walks towards the door to exit. Where are you going? Sona also stood up and asked him. She thought that Kasuk already gave up watching as it is painfully obvious that Rias couldn't win. But she still wanted to see it through the end. I already know the result, so I have to leave. Have to leave. Couldn't you stay until the match ends? Nope, I have to go and ask Tsuruchi to help that fried chicken not to get killed. After all, if he dies under that hulking cat's hands, it's going to be a pain in the *SS. Kasuk didn't turn around and continues walking outside without waiting for Sona and Tsubaki's reactions. Sona stared blankly on the door where Kasuk just left. What? After comprehending what he just said, Sona looked at the screen which features the woods, but the line Kaneko is already nowhere to be found. Sona and Tsubaki looked around and saw her walking openly on the sporting field while her eyes are closed and she is already in her Nikomata form. Sona furrowed her brows as Kaneko is now giving off a different aura, like that of a wild beast. She didn't want to believe that Kaneko can actually kill Riser because if she's really capable of it, then she would have to re-evaluate Kasuk and Yoruchi. And they will inevitably gather attention, which she didn't want to happen at this point. In the Gremory mansion, Mil-Ica sighed at his aunt's defeat. Even though his grandfather wants to see this result, he still wished from the bottom of his heart for Rias to win this game and attain freedom. Venelana was also disappointed at the result but didn't say anything as she already expected this. Only Sirzex furrowed his brows at what's happening, which garnered Zeoticus and Venelana's attention. What's wrong, Sirzex? Zeoticus asks, so he didn't really want to see this marriage happening. Venelana, after looking at his expression, also thought the same. Sirzex shook his head. He knew what they are thinking and denied it. That's not it. I told you since the start of the game, right? There's an interesting human who trained Kaneko, and looking at her right now, he's more than interesting now. Both of them had a confused look and looked for Kaneko, who they thought is already out of the game. And just like Sirzex, Zeoticus and Venelana furrowed their brows because of the feeling she is giving them right now. Even though Kaneko is walking slowly and peacefully, she's like a drawn sword, lusting after the blood of her opponent. Riser is grabbing Issei's head, who is already black and blue from the torture Riser gave him, and raised him in the air. Give it up. You have no way of winning. Issei. Rias shouted in despair while Asia couldn't do anything but cry in the background. Riser turned his head to Rias. Resign now. Don't drag this any longer. Rias couldn't answer him, but she's already thinking of resigning. But Riser thought that she's still hesitating, so he raised his free arm and clad it flames, ready to obliterate Issei's head, who's still glaring at him, while already unconscious. His tenacity shocked even Riser. As he is about to bring his arm down, Rias shouted, Riser. Stop. Before she could complete her words, however, she notices that Issei already disappeared from in front of Riser, along with his arm which is holding him. What? Yubaluna and Ravel exclaimed and looked around. They saw Kaneko with her eyes closed carrying Issei and Princess Carrie as she slowly walks to Rias and Asia, who are crying their eyes out. Kaneko put him in front of Asia and removed the bindings that Yubaluna cast of her to stop her from moving with a wave of her hand. She then faced Rias and said, I'm sorry for being late, Bucho. Koniko. Rias stuttered as she called her name. She may be speaking calmly and has a neutral expression, but she can somehow feel her unprecedented fury. This is the first time she has seen her like this and certainly wouldn't imagine that she's capable of giving away this kind of demeanor. Kaneko Tujo. Yubaluna, I thought I told you to deal with her. What is she doing here? Ravel eyed Kaneko, and the bad feeling she's getting from the start is getting worse. Even though I wasn't able to retire her, I'm pretty sure that she took considerable damage and couldn't get up for a short time. Yubaluna defended herself. It doesn't matter. No matter how fast she is, she can't hurt me. And I doubt she can keep that kind of speed up. Although I must say that it caught me off guard. For a rook to be able to move that fast. What if you're a knight instead? Riser casually spoke and stopped them from arguing. His arm already returned to its previous state before Kaneko even reached Rias. You're about to resign, Rias. Just say it, and Riser was interrupted yet again, but this time he saw clearly Kaneko appeared in front of him in a strange form and grabbed his head and threw him towards the center of the sporting field, creating a large explosion of soil and dust. Chapter 115, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 5, Kaneko's Change. The dust which covered the sporting ground scattered and a huge crater was revealed with Riser laying in the middle without his head, but soon enough it regenerated like nothing happened. He stood up and dusted himself and gazed at his assailant. Kaneko is currently in her sage mode, but with some additional physical features from when she last transformed in Kasuk's secret training ground. The white flames are clearer, the blue pigment around her eyes extended a line to her cheeks. Her claws extended by an inch. Her pupils are still golden, but her slitted irises are blood red, which gives anyone who stares a chill. And the most striking addition is the third tail, which is purely made out of her white flames. What's this? Riser couldn't help but frown at this sight. As experienced as he is, he never saw or even heard of something like this. What he is sure of is that, as she is now, Kaneko is a real threat to him. Kaneko didn't speak and used Flash Step to instantly appear in front of him. With a swipe of her claw, Kaneko obliterated Riser's left arm and leg instantly. Riser reacted late, but his flaming wings materialized and brought him away with an ugly face. After a few seconds, he returned to his former state. Riser flew at high altitudes to escape her pursuit. He knew that his advantages are in an aerial battle, especially against a low-class devil who can't utilize their wings effectively. But to his dismay, Kneo didn't need her wings as she created invisible footholds to jump several times in the air. And within just a few jumps, she instantly reached him again and smashed her tiny fist to him. Riser tried to block it with both of his arms, but that was futile as even his arms exploded into mincemeat, doing almost nothing to the force behind it. Riser got his head destroyed yet again, and the force sent him towards the old school building, demolishing it and creating another large crater. This happened for a few more times, making the whole battlefield, the artificial Academy, unrecognizable. Asia and Issei has long been retired by Rias because she has a feeling that Kneo right now is a different person and she might prove to be dangerous to those around her. She suddenly remembered her history and her elder sister who is currently wanted. It can't be. That Urahara, just what did she do to her? Rias couldn't help but crumple her face. Sona and Tsubaki are staring blankly at the screen and the destruction the rampaging Kneo made. This. She's pushing back a high-class devil. An immortal phoenix at that. Tsubaki muttered in awe. Sona didn't voice out her thoughts. She is, nevertheless, shocked at Kaneko's performance. She's overpowering Riser, but it's far from actually defeating him. Although Riser is getting haggard from repeated use of his regeneration, Kneo is also in bad shape herself. Her body is bloodied from ruptured veins due to overexerting herself and she is already struggling to breathe. But what's this? She getting wilder and wilder. In the Gremory mansion, Surzex commented, "This is more amazing than I initially thought. Isn't she going out of control? She'll just be killing herself instead of defeating Riser." Venelana voiced out her concerns because Kneo is like a daughter to her along with Akino as Ria's first servants and live in the mansion for a while. "Should we stop it, Surzex?" Zeoticus asks his son. "Maybe we should watch longer. Something is still bothering me." Surzex replied. Back to the battlefield, Kneo is wheezing and staggering. Even though she is attacking him wildly, she still has a bit of her sanity remaining. Kneo observed her enemy and although he's a bit pale, he is still relatively fine. She is sure that his regeneration skill is getting slower and slower each time he dies, but even then, she's already reaching her limit. Kasuk-senpai lied. It is not enough to defeat him. What should I do? Riser is very tired from countless regeneration, but he knew that she wouldn't last long, and just as he expected, she stopped moving. Riser used this chance to counterattack. He used his fastest speed to fly towards her and clad his right arm with a large swirling flame. Kneo wanted to dodge, but her leg gave up in the most unfortunate timing and could only block his attack head-on with her frail-looking arms. With a flaming punch, Riser sent Kneo downwards like a flaming meteorite crashing down to the ground, creating a crater large enough that 5 big elephants could fit. But Riser is not the only one in this game. After their initial shock, Yubaluna and Ravel recovered and attacked the downed Kneo, Yubaluna with her charged explosion magic and Ravel's 3-meter-wide ball of flame. Kneo, after crashing, couldn't move anymore and started coughing blood. As if her situation isn't dire enough, 2 magics of great strength hit her, burning and aggravating her already serious wounds. Kneo can hear her master calling out to her in grief as she slowly fell into a stupor. In the end, I wasn't able to do anything to change the result. I failed Bucho. I failed Yuruchi-san. I failed Kasuk-senpai. No. I haven't done everything yet. There's one last thing that I can still do. Strange. Now that I've come to this point, I think that being fearful of my own possibilities is very stupid. I should just let it go and see where will it take me. Just like Kasuk-senpai said. Yuruchi-san, Kasuk-senpai, I'll be troubling you. With that, Kaneko's last bit of reason went into slumber as she lets go of every hesitation she has. Rias Gremory-sama's rook has been. Graphia's voice was heard again, but she suddenly stopped when she noticed something strange. She didn't expect that the retirement system didn't activate after taking those heavy hits. From the crater, a heartbeat echoed. It's very faint, but it was heard by everyone who is watching. They knew it came from Kneo but are confused as to why she suddenly produces a sound like that. Graphia was reminded of the birth of the dragons but shook her head as it is very different from what she felt and heard that day. With all of them focusing their sights on the crater, they kept hearing a faint heartbeat as dust and soil started to settle, revealing Kaneko's real condition. But what they saw isn't Kneo but a ball of white flames. The ball is 5 meters in diameter, completely enveloping Kneo and hiding her from their visions, and as the heartbeats echo, it grows larger and more turbulent. Ravel is not liking where this is all going and initiated another attack. Throwing a big ball of phoenix fire, Ravel shouted at both Yubaluna and Riser, "Don't let finish whatever she is doing." Riser and Yubaluna followed her steps and also started attacking the white flames, while Rias tries to stop them with her own power of destruction, disrupting their attacks in midair. But even then, more than half of the attacks went through and touched the white flames. Against their expectation, however, the white flames extended towards incoming attacks as they neared and devoured them. Witnessing this scene gave all the players a chill, including those who are awake and currently recuperating at the medical facility. Even those old and experienced people watching on Gremory Mansion had their eyes wide open. What's that? Zeoticus asks both Venelana and Surzex. But both of them failed to give him an answer. Feeling their demonic powers disappearing, Riser, Ravel, and Yubeluna retreated and didn't continue attacking. After a few minutes, the ball's size increased to 10 meters and suddenly started shaking. It then receded towards the center, revealing the figure in the middle of it. All of them gasp in shock at her appearance. The Kaneko, standing in the crater, is a 5 feet 8 inches tall woman which is as tall as Rias. She has a flowing white hair that extends up to her waist. Her bosom is ample enough that they are only smaller than Rias and Aquino. She also has her white cat ears, but the number of her tails became 8, which are swaying gently around her. Her pupils are mesmerizing wine red in color but are cold and unfeeling. She still has the blue hue around her eyes that supplements her beauty more. And the most eye-catching of all is her dress, which is made out of beautiful white flames that also covers her limbs. The encompassing bleak scenery contrasted her almost divine-like appearance, ironic for a low-class devil like Kaneko. And a single sentence went through their minds: a goddess descended. Chapter 116, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 6, Kaneko's Rampage. What is that? Tsubaki stood up from her chair and exclaimed to Sona. I don't know. We could ask Kasuk if he's here. But he already knew that this would happen and escaped. Sona reclined on her chair and sighed. He said he's going to get Yuruchi-san to stop Kaneko. It looks like she's already unconscious because she's already giving me a very dreadful feeling despite her otherworldly appearance. Tsubaki also sat back down and stared at the screen. How is Yuruchi-san going to stop her though? The restrictions on the space of around an ongoing game are very strong that only administrators and those approved by them could get in. Who knows, maybe Yuruchi-san has a way to do it remotely. But that's not my concern. These higher-ups may deem Kaneko dangerous and kill her outright. Moreover, her sister has a similar history of rampaging. It'll surely affect their judgment. Tsubaki, contact the Citri House and ask them to petition to stop the game before everything gets worse. Meanwhile, I'll contact Grafia-san to withhold the game. Yes, Kaishu. Surzex, this isn't good. Riser and Ravel can survive, but Rias and Riser's queen will die if that little girl rampages in her current state. I don't know how strong she is currently, but just looking at her right now, I feel threatened. Stop the game now, before an irreversible accident happens. Zeoticus narrowed his eyes. He didn't like Kaneko's current demeanor as it is too cold and unfeeling. She might turn her claws to her master like her sister did in the past. Surzex is the only one who knew what really happened to Kaneko's older sister, and he just helped her out of pity and Kaneko being a good addition to Ria's peerage. He didn't reveal anything about this though and just followed his father's command because he too knew that it's already getting out of hand. I already sent a petition to stop the game, but it'll take some time for it to be approved unless multiple parties made the same request. Just in time, 2 small magic circles appeared in front of Surzex and a hologram of a figure appeared in each circle. The first one is the familiar Maid, Grafia, and the other is one of his fellow Devil King, Seraphal Leviathan. Seraphal is a beautiful girl looking in her late teens with black hair, tied into twin tails and blue eyes. She also has a childlike body, albeit with large breasts. Like Surzex, Seraphal is a former member of a high-ranking house, Citri House. And the older sister of Sona Citri. Surzex-chan. Good day. Sotan requested the Citri House to send a petition to stop the game, and I noticed that you along with Gremory and Phoenix houses also wanted to stop the game. What's happening? Seraphal asks with a confused expression, but her bubbly personality is very apparent. I'll explain the whole story later. For now, watch this live feed. Grafia, why did you contact me? Surzex did some gestures with his hand and sent a live feed directly to Seraphal, and he then faced Grafia. Sona Citri-sama directly sent me a message to hold the game. The administrators are still busy with something and can't answer for now. What should I do? Sotan. It looks like she's very concerned with this white cat. Who is she? A new member of Rias peerage? Pretty strong for her current level. That's Rias Rook, Kaneko Tuju. We don't know what happened for her to become like that, but that's not important right now. Grafia, get ready to pull all of them out there, Oni-sama. Riser-sama. Before he could finish his words, however, they heard Ravel's and Yubeluna's distressed shouts and saw that Riser is bounded by rings of white flames. Grafia. Get all of them out there now. Surzex also shouted, seeing what's happening. I'm on it. This is bad. Surzex-sama. Those rings of flames are somehow devouring the teleportation magic before they can activate. Grafia flusteredly reported. What is she? Ravel muttered while gazing at Kaneko's current form. Rias. What's up with your servant? Although she's very beautiful, I'm having goosebumps just from the dreadful aura coming from her. Riser increased his vigilance and thought, what are the higher-ups thinking about after seeing this? Is the game still ongoing? If so, defeating that thing would be very hard. I also don't know. Damn you, Urahara Kisuke. What did you do to Kaneko? Rias gritted her teeth because she noticed that Kaneko is just staring blankly on the air, and even her, as her master, is feeling threatened, which is almost impossible if the servant is still loyal. Riser wanted to say more, but he saw Kaneko suddenly move and raised her head and looked straight at him with a blank expression. Staring at those captivating unfocused eyes, he suddenly felt terrified and he instinctively crosses his arm in front of him. Thanks to that, he was able to block Kaneko's right hand when she suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out her hand clad in white flames. With an hammer-like impact, Riser once again fell and adding a crater to the numerous ones on the ground. Blocking that attack, Riser's arms caught in white flames and he tried healing it. But to his shock, the white flames only kept growing and is now eating his shoulders. What? Understandably, Riser started panicking, but before he could do something else, 5 rings of white flames appeared on his torso and 4 limbs binding him in place. He tried flying upwards but failed. Without changing her posture, from Riser's previous spot, another ball of flame appeared in front of her extended hand and pointed it at Riser. Rias and the rest finally reacted and noticed that Riser can't heal nor escape. Ravel and Yubaluna resumed attacking Kaneko with all they have. Rias is still hesitating but sent her own non-lethal magic towards Kaneko. To their dismay, however, once their magic neared Kaneko, it suddenly catches white flames and burned to nothingness before they could reach her. Seeing it didn't work, Ravel and Yubaluna decided to help Riser instead, as the ball of flame on Kaneko's hand is growing bigger and bigger every second, like a charging bomb. The white flame started to have some blue tint in it, which rose the very dangerous feeling it is giving off, Oni-sama. Riser-sama. Although with Surzek's command, they weren't even able to approach Riser and were teleported to the medical ward where everyone who is awake is also watching. Rias rushed to Akino, who is already awake and shaking at Kaneko's current form. Rias asks her, do you know what's happening? Akino could only shake her head in dismay and internally blaming Kasuk for turning Kaneko into something like that. Off the side, Ravel is talking to her mother and asking her to help Riser, who is struggling to escape. Rias also contacted her brother and was told that they are doing something. Her marriage is not on her mind now. Chapter 117, Gremory vs Phoenix Rating Game Part 7. Being left alone, Riser started panicking even more and struggled without any regard for his body. As he tries to whisk away his bindings, he is staring at the ball of fire which already covered Kaneko from his view. He knew if that ball of white flames has the same properties as the ones eating his right now, then that would spell his doom, as someone. Anyone. Help me. Please, save me. He swallowed his and pleaded to the empty space where the organizers of the games are watching. As if answering to his pleas, 2 distinct phenomenons caught the attention of all the viewers. The first one is a blue magic teleportation circle where a beautiful woman with straight and long beautiful pale blue hair, dark blue eyes, and a cold atmosphere that radiates from her beauty appears. Even though in humanoid form, the audience knew that she is a dragon due to powerful dragon aura radiating from her. Zeoticus and Venelana were shocked at her appearance. Who is she? Such a powerful dragon aura. Tiamat. Surzek answered simply with furrowed brows. Tiamat. One of the 5 great dragon kings. What is she doing there? Venelana voiced out her curiosity. Even though she's still a bit worried about Kaneko, she already sighed in relief when her daughter was teleported out to safety. Indeed. Ajuka managed to hire Ware for something to become a secret judge for the rating games. It seems that this event's strange occurrences are enough to warrant her presence. Surzek explained and answered the call coming from Rias and told her that the higher-ups are already doing something and the only thing she could do is watch. Rias couldn't accept it and requested to be teleported back to the battlefield, but all of those in Gremory Mansion denied her request, which distressed her greatly. Please. Oni-sama. Please save Kaneko. Rias pleaded with her tears bordering her eyes. She is blaming Kasuk for he might have done something to Kaneko for her to turn like that, but she hates and blaming herself more for her weakness that her own servant was forced to use something clearly forbidden just to win the match for her. I shouldn't have hesitated to resign. Just as Tiamat appeared, a black line was suddenly drawn in the sky not far from her. This strange phenomenon stole the attention of the audience from Tiamat, and Tiamat herself narrowed her eyes from this. The black line suddenly split the space and opened a pathway to the dimensional gap, which a slender and well-endowed woman of average height walked out from it, stepping on the air instead of flying, just like what Kaneko did. She has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair. Her hair is waist-length and kept in a ponytail with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face. She's wearing an orange overshirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants with a pair of lightweight brown shoes. Yoruchi has come with a big smile to take the crazy cat home. Everyone from Gremory, Phoenix, and those in the medical ward are confused and shocked at the newcomer's appearance. They already received the news about Tiamat's appearance, but the lady with dark skin didn't seem like she came from the raiding games committee, as even Tiamat is glaring at her arrival. In the medical ward, of Ria's servants, only Issei is completely unconscious while Asia is treating him with her twilight healing. They are in a very large room with some medical equipment and multiple beds for someone to rest on. Rias and Co are staring at the big screen where their game is held and cancelled, along with Riser's servants who are in the same room as them. Ravel and the rest of her group let go of some of their worries after Tiamat's arrival, but gets nervous again when an unknown variable appeared. Contrary to them, Rias and the rest became concerned as to what might happen to Kaneko, as the decision-makers might send out an order to kill her to preserve a high-class devil like Riser. When Yoruchi appeared, Akino couldn't help mutter her name. Yoruchi-san. Akino. What did you say? Do you know her? Rias hurriedly questioned her, and all eyes in the room transferred to her. Akino is now regretting uttering her name without thinking and could only sigh. If there is someone who could keep Kaneko safe from the dragon lady, it might be her. Yoruchi. Isn't that the one Kaneko mentioned who is teaching her martial arts and the one we are looking for? Rias looked back to the screen and stared at the beautiful dark-skinned figure and committed her appearance to her memory. Yes. Akino nodded. What are you talking about? Who is that? Save Kaneko. Then what is she going to do with my brother? And you think she has the capability to go against the strongest among the 5 great dragon kings? Ravel sent out a barrage of questions to Akino. I don't know anything outside her name and appearance. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Ravel-sama. Ravel gritted her teeth at her useless answer but didn't pursue it and just decided to watch what's going to happen. In the Gremory mansion, the magic circle that Rias used to contact Surzex is still connected and heard everything Akino said in the ward. It seems like this human you are referring is more than just amusing, Surzex. Zeoticus commented. Surzex could only smile wryly at his words and said, sadly, she isn't the human Grafia reported about. Although I can't deny her connection to him after seeing all of this. What? Then who is this you're talking about? Zeoticus and Venelana's eyes widened. Someone who is attending the same school as Rias and was born in the town she currently overlooking, Urahara Kisuke. Is he an enemy? Zeoticus asks the question that concerns him the most. I don't know. Although, from Grafia's report, he seems to be not very fond of Rias and Akino for their multiple attempts to investigate him. Zeoticus didn't say anything more and looked back at the screen where the two beauties are having a face-off. Internally, he's contemplating the actions he could take. Hey, Surzex-chan. Why is this Urahara Kisuke seem so familiar? What did he do? Seraphal asks while trying to remember where she heard of him. Surzex nodded at her, that's right. You should be familiar with him as he is very close to your sister and appeared quite protective of him, according to Grafia. What? Is that true, Gray-chan? Sona turned to Grafia, who is silently watching and also contemplating where she had seen Yoruchi, as her eyes are somewhat familiar. Grafia faced Seraphal and confirmed, yes, Seraphal-sama. She even claimed that he's a prospective fiancé of hers and declared ownership of him. What? So-ten said that. I won't accept him as long as he isn't stronger, the Surzex-chan. Seraphal exclaimed, why So-ten isn't answering my calls? Is it because of him? Don't think too much about it, it's just the usual. Surzex chuckled at her antics. Seraphal didn't deny him as it is true but didn't give up contacting her sister. Back to the former artificial Kuo Academy, Tiamat released her dragon aura and questioned the newcomer, who are you? Yoruchi wasn't fazed. Her smile grew bigger and she released her Ryatsuki pressure which caved the ground below her and said, I'm the cat's caretaker and I'm here to bring her home because she had too much catnip and is now going crazy in this neighborhood. Tiamat flinched at the pressure she is emitting and her expression became more serious. Chapter 118, Taking the Cat Back. I'm that cat's caretaker and I'm here to bring her home because she had too much catnip and is now going crazy in this neighborhood. Tiamat flinched at the pressure she is emitting and her expression became more serious. The devils will put a bounty on you for intruding a restricted space. I don't care. You're about to kill Kaneko-chan just to save that fried chicken, right? Yoruchi didn't back down from her threats, on the contrary, she intensified her pressure. Tiamat didn't say anything for a few seconds, but seeing that Kaneko is about to unleash her attack, she had come into a decision. The dark-skinned lady isn't someone she could easily dealt with from her initial estimation, so she took a step back. As long as that child of Phoenix is alive, you can do what you want with that Nikomata. Yoruchi eased up her pressure after hearing this and said, that would be the best for both of us. Without waiting for Tiamat to speak, Yoruchi used Flash Step to arrive in front of Riser instantly and faced Kaneko, who already threw her attack, which is a 10-meter wide bluish-white ball of flame. Tiamat was shocked yet again at her speed, which is almost instant teleportation. She already saw Kaneko do it, but compared to her, she's very much a toddler at this skill's mastery. Riser started losing himself at this sight and almost lose all hope of surviving even when someone appeared in front of him to block it. Riser knew how terrifying those flames areas they feed on energy-based attacks and shields, and directly blocking it with the body isn't a viable option either. Yoruichi's expression didn't change and thought that Kaniko's flames are very interesting, but it's Kasuk's job to analyze these things and she doesn't have much time, Shunko. Yoruichi muttered, and a towering pair of lightning wings appeared behind her along with 6 balls of pure lightning in the size of baseball circling around her. Everyone is astounded at this sight of pure element coming to her command. Just like Kaniko, Yoruichi pointed her right arm towards the ball of fire and one of the balls of lightning went in front of her hand. Unleashing an attack of her own, a flash of lightning hit the ball of fire without anyone being able to react and scattering it throughout the battlefield. The former Kuo Academy now looks like a white hell. Tiamat grabbed one of the flames and inspected it. She's shocked to know that these flames are more dangerous than she thought and had to use a sizable amount of her dragon power to expel it from her hand. She looked at Yoruichi with cautiousness, for her to instantly scatter that kind of flame instantly. Although Tiamat is vigilant against Yoruichi, she also thought that she found a worthy opponent and can't help but think of clashing against her. Without waiting for Kaniko to make another move, Yoruichi took out a gauntlet and remembered Kasuk's words when she received it from him earlier: use this gauntlet to expel all of the natural ki from her body. This will damage her body for a little bit, but we have no other choice as the situation is urgent. Wearing the gauntlet on her left arm, Yoruichi reappeared in front of Kaniko with the use of flash step and punched her to the gut before she could react. From Kaniko's back, a large geyser of white flame erupted and hit the dome of the sky, slowly melting the restrictions and barriers placed in order to facilitate the game. A few moments, white flames entirely disappeared from Kaniko, but she didn't return to her former childish form and is now buck naked. Yoruichi pulled out a white blanket and wrapped it around the already unconscious Kaniko. While carrying Kaniko in a princess carry, Yoruichi slowly landed to the ground near Riser. Tiamat is also arrived beside him and inspecting the rings of flames that haven't disappeared. This will be a bit tricky. I didn't know those flames that came from her could be so potent. What do you call this forbidden technique? Tiamat asks Yoruichi while looking at Riser. Sage mode. It's not a forbidden technique. The kid just doesn't know how to handle it. Didn't I tell you right? She had too much catnip, natural ki. Yoruichi approached Riser and put Kaniko on her shoulder. She then took out a knife without a handle. What are you doing? Tiamat furrowed her brows and asked. It seems that you can't teleport him out of here without putting out those flames. I'm here to help. Yoruichi smiled and stabbed the knife she is holding in Riser's chest. Riser couldn't care less at her actions as he's trying his best to stop the white flames from spreading. A single knife couldn't hurt him anyway. Too bad, he underestimated the nondescript knife. Once its blade entered his body, it sent out a pulse of energy that stimulated all of his demonic power, ahhhh. And like a bomb, he exploded into his own flames, drowning Kaniko's flames, making it disappear entirely. After the ordeal, Riser loses his consciousness due to the sheer pain he felt with all of his energy reserves used up in the process. The current Riser can be easily killed if he doesn't recover his demonic powers. Tiamat's mouth twitches, how crude. Yoruichi just shrugged her shoulders and started to walk away. It's not like you have another way to do it without wasting time. Wait, Tiamat called out to her. What? Going to stop me? Yoruichi didn't stop walking but answered. The name's Tiamat. Yoruichi. With that, Yoruichi used flash step and arrived in the opening in the space that Kasuk created for her to come here. The loosened space closed as she went through it. Tiamat's head kept ringing from all the messages that she's receiving to apprehend Kaniko and the intruder, but she ignored all of them. Unless it's a Juka who directly requested for their capture, she won't move as she already secured her objective, which is Riser. Inside the stucco room, Sona reclined on her chair while Tsubaki served a fresh tea in front of her. To think that Yoruichi-san is this strong. Yes. It won't be easy for you, Bucho. But don't worry, you don't lose in terms of charm. Tsubaki followed up. What are you talking about? Sona is puzzled with her words, but before she could process it more, Tsubaki continued speaking. By the way, Kaishu. Won't you answer that call coming from Serafal-sama? She's been at it since earlier. Sona looked away and took her tea. Not now. I'm too tired to deal with her. She probably already know that I claimed Kasuk as my fiancé. I won't hear the end of it if she started. Chapter 119, An Inspection. The medical ward is in total silence even after Tiamat retrieved Riser and Yoruichi left. When the big screen finally disappeared, so was the silence. That's a human. Someone from Riser's camp muttered, sparking a lively discussion. Are humans that strong these days? Impossible. If that's the case, the warmonger humans would have already invaded some realms. Did she sign up a contract with a high-ranking devil? I can't think of any other way for her to use that much power. Think about it, she didn't use any sacred gear. Now that you mentioned it, she only used that weird skill that Ryasama's rook displayed and some weird magic that can generate that much lightning. A magic circle didn't even appear. What was that again? Shunko. Can someone tell which system of magic was that derived from? They looked at each other and Ria suddenly remembered that Akino joined Kaneko in her training and might know something. Akino, do you know what system it uses? Akino thought for a while and shook her head, but I do know Urahara and Yoruichi calls their spells. Everyone stared at Akino and waited for her to finish. They call it Kidu, demon arts. Demon arts? So it's really related to demonic power? No. As far I can tell, it's not. They do not use demonic power. Akino wanted to say more, but she knew it was the limit of the contract placed on her, so she stopped speaking. Rias kept asking questions and Akino finally told Rias that she's under a contract same as Sona and Kaneko and she can't afford to break it now. Rias gritted her teeth in frustration. She never felt so weak before. She wanted to return to the human realm and look for Kasuk to see Kaneko's condition. But even though she didn't like it, she can only trust Kasuk and this unknown lady to take care of her in the meantime, since she would have to get busy so the higher-ups wouldn't punish Kaneko for what just happened. The discussion about Yoruichi kept on going. She even has some fans from Riser's servants. But it was until Yuto noticed something strange that such discussions halted. Yuto saw that Asia is preparing tea, but he didn't know who is it for, since no one would have an appetite for tea with the current state of affairs. Asia-san, for whom is that tea? Yuto asks her with a smile, since he thought that she's preparing it for Rias. This? For Kasuk-san. He's helping me inspect Issei-san. Asia answered like it was a matter of fact. Since there are only about 20 people inside the ward, and everyone is trying to lower their voice for others to rest, they all heard Asia's words clearly. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the direction of Issei's bed where he is sleeping peacefully. The bed is in between Akino's and Yuto's bed, and they are now questioning their entire worth as they didn't notice Kasuk standing on the top of Issei's bed staring down on him while rubbing his chin seemingly in deep contemplation. Nobody was able to react at this ridiculous sight. Asia approached Kasuk with a cup of tea on hand and offered it to Kasuk. How is he, Kasuk-san? Oh, how thoughtful of you. Thank you. Kasuk didn't mind the stares he is getting and jumped down from the bed. He accepted Asia's offer and took a sip before continuing. Let's see. All the damage he received is superficial for a devil like him, and with your healing, his body should be fine, but his mind took a toll and would need some time to rest. He'll probably wake up around evening. So you don't have to worry about him so much. I see. Thank goodness. Asia sighed in relief. Kasuk drank all the tea from the cup in few gulps and expressed his intention to leave. Well then, since he's fine, I'll go home now. Take care, Asia-chan. Asia bowed down. Thank you very much, Kasuk-san. Kasuk started walking towards the door intending to exit when Rias finally got hold of herself. Wait. Urahara. Don't leave. Rias ran over to him. Kasuk turned around and visibly exclaimed, Oh. Isn't this Gremory-senpai? I didn't notice you there. Please do forgive me. Rias almost tripped and fell to the ground when she heard him. Damn it. Rias, calm yourself down. If you react to his antics, he'll win. And that's not important right now. Rias continued walking and reached in front of him. How did you come here? No, more importantly, where's Kaneko? How is Kaneko doing? By the time she asks her last question, she's already grabbing Kasuk's clothes. Calm down, will you? She's already stable. I know you want to see her right now, but you have things that you have to do. Kasuk grabbed her hands and put it down. Rias took a step back and sighed in relief. Urahara is right, I have things that I must do for Kaneko to stay safe. Kasuk then faced Akino with still dumbfounded face. Yo, apprentice maid Akino-chan. Have you fixed your issues? You're the one with issue. And I'm not an apprentice maid. Akino wanted to rush to Kasuk and bite him to death but stopped herself as there are many eyes watching her movements. Obviously not. You still have a long way to go. Kasuk shook his head in disappointment and resumed walking towards the exit. F***CKU. This is the first time or ever heard Akino swearing with all of her feelings. This guy is indeed amazing. Better not annoy him. Is what on everyone's mind except for Asia and Ravel. Ravel got curious and asks, are you as strong as that lady who stopped Ria-san's rook? No way, I'm that awesome. I'm just your average candy store owner. By the way, you're all welcome to come and try some of our merchandise. Ravel wants to pinch his annoying face but decided against it because his abilities are still largely unknown and she doesn't want to make him her enemy if possible. Kasuk reached the door and stopped as he suddenly remembered something and turned around again to Rias. Gremory-senpai, if you can't protect Kaneko's place beside you, she still has one beside me. I'm not trying to compete with you, but that's what I already promised her. Rias blankly looked at him, who already exited after saying his piece. She tried chasing him again to ask more about it, but when she went through the door, Rias couldn't find Kasuk's figure. In the Gremry mansion, Surzek sighed and asks one of the maids to prepare some snacks and beverages for everyone. Surzek-chan, how strong do you think she is? Serafal asks. She already stopped pestering Sona. Seeing how Tiamat became so vigilant against her, we can safely assume that she's at least ultimate class. Serafal stayed silent and nodded. I'm going to take some days off. I want to visit Sotan. Okay. Surzek agreed immediately. He knew that Serafal wanted to ascertain if these humans are enemies or not. Alright, I'll take my leave. I have to prepare my magical girl costume for myself and Sotan. With that, she disconnected the magic circle, leaving only those from Gremry household. I do, Surzek-sama? Grafia inquired. Assist Rias for now. She's going to get busy for the next few days. Understood. Receiving her order, Grafia too disconnected the magic circle. What are you going to do now, Surzek? Zeoticus stood up along with Venelana. Watch from the sidelines for now. Father, Mother, please do help Rias cover for Kaneko. She might be the only one who we can use as a bridge for a better relationship with such humans. Zeoticus nodded, but Venelana is against the idea of using Kaneko. At least, she didn't want them to help Kaneko with this kind of mindset. Chapter 120, Kaneko's State. After taking a look at Issei's condition, Kasuk went straight to the lodging inside the secret training ground. Entering a wide room for medical purposes, Kasuk didn't speak. In the center of the room is Kaneko, laying on a large bed and sleeping with a pained expression. Kaneko already returned to her previous petite form, but her body is full of bandages with some blood seeping out. Aside from that, most of her skin is also covered in bruise. Kasuk already inspected her condition and the results are 100 times worse than Issei's injuries. Her external wounds are one thing and can be easily fixed, but her internal injuries are a lot trickier to solve due to the result of her overloading herself several times. And it doesn't help that her vitality is at the lowest point that someone else will easily mistake her already dead. Surrounding Kaneko is an orange oval barrier. It is Kasuk's attempt to recreate in Inoue Oriheim's ability to reverse injuries, but it's still in the experimental stage and won't be as effective as the original. Although it's enough to close all her external wounds and stabilize her internal injuries if left alone for a whole day, which is what Kasuk plans before doing a more extensive treatment. Kasuk could have used Asia's help to heal Kaneko, but her strange flames ability is still lingering and could devour all kinds of mana around her, which in turn worsen her condition. Kasuk also didn't want to bring Asia here nor Kaneko outside because of the turmoil she created. Besides Kaneko is Aika, who is sitting and making a sour expression as she watches Kaneko. Will she be alright? Aika asked without turning to Kasuk's direction. Even Aika won't be able to joke around with the current situation. She'll be fine. Though she probably won't be able to use Senjutsu for a few months if we don't find a way to speed up the healing process. Kasuk walked beside her and answered. Can I do something to help? As of now, no. Then let's stay by her side to closely watch her condition. You and Yoruchi will probably very busy. That's the least I can do. I'll leave it to you then. Kasuk patted her head before turning around and exiting the room. Kasuk already put up numerous barriers to alarm him if there are any changes in Kaneko's state, but watchful eyes as an addition won't hurt and may prove useful at some occurrences. Left alone, Aika clenched her teeth and recall how the game went. It's just a game. But you may lose your life if you let your guard down. Aika knew that if there is no Kasuk or Yoruchi who's helping her, she'll be at the mercy of others, and obviously, she didn't like that. Since I already entered this world and too late to get out, I have to at least make sure that I have the power to defend myself and Kaneko, who is in this state, even if Kasuk and Yoruchi aren't around. It seems that there are complicated things going on around the devils, and I'm sure Kasuk won't entrust her to them if there is some danger. Leaving the room, Kasuk went straight to his laboratory to continue developing the medicine that will help Kaneko recover. He isn't blaming Kaneko for what she's done, on the contrary, he's happy that she was able to let go of herself. Although he really didn't expect that Senjutsu would this be dangerous to its user. Even holification won't have much strain on the body and only massive stamina consumption. But with the data he gathered from Kaneko's Sage Mode and further transformation, it's likely that her last form will be easier to control compared to holification. Kasuk is very excited at these developments and thought that maybe he could use some of its data to further enhance Ryatsuki and holification. But right now, he has to help Kaneko recover before the damages in her body becomes permanent. Yoruchi meanwhile is patrolling the perimeter of the house and escorting Sakura secretly in case that the devils or any other beings attack them. Yoruchi also reminded Sakura that she shouldn't go out as much. Sakura also agreed as she also watched the raiding game and knew that Kaneko and Yoruchi are sensitive topics for the devils. She filed an indefinite leave in the company she's working at and only goes out when she needs to buy some groceries. On the third day after the raiding game, Kaneko woke up. Although all of her external wounds are healed, her internal injuries just stabilize and would need some more time to recover even with the help of Kasuk's newly developed medicine specifically tailored for her physique. On the devil's side, the underworld decided that they'll only watch Kaneko carefully, along with Kasuk, who is supposed to be connected to her training, and the mysterious lady, Uruchi. The higher-ups of the Devil's Society wanted to apprehend Kaneko along with Uruchi due to some unclear and long-winded accusations, but several houses refused this decision, namely the Gremory, Citri, and strangely, the Belial House. They were shocked that the Belial House wanted to vouch for Kaneko, but the said house didn't reveal anything aside from wanting to help the Nikomata in this case. To their dismay, however, when the inspection team arrives, they only saw Kasuk and his mother, Sakura, along with a lazy black cat. They never saw their real targets and choose to ask Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, as they also received a command to only watch from a distance and don't make contact with the said humans. Rias Gremory gave them an excuse that Kaneko is recuperating somewhere due to her serious injuries she incurred and won't be able to appear in public for a week or two. While Sona Citri, who they knew could answer their questions, refused to entertain them on the grounds that she's very busy because her sister, the Devil King, is about to visit and wants to stay in the human realm for some domestic affairs work and she has to prepare for it. The afternoon of the third day, in Urahara household, Kasuk, with Uruchi on his lap in her cat form and Sakura beside him, is facing the current leaders of the Kuo town in the supernatural world. Namely Rias Gremory with her queen, Akino Haimjima, and Sona Citri with her queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Kasuk, Sakura, Rias, and Sona are sitting while facing each other, while Akino and Tsubaki are silently standing behind their masters. And that's the current state of affairs. Sona finished reading and explaining the documents in her hands. Just watch, huh? I guess that's good. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. I didn't have to reveal some of my cards and I didn't have to make a move on my own. It's thanks to the Belial House. Although it's really strange for them to get involved in this. As Sona said this, she sends a glance towards Sakura, but Sakura ignored it and just smiled while drinking her tea. Kasuk knew what she's talking about, and it's also his guess that his mother has some connection to the Belial House. Now that makes it easier. I should start my investigation there. Seeing that they are done, Rias opened her mouth. Kasuk-kun, how is Kaneko doing? We haven't received any additional news from you starting from the day you went to the medical ward to check on Issei. Can we see her? Rias' voice is filled with worry and Kasuk can see her very haggard, maybe due to doing everything to protect Kaneko's place on their side. Akino also has the same expression. Kasuk thought that he should tell them the truth, seeing that they're working so hard for their little junior. Chapter 121, Another Bet. Honestly speaking, Kaneko's condition when we first got her is, how do you say this, almost dead. What? Rias stood up from her seat and exclaimed, how is she now? I want to see her. Please lead me to her. When Rias suddenly stood up, Kasuk couldn't help but stare at her bouncing bosom. Rias and Akino didn't notice his gaze as they're too worried and their thoughts are filled about Kaneko to think about something else. This bastard. But it didn't escape Uruchi's and Sona's notice. Sona gave him a mean look while Uruchi became physical, clawing his chin. Ow. Calm down you two. I still haven't explained everything. And Uruchi, I still don't have a beard for you to shave. Kasuk took back his gaze and nursed his chin. Maybe there are already some under your skin, after all, you're too thick-skinned. Uruchi retorted. Kasuk didn't reply back and just ruffled her head, earning him claw swipes. But he's already using Hiero, so it had no effects, which annoyed Uruchi more and started wrestling with his hand, biting and clawing it. Rias wanted to say more when he started playing with his cat, but Sona stopped him. Sit down, for now, Rias. If he can still play around like this, then the situation probably isn't so bad. She placed down her cup of tea. Rias stopped and sat back down, drinking the tea served for her to calm herself down. She and Akino waited for him to speak. Seeing that they are already ready to listen, Kasuk continued, albeit, still wrestling with Uruchi. Her injuries outside aren't good, but it's still easy to heal those. The problem is her internal injuries and her low vitality, which prevents her from healing naturally even with her devil's physique. Kasuk stops for a moment and picked up his tea with his other hand and drunk it, though it's the devil's physique that's preventing her from healing faster. Even though she has the traits of Nikomata, she's still a devil inside. I should think of a way to remove this evil pieces safely and give Kaneko an option, though she probably won't accept it. Then what happened to her now? Why didn't you tell me? I could have sent Asia to her. You might not know, but her healing capabilities are top-notch. Rias asks calmly, but she's still barraging him with questions. Asia-chan is indeed a good healer and still has a lot of potentials, but she won't be able to help Kaneko much because her circumstances are a bit special. Special? How? Kaneko is rejecting anything magic-based. As for why is that, I won't go into detail. But you don't have to worry. Her external injuries are already fully healed. Although her internal injuries are still a problem, it won't hurt her anymore. She can still do activities as your rook, but any senjutsu-based techniques are out of question. Well, she can still technically use them, but it'll worsen her condition, so I'm banning her to use it until she's fully healed. Rias and Akino heave a large sigh of relief. I'll also ban her from using it. Thank goodness. Rias picked up her cup again and sipped it. From behind her, Akino voiced out her thoughts. Can we see her? You see a dash. Kasuk agreed, but he suddenly stopped speaking and another nasty smile appeared on his face. Yoruchi stopped playing with Kasuk's hand and sat straight up. Sona, Tsubaki, and Akino are very familiar with that smile of Kasuk as they are already victims of it. What's wrong? Why did you st-ump? Rias is confused at his sudden change and asks, but she was stopped by Akino, who is behind her, by blocking her mouth. Stop it, Rias. You shouldn't agitate him if he has that kind of smile if you don't want to regret it. Akino gave her a stern warning, not as her servant, but as her best friend who only wants the best for her. Seeing at the three's reaction, Kasuk's mouth twitches. Is this my fault? Obviously. Yoruchi agreed. Even if that's the case, they're too honest and rude. They couldn't care less about your face anymore after all the pranks you've done to them. Stop minding them and decide what do you want to do with that dot. Did you already get a get-well gift for Kaneko? No, I haven't. You want that as her present? Nothing more suitable, right? Well, you're right. She'll probably be happy with it too. Hey, what are the two of you talking about? Are you planning something dubious again? Sona narrowed her eyes as she questions the couple. They look at Sona, then to each other and back to Sona again. Is gifting a cat with another cat dubious? What are you? Sona's eyes widened and both Rias and Akino are also confused. Yoruchi jumped down from his lap and Kasuk stood up. Yash, you want to see Kaneko, right? We're going now. But first, do you have a gift for Kaneko? Kasuk faced Rias as he asks this question. A gift? Why? Rias asks curiously. Yes. She, however, still answered him. Want to make a bet? Whichever gift Kaneko-chan likes the most wins. As for the stakes, if I lose, I would teach Yudo Kiba and Iseku in magic-based flash step. Kasuk grinned. What? Rias and Akino exclaimed. His stakes for the bet is really attractive for them, including Sona. Rias stopped clamoring and asks, what if I lose? Let's see. How about Himejima-senpai here become a maid here for a week or two? And Gremory House will cover for my mother in case something happens. Sakura opened her eyes wide at Kasuk's condition, so he has already some clues. What? Akino, of course, reacted at his words. Why me? Well, you're the maid. By the way, you have to wear a uniform of my choosing. I'm not a maid. If you're not confident, then it's just fine to reject it. I wouldn't insist on either. Kasuk shrugged his shoulders. Akino wanted to say more, but Rias signaled her to stop. We accept. What? Rias. His skill is really attractive, and if he can teach Yudo and Issei a magic-based agility skill, then it'll promote our strength considerably. And besides, he's overestimating himself. We knew Kaneko since our childhood and we know what makes her happy the most. Rias is feeling confident at this bet and thought that it's an easy win. She winked at Akino, reassuring her, and she could only sigh. I really have a bad feeling. I hope I don't have to become a maid for him. He's too annoying to serve. Sona, however, thought otherwise. She already learned her lesson not to accompany Kasuk in any bets if he's on the opposing side, no matter how confident you are with your chances of winning. Especially when he makes that nasty grin of his. Sona wanted to warn Rias against it, but after thinking all of her sufferings, it's not so bad to share it with others. And besides, Kasuk's real intention might be for the protection of her mother and he's only using Akino to mask his real intentions. Rias probably thought that Sakura is just an ordinary human and didn't mind arranging her safety. I should also prepare to help arrange a few things for Sakura-san in case some things go wrong. Yash. Let's seal the bet with a contract. Kasuk forced the conversation to move forward before they could change their minds. After sealing it with a contract, Kasuk suddenly took out a rope and Yoruchi took out a red ribbon. The five others looked at them confused, and just as Sona was about to ask what are those ropes and ribbon are for, a black figure suddenly appeared behind Kasuk and swiped his arm towards him. Kasuk disappeared and shocked the black figure, but just as he's about to turn around and escape, his worldview suddenly rotated and it dropped down to the ground, in a turtle shell bondage. Yoruchi approached the black figure and slapped the red ribbon on his forehead using its paw. Yash. Gift acquired. Kasuk dusted his hands and smiled in satisfaction. Should we go with a blue ribbon instead? Yoruchi muttered as she stares at the ribbon she slaps. Chapter 122, Kuroka. The four visiting devils and Sakura couldn't quite catch up to the sudden turn of events. And Sona was the only one who was able to mutter, what's happening? Sona looked closer at the lewdly tied-up figure and thought that she's a bit familiar. Rias and Akino also looked closely and exclaimed at the same time, Kuroka. What? Kuroka. The SS-class wanted criminal and the older sister of Kaneko Toju. Tsubaki retorted at their words. The black figure tied up in a turtle-shell bondage and with a red ribbon on her forehead is Kuroka. Kuroka is a beautiful young woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. Her attire consists of a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, giving view to her large breasts which rival those of Rias and Akino in terms of size. And like Kaneko, she also has a pair of black cat ears and 2 black tails. Kuroka sneaked to Kasuk so she could abduct him. She received a piece of news that her sister, Chiron, used something forbidden, almost killed a son of a high-ranking family of the underworld and received a very serious injury in the process. Kuroka knew how the underworld works. If something threatened them or their position, they wouldn't hesitate to dispose of anyone, and that might just happen to Chiron. Kuroka arrived at Kuo Town without telling anyone she knows after she received the news. She already came here multiple times to check up on her sister's well-being and knew where she is staying most of the time. But to her dismay, she hadn't had a glimpse of her sister since 3 days ago and is now losing patience. And without much thinking, she chooses to abduct the human who seems to know where her sister currently is. Although she failed spectacularly and was captured instead. She struggles to remove her bindings, but the rope only digs deeper on her skin and stimulates her private part. Her face flushed and without hesitation, she used senjutsu to break free, but to her shock, just as she was about to unleash it, her ki scattered away. She tried a few more times and gave up. She now noticed that something strange with the rope. But she hadn't given up on escaping and instead used jujitsu, but to her dismay again, the same thing happened, dispersing the gathered mana. With both of her senjutsu and jujitsu rendered useless, Kuroka faced Kasuk while baring her fangs. Untie me. Human. But Kasuk unceremoniously ignored her and did a fist pump. Yosh, it's working great. Good thing I prepared this rope for days like this. But my skills in binding someone needs more work. Even though her face is flushed, most of it is probably out of anger. Hey, Kasuk, she's too noisy. The surprise effect would decrease if we don't shut her up. Yoruchi is thinking of the other issues. Don't ignore me and untie me. Kuroka kept struggling, but the knot of the rope is placed very well and kept rubbing on her sensitive part. Please untie me. She pleaded with her voice toned down and she started breathing harder. Kuroka's kimono is also starting to slip and threatening to let go of her large boobs. A little peek would be enough to see the pinkish flower. The onlookers watched dumbfounded and Akino even swallowed a gulp, but shook her head in a hurry. The 2 main offenders ignored Kuroka's plight and continued their discussion. How about putting her on a box? Kasuk asks Yoruchi. Good idea. Stun her while you're at it so she wouldn't shake the box. Yoruchi suggested. Okay. Kasuk took out his cane and pressed its tip on Kuroka's forehead. Kuroka froze up and the expression in her eyes tells that she couldn't believe what's happening. She forgot the slight pleasure she is feeling and was replaced by fear. Kuroka tried to move but failed. She also tried to speak, but that also failed. Kasuk, from his inventory, took out a 4-foot by 4-foot by 4-foot white box and placed the unmoving Kuroka inside it before closing it and tying a red around it, making it look like a big gift box. Kasuk then took out a placard and wrote, "Get well soon." Pulled a ribbon to open and placed it on the lid of the box. Kasuk took a step back and admired the box, nodding in satisfaction. Good. My gift is ready. He then faced Rias and Akino who still had a dumbfounded expression. I look forward to our bet. We've been had. Akino muttered, waking Rias from her stupor. How could you? Whatever. You wouldn't answer anyway. Rias took a deep breath to calm herself down. She's getting the feeling that she wouldn't be able to rest easy as long as Kasuk is around. You think that Kaneko would like to see the source of her trauma? Kasuk was about to initiate the teleportation magic but stopped at her words. Oh. Could it be that you're still in the dark? What do you mean? Rias furrowed her brows and his words didn't make her feel good. He knew something about Kaneko that I don't. Akino is also confused at his words and both Sona and Tsubaki are curious as to what Kasuk is referring to. Kasuk smiled and tapped the box. This sexy cat girl didn't really lose control of herself and just killed her master to protect her little sister's well-being. What? Rias and Akino yelled. Sona and Tsubaki were also shocked as they didn't expect it was something like this. But how can that be? You can go confirm it to your brother. He's the one who saved Kaneko-chan from execution, after all. Kasuk waited for Rias. They aren't in a hurry anyway, and Aika is doing her best to take care of Kaneko. Rias held her hand up and a magic circle materialized. After a few seconds, a small holographic image of Sir's Lucifer appeared. It's rare for you to call me on your own, Rias. He spoke with a smile. Rias didn't have the time to entertain him and went directly to the point. Oni-sama, can you tell me the truth about Kaneko? Surzek's smile disappeared and looked around in the room. He saw that a human with a green and white striped bucket hat is waving at him with a smile. Urahara Kisuke, was it? So he knew about Kaneko. I wonder how. He sighed and started telling Rias everything. Chapter 123, Chiron and Kuroka's childhood. The story is just like what Kasuk has expected. A branch family of Neighbor's house is researching something forbidden and they coincidentally got hold of a very rare member of Nikomata lineage, a Nikosho. There are even two of them. It's precisely Kuroka and Chiron, who is now known as Kaneko Tuju of the Gremory house. The master of the branch family and his aide took great care of both of them for the next few days until they offered a way for Kuroka to become strong. But they were shocked that she refused and said that she only needs her sister's safety, which was Kuroka's biggest mistake. They used the reason that Kuroka needs the power to protect Chiron in this dangerous world and she reluctantly accepted. At first, they only did some tests and exercises to gauge her natural abilities, but as time goes on, they slowly escalated to the point that she has to endure some physical traumas. This is all fine as Kuroka can see that Chiron is having a peaceful and fulfilling time and would always spend time to play with her. She also never told Chiron an abuses she's receiving as she truly believes that it is getting stronger. It all changed when they started administering drugs on Kuroka after a few months of training. Kuroka didn't feel anything in the first few sessions aside from her demonic power rising slightly even without her doing anything. Her opinion was changed, however, when they suddenly instructed her to lay down on a metallic bed and strapped her on it very securely. When the new drug entered her system, she felt unbearable pain that was akin to someone repeatedly stabbing her all over her body. Kuroka shouted and struggled wildly but she only noticed a smile from the master and his aide. It was then she realized that her good times end here. That day, Kuroka returned to hers and Chiron's room but she ignored Chiron who was waiting for her and anticipating their playtime. She went directly to her bed and cried herself to sleep. Since that day, she stopped playing with Chiron, not because she didn't want to, but because of the lingering pain after each session being too horrible that it is unbearable to move even a little. Kuroka didn't want to let Chiron know her sufferings as she didn't want to worry her and Chiron might even confront the master which isn't very good in their current position. Kuroka naively believes that all of this would end one day and keep on enduring. Her power visibly skyrocketed, but she learned how to downplay her abilities when they tested her. She did this because every time they knew her abilities improve and reached a certain point, they'll switch to a stronger drug. However, Kuroka couldn't hide her abilities forever as they would strangely switch their attention to Chiron which gives her a bad feeling. She thought that if she doesn't improve, they would the same thing to Chiron. This would continue for a few more months and the relationship between Kuroka and Chiron became awkward. They still cared about each other, but they rarely talk now. Chiron is just a small child, so she was just throwing a tantrum. On the fated day that Kuroka killed the master and his aide, they injected a drug to Kuroka so strong that it slowly melts her body and resulted in a pain which she hadn't experienced before. She already built up some resistance to incredible pain, but the pain of the last drug just puts a test on her willpower and vitality. The effects of the drug subsided after a few hours but it left her life hanging on the thread and she pretended to sleep to rest a bit but still have awareness of her surroundings. The master and his aide really thought that she's asleep due to her apparent weakness, so they started talking about their plans without moving to their usual heavily guarded room. Kuroka overheard them and was shocked at the contents of their talks. The master thought that Kuroka is already reaching her limit, but their research is far from over. The aide then suggested disposing of Kuroka and using her little sister as her substitute to continue their research. Those words are the last straw that broke the camel's back. She didn't care about her well-being and didn't react much from being disposed of, but the safety of her little sister, Chiron, is on the line and she couldn't imagine her sister suffering the same pain she did in the hands of both of them. Without thinking about the consequences, an incredible power welled up from her inside despite her almost dying body and managed to overpower the high-class devil and his aide, killing them. But not until they were able to call their reinforcement. The power that propelled her already disappeared and she has to escape with Chiron. But she stopped and think again, is it okay to bring Chiron with her? She didn't do anything, it was her crime and bringing Chiron with her will just make her an accomplice. If they're caught, Chiron would die with her. With an answer in her mind, Kuroka escaped alone with her failing body. Fortune would be on her side as she was able to escape alive and also heal somewhat. But the same blessing didn't apply for her little sister as she was captured as a suspect and was immediately put into death row. She panicked and didn't know what to do and was about to rush to her execution site to save her even if she dies trying to. That's where she coincidentally met Surzek and Graphia who are also going to attend the execution as the representative of the Devil Kings. Kuroka tearfully begged for their mercy and told them the whole story. But like any normal people, they wouldn't easily believe the account of one person especially on something as ridiculous as this case so they set a ceremony to read all her memories to confirm everything she experienced. After the ceremony, both Surzek and Graphia were convinced but although they can help Chiron and take her in, they can't prove Kuroka's innocence as they have no physical evidence. A memory reading ceremony was already banned a century ago, and if others were to know he used it, his political opponents can take advantage of this point and attack him. They first saved Chiron from execution and immediately went to the branch family of Nebria's clan to investigate and gather evidence, but they were already too late as the scene was already cleared up. Surzex didn't have a choice but to let the little Kuroka escape after healing all of her injuries, as the higher-ups already put a bounty on her head. If there is no evidence to back him up, she won't be able to save Kuroka, as saving Chiron, who has done nothing to aid her sister killing their master, is limit. And that's how the SS-class wanted criminal Kuroka came to be. I don't know where she is now, as there is no news of her ever since. Surzex finished his narration. Rias is clenching her fist while Akino is covering her mouth with her hand after hearing all of it. Why? Why didn't tell me all about this? Rias raised her quivering voice. Surzek's expression didn't change and answered her simply, because you don't need to know about it. There's nothing you can do. But. And it'll only put you and Kaneko in danger. You might even do something stupid as confronting the Nebria's house. Surzex didn't let her finish her sentence. Rias wasn't able to say anything about that, as she's really thinking of doing so. Surzex heaved a sigh and faced Kasuk, who's still smiling at him. Good day, Urahara Kisuke. This is the first time we meet. I'm Surzex Lucifer, the Devil King who's in charge of domestic affairs. Good day to you too. Urahara Kisuke, a shopkeeper. Surzex didn't know how to react to that, so he just chooses to ask what he wants. How did you know about Kaneko's history? I didn't know of it. It's just my speculation that her older sister didn't really lose control like they're told. Oh. So you found evidence? Ha ha ha. I wonder if that's a piece of evidence, but it's not on me right now and I can't give it to you. Kasuk replied with a laugh and thought, that evidence may prove useful to me in the future, no way I'm going to give it to you. And I don't really know about this Kuroka to help her. I only promised Kaneko-chan to let her meet her. Chapter 124, The Ultimate SNM Device. Surzex is a very busy man, so he didn't insist on asking about the evidence and disconnected the call. Everyone is silent until Kasuk muttered to himself, I really look forward to the bet. I hope Kaneko-chan likes my present. Rias and Akino reacted to his words, you're cheating. I'm not. You agreed to my terms, confidently at that. It's not my fault that you can't win. Kasuk smugly replied. And no. But. Rias couldn't think of anything to refute his claims. Give it up, Rias. Sona on the side is stopping herself from laughing, but she's failing at it miserably. Sona. If there is one thing that I learned from interacting with him, that is betting with him is just giving him benefits without return. Sona composes herself and explained to her the futility of her actions. Why didn't you warn me then? Feeling bitter, Rias blamed Sona. Don't take it out on me. I'm also the victim here. But I must say, seeing others suffer from his tricks makes me feel quite good. Sona heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Rias pointed at Sona and faced Kasuk with her mouth twitching. Urahara. What did you do to her? Do what? She's acting strange. This isn't the Sona that we knew. Rias exclaimed, and off to the side, Akino is nodding with great vigor. She always acts like that around me though. At first, she likes acting tough, but as time goes, she became more honest to herself. Kasuk recalled Sona's attitude when he first met her. No. She didn't become honest. Although you're correct to say that she likes acting tough, that is her true and default personality. But now, she can act like a delinquent, and she's even started to like seeing others suffer. You've infected her. How rude. Don't call me like I'm some sort of disease. Rias ignored Kasuk and grabbed Sona's shoulders. Sona. Wake up. That guy is messing with your head. That's wrong, Rias. I'm fine. In fact, I never felt so free before. Dot. Sona is feeling funny after seeing Rias' expression. This sort of thing isn't so bad. Why you? Rias was speechless and glared at Kasuk. Yoruchi, I make sure I clean myself properly every time I exit my lab, but are there still some of the drugs still on me? Now that I look closely, Kaishu is indeed acting funny. Kasuk crouched down and asks the cat beside him. Don't worry, no drugs are on you. And don't act like you're blameless here. It's clearly on you. Kasuk didn't refute her words because he has some inkling that it really is his fault and he just didn't want to admit it. Alright, let's stop this. The day will end without us accomplishing anything if we keep doing this. Let's go to Kaneko-chan. She's getting restless. With that said, Kasuk disconnected the magic circle that transfers sound he secretly activated before Surzex even started talking. In the medical ward, Kaneko is crying her eyes out and kept muttering her sister's name, Ne-sama. Kuroka-ni-sama. Aika is comforting Kaneko and looked where Kasuk's communication magic formerly is inside, to think Kaneko-chan has such a tragic story. Compared to me. Just a normal person on top of being annoying. While they were all bickering, Kuroka, who's having a hot time alone, heard everything that Surzek said and ended up crying a little remembering her childhood. But after all of this, from her understanding, Chiron should already know what really happens back then. Kuroka stopped struggling and kept on thinking what this entails. Will Chiron forgive me? How did she react when she first time heard it? What if she never forgives for what I had done? What if she doesn't care about me anymore? What if? Kuroka ends up getting emotional from anticipation and fear. She completely disregards what is happening outside until she felt someone carrying the box she is in. Am I going to see Chiron now? What if she still hates me? Kuroka felt a pulse of magic and the air in the surroundings suddenly change. It's the same feeling she has when she uses teleportation magic. A few minutes of traveling, Kuroka heard a knock on the door followed by the voice of the hateful human who tied her up nicely, Kaneko-chan. Underrated gift or your lovely visitors. From the other side of the door, Kuroka heard Chiron's voice, gift. Kuroka has been watching Chiron throughout the years secretly and this is the nearest instance that she heard her voice. She knew. Aika opened the door and let Kasuk enter the room, leaving behind the four devils, Sakura, and Yuruchi. There's an obvious disappointment to Rias and Akino's face when Kaneko unhesitantly chooses the underrated gift over her lovely visitors. Kasuk saw Kaneko's puffy but excited eyes. Yo. Kaneko-chan. How have you been? Kasuk gently put down the big white box tied in red ribbon. Good. But I'll feel a lot better after hearing everything. Kaneko didn't even look at Kasuk as her gaze was already attracted to the box which she guesses that her older sister is in. It seems that you can't wait anymore. Well then, we'll leave you alone for now. Good luck with that. Kasuk left the hungry cat alone with its food. After Kasuk exited the room, Kaneko slowly approached the box with excitement and fear taking over her heart and say a note on top of it, pull this ribbon to receive your gift. With both of her hands shaking, she reached out for the ribbon but wasn't able to pull it immediately. What should I say? What if Ne-sama hates me? Because if not for me, she didn't have to suffer so much. What should I do? Why is Ne-sama aren't making some noise? Did Kasuk-senpai did something to her? One question after another kept popping up in her head and she slowly pulled back her hands from the ribbons. But just as she did, she noticed a note written on it, don't think too much. If she starts getting angry at you, I'll help you spank her. Getting back her smile, she pulled the ribbon with all her might and the lid of the box flew up with the sides of the box falling outward. Kuroka, who is tied up lewdly with a flushed face appeared in front of her. The effects of Kasuk's binding spell already disappeared so Kuroka inevitably ended up moving quite a bit to find a comfortable position, but she regretted it now because the knot is really well placed that it kept attacking her sensitive place. Even though she knew that she has to appear serious in their long-awaited reunion, she couldn't help but get turned on a little bit. When the box opened, Kuroka saw Chiron's face directly for the first time in years, but her heart fell when she noticed that Chiron is giving her a cold look. Kuroka avoided her gaze and her tears are already welling up, so she hates me after all. Kuroka closed her eyes because she felt that Chiron approached her. She thought that Chiron would slap her due to her actions in the past. But contrary to her expectations, Chiron tugged the rope which is binding her and tried to break it using brute force. Although it only ended up digging on Kuroka's various places, on dot. Both Kuroka and Kaneko opened their eyes wide at the sensual voice that Kuroka released. With a sigh, Kaneko went to the corner of the room where an unassuming box is placed. Opening it, she grabbed a giant Harrison, white paper fan, that Yuruchi gifted her in the past. With throbbing forehead, she exited the room. Kuroka heard the hateful human's voice after a few seconds, Yo, Kaneko-chan. You got out earlier than expected. Did something happen? And why are you carrying a giant Harrison? And please stop glaring at me. I'm starting to get scared. A loud slap was heard and it was followed by Kasuk's voice again, ow, ow. 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 What the hell? Why does it hurt so much? Hey. Where did you get that Harrison? Yuruchi-san. Kaneko answered simply followed by another loud slap. Ow ow ow. Yuruchi. What the hell is that thing? He. I'm learning from you every day and I created a device that hits you harmlessly but it multiplies the pain. Only masochists can tolerate the kind of pain it produces. You created the ultimate S&M device. Chapter 125, Chiron and Kuroka Reunion Part 1. Kasuk is currently untying Kuroka who is glaring at him menacingly, but there is also some curiosity within her eyes. Kasuk finished untying her and faced Kaneko. Kaneko-sama, I've done your order. Please let me off. If you want to hit someone with that, please go to Himejima-san. It seems like she'll welcome it. What? How did you, what are you talking about? Are you saying that I'm a big masochist? Watching from the door with everyone else, Akino protested. Everyone ignored her claim though. Akino-senpai, I can lend it to you for a few days. Kaneko looked at her with a complicated expression. She didn't really want to lend it as it's her weapon against the biggest pervert of the Urahara shop, but since it's her Akino-senpai who took good care of her, she's willing to loan it for a few days. Kaneko-chan. Wait. She can't enjoy it if there is only an M. I nominate myself as the S. Kasuk said seriously. But it earned him another hit from the Harrison. Kaneko-chan. If you want to volunteer yourself, then I wouldn't insist any further. I'm just giving Himejima-san a choice here. Kasuk rubbed his butt to nurse it. I'm not choosing either of you. And I won't be borrowing it. Akino couldn't take it anymore. Even though her shame tolerance is quite high, against Kasuk, however, she might as well just a little girl. Although deep inside, she thinks that the offer is quite attractive. And if she were to be perfectly honest, she also wanted to take Kasuk's offer if he can tie her up like what he did to Kuroka. It just couldn't escape her mind after witnessing Kuroka's hidden ecstatic expression. Rias and the rest, except for Sakura and Aika, looked at her with a dubious expression, but Akino ignored them as overly defending herself would only look bad for her. Alright then, let's go out and leave them alone, Kasuk said as he walks out of the room and everyone followed him. Making sure that they went away for sure, Kaneko faced Kuroka for the second time, who's also looking at her eyes without making a word. Because of Kasuk's perverted antics, all of Kaneko forgot her fears and only relief and happiness have remained. Did he know that this would happen? I'm very thankful, but even I can tell that I'm being spoiled. Setting aside this issue for later, Kaneko, without warning, jumped towards her sister and hugged her, burying her head on her bosom. Kuroka-nisama. I missed you. Kuroka could have dodged Kaneko's tackle, but why would she do that? Her problem is she didn't know how to react when Kaneko suddenly hugged her and became awkward. But when she heard her call her name and told her that she missed her, tears flowed down through her cheeks and returned the hug. I missed you too, Chiron. Fear and uncertainty disappeared entirely from Kuroka and was replaced by relief and happiness. She felt that as if a large boulder on her heart was lifted after a few years of silently enduring it. The two Nikosho cried in each other's arm for a half an hour as they tried to brand the aura and smell of the latter to their memories. They lay down on the ground and stopped crying and slept just like that. Even if they're on the cold hard floor, with each other's warmth, it's the best sleep they ever had for ages. They returned to their childhood time they were craving for, albeit a bit late. After leaving them alone, Kasuk decided that they should return to the surface. But Sakura and Aika proposed to remain to take care of the two cats. With a bit of deliberation, Sakura, Aika, and Yoruichi remained and Kasuk and the four devils will return to the surface. Rias and Akino said their farewells after they reached the surface. Kasuk didn't stop them and asked, what about your gift? Are you giving up? Even if that's the case, you still have to honor your part of the deal. Akino shivered slightly at his words since it's technically her that would suffer, but somehow, there's also a strange feeling welling up from inside her, though she can't tell what it is. Our gift is just a bunch of her most favorite snacks, but it's pretty obvious that she wouldn't like our gift more than her long-lost sister. Of course, we'll honor our part of the deal. I'll arrange some things for the protection of your mother and you can talk to Akino about the other part. Ria sighed and conceded. Okay. I won't ask for Himejima-san service for now as I can see that you're still pretty busy. Although I look forward to your service, Himejima-san. Ku. I won't surrender to you. Stop speaking like some stereotypical female knight in an erotic game. Kasuk grinned and commented. Wah. You ba. Akino was furious at his words, but before she can take it out on him, Kasuk teleported her away, sending her again in the previous Maid uniform shop. Do you really have to piss her off too much? Rias asks Kasuk. She wasn't worried about Akino as this isn't the single instance Kasuk did this to her. I swear I promised myself that I would piss her off as much as possible. As for why, I actually forgot. Kasuk looked up and touched his chin trying to recall it, but gave up after a second. But kudos to myself still keeping my promise. He gave her a thumbs up and a bright smile. Rias did a facepalm and sighed, giving up the notion of understanding his train of thoughts. She said her farewells again and teleported away to continue her work. With the gremlins out of the way, Kasuk faced Sona and Tsubaki. How about another cup of tea? Hey, so you've guessed that I still have something else to say. Sona looked at him in awe. I really want him in my peerage. It's just a guess. I don't know if you really know something, but you should have noticed that the underworld gave up pretty easily on Kaneko's case. I see. Thank you for the offer, but we have to go. I still have to prepare for the inevitable headache coming for me. And for you. Sona rubbed her forehead, but she didn't say the last part. What I want to say is that the underworld is getting restless due to the disappearance of some devils with noble lineage. The higher-ups are busy cracking this down and can't send more of their men to deal with Kaneko's case. Is that so? Thanks for the info. You're welcome. Tsubaki. Yes, Kaishu. Tsubaki cast teleportation magic bringing Sona and her back to school. Chapter 126, Chiron and Kuroka Reunion Part 2. Kneo and Kuroka woke up after 8 hours of peaceful sleep. Even after they woke up, they kept cuddling each other silently for another hour until they heard Aika's voice beyond the door. Kaneko-chan, an older sister, Yoruchi-san said that both of you are already awake. Please get up and have some meal, or would you rather take a dip in the hot spring? They looked at each other first and Kaneko answered Aika, we'd like to take a bath first. Are you the only one here, Aika-senpai? No. Kasuk and Yoruchi-san are also here. Sakura-san returned back home. They said that they'll attract more attention if she disappeared for long periods of time. Then please join us in the hot spring. I'd like to introduce my sister to all of you. Kaneko said as she arranges her pajamas. Kuroka was startled at her words. Kasuk. Is it that hateful human, Chiron? He's technically a good guy if you were to know more about him and ignore his perverted antics. Kaneko dragged Kuroka's hand as they went to the door. I'll be the judge of that. And that's not my concern. Are you letting him take a dip in the hot spring with you? Even though they haven't talked much, after their reconciliation, her protective nature towards her little sister is resurfacing. Anyone who can tie someone up like that isn't a good person. I have to protect Chiron against that beast. Kaneko opened the door and saw Aika, who's curiously looking at Kuroka, and introduced herself. Aika Kiryu, Kaneko-chan's good friend and US number 3. Aika extended her right hand for a handshake. Hi. You can call me Kuroka Naya. I'm Chiron's older sister. But what does US number 3 means? Kuroka accepted her hand, but she asked Kaneko about the unknown term. Who knows, Aika-senpai, like Kasuk-senpai, has some screw loose. Understanding them is a futile effort. Kaneko, without hesitation, dissed Aika. What? Please don't group me with that pervert. He is so much worse. So you're not denying the fact that you have some screw loose? Kaneko and Kuroka thought to themselves. Then what does this US number 3 means? Although Aika is saying some nonsense, Kaneko is still curious about what she means when she calls herself US number 3. You know how Kasuk is strangely stubborn on keeping this group named Urahara Shop, Urahara Showdown. I've been thinking these past few days how we should call ourselves when it's time to introduce ourselves to the enemies, but all I could think of are owner, clerk 1, clerk 2, manager, etc. But that sounds so lame. So I just settled with the US and a number. Aika narrated with all her feelings. Aika-senpai, I'm surprised that you still have the energy to think about these things while taking Yoruchi-san's training. Dumbfounded, Kaneko actually found her amazing. He. If I don't do this, my sanity will slowly slip out of my grasp. A cold chuckle escapes from her. I see. So you wanted to escape reality. And what does this number mean? It's nothing fancy. The latest edition will have the highest number. Kasuk is 0, Yoruchi is 1 and you're 2 while I'm the 3. Did Kasuk-senpai agree to your naming scheme? Kaneko dubiously looked at Aika. I haven't told him yet. And yet you just introduced yourself using it. Amazing. An amazing idiot. Don't look at me like I'm some big idiot. I intend to persuade him and I'm not taking no for an answer this time. I don't want me shouting to the enemy before the start of the fight. Aika Kiryu, Urahara Shop Clerk 2. You've got a point, but do you really have to introduce yourself to your opponents? Kaneko can now somehow agree to her claims. It's just proper manners, but after that, you can raise your middle finger at him. At least you tried to be polite, right? The easiest way to piss your enemy, I must say. Aika nodded satisfied as she imagines herself in that kind of scenario. Let's go. I'm sweaty. Not good. Kasuk-senpai's way is infecting her too much. Kaneko immediately changes the topic. Anyways, she won't be able to address the issue as the only one who could do that would even support her. Aika separated from Kaneko and Kuroka to inform Yoruchi and Kasuk of their plans. Since the location of the hot spring is about 1 kilometer from the lodging and they took their time walking. They started talking about things that happened to Kaneko after they separated. Kaneko told her everything that happened to her until the day she met Kasuk. It's a bitter experience at first, but it gets better as time goes. The Gremory household took great care of her despite the past she has, although they are also one of the reasons why she didn't want to use senjutsu. Kaneko stopped telling her story after the point Kasuk took her in. Throughout her story, Kuroka held Kaneko's hand and would sometimes squeeze it depending on the content of her story. Thanks to Senpai, I was able to sort out my feeling about you. And I'll say it again, I missed you, Nei-sama. Kaneko stopped walking and faced her. Kuroka wanted to leap in joy but stopped herself and smiled brightly. I also missed you so much. Chiron. After a brief hug, the two resumed their pace and Kaneko tried to ask Kuroka about her time when she separated from her, but she refused with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Chiron. I promise I'll tell you later, but not now. Is it dangerous? Kaneko looked straight to her eyes. Kuroka neither denied nor confirmed her question. Kaneko returned her gaze forward. If you ever need help, please tell me. Are you going to ask that strange human to help? No. I'm very thankful for him, but I can't ask him everything. It'll only be me. Chiron, do you understand what it means to have comrades, Naya? They are people who you can trust and depend on. You're right, so you shouldn't say it'll only be you, Naya. Why? Regardless of what you do and as long as you don't stray away, they'll be there to assist you in your venture. So don't disregard their will to help you. Aren't you the same? If they need assistance, you wouldn't hesitate to give it, right? Kaneko's eyes were wide open after hearing her words, but I'm too in debt to them that I can't possibly ask for more. That's a good indicator for you not to depend too much on your comrades. But too much of that will not make you comrades, but business partners. It may have started as a deal or a whim, but two or more people could come together without a reason, you know. Kuroka smiled because she ends up remembering her rowdy friends. Kaneko understood her words and her smile. "Ne-sama, looks like you have some good comrades. We may be just a bunch of problem children, but you're right. They're my precious comrades, Naya. Chapter 127, Hot Spring Part 1. Kuroka and Kaneko reached the hot spring and Kuroka felt something amiss. This the hot spring you're talking about, Naya? Yes. Kaneko stopped and looked at Kuroka's reaction. Kuroka furrowed her brows and get around the hot spring. Still not satisfied with her inspection, she crouched down and dipped her finger in it. However, just a split second, she took it back in shock. This. What this Chiron? Such pure ki. How did it gather southwest much in this place? Where are we anyway? Everything here is Kasuk-senpai's creations. His creations. I can understand this place, but not this hot spring infused with pure ki. Kaneko didn't speak but pointed at the other hot springs in the vicinity. Kuroka followed where she pointed and saw other hot springs at the distance. Could that also be? Kuroka wanted to say ki but stopped herself when it felt very different from the first hot spring. She inspected the other two hot springs like she did with the first one and was shocked again at the result, especially from the last one, pure mana. And the other one is. What this? Scary. She already forgot her Naya at the end of each of her sentences. I also don't know the last one. Only Kasuk-senpai and Yoruchi-san seem to use it. Chiron are really sure that he made all of this. Yes. I sometimes watch him do all sorts of weird things. This is bad, Naya. What is it, Kuroka-ne? This is a big secret, and you just led me here. If it were to be known to the whole world he has technology like this, then all sorts of troublesome and dangerous things will chase after him. That bad? Of course. Any attempt gathering pure energies like this are very rare, not to mention those who succeed. And the utility of pure energies is very tempting, ranging from domestic to military use. Oh. It's good that you know a lot of things. It makes things easier for us. Behind Kuroka, a black beauty suddenly appeared. Kuroka turned around and jumped back to bring Kaneko with her. How did she sneak behind me? I'm constantly using senjutsu to scan the surroundings. Her back is drenched in cold sweat at the thought of she could have assassinated her without her being aware. Due to the nature of her group, she can't help but think that way. Who are you? Kuroka glared at the dark-skinned beauty and held Kaneko's hand tighter. However, Kuroka didn't wait for her to reply and immediately cast teleportation magic, which she is proud of, but to her dismay, her magic was cancelled as there is a mysterious force broke the magic circle while it was still forming. What? She panicked even more but didn't move from her spot and just readied herself for the ladder's further movements. Teleportation is restricted in this space. If you can't use any circle that is complicated enough to confuse the system in place, then it'll just be broken up like what happened earlier. The dark-skinned beauty grinned at her. Kuroka became even more vigilant against her. What the hell was that? I never heard of something like that before. At most just a restricted space that teleportation magic can't penetrate, but messing up the magic circle while it's still forming. Impossible. Oh, and just because I'm speaking in front of you and I have an obvious threat to you, you shouldn't neglect your surroundings. While the dark-skinned beauty is still standing from her position, Kuroka heard her voice behind her, scaring the heck out of her. She hurriedly turned her head and a finger poked her cheek as she did. Kuroka is now having a nervous breakdown, as the figure in front of her melted away and the dark-skinned beauty is now behind her, still grinning. How is she doing this? Before she could retaliate, however, Kaneko's voice rang out, waking her up. Yoruchi-san, please stop messing around, Ne-sama. I followed your instruction and have her see this place, not for you to prank her. Yoruchi took back her hand and jumped back. Ha ha ha, my bad. Talking to people who work in the darkness just excites me. Darkness? Kaneko tilted her head in confusion. Yep. Your older sister is probably some assassin or a scout for a small team that works in obscurity. Yoruchi, without regard towards Kuroka's changing face, answered Kaneko honestly. What are you saying? Kuroka retorted in trepidation. She still wants to keep Kaneko in the dark as her work right now is not very admirable and she didn't know how she should tell her. Should she tell her sister that she's part of a terrorist group? Ne-sama. Kaneko looked at Kuroka dumbfounded. Chiron. Another anxiety is taking over Kuroka. Just as they make up, this revelation is now threatening to break it up again. If it were to be the past her, she wouldn't actually mind Kaneko knowing the truth as she thought that Kaneko still hates her, but now, she didn't want to risk it. Don't look at her like that, Kaneko-chan. Sometimes, some people have no other choice but to choose this kind of path to survive. And considering her history and experiences, it's understandable. Kuroka is trying to find the right words to explain the situation to Kaneko or try to cover it up, but her mind blanks out trying to think of a way out. Yoruchi this time, however, helped her out to her surprise. Kuroka stared at Yoruchi suspiciously but she's still mindful of Kaneko's reaction. Kaneko is currently looking down looking troubled and this worried her. Kuroka was it? Welcome to the Urahara shop's headquarters. Now that I said it, Aika has a point. The name's too lame. Yoruchi largely ignored their reactions and go on her own pace. I'll explain things to you and to Kaneko here. Follow me. I lead you to the proper hot spring. Yoruchi continued. Kuroka still wanted to ask many questions, but chose to follow her first as she didn't seem hostile. She didn't let go of her guard though. On the contrary, she increased her vigilance to the point that it's putting stress on her mind, but this is all needed, especially in this unknown place filled with mystery. Chapter 128, Hot Spring Part 2. They reached the hot spring and saw that Kasuk is already snoozing off while Aika is still at the side hesitating with a flushed face and only a towel around her. Even before Kaneko decided to take a dip in the hot spring first, Kasuk is already helping himself to ease his mind a bit after a few experiments about sacred gears with the help of Aika. Yoruchi saw that Aika is still fidgeting and asked, "Aren't you going to come in? I'm strangely feeling embarrassed right now." What's the big deal? Aren't you always running around almost naked every day while he's watching? Why feel shy now? Kuroka looked closely at Aika and noticed that contrary to the two, Yoruchi and Kasuk that feels too human, something strange is emitting from her. Now what is this pervert? Aika noticed Kuroka's expression but ignored her for now as she needs to refute Yoruchi's words, almost naked. I'm not completely naked. I feel that I shouldn't cross that line. I don't really understand you. Just go in with a towel wrap around you. Yoruchi gave up understanding her and started to undress. She did it within just a few seconds and unhesitantly went to Kasuk's position and leaned her back towards his chest. Kasuk didn't react or whatsoever and continued to sleep peacefully. Although he's aware of everything happening, he chose to leave everything to Yoruchi as this is her field of expertise. Is it okay to not clean ourselves first? Kuroka asks when she saw Yoruchi directly went to the pool of hot water. It's fine, Ne-sama. This hot spring has an automatic cleaning function that can help wash our bodies. Without further ado, Kaneko also started undressing and wrap a towel around her before getting in. She's also a bit vigilant against Kasuk's stare. But seeing that he didn't have a bit of reaction disappointed her as she knew he's aware of his surroundings. Also one of the reasons why Aika is being hesitant. Aika followed after her and Kuroka, after a few moments of hesitation, went in like Yoruchi, without wrapping herself with a towel and sat down beside Kaneko. Kuroka was shocked yet again but not as much as the first three because of the effect of the hot spring, rejuvenation. She can feel her tiredness melting away in real time. Are you okay without covering yourself? Aika asks Kuroka and pointed towards Kasuk. Even though he's sleeping like that, he's pretty much aware of what's happening around him. In other words, he can see without using his eyes or even while sleeping. Kuroka looked at Kasuk curiously and remembered how he instantly tied her up pervertedly and blushed a little. He's like that Yoruchi. He can instantly accelerate without any indicator. He and that dark-skinned woman may be very well even faster than Valet, but in terms of firepower and ability, they wouldn't stand against him. They are the type that moves in secret and deals a devastating blow on unsuspecting opponents. I don't really care about being seen. She replied. A pervert. Aika muttered softly but it was heard by Kuroka quite clearly. I don't really want to hear that from someone who runs around almost naked every day. Kuroka reteared. Without minding them, Yoruchi faced Kaneko. Kaneko-chan, make sure to take a dip in this hot spring for 4 hours every day for the whole week. It'll help you recover some of your injuries. Kaneko nodded silently but Kuroka immediately reacted at her words, injuries. What do you mean by that? Chiron, what happened and you became injured? Where is it? Let me see and heal you using senjutsu. Even though Kuroka knew that Kaneko was involved in a troublesome incident that the devils may chase after her, she didn't know the full story as the higher-ups of the underworld used some of their authority to lock the information down, and one of the reasons is Tiamat's appearance, who is the secret judge of the game, and the fact that a young low-class devil trashed a mature high-class devil, which wouldn't bode well for their positions if leaked to the public. Aika first looked at Kaneko but saw that she didn't want to speak as to her memories of the raiding game is hazy at best. She then looked at Yuruchi and Yuruchi nodded to her. Getting her confirmation, she asks Kuroka, "You didn't know? Kaneko-chan came back from the raiding game almost dying, you know." "What? Chiron. Where are your injuries? Hurry up and show them to me." Kuroka started to slowly grope Kaneko's whole body to check if there is something amiss but failed to find anything. She then looked back to Aika to confirm if what she is saying is true, but Yuruchi beat her to it. "You won't find anything with a check like that. All of her superficial and external wounds are already cured. The only problems remaining are those hidden and hard-to-reach areas. It was already stabilized, but a bit of stimulation can worsen it. With that said, Kaneko-chan, you're not allowed to use senjutsu until you're fully healed." How can that be? Just what happened for her to incur that kind of damage? Did the retiring system not work? Kuroka didn't give up and kept checking Kaneko regardless of what Yuruchi said, and that bore fruit as she noticed that Kaneko's real vitality is hiding behind the vitality of a low-class devil and is abnormally low, like a sick person. Kuroka didn't know how she hid her vitality, but now she knew the problem. She could try solving it. But before she could proceed, Yuruchi's voice rang out to stop her. "All right. Stop right there. You only knew one part of the problem, and just going with what you want will only worsen her condition." Kuroka furrowed her brows and questioned Yuruchi, "What could possibly wrong with senjutsu users nursing the vitality of other people? And I'm pretty confident with my skills too." "Oh. Then watch this." Yuruchi suddenly pulls a smartphone from her inventory and tossed it towards Kuroka. Kuroka caught it and took a look at it. On the screen is the Reis peerage having a meeting on how they would go and defeat Riser. What's this? The raiding game between Reis and Riser Phoenix. Everything is in there. With her words, Kaneko leaned closer to her older sister to watch, as she's also curious if she has done to get such injuries. Aika also approached them because she wants to watch it again. Chapter 129, Black Cat Fight. It started off as a relatively normal raiding game, and Kuroka doesn't get how could Kaneko get so injured in this kind of game unless she confronts the Phoenix boy directly. With that in mind, Kuroka continued watching, but when Kaneko suddenly changes into Sage mode and cornered Riser Phoenix, she exclaimed, "What's that? Senjutsu? And using that weird instant acceleration technique." Kuroka looked at Kaneko, but the latter is still intently looking at the screen. Right, from the looks of it, it's not the real reason she got injured. Hence, she turned her attention back to the screen. Even though Kaneko is pushing the Phoenix boy to the corner, it's not enough to defeat him. And as Kaneko slowly loses stamina, Riser initiated his counterattack along with his peerage members. It pained her seeing Kaneko like this and wanted to stop watching now, but she knew she could get the answer she is looking for if she continued watching. When the referee wanted to announce Kaneko's defeat, the unthinkable happened. Getting engulfed by her own flames, coming out as an adult. Kuroka was speechless at this sight. Kaneko then proceeded to defeat Riser but was stopped by Yuruchi before killing the boy. This gave Kuroka another shock, and a bunch of questions surfaced in her mind. How did Chiron do that? What are those flames? And this Yuruchi is that strong? She can control lightning like her own arms, and its intensity is no joke. I could hardly defend against that. I grossly underestimated her. What about that guy? Is he also that strong? The video stopped playing and waking them up from their stupor. Aika is the first one who reacted. It is amazing no matter how many times I see it. Although, it also has an equivalent nasty side effect. I did something like that. I can become an adult. Kaneko muttered. So that was the one that caught your attention. As expected of Kaneko-chan. Aika patted her head but was feeling envious inside. I also want the kind of form that will multiply your breast size once achieved. Aika-senpai, what you're thinking is written on your face. Why are you taking this lightly? That form is very abnormal. Although it's indeed possible to take an adult form to adapt to your own ki, what Chiron did is let her ki forcefully change her body, which is very dangerous. And based on the intensity of ki, it's actually amazing that you're alive right now. Kuroka grabbed Kaneko's shoulders and shook her. Kaneko didn't know what to say, but she's very happy that her older sister that she missed so much is worrying about her to this degree, and ended up smiling like an idiot. What's funny? This isn't a joke. Who taught you that kind of senjutsu? Kuroka misunderstood her little sister's smile. Hohu, as expected of a real senjutsu expert. So I guess you also knew what will happen if Kaneko's ki, which is laced by that kind of flame, forcefully transforms her body. Yuruchi's voice suddenly rang behind her. Kuroka glared at Yuruchi. She guessed that Yoruchi has something to do with the senjutsu that Kaneko used and also noticed something amiss with her words, real senjutsu expert. Could it be? Kuroka's eyes widened at the realization and bared her fangs towards Yoruchi. You taught her something like that even though you're not a senjutsu user. Oi oi. Don't look at me like that. I'm a senjutsu user all right. Even though I'm self-taught. Yoruchi just snickered at her reaction. What dash? Do you know how dangerous it is to experiment with ki? And how did you achieve that kind of effect anyway? Kuroka stood up with Kaneko behind her. You can guess. Do you think Kaneko has enough ki within her to propel that kind of transformation? Yoruchi is still unfazed. Are you crazy? Messing with natural ki is dangerous enough. Yet you're saying that you use that as an alternative power source. Do you want your mind to be corrupted? I don't care about you, but you put Chiron in danger. The atmosphere around Kuroka became cold and threatening. Yoruchi grinned at her and asked, and what are you gonna do about it? Kuroka flared both of her senjutsu and demonic power. I'm going to get away from this place with Chiron, even if it means putting my life on the line. Kuroka-nisama. Kaneko wanted to stop them from arguing, but Aika grabbed her shoulder. Kaneko saw her shake her head at her and looked back at Yoruchi, who still has the same smile as Kasuk when he's planning with something. Yoruchi released her Ryatsuki and the pressure dropped down on Kuroka, shocking her out of wits. Good. You're free to try. But instead of succumb to the pressure, Kuroka circulated both of her ki and demonic power to the maximum degree to fend off the pressure's effects. Yoruchi was pleasantly surprised at this sight and praised her internally. Good thinking. And without hesitation at all. Even though she's almost the same age as those devils in school, she's miles ahead in terms of ability and experience. Looks like she'll be useful. Without waiting for Yoruchi to move, Kuroka clad herself with ki and launched herself towards Yoruchi using her sharp claws to swipe at her. Yoruchi in response just chuckled and stood up. She caught Kuroka's hand and tossed her away, sending her flying and only landing after reaching the 100 meters mark. Kuroka, after landing, didn't immediately resume attacking and just fixed her stance. Around her, violet mist gathered, and just as she expected, Yoruchi came after her with insane speed. Kuroka was able to see Yoruchi's strike coming to her and managed to block it with her arms. Just as Yoruchi is about to make her next move, she noticed that her feet were buried under a layer of hardened earth and would need half a second to shake it off, but that's what Kuroka would ever need. Changing the trajectory of Yoruchi's attack, Kuroka crouched down and made a hand knife, aiming for her throat. Chapter 130, Black Catfight Part 2. Yoruchi dodges by bending back. Her legs were freed and did a backflip, kicking Kuroka away in the process and gained some distance from her. Standing up straight, Yoruchi praised Kuroka for her abilities. You're pretty good. You know how to use your skills and not the type who neglects battle awareness just because they have pretty strong magic. And, is that Tuki, fighting spirit? Kuroka took another stance, and you brushed it off like they were nothing. I thought I already caught you off guard, but who would have thought that poison mist I concocted for humans wouldn't have any effect on you? Even those descendants of heroes would have some reactions. Are you really a human? And yes, it's Tuki. Yep. I'm born from human parents, so technically, I'm a human too. So that's Tuki, huh? You let out your ki and let it cover your body to increase your offense, defense, and speed drastically. Couldn't you just meld your ki to your muscle tissues? That would be a lot more effective. Do you really not know anything? Indeed, that theoretically possible, but doing so would need extremely fine control over your ki and constantly circulates it on your muscle tissues. If you can do that, then you would be called a historical genius in senjutsu. But even if you can do that, just moving a bit will disrupt that circulation and you would only hurt yourself in the process. Is that so? Kaneko directly uses her ki on her muscles though. What? Kuroka turned her gaze towards Kaneko. How is that possible? You saw that form, right? Weird pigments would appear all over her body instead of flaring ki like you're doing now. She does this using both her ki and natural ki. Kuroka stayed silent after that. She sets it aside for now, as the important thing now is to take Kaneko away from this place. Listening to her talk about melding ki directly on muscle tissues reminded her of how dangerous the technique she taught Kaneko. Kuroka calculated her chances of winning. She still isn't using that weird magic that controls lightning. Underestimating me. I only have one shot. Kuroka simultaneously and silently disrupted the ki in the surrounding and cast illusion magic, creating 6 mirage copies of herself. Yoruchi was intrigued by her skills and just let her do what she wants. Although she looked unfazed and nonchalant to the point that it looks like arrogance in Kuroka's eyes, she never let her guard down. Like Kasuk, she won't ever look down on someone just because they seem weak. Yoruchi kept scanning her surroundings and picked up some clues on what she's trying to do, and with that, she also started to prepare some countermeasures based on her observations. Kuroka and her clone stomped on the ground at the same time, and the earth around Yoruchi rose up and covered her entirely, effectively burying her under a mound. Yuruchi was able to blast it off within just a second, but she saw that she's already surrounded by 6 Kurokas and is attacking from different angles, essentially sealing off her movements. Yuruchi's demeanor didn't change and dealt with the attacks with her own expertise in hand-to-hand combat. With a single strike for each, the clones dispersed, but the real Kuroka was nowhere to be found. Yuruchi looked up and saw 5 big wheels made out of black flames coming for her. Kuroka is smiling at Yuruchi from above as she watches those wheels of black flames hit her. Kuroka landed on top of a protruding rock as she watches Yuruchi burn. Yuruchi, however, didn't try anything else to shake of the black flames aside for the first defense. Hey! A spiritual type of attack. Pretty good, though you got the wrong opponent to use this on. WHTCH. Kuroka couldn't believe what she is seeing, but she has no time to stare in awe. She activated the last spell she prepared, a spatial barrier. Kuroka set this up when her clone approached Yuruchi to disrupt her attention. A sphere of transparent multicolor barrier appeared and engulfed Yuruchi as she burns. This barrier is accumulation of her skill in space magic. Even if an ultimate class devil was trapped, it would take him or her a whole day to break through it. Confident with her magic, Kuroka turned her attention back to the hot spring where Kneo is staying, intending to escape, and noticed that the only guy is already awake and filming the whole scene with a large grin and camcorder that appeared out of nowhere. Kuroka's steps faltered and wanted to cover herself. She really didn't mind being seen, but the way he looks at her is different from other men she had ever met. Every one of them would have at least some trace of lust no matter who it is, but this guy with a large grin sends shivers to her back. Instead of looking at her as a woman, he is looking at her like an object that needs to be inspected. How can someone give me that kind of look? Without being a narcissist, she's very confident with her appearance and figure that allows her to seduce her opponents and give her an opening. Kneo and Aika noticed Kuroka's reaction and looked to the side. They saw Kasuk recording the scene with a large grin and they proceeded to attack him. Kneo sent out a kick while Aika activated her sacred gear and threw it to him. Kasuk-senpai. What are you going to do with that recording? Kasuk-san. Will you use it for your own happy time alone? Kasuk dodges by using flash step and reappearing on the top of a rock near the hot spring with a towel wrap around his waist. Kneo-chan, who wouldn't want to record a black cat fight? And Aika-chan, Yuruchi can always accompany me in my alone time, so I don't need it. What? Both of them were dumbfounded at his words. Although they knew that they were lovers, both of them didn't expect that he would admit openly that they already crossed the line. They thought that they can naively believe that nothing would happen to them as they were always around the two, but thinking about it again, that kind of belief is truly naive and unbelievable. They always hope that they don't cross the line as they could still catch up to Yuruchi who appeared before them. But the situation now is different and tiny flames of passion started to burn inside them. Huh? What now? Did I step on a landmine somehow? They should have known that Yuruchi and I are lovers and something like this is very normal. Kasuk was dumbfounded at their reaction. As smart as he is, he couldn't process everything inside the woman's head. It's already a big achievement that he has some understanding of it. Kasuk ignored them for now and turned his attention back to Kuroka, who started to move again. Did she notice the look I'm giving her? Pretty sharp, eh? Kuroka-san, if I were you, I wouldn't take away my attention from Yuruchi. With those words, Kuroka stopped again. From behind her, she heard a voice that shouldn't have come near her. My turn. Chapter 131, Black Cat Fight, Final. My turn. Kuroka hurriedly turned around and focused her tuki around her arms for defense. Crossing her arms in front of her, she caught Yuruchi's fist with it and grimaced after feeling the force behind her punch. Kuroka jumped back to reduce the impact, albeit only slightly. But that was enough for her to fix her stance midair, being sent flying away. Yuruchi didn't let up and pointed her finger towards her, by Akurai, pale lightning. From her fingertips, a bolt of white lightning emerged and hit Kuroka's still crossed arm covered in ki. The ki where the lightning hit was blasted away and touched her skin, charring it. Kuroka's tuki immediately recovered, but the charred skin remained. Kuroka used another illusion spell to generate more clones and disrupted the flow of ki around her to hide the real her, but Yuruchi just sneered at this and cast another Kidu, had a number 31, Shakuho, red flame cannon. A ball of red-colored energy blasted Kuroka and her illusions along with the terrain. Ne-sama. Kneo wanted to rush in, but Kasuk blocked her way and patted her head. Yuruchi knows what she's doing. Your sister might get hurt, but she won't gravely injure her. Kneo stopped her steps and hesitated for a moment before letting Yuruchi do what she wants. But if it comes to the point that she can't endure watching anymore, she's rushed to Kuroka without hesitation regardless of what Kasuk and Yuruchi say. Kuroka's clones disappeared along with terrain and a bunch of scratches is on her body, but nothing serious. Her tuki is fluctuating a bit but still going strong. She can take a few more of that red-colored ball of energy blast. Kuroka glared at Yuruchi and kept thinking of what just happened. How did she escape my barrier? She then glances at the barrier that is still up and a figure covered in black flames. Guessing what she's thinking, Yuruchi answered the question in her mind. Jigai, faux body, and a portable one. Jigai. Kuroka furrowed her brows. She chooses to entertain her small talk to recover a little bit, and she's also interested in what she's saying. Yoruchi took out a black marble from her inventory without a word and held it in front of her mouth to blow it like a balloon. That black marble expanded until the size of an adult, and it suddenly popped, leaving behind another Yoruchi. What? Kuroka, slack-jawed, didn't know what to think of the scene in front of her. Yoruchi caught the other Yoruchi and swung it around. It reads the spiritual signature of the user and creates a copy of the user's body to be used for various applications. You can even use this to house a soul temporarily. House a soul? You mean you can revive someone as long as there is a soul? Well, technically yes, but that's only possible for those who are able to resist the pull of reincarnation system set by who knows who. You're kidding. Maybe. Yoruchi just smiled and pressed the Yoruchi with both of her hand, deflating it. This is the first time Aika saw this invention of Kasuk, and a great idea went through her head. Kasuk, give me one of those. Sure. Kasuk answered, but her eyes are still on the fight while he's recording. And while you're at it, please blow it for me. She added another request. What for? Kasuk finally faced Aika after hearing that. And he noticed that she has a very resolute face. I sometimes get very lonely at night with my alone time. That portable jagai is a very good companion when I'm feeling lonely. And it's also a good practice for the real thing. Without batting an eye, Aika stated her reasoning. Sounds like a very dangerous idea, so no. Kasuk refused after a bit of hesitation. He actually wants to see how Aika would play with his body if left alone. Should I just eat this meat she kept offering to me? Such thoughts started to surface on his mind. Please reconsider it. I'm willing to pay the price. Ow. Aika still wanted to persuade Kasuk, but a small rock hit her head. Aika traced where it came from and saw Yoruchi looking at her coldly. I'll double your training later. I won't be scared of that. Come to me. Aika returned a glare of her own. But Aika would fully regret this exchange later. When Kaneko heard Aika's idea, she also wanted her own. But seeing how Kasuk and Yoruchi rejected her, she kept it to herself. I first need to master that adult form. That way, I'll have more chances in the future. Yoruchi turned her attention back to Kuroka, who was taking this chance to rest and recover her demonic power and ki. Kasuk would sooner or later eat that free meat in front of him. As he's a man and a pervert by nature, stopping him would only make him go do it in secret. So instead of stopping him, I need to take control. The only good thing here is that he would never actually do it with those he is unfamiliar with and those girls who he doesn't have much favorable impression. Another thing is his sex drive actually kept getting stronger lately, and there will be a day that I wouldn't be able to take all of his energy. If I'm going to get someone's help, I should be the one who should choose. Yoruchi isn't really against the idea of polygamy, as she also came from a large clan where his father and grandfather have a mistress or two. It didn't help that in the supernatural world, a strongman having a harem is a pretty common sight. And one more thing is that Yoruchi herself has some lesbian tendencies that she wanted to try herself. Setting these thoughts aside for later, Yoruchi noticed that Kuroka is ready for another round. I should end this. I pretty much know her capabilities except for those things she is still hiding. Her abilities are enough to be our eyes in the darkness. Yoruchi lifted her palm towards Kuroka and cast another Kidu, Bakudo number 61, Rikajukuru, 6 rods of light prison. Yoruchi summoned 6 thin, but wide, beams of light around Kuroka. Without being able to react due to its sheer speed, the beams of light slammed towards Kuroka's midsection, holding her in place. Kuroka tried to move to remove the beams of light, but found her whole body paralyzed. What's this? *T. Yoruchi used this chance to approach her and touch her forehead, sending a pulse of Ryatsuki to her and completely paralyzing her. What she used is the improved version of Shiburi-yubi, numbing finger, that allows her to paralyze even someone as strong as Kuroka as long as she's tired and a bit weakened. Kuroka wanted to retaliate, but the strange energy inside her didn't allow it. Yoruchi dismissed the beams of light and carried Kuroka on her shoulders. Now that we're done playing, let's do the talking now. Oh, and by the way, no matter what you do, as long as that guy is here, you won't be able to leave this place if he doesn't want to. Chapter 132, Change Back. Back in the hot spring, Kuroka kept glaring at Yoruchi while she's hugging Kaneko from the back with no intention of letting her go or whatsoever. She would give Kasuk a curious glance once in a while, but she couldn't find the inspecting look she saw earlier. Is it just my imagination? No, I'm pretty sure of what I've seen. He gave me a similar look those bastards have when they are still experimenting on me. Although there is something different about him. Something that separates him from those detestable devils. But it doesn't change the fact that this guy is the most dangerous fellow here. I really have to take away Kaneko from this place. But how? Communication magic is blocked and I can't call those guys to rescue me. For now, I'll listen to what they have to say. Maybe I can find a chance or more information by then. Done planning. Kasuk spoke after waiting for a while. All of them went back to soaking themselves on the hot spring. And the reason Kuroka is behaving nicely is because Kasuk sealed both of her ki and demonic power temporarily. Yes. You can start talking. Kuroka replied, intently staring at Kasuk. He's the one that will do the talking. Guys. Are you just going to ignore me? Kohuk. Off to the side, Yoruchi is currently doing a sleeper's choke on Aika while her other hand is touching all sorts of places. Please. I don't want to lose my purity like this. Someone, please take this pervert off me. Aika begged Kuroka, Kaneko, and Kasuk, but they ignored her plight and would only give curious glance once in a while. As Aika is started to let out a voice that won't be allowed unless it's in the restricted channel on television, Kasuk started talking to Kuroka. Let's see, for now, you can ask questions. I see. Then are you the same type of person who experimented on me years ago? Kuroka's question shocked both Kaneko and Kasuk. Kasuk didn't think that it would be her first question. With a smile, he nodded and answered, yep. I'm the same kind of person. I won't make any excuses. Feel free to see me like that. Ha. So it's not my imagination. Although I can tell that you're a bit different from them. Kuroka sighed as she commented and tightened her hug on Kaneko. How? Not to brag, but I can do some nasty things without batting an eye. Don't phrase it like doing nasty stuff is a good thing. Kuroka went silent for a while, but her gaze didn't leave Kasuk's eyes. You're cold and selfish, but unlike them, you know affection. Affection, is it? Kasuk subconsciously glanced at Yoruchi, who is still playing with Aika, ignoring the mood. Yoruchi noticed his gaze and returned it with a bright smile. It would have been an amazing sight if not for the flushed Aika in her arms. It is still an amazing sight, in a different meaning, however. Well. I guess you're right. That's right. This guy is different. I can tell that he truly cares about Chiron, that glasses girl, and especially that Yoruchi. Kuroka remembered the master of the branch family of Nebria's clan. He is an unfeeling demon that doesn't see anyone beyond their utility value and compared him to Kasuk, who is in front of her right now. Although he could do what he did, he can at least see people as they are. Kuroka has seen all sorts of people when she roams the darker side of the world, and someone like Kasuk is truly rare, but that's what makes him even more dangerous. If he somehow lost the target of his affection, he'll descend into something more terrifying than those devils, especially if his abilities are what they make out to be. You're too dangerous. Kuroka spoke what's on her mind. Kasuk somehow guessed what conclusion she came up with and replied with great confidence, that's why I have to prepare thousands upon thousands of ways to keep her safe. Much like how I prepare for war. Kuroka can feel his resolution in those words and contemplated the move she should take. We aren't going anywhere with these questions, so let me ask you directly, what do you want from me? Kasuk's smile grew bigger at her question. Simple, I want you to be our eyes on the other side of the coin. Couldn't you do it yourself? Kuroka narrowed her eyes at his answer. Based on the ability she had seen them use, it wouldn't be hard for them to move around secretly. We could, but Yoruchi and I are bound to gather attention and we wouldn't have as much freedom as now. Kasuk could use Jigai to evade detection, but having another pair of eyes working for him is more convenient in some situations. Is that why you showed me what you can do? For me to agree to your demand? I could just spread the news that you can gather pure energies and trouble will come for you, and I wouldn't even lose anything as they are almost useless for me. Kuroka sneered at his apparent plan. That's one, but I showed it to you because I want you to know some of my capabilities. After all, I have an offer for you that you might not believe without seeing what I can do first. Kasuk didn't mind her reaction and replied confidently. An offer? Do you think that it'll be more important than my little sister's safety? Let me clear this misunderstanding. Kaneko-chan took that form because she took in large amounts of natural ki that she wasn't able to control it. It's actually a very safe technique aside from initial training that can be dangerous without supervision. And how do you expect me to believe your words? That technique is called Sage Mode, and you can achieve it by melding your own ki with the natural ki, effectively controlling it like your own. And one of my offers is teaching you that technique. Kuroka thought for a bit and recalled all her knowledge in senjutsu, but still came to the same conclusion. Most of the senjutsu users the past thought that they can use natural ki around them to power their techniques, but the malice in it affects the mind that it can destroy it if used too much. Are you saying this isn't the case? What you're saying is true. Kasuk unhesitantly agreed with her. Then. But only if you take in natural ki as it is. Kuroka tilted her head in confusion. What else you can do? What we've thought, Kaneko-chan, is how to process the natural ki before she can meld it with her own ki. You've seen it in the game. Normally, it doesn't take that much time to absorb natural ki, but instead of just absorbing it, most of her time and concentration are used in cleansing natural ki for her own use. Kuroka's eyes widened in shock. So that's the weird feeling I'm getting. I thought that Chiron is strangely slow in gathering natural ki. Kuroka looked down and saw that Kaneko is also looking up to her. What he's saying is true, Ne-sama. If Yoruchi-san didn't ban me from using senjutsu, I could have shown it to you. At this moment, Kuroka hesitated because if this is all true, then this technique could help her get stronger faster. And if it's really safe for Kaneko, then she wouldn't have much reason to take her away from this place aside from Kasuk himself. If you can't still agree after my second and last offer, then I don't have any other ways to convince you nicely. Kuroka's vigilance rose up again after his last words, but she still chooses to listen as she's pretty curious about the second offer. I can change you back to a Nikomata. Chapter 133, Terms. I can change you back into a Nikomata. Kuroka's mind blanked out after hearing Kasuk's offer. Kasuk didn't say anything else and just enjoyed the hot spring while he waits for her to properly process what he means. Kaneko was also dumbfounded as she didn't think it would be possible to go back after reincarnating into a devil. Yoruchi and Aika stopped what they are doing because they don't want to interrupt what seems to be an important decision for Kuroka. After a minute or two, Kuroka finally made a sound, how? She didn't want to believe something preposterous could happen. As far as she knew, being reincarnated into a devil forever changes your physique and won't go back even if you remove the evil piece embedded. The only way for you to change back is discarding your current devil body and move your soul to a new non-devil body. Creating a new body is already a very huge problem as only a few beings can do it flawlessly, but messing with a soul another thing entirely. Just touching it will risk it from being dispersed and never coming back. The only proven ways you can transfer your soul into another body or container is with the use of a certain Longinus or with the help of another being with a powerful soul that also resides on your body. With all of this, Kuroka can't believe that he could casually utter those words, but she also hopes that he's capable of it as being a devil is some sort of trauma for her and wanted to get rid of this stigma. So instead of questioning its possibility, she asks him how it would work. Well, the whole process is still in the works, so I can't do it now. But I should be able to complete it within a few weeks of time. I can make it shorter if I focus on it, but I still have other things to prioritize. As for how it'll go, I would first remove the influence of the evil piece from your body and soul and transfer your soul to another container. After that, I would fix your body to how it was before you become a devil and return your soul into it. Fixing the body. That's hard enough, yet you sound like you can handle souls just fine. I can hardly believe your words. What gives you so much confidence? I do not dare claim that I'm the best when it comes to souls, but I'm confident with my skills. Look at that embarrassing glasses girl. What do you think of her? Who's embarrassing? A normal human. Why don't you try using those black flames of yours on her? What? The moment my kasha touches her, her soul would be burned to oblivion. Don't worry about it. I'll take responsibility. Kuroka hesitated for a few seconds but still agreed to him. A small wheel surrounded by black flames materialized on top on her fingertips and it flew over to Aika. I don't have any say in this. Once it hits Aika, she groaned. She tried to, but noticed that even though the black flames are burning him, she doesn't feel anything from it. What? How is that? Kuroka suddenly remembered back when Yoruchi also took it head-on and said that she chose the wrong target. She then turns her attention back to the grinning Kasuk and waited for his explanation. This kasha of yours is a spiritual attack that damages the soul directly. It won't work on those people who have a more powerful soul than you. Aika-chan may seem a normal person, but her dormant soul power is large enough to offset your attack. What? How is that possible? A normal human has a more powerful soul than me. Kuroka exclaimed, but thinking about it again, you're the reason. You can manipulate souls like this. Yep. Transferring souls are actually pretty easy for me. The only hard part is removing the soul from the body, as the body has mana or ki that can resist it. The larger the mana or ki, the harder it is. And fixing the body is actually the hardest part, as I would still need few data regarding devil physique and Nikomata physique. So what would it be? That offer is everything that I would want aside from the safety of Chiron, but I'm still having a hard time trusting you. After all, you're very similar to those guys I loathe. True enough. Then I would have to resort to a more drastic measure. Kuroka obviously didn't like his words and prepared herself. Kasuk stared at Kaneko and Kaneko also stared at his eyes. What are you planning now? At least you believe in my expertise in the soul, right? I suppose. Then you do know that it's possible for me to plant something nasty directly to the soul. It finally hit Kuroka what he's trying to say, you bastard. Did you do something to Chiron? The seal on Kuroka has weakened sufficiently that she could now fight back, but didn't do so in fear that he activates something that'll hurt Kaneko. Yup. I indeed planted something inside her. I need insurance after all. Although it's not as you think. It's just some protection spell I conveniently placed. You scoundrel. Kuroka released Kaneko and stood up, revealing her voluptuous body. Kasuk wasn't affected by this and replied, I won't deny that. So? What's your decision? Fine. I'll be your pawn. I don't care about your other offers. Just don't hurt Chiron. Kasuk clapped his hands, cool. Since you're still a devil, we can create a binding contract. And with my expertise of the soul, I'll be able to make something that binds that too. I don't care. My first term is you're to protect Chiron from harm to the best of your capabilities. Second is you have to remove everything you planted on Chiron's soul. And lastly, you're not allowed to plant anything further on both Chiron and me. Kuroka is very worried about her little sister that she didn't think of any loopholes that Kasuk can take advantage of in her terms. The only thing inside her mind is that remove the threat inside Kneo as fast as possible. Great. My turn then. First is that you're to all the information that you have. Second is that you've to gather information for me. The third is that you can't come near and reveal any association between you and everyone from Urahara shop openly unless I agree to it. Fourth is that you have to take the same training as Kaneko-chan. And lastly, you'll allow me to change you back into a Nikomata when I'm ready. What Kasuk and Yoruchi want is just an eye in the darkness where they can't conveniently always come. The fourth term is for Kaneko. Both of them didn't like that Kaneko is virtually threading an unknown path alone, so they wanted her older sister to accompany her. As for the last one, Kasuk wanted to try it first on Kuroka before he proposes the same thing to Kaneko in the future. Chapter 134, Somewhere on the Other Side of the Globe. Kuroka wanted to remove the fourth and last terms, but she doesn't have any advantages over this deal as long as Kasuk is taking Kaneko as hostage. Finalizing the deal, Kuroka has a bitter face and Kaneko comforted her while patting her back. Now removed what you've planted on Chiron's soul. Everything. Now. Don't be hasty. I'll be doing it. Kasuk approaches them and puts his hand on Kaneko's head. After a few seconds, a ball of green light appeared when Kasuk pulled away his hand from Kaneko's head. He then crushed it with his hands in front of Kuroka, making her sigh in relief. Ne-sama. You still don't know Kasuk-senpai. He didn't mean any harm. What are you saying, Chiron? All he has done is enough for me to judge him a scoundrel. And why are you defending the guy who's technically taking you as a hostage? Kuroka immediately and angrily refuted her words. What do you think he planted on me? Kaneko didn't back down and continued speaking to her older sister gently. Something that can hurt you if you defy him. Kuroka is starting to have weird feelings about the situation. No. Then what? A simple protective spell and an alarm spell. Kaneko let out the truth. Kasuk told her that he'll be giving her some memory-reading defensive spell and an alarm that would accompany it in case it activated. What? In other words, he just tricked you. Why you? Kuroka snapped her neck back to Kasuk, who was scratching his head. All I told you is that I planted something in Kaneko-chan's soul and didn't tell anything about it being harmful to her. You're the one who filled in the blanks. It's not my fault. Shrugging his shoulders, Kasuk denied the accusatory look. Kuroka couldn't speak anymore and fell into self-loathe. Did I just let this guy trick me? Damn scammer. Couldn't you live without scamming anyone? Aika successfully escaped Yoruchi's grasp and helped Kuroka to verbally assault Kasuk. Grr. Damn it. I couldn't take it anymore, Naya. It's not on our terms that I'm not allowed to hurt you. Kuroka stomped her foot in fury and rushed towards Kasuk. But just she's about to get near him, in split second, she tied up in turtle-shell bondage. And not again. Give it up. That guy is stronger than me. And adding his unconventional head, he'll just annoy you to death. Yoruchi gave her a friendly reminder. No. I won't give up. Kuroka shouted with a flushed face. The day went by without Kuroka being able to take even a bit of revenge. Every time she would attack Kasuk, there would only be one end, and that is being tied up in turtle-shell bondage. Kasuk even thinks that Kuroka has some weird kink that Kaneko isn't aware of. Why am I always surrounded by perverts? What did I do to deserve this? Kuroka gave up for today and went away, but not after giving her access to the training ground. She's not allowed to come to Urahara shop or his home, just the training ground. Kuroka accepted it since Kaneko is always in it anyways. As for the information she knows, only Kasuk and Yoruchi listened to it and were given a shock at its contents, but they didn't let Kuroka know about it. After Kuroka left, all of them returned to the surface. Aika still has to go home to placate her father and Kaneko with her long overdue reunion with the whole Gremory peerage. Kasuk and Yoruchi, meanwhile, went back to their room and laid down on the bed. What do you think about Kuroka's information? Yoruchi cuddled in him and asks. More complicated than I expected, but still within tolerable levels. Although, I didn't really expect Office-chan to lead a terrorist group. Kasuk yawned as he wraps around his arms on Yoruchi. Someone like Office, if it's the same being, couldn't possibly lead an organization. It's probably just a give-and-take relationship. You're right. Someone as strong as her could easily give power to those weaker than her. And those weaker guys can propose to kick out Great Red out of Dimensional Gap. Someone like Office would easily agree to that if that is her goal without thinking much about it. Office-chan is too innocent. This won't end well for her. As much as I want to help, I can't do much about her situation. Let's just prepare to pull her out if something happens. But as strong as she is, I doubt that would ever happen, unless... Unless what? There is a cheating item out there that could actually hurt her. This is the world where you can power up almost infinitely as long as your emotion and body are strong enough after all. If you say it like that, then that cheating item really must exist. Let's stop thinking about this for now. We have enough in our plates. Splitting our focus more won't do us any good. Good night. Kasuk used his hand to part Yoruchi's hair and kissed her on the forehead. Good night. Yoruchi buried her head on Kasuk's chest and closed her eyes to rest. Aegina Island, Greece. A modest one-story house lies not from the Aegina's port. Living within is a family of 3 and currently having a nice dinner on their dining table. Claire, it's almost your birthday. What do you want as a present? The father figure asks his daughter. The small girl with short shiny gray hair and sparkly black eyes stopped eating and looked up to her father. Can I ask for anything? You can, but mommy has to agree with it first. The father smiled gently and used his hand to wipe the sauce stuck on her cheek. Then I want to meet big brother Kasuk. With a bright smile, the little girl stated her wish. The mother and father figure looked at each other in shock and the mother asks her daughter, why do you want to meet him? Because you kept talking about him and I want to meet and play with him. The father figure sighed and the mother figure chuckled at their daughter's wish. If Kasuk were to see the parents, he'll remember the day when he saved the couple's life. It's precisely Cleria Belial and Masaomi Yagaki. And now they have a very cute daughter after moving to Aegina Island in Greece. I'll write an invitation. It's also about time to meet and thank him again. Cleria continued her meal as she agreed to her daughter's demand. Yay. All right, finish your veggies. Big brother Kasuk likes obedient children. Okay. Chapter 135, Kaishu. Please don't destroy the house. The next day, Kasuk still didn't want to go to school and slept until noon with Yoruchi. They only got up because Sakura kept calling for them to wake up. Kasuk created an app for his smartphone to check who is inside the training ground and currently, Kaneko, Kuroka, and Aika are in it. Kuroka and Kaneko are currently in the rejuvenating hot spring, while Aika is currently running around throughout the whole training ground. Instead of just jogging, she's running around in full sprint and each lap she would drop dead tired on the rejuvenating hot spring. She would do this for the whole day if she doesn't have any other business and if Yoruchi isn't personally training her. It's amazing she can keep this up every day, Kasuk commented in awe. Yoruchi took a peek on Kasuk's phone, and saw Aika's position moving around the perimeter of the map. Even the students of Shinigami Academy won't be able to take this kind of beating. She added. Well, if she wants to catch up, she has to do at least this much. Sooner or later, her body would be able to take the stress of transformation. What I like about her is although she wouldn't stop whining that it's annoying, she would still do her training without cutting corners. I wonder what pushes her to do all of this. Yoruchi gave Kasuk a mean look as she asks this question. I wonder about that too. Kasuk didn't return her gaze. Kasuk has an idea, but even if Aika confronts him about it he would just play dumb it. Oh right, there is a large aura that appeared in Sona Kaishu's place last night. I wonder what is that all about. Kasuk changes the topic as he can't take Yoruchi's gaze anymore. Yoruchi snorted but allowed her to escape, probably the so-called Devil King. Do you know anything about her? All I know is that she's in charge of foreign affairs and the weirdest out of all Devil Kings. Weirdest? How? It seems that she's a big fan of magical girls in anime. Beyond that, I don't know anything else. We can ask Kuroka for additional info. Let's go eat breakfast first. They ate their brunch and accompanied Sakura for a bit before bidding their farewell and moving towards the training ground. But just as Kasuk was about to cast his teleportation spell he notices that the large aura that appeared last night is now approaching their place. Yoruchi also noticed this and looked at Kasuk. What are we gonna do now? Although I can feel something's not right since she's with Kaishu, let's hear them out for now. Kasuk couldn't pinpoint the exact feeling that he's getting from the so-called Devil King. He can tell that there are some hostilities targeted at him, but that's all. She isn't hostile to anyone else, what's up with that? Kasuk started rubbing his chin in contemplation. Mom, please prepare some tea. We have guests. Kasuk stopped thinking about that and just reviewed all of his escape routes just in case the Devil King unreasonably attacks him. She got the weirdest reputation after all. Who is it? Sona Kaishu, and probably her older sister. Her older sister? Sakura is boiling water but as she comprehends Kasuk's words she exclaimed, her older sister. Isn't she one of the Devil Kings? What is she doing here? Kasuk shrugs his shoulder and replied, who knows? Seeing that her son doesn't mind it much, her worries reduces and focused on the tea she's making. Just a few minutes, Hey heard their doorbell rang and Kasuk stood up from the couch answering the door. Who is it? If it's a newspaper, we don't need it. Or is it the delivery girl that I requested to deliver my porn? Please wait a minute. I get the camera to capture your reaction and add it to my collection of delivery girls handing out porn. Sono's eyebrows twitch at his response and wanted to reprimand him. But she stopped herself as she always loses in the argument. Sona already gave up long ago to understand how his head works. It's me. I didn't think that, it's me, scam would still exist today. Society is scary. Begone, scammer. You won't fool anyone here. Kasuk exclaimed from the inside. Sona clenched her teeth and wanted to kick down the door, but her older sister is watching from behind so she can't do any unladylike. Why did he choose this time to mess around when my sister is here? No. Knowing him, he chose this time because my sister is here. Damn despicable bastard. It's me. Sona Citri. Stop messing around. I have something to talk about. Yoruchi, this guy is so damn good. He can even imitate Kaishu's voice and impersonate her. A sigh came from the other door. If only they would use these skills for the betterment of the world. Those words almost broke her patience and her temple started throbbing. She closed her and took a deep breath to calm herself. Strange. Am I always this irritable? Or is it just because he's plain annoying? Damn you, Kasuk. Open the door now or I'll break it down and repair it later. Sona couldn't care less anymore that her sister is watching and just wanted to smack Kasuk on the face. Getting violent just because your scam didn't work, huh? But fear not, as I would give you a chance to prove yourself. If you're really Kaishu, then I have a question that only she can answer. Sona has a bad feeling, but if she can open the door by just answering a question, and she would take it. What's the worst could happen if she would just answer his question? Fine. Ask away. Sona, as always, regretted her decision. What the title of the erotic book that Kaishu has hidden in the hidden compartment under the table of student council room? What? I'm just giving you 5 seconds to answer. If you can't, then get lost. Wait, Kasuk. Can we talk this out? 5. 4. Sona didn't want to look at her sister's reaction, so she kept facing the front door. 3. She gritted her teeth and with a flushed face, she started muttering, E-N-T-H. I'm the S, dent, L-P, N-T-I. She tried but still can't finish it due to embarrassment. 2. Why do I have to listen to his sh*ts? I just have to break down this door. And maybe I flatten his face, who's probably snickering behind the door. With that in mind, Sona resolutely took a step forward and lifted her right foot to kick down the door. But just as her foot was about to land, Kasuk suddenly opened the door from inside. Just kidding. You can come in, Kaishu. As expected, Sona lost her balance when the expected foothold disappeared and fell forward face first and the skirt flipped. Everyone is silent at this scene. After a few seconds, Kasuk opened his mouth. What a unique way of entering. Kaishu. Please don't destroy the house. I beg you. Chapter 136, Seraphal Leviathan. Kasuk is currently standing beside the flushed and fuming Sona. After successfully placating her and stopping her from destroying the place, Kasuk invited the guests in and did his best to serve the still angry and embarrassed Sona. Beside her, sitting on the couch, is her older sister and one of the current devil kings of the underworld, Seraphal Leviathan, formerly known as Seraphal Citri. Seraphal is a beautiful girl looking in her late teens with black hair, tied into twin tails and blue eyes. Sitting beside her younger sister, her childlike body and more apparent, but you would never think of her as Sona's little sister because of her bosom, which is much larger than Sona. Seraphal is the older sister of Sona Citri and the oldest sibling of the Citri family. During the war between the Old Satan faction and Anti-Satan faction, she was part of the Anti-Satan faction that opposed the Old Satan faction, which ended in their victory, and she was eventually promoted to the position of Satan Leviathan, losing her right as the heir of the Citri clan in the process. Much like how Surzex of the Gremry household became a devil king. Unlike her serious younger sister, Seraphal is cheerful and possesses a childlike personality, but the situation right now is different as she couldn't get into her usual pace after seeing how these two act in front of her. If those people from the underworld were to know that Seraphal is just sitting silently beside her younger sister as she flirts with some unknown guy, they would first doubt if it's really Seraphal, and after confirming it, they would still shake their heads at such ridiculous situation. That's the Siskin that would even attack the heavens if something were to happen to her little sister. What's worse is that Seraphal is currently dressed in her usual magical girl's clothing and the guy flirting with Sona completely ignored her after the initial greeting. Seraphal just ended up dumbfounded and also curious at the guy wearing green traditional Japanese clothing and a bucket hat that casts a shadow over his eyes. Mainly because this is her first time seeing her overly serious little sister, Sona, show such rich expression. It's not that Kasuk wanted to ignore Seraphal, it's just that he didn't expect Sona would fail like that and is feeling a bit guilty. Earlier, his focus is entirely on the so-called Devil King even before they arrive. He didn't immediately open the door because he wanted to gather some information first. He intended to understand the relationship between the two, and since it's Kasuk, his only option is to tease Sona to get a reaction out of the Devil King. But he didn't expect that she would just stand there dumbfounded at the whole ordeal like she can't believe what's happening in front of her and wanted to escape reality. Seeing that he isn't getting much reaction from her, he intended to stop joking around before Sona exploded. But he was too late. He didn't really think that she would kick down the door based on her personality and ended up falling down disgracefully after opening the door. Is this a change? Or just her true self? Girls are really hard to understand, especially the one hitting puberty. Sona Kaishu, please forgive me, okay? I didn't intend for that happen too. Here's some cookies, or do you like some cake instead? Kasuk offered her a plate of cookies intended for when Ophis decided to hunt for some free food again. Sona, still flushed and some tears pooling in the corner of her eyes, quietly accepted the cookies and nibbled at it as if to take out her frustration on it. So, would you not introduce me to this pretty lady beside you? Kasuk, trying to brush away what just happened, pushed the conversation. Sona flinched. She almost forgot that her elder sister is still with her. Now that she thinks about it, her sister is strangely quiet all this time and took a peek at her. Sona noticed that she's making a difficult expression, which is quite refreshing to see considering how she normally acts around people. This is bad. I'm getting addicted to seeing people make that kind of expression. Kasuk's antics is rubbing too much on me. Shaking those thoughts, she introduced her sister. This is one of the current Devil King, Sarafal Leviathan-sama. Albeit a short introduction. She's still sulking from earlier events. Sona continues to help herself with some cookies to ease some of her worries and ignored the two, a decision she would regret yet again. Seeing that Sona's mood won't improve for some time, Kasuk decided to leave her alone for now. He went over Sarafal's position and stretched out his right hand and introduced herself. The name's Kasuk Urahara. I'm very pleased to meet such a beautiful lady. Sarafal woke up from her stupor when Kasuk approached her and returned to her usual childlike behavior. She set aside Sona's issue for now and focuses her attention on the interesting human. Oh my, thank you, Kasuk-chan. I'm Sarafal Leviathan. You can call me Leviathan. With a wink, she shook Kasuk's hand. This is the first time then looked at each other's eyes and suddenly there was a spark between them. They somehow understood each other. Sona looked at their direction when she suddenly noticed that they were strangely quiet. She saw that they were staring at each other's eyes without a word while holding hands. A flash of jealousy instantly took over her and wanted to separate them, but before she could do it, Kasuk suddenly separated from and took out a photo. As a sign of goodwill, please accept this. It was the first cosplay photo he got from Sona, the magical girl, Sona, and handed it over to Sarafal. WH-. Sona almost fell over again but manages to regain her balance. She's already prepared for Kasuk to act like this even before coming here, so before Sarafal can touch the photo, Sona snatched it from Kasuk's hands and tore it up to many pieces before burning it with simple fire magic. No. Kasuk cried out for the loss but recovered immediately. Phew. Good thing I still have some copies under my pillow. He muttered softly, but Sona heard him loud and clear. You bastard. Why do you have multiple copies of this? Sona shouted as she runs upstairs unreservedly. Sona reached Kasuk's room and intruded it unhesitantly and reached out for his pillow on the bed. But after lifting the pillow, she didn't find any photos of her, only a porn magazine with the cover model slightly resembles her. Sona's head heated up and got tempted opening it. Why would Kasuk have something like this? I know he has tons of porn magazines, but why someone who resembles me? Sona's head got preoccupied with the porn magazine in front of her that she almost forgot her original objective. Huh. What am I doing? I need to look for those photos first. It's not under the pillow like he said. Sona got hold of herself and started searching the things under his bed, but she suddenly remembered something important. Why would he hid it here if he got a separate space for this? I got tricked again. Sona rushed back downstairs and the worst thing happened. Her elder sister, Sarafal, is now holding not one but 3 of her cosplay photos. Kitan. I love you. Sarafal rushed to Kasuk and gave him a big hug. Meanwhile, Sona was watching all of these and fell to her knees, defeated. No. Chapter 137, I'll let you marry Sotan. Both Kasuk and Sarafal took turns to comfort Sona, who started crying. Sona Kaishu. Here, drink this and calm down. As smart as Kasuk, he didn't know what to do in this situation. He tried enlisting Yorichi's help, who was in her cat form silently watching them since earlier, but she only gave him gloating smile. I didn't think that she would break down to tears. Kasuk also asks for his mother's help, but she replied with, go attend to Sona-chan's needs. Maybe this will teach you not to tease others so much. But knowing Kasuk, Yorichi highly doubts that. Sarafal also didn't know what to do, as whatever she has done in the past, at most, Sona will just run away in embarrassment. Sotan, please stop crying, okay? Here, let this big sister hug you until you feel better. Sona continues to sniffle while covering her whole face with both of her hands. Kasuk and Serafal are already running out of options to placate Sona when she suddenly spoke up. Sniffles, please give me the photos that Kasuk gave you. Sniffles, she's obviously talking to Serafal. Serafal and Kasuk looked at each other again and communicated using their eyes for a split second. What should I do, Kitan? I don't want to hand it over. No worries. I still have a bunch of copies. Just think of it as a small sacrifice to keep it to your collection. Just how many copies do you have? But great. I'll expect it later. Although they communicated extremely fast, Sakura and Yoruichi still noticed it, these two. Serafal, without hesitation, handed the photos over to Sona and Sona tore it up before burning it with basic fire magic. If Sona is in the proper state of mind, she would have noticed that something isn't right. Kasuk offered his handkerchief and Sona used it to wipe her face. After doing so, her expression returned but her eyes are still red. They didn't point it out though. Ahem. Now then, moving on. Sona Kaishu, what is the purpose of today's visit? You even brought someone like Leviathan. Kasuk moved the topic before Sona could think more about what just happened and spoke in a very serious tone, but was destroyed when he called Serafal Leviathan. While Serafal nodded in satisfaction, Sona cringed. She wanted to tell him that he shouldn't call a devil king like that, but his question finally reminded her of their purpose in this place and she started to get nervous. USC. The T thing is. What's up? This isn't like you to start stuttering with words. Kasuk furrowed his brows as Sona started acting weird. She's panicking. What happened? Is it an emergency? But looking at confused Leviathan, it couldn't be a very bad thing. Serafal is seeing so many things that Sona hasn't shown to her today. Is this his influence? I couldn't see it as a bad thing as she started expressing herself more. But why is she panicking now? Wait. Could it be that Kitan isn't aware of what it means beating Sotan in a game of chess? But knowing her, she wouldn't panic like this as he's only a candidate and nothing more. I see. So you like him, huh? You're afraid that he'll outright reject you. What should I do? I do trust Sotan's judgment, but should I really give her to Kitan? Yash, it's decided. I'll figure if Kitan is really for Sotan in the future, but for now, since Kitan gave me such wonderful things and I like him a lot, I would help you out this time. Be grateful to Nechan, Sotan. Sona still didn't know how to explain things. What should I say? That Ne-sama is here to confront my so-called fiancé candidate and make him give up. In the first place. What will be his reaction to this issue? Will he despise me? Will he just laugh it off? And he already has a lover. Although having multiple wives in the underworld is pretty normal, he grew up in human society. What should I do? What the hell? Why do I feel like crying now? Kasuk saw the tears are starting to pool again on the corner of Sona's eye and thought, what? Did she finally remember that I still should have tons of copies of those photos in me? What excuse should I make next? Yoruichi, however, notices the difference from earlier and now, and Serafal who is making an, I understand, face, oi oi oi. Why make a maiden in love frustrated face now? What's happening? Without waiting for Sona to speak any further, Serafal faced Kasuk and asks, Kitan, what do you think of Sona-chan? Why did that question come up now? Regardless of his doubt, Kasuk still answered flawlessly, I think she's very cute and hardworking. I see. I see. Serafal closed her eyes and contemplated for a bit. Sona felt like a big load was taken away from her shoulder and sighed in relief. She also felt a bit of happiness from his words. Wait. Why am I feeling happy when in fact I keep hearing such compliments from others? No, I don't think that's it. Sona finally has an idea why she'd feel that way, but kept denying it as, it couldn't be, or, it's that pervert, you know. But once this idea started to surface, Sona became even more aware of it and ended up blushing. Although she didn't have any time to contemplate more as she suddenly felt a piercing gaze through her. Sona looked to the side and saw a black cat glaring at her. Yoruichi-san. Since when was she here? Why are you glaring at me like that? Stop. It's not what you think. Yoruichi understood what she's thinking from her look, but just snorted at her. The moment you can't keep such thoughts away is the moment you cemented those feelings. Damn Kasuk. Yoruichi would never blame Sona for falling for Kasuk as he's the man Yoruichi herself fell for. Why would she blame the girl who fell for her charming boyfriend? On the contrary, she would feel prideful. Serafal opened her eyes again and looked seriously at Kasuk. Kitan. I'll let you marry Sotan if you can go through my groom training course. Ne-sama. Wait. What? Where did that come from? Chapter 138, Sona ran away. Did you beat Sotan in a game of chess? Instead of answering Kasuk's question, Serafal asked a question of her own. Kasuk started thinking what her words mean and answered, I did. And Sotan probably made a fuss over her loss. Serafal looked over at Sona, who started fidgeting with a flushed face. Sona is now enduring everyone's gaze in addition to Yoruchi's mean gaze. You're right. Based on Serafal's declaration on marriage and the current trend of the talk, Kasuk already has some clue on what's going on, but he still needs to hear it completely before jumping into a conclusion. Did you know that a few years ago that a certain young devil, to avoid being engaged to someone she doesn't like, announced and swore to her name that she would only marry those who beat her in a game of chess? Many young men from different backgrounds tried to beat her, but no one succeeded. Serafal picked up a cookie and happily ate it, not as delicious as Sona's sweets though. I see. So you're saying that a young man like that appeared? Kasuk was now sure of what's going on and looked at Sona, who is now staring at the floor, not daring to lift her head. That's why I'm here. After some cookies, Serafal calmly sipped some tea. Serafal didn't speak any further and waited for the latter's reply. A strange silence took over the room. Sakura is blankly looking Sona and kept thinking, another daughter-in-law. Not that I'm against it, as like Sona-chan quite a bit. But Kasuk grew up in human society and he already has Yoruchi. Even though he's a big pervert, I doubt that he'll agree. Yoruchi sighed as she already knew what would be the result of this. She is sure that Kasuk will reject this marriage, but she also knew that Sona wouldn't be able to take it well. After a few more seconds of silence, Kasuk smiled and said in a jovial tone, ha ha ha. No way. It's Kaisha here we are talking about. Even if I beat her in chess, she wouldn't want to marry someone like me. She even tried very hard to defeat me. Though she failed, her perseverance to defeat me is a testament to her resolution not to marry me. Why would even Kaisha like someone who's only a pervert and kept harassing her? We are not compatible at all. And besides, she already knew that I have a lover and would never. In the middle of his awfully long rejection statement, Kasuk stopped speaking as he saw Sona looking blankly at him with a neutral expression and slightly open mouth, while large amounts of tears gushing down through her face. Serafal's eyes widened in shock. Sakura also has the same expression as her. And Yoruchi used one of her paws to cover her face. Kasuk, you idiot. That's too much. Eh? What this? Why am I crying? Sona noticed her tears gushing out after a few seconds and tried to wipe it away, but just as she did, her face would be drenched again by its non-stop flow. Strange. My tears won't stop. Figuring out that wiping isn't enough and all of them are still staring at her, Sona tried just to laugh it off. Did I got cursed without me noticing? But that also failed as her expression slowly contorted. You. She knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she stood up hurriedly without regard to her manners, ran towards the door and only left a few strangely heart-wrenching words. I'm sorry. Sona-chan. Serafal also stood up and chased after her. But before she leaves entirely, she gave Kasuk, who is still dumbfounded, a complicated glance. Yoruchi jumped on the head of the startled Kasuk and scratched the bridge of his nose. Ow. Kasuk unenthusiastically reacted. Ignoring his reaction, Yoruchi asks, aren't you going to chase after her? What for? Yep. Chasing after her is a bad idea if you have nothing else to say. Wait for a few more days before approaching her. Anyway, how does it feel to witness such a cry? Terrible. I'm not a fan. Is that so? Yoruchi jumped down and approached Sakura, who wanted to say something but stopped by her. I'm going to the training ground to look after the kids. You can go take a small walk by yourself. Kasuk let out a large sigh and stood up, thanks. And disappeared from his position with the use of flash step. Is that all right? Sakura asks worriedly. It's fine. At a time like this, it's better for him to think on his own. It's his specialty anyways. Yoruchi transformed back to her human form and shrugged her shoulders. You sure do know a lot about him. A lot more than I do. Are you his mother? Sakura couldn't help but feel jealous. Ahahaha. I could fill the role. After gaining some distance from the Urahara household, Sona used teleportation magic to directly appear in her room at her mansion situated at the corner of the Kuo town. Sona jumped to her king-size bed and covered herself with a thick blanket. Sona kept sobbing and sniffling. Serafal followed after her in worry and arrived beside her bed. Sona-chan. Even the usual cheerful mood of Serafal was gone without a trace. She didn't know how to comfort her sister, as this is the first time she saw her beloved sister being so helpless. But somewhere in the corner of her mind, she felt a small relief that Sona can still act like this, not the emotionless robot that she kept portraying at home to show the dignity of the heiress of the house. But what will happen now? As Serafal paces around thinking of the words she could say, Sona's voice resounded under the blanket. Ne-sama, sob why does it hurt so much? Serafal stopped pacing around and looked at the bundled up Sona and heaves a large sigh. She lay down beside her on the top of the blanket and patted where Sona's head would be on the blanket. I don't know. I haven't experienced it myself. Ne-sama. This feeling is very strange. Sob sob. I've endured much more intense words from our elders jeering at my dreams, which is supposed to be the most important thing for me. Their words hurt, but I can endure it and move forward. But why do a few simple words of rejection reduce me to this state? Sob sob. Seraphal continued patting Sona's head and didn't say anything. It's not like she has something anyway. Sona suddenly gets out of her cover and faced her sister. Seraphal felt the need to attack the heavens when she saw her face full of tears and swollen red eyes. Damn it, Kitan. What should I do, Ne-sama? I don't like this feeling. I want to forget it. I hate myself for thinking that maybe we could be together. Yua. Sona wailed loudly as she asks her sister. Seraphal grabbed her and hugged her, burying Sona's head in her bosom. Just cry it all out. You'll feel better later. I guess. Wah. Yua. Feeling the warmth of her sister enveloping her, Sona didn't stop herself from letting it all out. She has the same thoughts as her sister. If she can let it all out now, maybe she'll forget about it later and go back to her normal self. On the top of the mansion's roof, Kasuk heaves a large sigh and disappeared. Chapter 139, Getting Out of the Old Shell. Yoruichi arrived at the training ground, specifically, on the hot spring where the three girls are resting. Aika looked up and around before returning her gaze to Yoruichi. You alone? Kasuk needs some time alone. Yoruichi removes her clothing and directly jumped down in the hot spring. Aika wanted to say a dirty joke but noticed the gentle smile on Yoruichi's face and stopped. What happened? Yoruichi gently wipes her body before answering, well. Sona confessed. Technically, I guess. What? Aika found the energy from her tired body to suddenly stand up, but she staggered soon after. Kaneko was also shocked at Yoruichi's words and pointed her cat ears towards her direction to listen further while her tail slowly sway left and right and Kuroka started playing with it, ignoring their conversation entirely. Why are you surprised? Didn't you already know that this would happen sooner or later? Yoruichi reclined on the rock and sighed. Oh, you're right. Aika sat back down. Why isn't Kasuk here? Could it be that he accepted her and is now having a fun time with just the two of them? Kaneko's tail stood straight up when she heard this, hitting both of Kuroka's eyes. Gaia. Kaneko didn't have to care about her though as she continued listening to them. What do you think? Right. That's impossible. If he can move that fast, then he would have eaten me whole long ago. See. Even Kasuk won't be accepting any of you. As of now. Then. What happened to Kaishu? If it's her, she could take this kind of setback easily. As it turns out. No. She ran away bawling. What? At most, she'll cry a little then brush it off and try again next time. What happened, really? Yoruichi proceeded to narrate the whole story to the three of them. Is he an idiot? Aika couldn't help but ask. He's an idiot. And Yoruichi didn't hesitate to answer. Laughing it off is one thing, but to deny Sona Kaishu's feelings itself like that. It would have been better if he just outright rejected her. If he's not an idiot then he's a total jerk. Well, he's a big idiot and a little jerk. Yoruichi chuckled as it's too fitting for Kasuk. Then what's up with your creepily gentle smile from earlier? Aika finally asks what has been bothering her since earlier. What creepy? Don't call a maiden's gentle smile creepy. Yoruichi waved her right hand splashing the water around her. The splashes then hit Aika's face with great force. My eyes. There are now two people wincing in pain as they cover their faces. Yoruichi didn't mind the noise the two created and answered Aika's question, it's just that I'm happy. I know that you have the right to feel so, but couldn't you at least pretend to be sad for Kaishu? Aika complained. That's not it, you idiot. I'm happy for Kasuk. That he rejected someone so mercilessly. Listen here, what do you think of me? A demon. So. Why are you happy for him? Because this is the first time he experienced something like this. It's not a good experience though. You're right. But it also means that we're already living a different life from before. If it's the Kasuk in the past who is too busy with other things, he wouldn't even notice Sona's feelings and much less care about it. He wouldn't have any time to contemplate love and much less experience it. Kasuk and I wouldn't even be together now if we didn't escape that place. I'm just really happy that he's able to experience all of this. This is the first time he experienced something like this, huh? And you're really glad about it. Yoruichi-san, couldn't you tell us your past? I've been curious about it all this time. You would slip sometimes and it would sound like you two experienced something not nice. I won't talk about our past, neither Kasuk would. And there is already no point in. Anyways, is it fine to leave Kasuk alone? Don't you need to comfort him or something? Aika knew that she wouldn't get anything out of her so she decided to switch the topic. He's not a kid anymore. And even though we already have a different life from before, he's still the Kasuk that I know. It's better for him to contemplate alone so that he could convince himself. Then what if he decided to chase after Kaishu and accept it? I'll think about it after that actually happens. Aren't you afraid that he would toss you aside for some other girls? Of course I'm afraid. This world, after all, has too many beautiful women, and my lover is a big pervert. But more than that fear, I trust and love him. Few unconvincing words. But Aika can feel Yorichi's ease and confidence when she said those, so this is the woman he fell in love, huh? I still have a long way to go. My break is done. I still have a few more laps for today. With a sigh, Aika stood up and exited the hot spring. Within a minute, she dressed up and started sprinting away. Yorichi stared at her silhouette until she disappeared in the horizon. You don't actually have to try so hard to get his affection. The sun is already setting and Kasuk is walking slowly along the street where his house is located. His walk took a few hours to finish and his head felt a little bit clearer. It's my fault for avoiding it all this time. Sona's reaction from his words prompted him to think about the things he did, both in his old world and this new world. To think that something like this would become my problem. That's unthinkable if I'm still in my old world. I kept comparing the two so I got stuck at my old mindset. What a blunder. This isn't the old Earth where I have to plan a countermeasure to save Soul Society, nor the world where it is my responsibility to participate in the war to save the world. In here, someone else could do that. Yorichi and I are irregulars. We could just do what we want. We're already free of our responsibilities. Isn't that the reason I was able to get together with Yorichi? My options aren't limited anymore. I don't have to confine myself in my old thinking. To think that I have to see something like that for me to think of my current lifestyle. How could I forget something basic like that? Ah, because Yorichi suddenly appeared when I thought I was all alone. Kasuk helplessly chuckled to himself. Because of Yorichi, who is his partner, he unintentionally started planning ahead for unseen enemies and made himself too busy again. Although not as busy as his past life because he can still play around with the kids. Leading him to the current situation. I should apologize to Sona Kaishu after she calmed down sufficiently. And Yorichi, for letting her stay in the dark for too long when she doesn't need to. Kasuk was about to reach his home when he noticed a man in front of the house. Excuse me. Do you something from this place? The man turned around and said, Ah. I'm looking for a man called Kasuk Urahara. Why are you looking for him? And who are you, mister? Oh. I'm sorry. I'm a delivery man from XXX Company and we have a letter for him that needed to be handled personally. But the sender didn't know his exact address so we were asked to look for him in Kuo town. The man took out his ID and introduces himself. I see. I'm the one you're looking for. Here's my ID card. Kasuk took out his own. So you're the one. The client paid for a pretty hefty sum to look for you and hand this personally. The man took out a small envelope which is the letter he is referring to. Ah, thank you for your hard work. Kasuk took and inspected it. He didn't notice anything wrong with it aside from he can't think of anyone who would send him a letter and doesn't know his address. Please sign here. The man left after Kasuk signed. From Clearia Belial. That's a very familiar name. Where have I heard it before? Chapter 140, Invitation. Kasuk greeted her mother who also just came from shopping with Yorichi. Make sure you settle things between you and Sona-chan. It's your fault why this happened. Those are Sakura's first words when her son greeted her. I will. Kasuk smiled brightly. Looks like you're fine now, but Sona-chan is not. Sakura gave him a reprimanding look. I'll properly apologize to her later. But I think that chasing after her right now won't do me any good. I'll wait for her to calm down for now. Well. That's fine I guess. But you shouldn't do that kind of thing in the future. Rejecting someone is alright, but trampling over the innocent maiden's feelings are forbidden. I know, Mom. I understand my fault now. Good. Let's head inside. I'm going to prepare for dinner. Help me with it. Sakura shoved the bags she's carrying to Kasuk. Okay. Kasuk helped her with the groceries and entered the house. After their dinner, Kasuk asks Yorichi, how's the three? They're fine. Kaneko is healing faster than predicted. Kuroka is still understandably cautious of both of us and Aika is still trying too hard as ever. Warn her later. Her body could recover easily but not her mental health. I intend to. But let her do what she wants for now. In any case, the basic Zanjutsu that she got from getting her own Zanpakuto should be enough for now. Great. Now that is out of the way. Mom. I'll be going somewhere for a week or two. I'm taking Yorichi with me. Kasuk said to Sakura who was preparing dinner beside him. To where? She didn't look at his direction and continued what she's doing. To Greece. Why? Sakura finally looked over at his direction with a baffled expression. Yoruichi also has the same expression. A friend invited me over for her child's birthday. Kasuk recalled the contents of the letter he received earlier and stated her reason. Who is it? Sakura went back to what she's doing and asked casually. Well, I can't really tell as her identity is a bit special and some people are after her. So the fewer people knew about her the better. Kasuk shook his head in refusal to answer. I finally remembered her. She's the devil with a priest lover who was hunted down by their own comrades. She's already thought of as a dead person. I can't go attending the birthday party of a 7-year-old daughter of 10 years dead person. Is that so? Just be careful, all right. With a sigh, Sakura agreed but didn't forget to remind him. Got it. Maybe by the time that I return, Sona Kaisha would have calmed down sufficiently to listen to my apologies. Kasuk chuckled and arranged his plan for the future. When are you going? Tomorrow. That's a bit sudden. What about school? I can take care of that later. I don't need it anyways. I only attended because that's the most normal thing to do. And now that you know about me, I couldn't care less about it anymore. What about the friends you made there? Sakura understood his reason. Someone who can formulate very complicated magic without the help of a devil is already beyond the realm of genius. Someone like that would only need to read some textbooks and reference books and they'll be done with high school. But school isn't all about just studying, it is also what shapes the students' personalities and relationships in their limited time as a youth. I'll come once in a while. Kasuk remembered the rowdy trio, Asia, and finally, Sona. He would like to play with them again to relax. They finished their dinner and retired early to their rooms. Sakura is now alone because Kaneko has to stay with her peerage for 2 reasons. Kaneko can't go out alone without protection from someone in Gremory House or they'll risk her get kidnapped because of her ability. They locked down the information regarding the rating game, but there are no absolutes in this world. They had to be careful. The other reason is that Kaneko might inflict harm to the Urahara household by gathering attention to them and someone might think that they are the reason Kaneko gained such power. Kasuk, Yoruichi, and Sakura agreed as they also don't want needless trouble if it can be avoided. When they reached their room, Kasuk locked the room with his barrier and laid down on the bed with Yoruichi sitting on his chest. So, who did you receive that letter from? Cleria Belial. Remember her? Cleria. Cleria. Ah. That poor devil with a human lover who was almost killed by those around them. Yep. Kasuk then took out the letter from his inventory and gave it to Yoruichi. Yoruichi transforms back to human and laid down beside him using his arm as a pillow. She took the letter and started reading it. Most of the letter's contents are thanks and a summary of what happened to both of them. They also now have a 7-year-old daughter and very happy with their current lives. They are inviting Kasuk to come for a vacation in Greece and it's also their daughter's birthday. They mentioned in the letter that they kept telling the story of what happened a decade ago to their daughter. That's why she got interested in this big brother Kasuk and wants to meet him. Yoruichi closed the letter and gave it back to Kasuk for safekeeping. If this is the normal you wouldn't have accepted this invitation. What changed? Well, I just figure out that since it's already our second life, we shouldn't live it like the previous one. Oh. No more being overly cautious and hiding to the best of your ability. Yep. I don't anymore care if more people were to know more about me. We don't have an enemy that we must take down and silently plan for everything. Though I won't showcase my abilities willy-nilly and I also won't cut corners in some disguises of mine. After all, showing everything we got would only attract unwanted attention to us. He. I'm very thankful to Sona for showing you something like that. It woke you up. She won't be happy with your gratitude though. I don't care. Anyways, what are you going to do with her, playboy? Yoruichi sneered at him. I honestly don't know. Her feelings were too heavy for me. He smiled wryly in response. Yoruichi looked at his serious face and thought, it's only heavy because you aren't carrying it properly. Chapter 141, Touchdown. The next day, Kasuk in casual wear and a backpack on his back. There are just a few necessities inside it and most of the space is for Yoruichi. He doesn't need luggage anyway as he already has all he needs in a separate space, including large amounts of portable jigai that can be useful in many situations. Do you have everything you need? Even though Sakura already knew the answer to this question, she still wanted to ask him this as his mother. Yep. We'll be going now. It'll probably take a week or 2. Take care. Sakura gave him a hug and a kiss on the cheek. You too, take care. I'll bring back some souvenirs. Kasuk also returned the hug. All right. My expectations aren't that high. I wouldn't even mind if you bring me another daughter-in-law. Sakura is of course just joking when she said this. I don't think that'll happen. I'm just going for a short vacation. He. Who knows? Your antics are very charming for some girls. You might snag one by just walking through the streets. Sakura is still indeed joking, but remembering the girls around him, she wasn't so sure anymore. I didn't jinx it, right? Well then mom, I gotta go. Or I might miss my plane. Kasuk didn't want to agree to her words, but he also couldn't deny her as it goes against his pride of handsome shopkeeper that charms, annoys, all ladies. Kasuk took a taxi like a normal person with Yoruchi in her cat form peeking from the bag. Since Yoruchi essentially doesn't exist in human society, she can't take any flight to anywhere without proper identification. They could easily request the devils for it, but it'll take some time, and Yoruchi didn't really want to deal with them aside from her acquaintances, which is Sona, Tsubaki, and Kaneko. Yoruchi, however, can easily bypass the security measures of the airport without much effort, so the need to get an ID reduces further. The devils in the airport spotted Kasuk and reported it to their higher-ups, as he is one of the persons of interest connected to Yoruchi. Who are they looking for? Kasuk noticed them and their actions but ignored it because they didn't do anything beyond recording information, and Kasuk can easily manipulate that. Kasuk boarded the plane while Yoruchi is brazenly standing on his head, but no one noticed her as she's being hidden by Kasuk's invention, that is a small-scale illusion-generating choker equipped on her neck. This is actually their first time to board an airplane and quite excited about it. Kasuk and Yoruchi just had to explore the whole plane's every nook and cranny. Just this experience is worth their whole trip. The two got tired and rested the rest of the flight and only woke up when they landed on Athens International Airport. Kasuk didn't contact Cleria, so she doesn't know that he would arrive today. Kasuk and Yoruchi wanted to go around by themselves. A date, in other words. The first thing they did is to go to the money exchanger booth for some local cash that they can spend. After that, they looked through the brochure that they got when at the airport to plan their route. Since they aren't exactly like a normal couple that kept giggling at each other like an idiot, they chose the places where they could experience things that they can't do normally. It's about 6:30 in the morning, and the first thing they decided to do is fishing. Both of them haven't experienced it and wanted to do it now that have a chance. They didn't want to waste time by going through the fishing tours, and since Kasuk already have all they needed in his inventory including diving and fishing equipment, they only had to choose the place to fish. And they chose to go to the port city of Athens, Piraeus. Until now, Kasuk is still being tracked by the devils, but they haven't realized Yoruchi's existence. Entering a random street after exiting the airport, Kasuk took out a jigai he can control remotely when his trackers weren't looking and left the scene using flash step. He intended for the jigai to stay in a random hotel for the whole duration of their trip. Now that the eyes that were following him were out of the way, Kasuk changes his outfit to blend in with the locals. He also used illusion magic to dye his hair black and finally took out a small candy. This candy is another one of Kasuk's creations that can temporarily change the taker's magical signature to avoid pinpoint detections. It lasts about 3 hours each take, and you can eat the next one before the effect disappears for another 3 hours of the magical signature change. There are, of course, limitations. First is, you can't take it 10 times a row and have to rest for 3 hours, or else the mana inside the body will start to wreak havoc due to constant change. And second, the use of magic within a certain threshold will render this candy ineffective. However, even with limitations like those, it certainly is useful for situations like these. Kasuk can actually change his own magical signature without the candy's help, but he would have to dedicate a certain amount of focus on it, taking away some of his enjoyment in this trip. Using flash step and covering his tracks, Kasuk only took a few minutes to reach Piraeus from the vicinity of the airport. Although he moving too fast for humans or most of the supernatural beings, he still didn't forget to appreciate the metropolis of Athens with Yoruchi peeking from his backpack. Athens is the capital and largest city of Greece. Athens dominates the Attica region and is one of the world's oldest cities, with its recorded history spanning over 3,400 years, and its earliest human presence started somewhere between the 11th and 7th millennium BC. The heritage of the classical era is still evident in the city, represented by ancient monuments and works of art, the most famous of all being the Parthenon, considered a key landmark of early Western civilization. The city also retains Roman and Byzantine monuments, as well as a smaller number of Ottoman monuments. Finding another secluded alley and setting up a concealing barrier, Kasuk prompted Yoruchi to come out from his bag. Yoruchi transformed back to her human form, finally. Where do we go? Let's go. For starters, put on some clothes. Kasuk took out a set of clothes for Yoruchi. Oh. Thanks. Yoruchi happily put a show in front of him. Kasuk wanted to attack her but figured that he could do that later and much more. Yoruchi could have conjured clothes for herself, but the clothes Kasuk handed to her is another one of his creations. Its effects are simple, it can change both of her Ryatsuki and magical signatures. Since she's technically a wanted woman, Kasuk put more focus on her concealment. But due to a small time frame, he could only create one set of this clothing, so Kasuk put as many extra features in it as possible. The first extra is the ability to change its appearance. There are multiple presets that Yoruchi can choose from, and some of the designs are cosplay, which is Kasuk's interest. Another extra is the ability to clean itself automatically. Other extra features are just some small convenient things like temperature control and automatic repair. After putting it on, Yuruchi jumped to Kasuk like a little girl and grabbed his left arm. So, where do we go? Kasuk smiled and pinched her nose playfully. We book a hotel first. We aren't going to Cleria's place today, bad boy. Yuruchi replied with a playful smile. What? You don't want to stay a night first with just the two of us? Who said that? Let's go. Chapter 142, Date. Piraeus is a port city in the region of Attica, Greece. Piraeus is located within the Athens urban area, 12 kilometers, 7 miles, southwest from its city center, and lies along the east coast of the Saronic Gulf. The city provides a wide variety of entertainment. Piraeus is famous for its tavernas and restaurants, renowned for its cuisine. Most are spread along the coasts of Microlimano and Piraki, specializing in seafood and attracting many visitors, including tourists. The nightlife of the city is vibrant, with numerous bars and nightclubs. Plenty of major shopping areas can be found on the central avenues of Piraeus, Irun Polytechnia, and Grigoria Labraki. Kasuk and Yuruchi move fast. After booking a room in a nice hotel, they immediately went to the fishing spot they decided, 30 kilometers off the coast of Piraeus. In the middle of nowhere, Kasuk took out a boat for both of them and they suddenly started a contest of whoever can catch most fish. They did this contest while restraining themselves to a normal human with above average manus level, but somehow they still managed to get the attention of some beings. Kasuk tried to track where these stares are coming from but failed, mainly because he isn't using his Ryatsuki nor mana, they're under the sea. Some intelligent sea monsters. Yuruchi and I don't feel any hostilities. Hence they ignored it and continued their fun. They caught many fishes but released most of them and cooked what remains for their lunch. They returned to the coastal area through the use of some simple magic to move the boat. They waited for the stares to disappear and Kasuk took back the boat. They used Flash Step to escape the area and reappeared back to the city proper. The next thing they did play at the amusement park named Olo. Fun Park. Kasuk and Yuruchi didn't care about extreme rides and focused more on the small game booths like Shooting Game, where they continued their contest. They played for 4 hours in the amusement park before moving on to another location. It's still a bit early, but they went to a restaurant called Ithaki. An outdoor restaurant with a magnificent sea view. Great atmosphere, classy, elegant and romantic. It's a very pricey place but they don't care about money anyways and ordered pasta and seafood. The restaurant's service is great and they enjoyed their quiet time while sipping on a glass of fine wine. They left after an hour and decided to move on to their next location because they didn't want to waste a rare day like this. Their next destination is the outdoor movie night at Niarchos Cultural Center. One of the most popular events in Athens is the summer outdoor movie nights. When they arrived, the venue was already full of people but they still managed to find a spot and laid down a blanket to sit on it. The movie nights are ideal for those looking for an excuse to cuddle in front of a good movie without having to stay in, so they did. While feeling each other's warmth, they ate the snacks that Kasuk prepared. Their day didn't end on the movie night, however, as they moved to another location. The time is already 10 o'clock in the evening and today is Monday. Following the instructions on the guide they arrived pedestrian street at the end of Irmu. There they found couples dancing the tango. This is the Malonga Dromu, a weekly rendezvous for tango lovers in Athens and the atmosphere is very relaxed and free. Kasuk and Yuruchi watched for a few minutes before joining in the fun. Thanks for today, Kasuk, Yuruchi whispered to her lover as they danced to the tune. No need for any thanks. Yuruchi, I'm sorry. Kasuk chuckled before returning to his serious countenance. What for? Did you finally eat one of those girls? Who is it? Why haven't I noticed? Yuruchi then proceeds to bite his right ear. Ow. No, not that. And why do you sound like you're already expecting that to happen? Kasuk separated his head from Yuruchi. Oh. Are you saying that there are no chances of that happening at all? Yuruchi gave him a doubtful look. Oh, of course. Anyways, Kasuk remembered his thoughts of eating Ika up and stuttered or a bit, sh*t, and tried to change the topic. Yuruchi, of course, noticed his slight hesitation and stepped on his foot. Yuruchi used a bit of her Ryatsuki to penetrate his defenses but he didn't whelp even a little bit as he noticed that she isn't really angry. What the hell? Shaking his head, he changes the topic, Ehem. What I want to say is sorry for letting you do all the things I ask you. You could have a relatively normal life as a human if I didn't instruct you to hide your existence so that we would have a hidden ace against our enemies. Heh. Right, you should be sorry. Kasuk sighed and wanted to say more but Yuruchi blocked his lips with her finger, but since you've accompanied me throughout most of my second life, I don't really care about living a normal life. So I forgive you. Yuruchi. Kasuk's eyes widened at her words. What? Falling me yet again? Yuruchi holds onto his face and smiled seductively. Yes, with a bright smile, Kasuk affirmed her words without any hesitation. Haha, you should be. Competition is getting fierce around you. I can't give anyone the lead. Ahaha, haha dot haha. Kasuk could only laugh wryly. But after a few seconds, he gave her a soft kiss to her lips. That isn't enough. Yoruichi then tightened her hold onto his head and gave him a hot kiss. The people in their surrounding cheered for them for their display of affection. And like an infection, their action spread to other couples. The impromptu tango dance turned into dozens of couples kissing each other. The two ran away when the place started to gather attention due to the weird atmosphere, and they slowly walked their way towards the hotel, appreciating the ambient air of the streets. Kasuk is getting impatient as the fire in his heart kept rising, so they took a shortcut through the dark alleyway to reach their hotel earlier. But just as they entered, a running figure bumped into Kasuk, launching her back. Kasuk's detection is only focused on beings with a certain amount of mana or ki, so all normal human beings were out of his and Yoruichi's radar. Although they could instantly detect it if someone, even a normal person, puts attention to them. Kasuk didn't notice the black figure running through the dark alleyway and bumped into him. He reached out his hand and said in perfect English, "I'm sorry. I didn't notice you. Are you all right?" Taking a close look, the figure is a tall woman with only has a tattered black cloak that covers most of her body. He can see a bit of her purple hair spilling out of the hood, which is strangely glossy for her overall appearance. Her eyes were blindfolded with a white dirty cloth, but she acts like she can see those around her, because when Kasuk reached out his hand towards her, she reeled back and bared her teeth towards him. He can tell that she's wounded, but not a cause for concern. And although she's aggressive, fear is very apparent from her demeanor. She ignored Kasuk's hand and stood up with some difficulty on her own. She then ran away, exiting the dark alleyway. Kasuk chased her with her gaze, which prompted Yoruichi to ask, "What's wrong?" "Something about her." "Well, she's obviously in trouble, but more than that. When I looked at her, I feel disgusted." Yoruichi tried to look at the woman again, but she already disappeared around the corner. "You aren't going to help?" "Nope. But maybe yes if we ever meet again. I want to know why I feel this way." Kasuk became interested in her, as he would never feel disgusted towards others' outward appearances. But although he's interested in her, he wouldn't exchange his time with Yoruichi with just mere curiosity. Chapter 143, Yagaki Family. The next morning, they went to another restaurant for breakfast before going to the port to take a hydrofoil ferry to Aegina Island. And they arrive after 40 minutes of travel. Aegina is one of the Saronic islands of Greece in the Saronic Gulf, 27 kilometers, 17 miles, from Athens. Tradition derives the name from Aegina, the mother of the hero Aeacus, who was born on the island and became its king. During ancient times, Aegina was a rival of Athens, the great sea power of the era. Aegina is one of the Saronic islands of Greece in the Saronic Gulf, 27 kilometers, 17 miles, from Athens. Tradition derives the name from Aegina, the mother of the hero Aeacus, who was born on the island and became its king. During ancient times, Aegina was a rival of Athens, the great sea power of the era. Aegina is roughly triangular in shape, approximately 15 kilometers, 9.3 miles, from east to west and 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles, from north to south, with an area of 87.41 square kilometers, 33.75 square miles. An extinct volcano constitutes two-thirds of Aegina. The northern and western sides consist of stony but fertile plains, which are well cultivated and produce luxuriant crops of grain, with some cotton, vines, almonds, olives, and figs, but the most characteristic crop of Aegina today is pistachio. Economically, the sponge fisheries are of notable importance. The southern volcanic part of the island is rugged and mountainous, and largely barren. Its highest rise is the conical Mount Orus in the south, and the Panhellenic Ridge stretches northward with narrow fertile valleys on either side. The beaches are also a popular tourist attraction. Hydrofoil ferries from Piraeus take only 40 minutes to reach Aegina. The regular ferry takes about an hour, with ticket prices for adults within the €4 to €15 range. There are regular bus services from Aegina town to destinations throughout the island, such as Aegea Marina. Ports is a fishing village on the east coast. "Anything else you want to do first?" Kasuk asked Yoruichi after disembarked from the vessel. "Nah. Let's go greet this Cleria Belial first. She's going to show us around anyways." Kasuk took a look at the letter again to confirm Cleria's address, and since they still got plenty of time, they choose to walk their way there. Along the way, they tried various snacks that can be found on the small stalls. After a few hours of walking and enjoying the scenery, which they don't see often, they reached a modest one-story house on the outskirts of the Aegina town, which has some distances from other houses. With a knock on the double doors, the voice of a woman answered in Greek, "Nu Alpha." A homely woman with long gray hair tied in a ponytail and gray eyes opened and peeked from the door and saw a man with black hair and a woman with dark skin, Eastern descents. Someone who got separated from their tour group. "What can I do for you?" Cleria then asked in English. "Yo. It's been a while," the man with black hair said in Japanese with a large grin. Cleria furrowed her brows as she stares at the man. What is this guy talking about? Did he mistake me for? But as she stares more at his grinning face, Cleria was suddenly reminded of the unusual child that saved both of her and Masaomi from the brink of death a decade ago. Although he has a different hair color from that day, she couldn't forget that grin of him. You came. She shouted in surprise voice which alerted the other people in the house. I came to play. With a chuckle, Kasuk confirmed his identity. Mama, who's on the door? A voice of a man came from the inside of the house. Honey. Come here and see who came. What's up? It's my turn in our Monopoly game now. I at least wanted to be richer than Claire. A man with a black crew-cut hair peeked on the door and saw Kasuk and Yoruchi. Just take that street and you'll reach the main street after 20 minutes of walking. You can ask people on the way for further directions. After the men said that, he earned a knock on the head from Cleria. They aren't tourists. No. Maybe they are, but do you not remember him? Kasuk's grin still hasn't disappeared and the man, Masaomi Yagaki, finally remembers his face despite being a baby face 10 years ago. Kasuk Urahara. The one and only. Ah. Forgive us. We didn't that you're coming today. We thought for sure that you'll only come 3 days later for my daughter's birthday. Please come in. Masaomi opened the door wide and invited them in. Thank you for having us, Yoruchi said in a bright smile. I'm Cleria Yagaki and this is my husband Masaomi Yagaki. Cleria introduces herself and her husband to the unfamiliar woman who's with Kasuk. Yoruchi, just Yoruchi. I'm Kasuk's wife. Yoruchi took Cleria's hand and introduced herself. His wife? Great. Kasuk-kun, you managed to get yourself a beauty. Masaomi patted Kasuk's back and congratulated him. I'm handsome and charming. Isn't this an obvious result? Kasuk proudly proclaimed. Too charming that others are gunning for him even with me around. Yoruchi gave him a sneer. Ahahaha. Isn't that great? You got a husband that is so good that others just wanted to take a bite. Hee. Hearing the laughs from the living room, a small girl came out from the bedroom and said, Mama, Papa. She then hurriedly hid behind her father and took a peek at the guests. The little girl inherited her mother's hair and eye color while her face is a bit more of an Eastern descent she inherited from her father. Who are they? Kasuk and Yoruchi already knew about the little girl as she's the reason they are here in the first place. Her name is Cleria and she'll 7 years old in 3 days. Kasuk put on a big brother image and he crouched down to meet her eyes. Nice to meet you. I'm Kasuk Urahara. I heard that your parents keep telling you stories about me. He spoke in crooked but understandable Greek. Big brother Kasuk. Cleria asks. She stares at Kasuk. Yep. Cleria first looked up to her father and mother for their confirmation. As they nodded, she smiled brightly and jumped out from Masaomi's back and arrived in front of Kasuk. Yay. Big brother Kasuk. Let's play. Kasuk picked her up and said, sure. What do you want to play? Monopoly. Why that? Because Papa can't beat me. Yoruchi tried to stop herself from laughing but failed. Ahahaha. Masaomi on the other hand scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, when did you learn Greek? Yoruchi changes the topic and asks something she's curious about all this time. The moment I received their letter. I thought it would be convenient. Seriously? You just received that letter 2 days ago. What? You learned a language within just 2 days? Cleria and Masaomi exclaimed. Well. I have to understand what your daughter is saying at least. What the hell is your head made out of? Anyways, you could just speak Japanese to her just fine. She's a half-devil after all and she has a language skill. I forgot about that. And that's a lot more convenient than learning a language. I should start replicating that skill. Cleria's mouth twitches when she heard him mutter something unbelievable. That's a devil's innate skill, you know. Kasuk smiled brightly and replied, if it's happening, then it's possible. I just have to find out how it works. Chapter 144, Lonely Kid. Kasuk played with Claire for the whole day until she collapsed from exhaustion. As Cleria sets her on her bed gently, Claire has a satisfied smile as she sleeps. After smiling gently and kissing her on her forehead, good night sweetie. Cleria left her and went to the dining area where the other three are. Masaomi waited for Cleria to sit down beside him and bowed his head towards Kasuk. Once again, thank you for saving our lives. Without you, Cleria and I would have separated forever and we would never have Claire on our side. She's the pillar of our current lives. Kasuk drank the coffee they served for him. You don't have to mention it. I already got my thanks from you years ago and it helped me and Yoruchi in a lot of things. And that's enough for the work I did back then. Even then, thank you. If there is something else that you need and if Cleria and I can provide it, we'll give it to you. Drop the formalities, old man. We're just here for a vacation. If you can provide a room for us to stay in then we would be happy. We already cleaned an extra room for you. Although we didn't think that you would bring someone else with you, the bed should be enough for 2 people. My thanks. I also want to thank you for playing with Claire all day. What? You didn't have to give your gratitude for something like that. I also enjoyed myself so much so that I want a daughter for myself now. As Kasuk said this, he looked at Uruchi with a large grin. Uruchi in response just rolled her eyes and looked away, but the 3 of them can see a minute blush on her face. Cleria ignored their blatant flirting and continued speaking. It's a big favor for me as Claire doesn't have very many friends of her age. Most of the schools around here are Catholic schools and she can't attend those as they are under the influence of heaven. Even the remaining non-Catholic schools are under someone's influence and it can't Claire attend those schools and is currently being homeschooled by me. I chose this place because Devils doesn't have any influence here, but that decision backfired on us. Cleria sighed as she remembers the envious look of her daughter when she saw kids of her age going home from school. Cleria and Masaomi can't risk their daughter's safety and it's a good thing that she's very obedient and very understanding for a kid, but it also pained both of them. Cleria and Masaomi could only spend as much time as possible with her to ease her loneliness. This is also the reason why Claire longs for the big brother Kasuk in their stories. Kasuk and Uruchi didn't speak after that, as even though they aren't entirely good people and knew that some other children have it way worse, they still felt pity for the child of their friend longing for playmates. Even someone like me wants to help the kid after hearing something like that. I can bring her with me back to Japan, but she'll end up separated from her parents, which is worse. Cleria and Masaomi guessed what Kasuk is thinking, seeing him rub his chin and stare at the distance. You don't have to do anything else, as I only wanted to explain to you why we are very grateful for being her playmate. And if it isn't much, please play with her for as long as you stay here. That's a given. Tomorrow we'll go out and play. Kasuk smiled and set aside this problem for now. Is that so? Would you like us to come with you, or would it be just the 3 of you to explore the island? Masaomi chuckled in delight and asked for their plan. I guess we would like to explore the island on our own pace, so it'll be just the 3 of us. Then I'll write down some places that are good to visit. Cleria smiled happily and pulled out a pen and a paper, asking Masaomi for his inputs. Are you fine leaving your daughter to me? Kasuk is a bit perplexed at their reaction. Aren't they trusting me too much? It's all right. We took your advice and trained ourselves, and we're very confident that we're the strongest on the island. But even then, I can only see you as a normal human, which shouldn't be possible unless you're a lot stronger than us. Cleria released her demonic power and contained it within the house. She tried to pressure Kasuk with it but failed to even get a bit of reaction from him and Uruchi. It's also possible that I'm not as strong as you think and only skilled in hiding. Kasuk just chuckled at her actions. Someone like you who can play with a super devil. Seriously? That guy is really a super devil. I only got lucky. Ha ha ha. Either way, we trust you. We're already intruding in your good time with your wife by letting our daughter accompany you. And besides, we didn't stay here for nothing, as we already have eyes all over the island, so if something happens, we would immediately rush towards you. Cleria pushed her point as she continues to write good places for them to visit tomorrow. Then it's decided. And I would like places with good food. All right, noted. And you also need to know the power factions here. I'm listening. Most of the people here, including those in Athens, are Catholic, so you can imagine the amount of influence heaven has here. Figures. There are too many churches here, both old and new. And each one of them has some supernatural beings guarding it. Right. They are strong, but the most dominant force here in Greece is not them, but the descendants of the Greek heroes who fought alongside the Olympian gods. Interesting. Tell me more. I don't really know about others, but most dominant force here in Athens is the Perseus clan, the descendants of Perseus himself. I've also heard the myth about Zeus' son, Perseus, in my old world, but I didn't think that those myths would become reality here. Well, I guess with the existence of devils, angels, fallen angels, I shouldn't be surprised. Kasuk thought, and he also wanted to confirm the myth from his old world, so he asked Cleria, Perseus, as in the guy who killed Medusa? Yes. It already happened long ago, but the records of these events are still on my family's archive. And other large clans should also have a copy of it. Cleria confirmed his thoughts. Chapter 145, Perseus Clan. The Perseus clan is divided into 4 parts. Each one of these parts signifies one of the 4 divine armaments that Perseus received from Athena and Hermes when he started his quest to slay the Gorgon, Medusa. These 4 armaments are the harp, which said to have an ability to cut down immortals, the bronze mirror shield, acting as a sort of detector that possesses sonar and radar functionality. It reflects the surroundings onto itself, showing the layout of an area and the heartbeats of any life present in the location, the winged boots that gave the user unimaginable speed and flight, and the cap of darkness which hides the existence of the user. Cleria took out another piece of paper to illustrate what she is saying. Cap of darkness. The last item immediately caught Kasuk and Uruchi's attention, as they might have encountered it. Yes. It's a replica of Hades' helmet of invisibility, and the only known replica of it. Cleria explained as she thought that they are just curious about it. Is that so? Please continue your story. Kasuk smiled and urges her to continue while concealing his frown. The only replica, huh? That's bullshit. I saw at least 2 goons wearing it. Is it a hidden fact that only Olympians should know? Or is it just Hades trying to hide its existence? The second possibility sounds like trouble, and this Hades guy might have already focused one of his eyes in Kuo town. I should know more about him. Moving on, the Perseus clan elects one main clan from the 4 minor clans, and it only happens once every 3 generations. The current main clan is the one representing the bronze mirror shield. As for how they elect one, it's unknown to outsiders. You should have some clues, right? Indeed. Especially when it's this generation that they have to elect a new main clan. But what I'm hearing isn't anything good. Let's hear it. It's not confirmed, but it seems that the current generation of that clan is currently hunting some kind of monster. But according to some reports I've received, they're chasing after a human. Kasuk was suddenly reminded of the blinded folded woman who he came across yesterday. Any description about this human? None. The one being chased is always cloaked. I didn't try to look after this human as I might catch the Perseus clan's attention. Cleria shook her head. You're afraid of them? No, I can easily defeat the current clan head as long as he doesn't use the shield. He has the shield. Kasuk's eyes opened slightly in surprise and got an urge to examine it. If it's the same from the myths, then I want to know how it reflects magical attacks. Yes. One of the benefits of becoming the main clan is that Athena or Hermes would grant them the treasure they are representing for 3 generations. I see. So you're not afraid of the Perseus clan but the gods behind them. Are they really that strong? Yes. According to the records, Hermes is on par with a very strong ultimate-class devil, and Athena could even rival her father Zeus, who is the strongest Olympian god terms of battle prowess, which should be as strong if not weaker than superclass devils. So these Olympian gods are very strong, so how are they pushed aside by heaven? They don't really care about gathering beliefs as heaven does. Heaven didn't do anything directly to gather beliefs, so the Olympians didn't have any reason to take it out on them, as it is humans who is spreading the word of God. That shouldn't be the only reason, as it is too weak. You're right. Another reason is that they're not the only mythological faction that exists. Asgard and Tagamahara are watching the Olympus closely, as they are known for doing something really stupid for their desires. Ha ha ha. So it's true that Zeus is the true source of all the problems that the Olympians face today. Kasuk laughed as he remembers the things that Zeus did. Yes. You're damn right. If he was able to keep his genitals in his pants, other races and mythologies wouldn't have so much problem against the Olympians. Cleria clenched her teeth as she hates these kinds of men the most, which gave shivers to Masaomi, who is beside her. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that kind of person. Masaomi started chanting in his mind. They're that bad. Kasuk is perplexed at her reaction. They are on top of the world. They aren't that stupid, right? If other mythologies describe them as more human than humans, what do you think? Cleria sneered, but she directed it to the said Olympian gods. That's pretty bad. Kasuk's mouth twitches when she heard her. There is no worse description that you can give some gods as more human than humans. Indeed. Even devils at least tries to pretend that they're elegant and noble. But these guys would claim a human if she or he liked their appearance. Some are even jealous of a mortal's appearance and would curse them just because of it. So like this Athena. I'm surprised you know that version. The Olympians tried their best to hide that incident from the public. The only known records of what really happened are on the forbidden archive of large clans, as this information might incur the wrath of the goddess if it spreads. I just accidentally stumbled upon it. In Kasuk's mind, however, it's the most common version in my old world. She got jealous of Medusa's beauty and cursed her when she found a chance. We've trailed off quite a bit. Going back to the topic, the Perseus clan's younger generation would compete with each other to become the main clan head. And whoever is successful would receive the divine armament that they represent and the power to control the whole clan. In some accounts, if a god or goddess took a liking to the successful clan head, they can be taken in as their lover and would get some of his or her divinity. The effect of divinity for humans are enormous, as they can grant superhuman strength, increased affinity to magic, and most importantly lifespan of up to 300 years. What the possibility of that being true? Around 80%, I guess. Divinity is a mysterious type of energy after all. Anything else you know? That's all. I just remembered. It seems that some of my eyes saw that one of the younger generations of Perseus clan from the House of Harp was seen chasing after a cloaked figure. Kasuk was reminded yet again of the blindfolded woman that she saw. What if I get involved in all of this? Why would you do that? I have my reasons. Kasuk smiled and thought, I'm interested in the woman, and why would she disgust me? And I need to gather more information on this Olympian gods, especially on Hades. I think we'll clash sooner or later. He's different from devils that don't know my existence. I have to arrange my cards against him just in case. Cleria furrowed her brows as she can feel Kasuk's confidence from his smile, so she asks, how confident are you to go against the gods and goddesses? Let's see. If it's just spanking a naughty goddess ass, then I can manage. Chapter 146, Proposition. Pardon. Cleria and Masaomi thought that they are mishearing things. You heard him right. He really likes asses. Mature women's asses. Yoruchi, who's been quietly sipping on her coffee all this time, spoke. Hey now. Don't reveal my fetishes. It's embarrassing. Kasuk scratched his head with a bashful smile. No. You just revealed it yourself. And you're not even trying to hide since back then. Try harder next time. Yoruchi pinched his cheek as she reprimands him. No. That's not the problem. Are you saying that you can easily deal with a goddess? And Athena at that? Cleria wanted to slap down on the table, but she remembered that Claire is already sleeping and stopped herself just before her hands hit the table. She knew that he can easily escape from a super devil who isn't serious, but she's questioning whether he's strong enough to play with someone who is as strong as the highest class devil. He's indeed a genius, but is a decade enough to surmount that kind of gap in power level? Kasuk looked up and think for a moment before saying, maybe if I try my best. Now you aren't sure. Cleria and Masaomi didn't what to think anymore. Isn't it just spanking her? I could do that if I really want to. Kasuk then gave them a perplexed look. Honey. Help me. I don't understand him. Cleria looked to her side and thought, am I the weird one here? If you're going to ask me, who should I ask? Masaomi shook his head, not wanting to join in. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just messing with your heads. Yoruchi reached out her arm again to pinch Kasuk's cheek. I'm N-. Shut it. Yes, ma'am. With a glare from Yoruchi, he stopped talking. Is it really that hard to believe? Watch me do that if I have a chance. Yoruchi sighed as she can't really change his hobby of bragging of things he can do that others normally can't. Although, that's also one characteristic of him that she loves. It'll only get worse from now on, now that he won't hide his abilities anymore. Ahem. Moving on. I'm not really against you getting involved with them, but you're worried about your safety. Yes. Kasuk stayed quiet and started calculating the pros and cons of letting Cleria and her family back to Japan. The real reason she's being chased around is not the fact she's together with an exorcist, but the fact that she knew about the existence of the king piece that the old-timers in the underworld used to control the results and rankings of the rating game. It also seems that the governor of the fallen angels is pushing for peace between the three largest factions according to Kuroka, so sooner or later they can't use the fact that they together to bring them harm to them. And most importantly, the kid needs to go to a normal school. Do you want to go back to Japan? Specifically, back to Kuo town. Kasuk figured that he could just disguise them and let them leave near their house. He also thought that Cleria and his mother, Sakura, would get along pretty well if he introduces them to each other. If they're discovered, I can just use the data in Kaneko-chan's hairpin to blackmail some of the old-timers. It's impossible for the small branch family of the Neighbor's house to conduct such experiments on their own after all. A few old fogies should have supported that project secretly, and researching weapons of mass destruction won't do any good for the current underworld, as they can't afford another civil war breaking out. What? Both Cleria and Masaomi could only stare at Kasuk blankly. You heard me. So. What will it be? But we're still wanted. Even if we can hide, it won't be for too long, as Kuo town is a devil's territory. Cleria and Masaomi are both happy because their daughter could live a better life there. If it's just their daughter, then they can just grit their teeth and let her go so that she can experience things that any normal child could. But Kasuk is talking about bringing all of them. I can disguise both of you. Appearance is easy to disguise, but my demon power and Masaomi's holy power are hard to hide. Kasuk didn't speak and just tapped Yoruchi's shoulder. After a few seconds, Cleria and Masaomi's eyes widened in shock. How? What Kasuk did is deactivate the concealing effect of Yoruchi's dress temporarily, and with another tap from him, Yoruchi's aura and energy signatures changed. Give a day or two and I can make a compact version like a bracelet with similar effects. How? Ha. Never mind. It's your technology and I can't pry on that. Cleria let out a big sigh while holding her forehead. They only met twice, but both times put a toll on Cleria's and Masaomi's common sense. After nursing her headache, Cleria looked at Masaomi and held his hand under the table. Masaomi also did the same and tightened his hold on her hand. They nodded at each other and turned their faces back to Kasuk, who was waiting for their answer. But instead of answering him, Cleria asked, "Why are you doing this? Please don't take it the wrong way. We are very grateful for your offer and easing our worries, but what do you get from all of this?" "Just a few things actually. But the biggest reason is Yoruchi and I just like the kid. As simple as that." Although what he said is the truth, letting her meet his mother is one of his goals as she's from Belial House and he might get some answers from this meeting, and he heard from Kuroka that the Belial House is most famous for their affection for their family members. He wanted to confirm that and maybe pull the Belial House to his side. That's. Cleria wanted to say something else but stopped herself and shook her head. She then stood up along with Masaomi and the two simultaneously said, "Thank you very much. We will never forget this kindness," while bowing. "Don't thank me. As I said, I have other reasons but I won't tell them to you. It might be a bad thing for you, you know." Kasuk gave them a large grin. "But we trust you." Almost blindly. "So it's up to you to break it." Cleria answered with a smile while Masaomi just laughed loudly, which earned him another knock on the head from Cleria. "Claire will wake up. I better take care of that trust then. So here is the thing, if I get involved, use this teleportation circle to escape back to Japan. Don't use it until you have my toys though." Kasuk passed them a bond paper with a complicated magic circle drawn on it. Why is this overly complicated? To keep away trackers. Chapter 147, title at the end. After polishing their plans for the next few days, they all retired to their beds. Yoruchi transformed back to her cat form and exited the house through the window. She can't keep calm without surveying her surroundings first, so she left Kasuk in the room, who started working on disguise equipment for the family of 3. Yoruchi ran a lap throughout the whole island to see some interesting things, though she didn't approach the temples of the Olympians due to it emitting some detection spell. The only other thing she found strange that night is the fluctuation of mana in the direction of the port of Piraeus. Ha! 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 Sitting and wheezing on the corner of a dark alley in the port of Piraeus, the black figure is looking around to locate her pursuers. She's the same person that stumbled onto Kasuk yesterday night. Still with her black cloak that blends with the night and a dirty white cloth as a blindfold. Her pursuers have been chasing her for a few months now and she's already reaching her limit. She contemplated if she should just use her powers, but doing so will only drag innocent people into her problem. And she already regretting doing so in the past. She didn't want to lose her humanity the second time. There she is. Surround her. The voice of the burly man resounded from the top of the building. The black cloaked person is resting. She turned her head in shock as she didn't detect him approaching. What's happening? A few seconds after that shout, multiple figures appeared around her. The figures are both men and women and each one of them is wearing casual civilian clothes, but all of them are wearing a plain white mask and are holding various weapons ranging from swords to guns. When did they? Ha ha ha. We finally cornered you, monster. Don't let it out of the encirclement. I'll call Sir Dennis to cut her head off. The same burly voice resounded. No need, for I'm already here. Let's get this over with. I'll become busy to take over the work of the clan head after this. A young man in a white suit and a rapier on his waist walked out from the crowd. The young man is about 20 years old. He has short dark red hair and dark red eyes, sporting an arrogant smirk on his face as he looks at the cloaked woman. Sir Dennis. It's the House of Harp's turn to control everything. Please don't forget us, your loyal subordinates. Ha ha ha. The burly man wearing civilian clothes and a white mask jumped down from the top of the building to the side of the young man. Of course. After this, we'll celebrate for 3 days and you can get whoever woman you fancy in this town. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, my lord. The young man named Dennis then looked back to the blindfolded cloaked woman who was baring her teeth at him. You must be confused on how we were able to get near you without you detecting us. Dennis then slowly swaggered towards her while she took a step back. Did you think that I'm just pursuing you blindly? Well, maybe. But as long as I successfully trap you inside Perot's, it's my win. The tattered woman continued to step back until she hits the wall, but she never turns her face away from the young man. Still not speaking. How boring. Aren't you curious? Dennis then took out the rapier on his side. But seeing that the monster is still not begging for its life, he got bored. I guess this is what you get by repeatedly dying countless times. With a flash of his hand holding the rapier, Dennis aimed for the woman's neck. Of course, the woman wouldn't stand still while others tried to behead her, so she ducks down to dodge the rapier and rushed towards her assailant. Ha! With a shout, the woman clenched her fist and sent out a punch towards the arrogant young man. It was blocked by Dennis' other hand, but even then, he was sent skidding away and leaving to long marks on the ground due to the force behind her punch. You see that you still have the energy to spare. Looks like the poison didn't do much on your physical abilities as they did on your senses. Dennis waved his hand that he used to block the punch around to ease the bit of pain, but you became too weak. Looks like you aren't eating well. Ha ha ha. It would really be funny if the legendary Gorgon starved to death. Should I just really confine you, cut off your limbs and wait for your death before cutting your neck? And maybe I can play with you for a few days. After all, you're very known for your beauty before you were cursed. I would like to have some taste of that. Ha ha ha. The deviant's laugh sent a shiver to the woman's spine. I don't want to die. I don't want to be tormented for another 3 generations. But what I hate the most are men like him. If I'm going to die today, then I have to bring him with me to hell. With a deep breath, she resolved herself to die today. It isn't her first time anyway. She just hates the time she's dead. She was tempted to relieve, Breaker Gorgon, but decided against it as it might hurt the other people who has nothing to do with this affair. Pooling all the mana in her body, she strengthened her body to limits and rushed towards Dennis for a second time, but her speed from the previous attack is vastly inferior to her speed now, which shocked Dennis and the minions in white masks. Sir Dennis! The burly man shouted. Ku. Dennis saw that her fist is coming for his face, so he hurriedly blocks it with both of his arms, but that was the cloaked woman aiming for. Like a snake, her other hand, which formed a knife, aimed straight towards his heart much faster than the punch she sent out. But just a few inches from his heart, the woman staggered slightly due to her senses going haywire. The woman is physically and mentally at her limits, and adding the poison that she unknowingly contracted, she lost consciousness for an instant in a very crucial time, resulting in her to miss his heart just a half of an inch to the left. Panicking greatly, Dennis kicked her away. Damn you. The burly man instantly pulled out a flask with transparent red liquid inside it and poured it on Dennis' wound. Although the wound still looked nasty, it stopped bleeding. Dennis only needs to get some medical attention to return to his previous state. After inspecting his almost fatal wound, Dennis glared at the woman whose cloak was blown away, which revealed her appearance and is currently struggling to stand up. Although her eyes were covered by dirty cloth, and her attire consists of what you call a rag, it can't hide her beauty, especially her long purple hair which reflects the moonlight. Her appearance, however, didn't ease Dennis' rage. I'll kill you, you damned monster. With those words, he raised his rapier and dozens of white magic circle appeared around the woman, blocking all her routes. Die. Medusa. With his shout, Dennis brought down his rapier and multiple rapier-like spikes appeared on the magic circle, launching itself towards the woman. Title: Medusa. Chapter 148, Elder Sisters. As the rapier-like lights neared her, Medusa refocused her mind and dodges the attacks that are coming from all directions. Medusa successfully dodges the lights, but not all. Multiple cuts and holes appeared on her body, and the only silver lining is that none of were fatal. Medusa is already beyond her limits and is struggling to even breath, so when Dennis raised his rapier one more time and the number of white magic circles doubled from earlier, covering more of the sky. Seeing this, Medusa resigned to her fate. I guess I have to endure some years of being tortured again. While watching the magic circles with her other senses aside from sight, however, she heard indistinct voices. E-S-A, M-S-A. What? Medusa tried to find where the voice was coming from. She also trembled slightly as the voice is slightly familiar. She noticed that the time has slowed down and could see everything around her clearly, but she ignored this change as she keeps looking for the indistinct voice. She then thought of something and focused her mind in her inner world, and just as she expected, the voice, or rather, the voices grew louder that she could now hear it properly. Medusa. 2 beautiful voices filled with affection and worry called her name. Medusa was frozen in her place and tears silently gushed out from her eyes. She finally remembered whose voices are those. It's the sound that she thought would never hear again, no matter how many incarnations she's born into. The voices she promised to protect but failed miserably. The voices that forever disappeared due to her own actions. Along with the extreme joy of hearing those voices again is the self-loathe and regret that threatened to break her. She didn't want to believe it, as she thought that this is the same nightmare she saw when she was beheaded for the first time. But like an addicting poison, she kept seeking it. She's about to die anyway, so she wanted to hear it more. At least it'll comfort her for the next 100 years or so. Elder Sister Kneo. Elder Sister Urahara. Medusa. There is hope to escape this cruel fate. Survive. Survive until you see the light. The voices resounded again, which gave Medusa a confusion. What's this? This is a dream, isn't? Medusa just wanted to brush it off as wishful thinking. Who is she kidding? Her dearest elder sisters already disappeared and would never appear in front of her again. But then, the next thing that happened gave her the shock of her life. A wave of power she's very familiar with filled her, and it came from her heart. This is Elder Sister's powers. Why? How? Stuck at how unbelievable things are happening, Medusa has frozen in place yet again, and her mind is blank as she doesn't know how to interpret all of this. But she woke up after hearing the last vestiges of her elder sister's voices. Please. Survive. For your happiness. Elder Sister Kneo. Elder Sister Urahara. With her shout, the time returned to its normal speed, and those around her were dumbfounded at her sudden shout. Ha! Are you asking for help from your monster sisters, you monster? Ha ha ha. Dennis ridiculed her actions. You. For the first time, she truly felt rage. He can insult her or whatever, but Medusa wouldn't let go of anyone who insulted her dearest sisters. Medusa ignored the magic circles directed at her and wanted to rush towards her hateful enemy, but there was a change in the situation prompting her to halt her steps. From a distance, a finger-wide beam of light came and hit Dennis' forehead. It didn't go through his head, but the force was enough to flip his whole body and dispelling the magic circles around Medusa. That won't do, my dear cousin. And here we thought that you're just a dunce for trying to blindly chase this monster. Who would have thought that you're hiding a poison like that? When did the House of Harp develop something like that? On the top of the building where the burly man jumped from, an effeminate man appeared with the moon on his back. He's wearing a maroon suit but without necktie and the top 2 buttons loose, showing his chest. His hair, which is dark red, is a bit longer than Dennis and curly. He's also holding a dark red whip with a rose motif on its tip, which is floating and pointing towards Dennis like it has a mind of its own. People with a white mask with violet markings on it also started to come out after him, prompting Dennis' minions to aim their weapons at them. Dennis slowly stood up and glared at the newcomer, Theodore. You think that we would ignore you just because you tried to act the fool? You're too naive, cousin. You're really an idiot, in a way. Theodore chuckled at his expression. Dennis gritted his teeth as he knew that the chances of him killing Medusa just became a lot lower now that Theodore is here. He also knew that the other 2 competitors would come sooner or later, reducing his chances further. Dennis wanted to rush towards Medusa and kill her instantly before they could come closer. But just as he took his first step, he heard Theodore laughing out loud and stopped to look at him. Did you think that you're close at killing her? Dennis furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean? You never had a chance. Because he's been watching you closely. Theodore pointed to his back and Dennis turned around. His face became sour as he did. When did you come here? Dennis directed the question towards the men with lean build leaning on the wall while hugging a spear and staring at him. Before you even step into this place. His deep voice gave Dennis dread. What? The man is also one of the descendants of the Perseus clan. He's wearing casual clothing unlike the 2, and his shoulder-length hair is also dark red, the trademark of those from Perseus clan. Didn't you say that you're not interested in the position of the clan head? What are you doing here? Dennis knew that his chances are already over with his presence. I'm not. But I also told everyone that I want to go against that monster in her full power. If you kill her now, you'll be taking away my entertainment. The man said in a deadpan face. See. You're just an idiot who thought you already have everything. You didn't even realize Peter's presence. Theodore sneered at Dennis as he ridicules him. Dennis ignored him and continued questioning him. What are you planning to do then? Simple. Capture her, nurse her to her full strength, and lastly, kill her. This damned battle maniac. Dennis and Theodore muttered as their goal is to kill her to get the position of the clan head. Dennis hesitated if he should continue to rush towards Medusa, as he didn't want to face Peter from the House of Invisibility, who is known to be the strongest of their current generation. Another reason is that if both him and Peter clash, Theodore will surely use that opening to aim for the kill, which he absolutely didn't want to happen. Peter also didn't want to initiate a move. He could defeat even if both of them goes against him at the same time, but that would only give a chance to Medusa to escape. He's now regretting the fact that he just stands there without doing anything while Theodore isn't here. He could have captured Medusa long before he came. But his innate curiosity towards battles stopped him from making any move while Dennis and Medusa fight. It now became a stalemate between the 3, with all of them watching each other's move and keeping Medusa in their vision. The heavy and quiet atmosphere was destroyed when the last of the eligible competitors arrived, alone while trying to catch her breath. Please stop this all at once. Chapter 149, Picking Up a Beauty. Please stop this all at once. The newest comer is a petite woman with long dark red hair. She's wearing a white one-piece dress with a black jacket over it. She came running and stopped in between Medusa and Dennis. Please stop this. This tradition is inhumane and should be abolished. Theodore sighed. Here we go again. Enough with your nonsense, Alexa. That isn't a human, but a monster that devoured countless lives in the past. So what you are saying isn't applicable to her. Dennis' headache worsened when the last of the competitors from the House of Shield appeared. It's not that she's a threat for the seat of clan head, as she's the weakest of them all. She's so weak that she would lose even to a normal ruffian on the street. It's just her unending preaching that annoys Dennis the most. Besides, it doesn't really matter, as she'll revive again after 100 years or so. And killing her is Mistress Athena's order. Our clan just used that chance to select the next head. That's. Exila wanted to refute him, but she's afraid of antagonizing Athena, as you might never know when she is listening. See. It has been like this since our predecessors. Nothing needs to be changed. Dennis didn't let up and continued speaking. But we can change it now. She doesn't have to suffer for our benefit. Alexa, though, is very stubborn and wouldn't really change what she believes is right. In other words, after seeing Medusa suffering for countless years, the hero complex inside her awakened and wanted to stop this tradition of selecting the clan head even with her weak abilities. Gah. Useless. Speaking with her is useless. She's normally a very intelligent kid, but when it comes to this matter she's strangely stupid. Dennis scratched his head hard due to frustration. While they were all doing this, they noticed a movement from Medusa, who has been staying quiet all this time. Back to when Theodore first appeared, Medusa managed to cool her head and think straight. I almost lost control again. In addition to insulting my sisters, the poison also dulled my mind that I rage after hearing it. I should be careful. My sisters wanted me to survive this life. I don't know if they're still alive, but I have to confirm it later. For now, survive. Gritting her teeth, Medusa controlled the remaining mana inside her body to guide the power her sisters left her. She instinctively knew how to use and prepared it for the best timing she can get. Next is the escape route. Going through the city street is not as good as they have men everywhere in this place. The only place I can go to is the sea. But that is Poseidon's domain. Well, I guess it's fine. Ever since my first beheading, I didn't meet any of them directly, or they did anything to hinder me when faced against the Perseus. In any case, I won't be able to escape Greece, so they are confident that I won't go anywhere that they can't reach. Remembering her situation again, she felt despair. If only I can rest in peace. Medusa calmed her breathing and circulated her mana. After a few minutes, Medusa rejoiced that all of the competitors for the current generation are here. If she's successful in her escape, she didn't have to worry one of them assaulting her in the dark. When they started arguing, Medusa couldn't care less about what the girl is saying, as she already saw many others who did try to stop the tradition but failed. She puts her plan into action, gathering the attention back to her, and that's just what she wanted. With a deep breath, Medusa let out a shrill scream, and all the minions and the last comer, Alexa, lost their consciousness. While the three staggered and lost their balance, dropping to the floor while holding their heads. She just used the power those voices left her. What? Unlike the two, Petter is still capable of speech and helplessly stared at Medusa as she jumps and escapes towards the sea. Damn it. Petter shook his head to ease the pain that the scream gave him and aimed his spear at the escaping Medusa. As Medusa jumped down to the sea, Petter threw his spear. But due to the lingering effects of the scream, Petter missed his target and only hit Medusa's leg instead of her chest like he intended to. Medusa ignored the burning pain from the spear and swam away. Her destination is nowhere, as her only thought is to escape and survive. The poison has dulled her mind to the point that she didn't even think of what to do after jumping down the sea. And with her tattered body and mind, she lost consciousness in the middle of the ocean after swimming a mile from the coast. The next day, Kasuk, Yoruchi, and the small Claire went out early to enjoy their day. They started walking around the neighborhood, and Claire pointing at things while happily introducing the place, like where she would get her candies or play with the other kids. Kasuk and Yoruchi are attentively listening, but they noticed something peculiar when they saw the other children in the playground give Claire a weird look. Kasuk and Yoruchi looked at each other and urged Claire to move to the next place. They decided to set it aside for now and ask Cleria later for further clarification. But Kasuk already resolved himself to bring Claire back to Japan. After going around the neighborhood, Kasuk put Claire on his shoulders, to which the latter enjoyed very much, and they moved to farther distance. Kasuk and Yoruchi consulted Cleria's notes to go around, and most of the places listed in the paper are those with good food and snacks. Normally, all this snacking would bloat the little girl before she even had a chance to have her lunch, but Kasuk, with his ingenious use of Ryatsuki, manipulated the food inside her body to instantly dissolve and release through breathing and sweat, resulting in her unending appetite. They had their lunch in a restaurant with a seaside view. The chefs were dumbfounded at the amount they can eat. They almost ordered every item on the menu. In the afternoon, they went sailing in another round for Kasuk's and Yoruchi's fishing competition, and this time, Claire acts as the judge. There is no clear winner though, as Claire just laughed happily at everything they caught. Returning to the shore, the sun is already setting, and they decided to walk along the coastline to enjoy the evening breeze. The three of them reached a place where there are no people, so they decided to return home as it's already pretty late. But just as they turn around, Kasuk and Yoruchi halted their steps and looked at each other. What are you going to do? Yoruchi asked Kasuk. For now. Keep her alive, I guess. Kasuk answered her and faced Claire, who's looking at them in confusion. Claire-chan, stay with Yoruchi Nichan for a minute, okay? Are you going somewhere? This Nichan will do some good deeds. Kasuk cheekily smiled at her before disappearing from her sight. She already got used to the scene, as he already did it in front of her multiple times today, but her hand still reached out for Yoruchi's hand and held it tightly. Yoruchi smiled and patted her head. It's all right. He'll return immediately. Claire cutely nodded at Yoruchi that she couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. After my body matures in few more years, I should also have a kid. A minute has passed and Kasuk returned, with an unconscious woman in his arms. With a bright smile on his face, Kasuk said, let's go home. Author's note. I'll put it here so that you can use the paragraph comment in case you wanted to say something about the announcement. And there you have it. And for the announcement. Too many works piled up, and a bunch of events will happen this December. I'll only be writing one chapter a day, though I'll probably miss some of it. The thing is, for this month of December, my goal is to have 60 advanced chapters for my Pat. Rayon, currently 55 chaps advance. So every day, probably, I'll post one on pat.rayon and every other day here in webnovel until I reach the target. Once I reached it, I'll be posting one here every day. But if it's possible for me and I've got a nice stockpile, I'll do small mass releases every now and then. And some changes on pat.rayon. This month, I'll upgrade the page to Pro so it'll have different tiers. $1 with 20 CHPS. $3 with 40 CHPS and $5 with 60 CHPS or plus. Though all posts will still be available for all patrons until the end of December. By January, I'll start limiting the access based on tiers. And lastly, I'll be opening a Discord server, because it's apparently the fad now. I hope you all take your time to join it. And that will be all. P.S. I'm not yet done with those R18 chaps, or rather, I haven't touched it yet, so forgive this lazy author. P.S.S. It's still itchy as hell, they said that it won't away for a while. FVCK the mosquitoes. My new goal in life is to eradicate them regardless of the environmental ramifications. Chapter 150, Patching Up the Beauty. Erasing their tracks, Kasuk and Yoruchi used Flash Step to go home. Kasuk is still carrying the tattered unconscious beauty while Yoruchi is hugging Claire as she looks around curiously at the ever-changing scenery. Yoruchi is using her Ryatsuki to accelerate Claire's body to adapt her to the speed they're traveling. Unlike the soul body that can take the stress of traveling at the speed of sound relatively easy, the physical body works on different rules. This is why Kasuk and Yoruchi have to train their physical body, not only to match their overly powerful soul, but also to take the stress of their techniques put on them. They reached the Yagaki household within just a few seconds, and before entering, Kasuk set down the token that imitates Kyuka Suigetsu's ability. We're home. Without regard to their current state, Kasuk greeted the people of the house normally. I have a lot of questions to ask, but for starters, welcome home. Cleria went out of the kitchen to greet the three but almost staggered at the sight of the fourth person. She already knew that arguing with someone like Kasuk, especially with a big smile on his face, is futile. Cleria instead faced her daughter. Did you enjoy your day, sweetie? Yoruchi sets Claire down and she happily ran towards Cleria with her small steps. Yes. Today is very fun. While Cleria is patting Claire's head, Kasuk muttered while nodding, as expected of a housewife. Instead of being disappointed at her reaction, he felt satisfied that someone out there aside from Yoruchi can keep a straight face at his antics. Cleria turned to their direction. Thank you for accompanying my daughter today. Ha ha ha. It's no big deal. We also enjoyed ourselves. By the way, you can use that room. Before he could even finish his words, Cleria pointed at the direction of an unused room. Thank you. Without further ado, Kasuk and Yoruchi entered the room and put up another barrier to keep the fluctuation of energies inside. The room only has the necessary furniture, a bed, a table with a drawer, and a closet. A typical room for a guest to stay in. Setting her on the bed, Yoruchi stepped in without a word and removed the tattered cloak she is wearing that still reeks of blood. Kasuk has been using his Ryatsuki the moment he got her to keep her blood from flowing out and cover her smell. Still, without any word, Yoruchi continued to remove her articles of clothing, only leaving her underwear and the dirty blindfold that both her and Kasuk didn't dare to touch due to some weird spell on it. Yoruchi then went out of the room with dirty and tattered clothing to dispose of it and asked Cleria for new clothes. Why would Yoruchi leave Kasuk alone with an almost naked beautiful woman? It's simple, because she trusts him. Without a doubt, Kasuk is a big pervert, but Yoruchi knew he would only act that way if the situation allows it. And currently, the woman is full of holes in her body and is on the verge of death. Both she and Kasuk still wonders how she was able to survive with those kinds of wounds and enormous blood loss. Ignoring how she looks, Kasuk touched the woman's forehead. After a few seconds, he frowned and moved his hand towards her stomach. With his second inspection, his frown grew deeper and sighed, let's patch her up first. Kasuk then planned to teleport her with him to the training ground as all of his medical equipment is there. But just as he is about to complete the teleportation spell, his eyes widened in shock and hurriedly stopped the spell before reinforcing the barrier around the room. What the hell? I can't teleport her. Something is tethering her in this place. I could forcefully break it, but that's not a good idea. I can't break something I don't know, or else it might just worsen the situation. Thinking for a few seconds, Kasuk pulls out a token that imitates Inoue Oriheim's ability, Reject, and activated it. He hesitated for a few seconds whether to it because it's very hard to recreate Inoue's ability to a portable token and he only created one due to time constraints. Although, even with additional time, Kasuk is doubtful if he could successfully create a second token. Her ability is to reject the cause and effect, so one can imagine how powerful it is compared to Aizen's hypnosis. Being enveloped with an orange barrier, Kasuk exited the room and added further fortification to the barrier now that he saw the intriguing case of her body. Yoruchi returned with new sets of clothing and asked, isn't this too much? I knew that she might escape if she wakes up, but isn't that fine? The situation is complicated. For now, let's wait for her to heal up and after that, we should get her trust. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation as he presents his plan to Yoruchi. Yoruchi noticed his demeanor and asks after a few seconds, is it really that interesting? Yes. Very much so. With an exasperated sigh, Yoruchi walks towards the room, open it up for a bit. I can't let her stay in just underwear. Okay. Kasuk opened a temporary hole in the barrier to let Yoruchi in. Oh, by the way, make sure to not touch her blindfold. It's more amazing than we thought. Got it. With a wave of her hand, Yoruchi closed the door. Kasuk then went to the dining table to join the family of 3 in their dinner. Kasuk and I. Sit here. Cleria happily invited him to her side. Sitting down, Masaomi asks, how about your wife? She'll join us in a minute. Thank you for the food. Masaomi nodded and started eating along with his family. And just as Kasuk said, Yoruchi joined them soon after. They all happily talk about their day, although, most of the talking is done by Claire, who's recounting the activities they did today. They finished their dinner and no matter how energetic Claire is, she still got too tired after playing for the whole day and retired to her bed after taking a bath. And just like yesterday, the 4 are now sitting face to face with a coffee in front of them. I've been dying to ask, what's up? Cleria stared at Kasuk wanting to ask many questions, but she figured that she should just let him talk for now. You'll be going back to Japan sooner than I thought. Chapter 151, Result of the Inspection. You'll be going back to Japan sooner than I thought. What? Why? Did you finish making those disguises already? I thought it'll take a few more days to make those. Cleria furrowed her brows in the sudden change of plan. Although they would like to return to Japan, they are still in the midst of preparing things to leave. Kasuk drank his coffee first before speaking. I can rush it if I focus on it. It'll only take a day or 2 if I do that. So you'll be going to rush it? Does that girl change your mind? Who is she? Masaomi gets what he's hinting. I just want to make sure that you'll be able to escape in time and unharmed before things go out of control. Kasuk chuckled. Things will go out of control. Why do you sound so happy? Yoruchi asks him, although she already knew his answer. Of course I'll be happy. First of all, this isn't our backyard and I can do whatever we want as long as they don't know it's me. Yoruchi-san. Please translate. Cleria turned to Yoruchi for her to help her process his words. He just means that this isn't his territory. And he's just a jerk that doesn't care if he destroys other people's house just because he intentionally joined the ruckus. The worst. Masaomi and Cleria both muttered. Ha ha ha. Please don't praise me. I easily get embarrassed. Kasuk scratched the back of his head, genuinely embarrassed. We're not praising you. The husband and wife both gritted their teeth and thought, damn it. Why is it so easy to lose composure in front of him? Well, setting that aside, I want to clarify one thing. Yoruchi reached out to his thigh and pinched it slightly. Not the thigh, Yoruchi. Not that part because it hurts like hell. Ignoring his pleas, Yoruchi slowly tightened her pinch as she asks, based on your words just now, it'll only be you who can let loose. What about me? Why can't I do it? Yoruchi-san. Yoruchi-sama. Ow. It hurts. It really hurts. Ow. Ow. Please don't use so much force just to pinch me. I can explain. Go on. I'm listening. Ooh. HAAA. First of all, ow ow ow. Everyone already knows how you look like in your main technique. Hoo-ha. So letting you out there will only reveal our identities. Ow wow. Please stop now. It won't leave a mark, but it seriously hurts. Yoruchi let go of Kasuk's thigh, but still unsatisfied, but I also want to let loose. It's a good chance to destroy stuff without feeling guilty. Kasuk sighed and rubbed the part where Yoruchi pinched. I know how you feel, but you already got your turn in the rating game. That doesn't count. Although Yoruchi understood his point, she didn't want to give up this great chance. Not now, Yoruchi. I want to try some of my abilities this time. And remember that the terrorist group that Kuroka is part of is now having some interest in Kuo Town. I'll let you have your turn then. Kasuk then brought out some yogurt to calm her down. Fine. I hope those terrorists don't disappoint me. She accepted his offering and backed down while thinking that she can't really hide her technique. I should learn some other things in the future. My techniques are strong, but it's easy to recognize, and I also don't want any responsibility after destroying stuff. I can now understand why she became his wife. Masaomi couldn't help but say. I understand you, but please do say it out loud. That's rude. Cleria followed up, though, she's also being rude with that kind of reply. Ahem. We can speed up our preparations. In 2 days, we'll be ready to move. Masaomi forcibly changes the topic. Now that is out of the way, what does this girl have to do with all of this? Cleria is referring to the woman that Kasuk brought in earlier. Kasuk entered his thinking mode and muttered, let's see. Her situation is a bit special. Special? How so? First is her body is artificially created. That's indeed a bit special. But not enough to be really special, as artificial bodies aren't exactly rare these days. What if I said that her body is completely made out of pure mana? What? That may be possible, but there are many things that won't add up if that is the case. First is constructing a body out of pure mana would require huge amounts of effort. Oh. It's a public thing that you can create a body out of pure mana. Someone tried it in the past. It took them their whole lives to research about it and managed to create one body. Due to its enormous complexity, just creating one would take 300 years or so. That's long. It is, and it isn't even the biggest drawback. Oh. So this reason why things don't add up. What is it? It is impossible to house a soul inside a mana-constructed body. I see. If what you're saying is true, then it really doesn't add up. I'm pretty sure that girl has a soul. Kasuk muttered and thought to himself, even from those years ago, mana and Ryatsu reacts violently if it touches each other. I have to carefully weave both of them so they wouldn't explode. But then again, I was successful at combining them, so it isn't entirely impossible, just very hard. That's why I want to ask, is it really a body made out of mana? Yes, it is. And there is another thing special about her. Her body is modeled after a human body, but her soul is anything but human. Soul. What kind of soul is it then? A devil's? Or some other being? Not sure. That's the first time I've seen something like that. But I'm sure that it isn't a soul of a devil, fallen angel, or a Nikomata. Well, it's not like I have the power to peek at souls like you do. But seriously. How are you doing that? Trade secret. Ha. Moving on, what else makes you think that we have to move ahead of schedule? Although I don't have any evidence right now, she's probably the person this so-called Perseus clan is chasing. Is that so? Then we really have to speed up our preparations. Well then, if you'll excuse us. We have to use every time we could get. Then I won't disturb you both. They all stood up and went to their respective rooms. This night and next will be a very busy time for them. Returning to their room, Kasuk put up another silencing barrier and laid down on the bed. Yoruchi followed him and laid down with him before asking, what else did you find out? From the reasons you stated earlier, you could just nurse her back to health and study her for a bit before letting her go again. As expected of my wife. You really know how I do things. Enough with that, tell what else you found out. Another 2 things. The first one is there are 2 other souls residing inside her. They're very weak, almost to the point of dissipating. Good thing I found on time, or else those souls would have disappeared. So you help those 2 other souls. Why? How do I say this? It feels like they are protecting the core of that woman's soul. Or trying to keep something from getting out. What's the second one then? Kasuk's demeanor suddenly became cold after Yoruchi asked this. Yoruchi thinks for a while before speaking again, so it's related to the fact you felt disgusted when we encountered her before. Furrowing his brows, Kasuk nodded, ah. Chapter 152, Claire's Incident. The 4 adults in the house didn't rest and kept doing what they needed to finish. Cleria and Masaomi are busy packing up while making calls to their various contacts about their plans to leave Greece. Although they didn't tell them that they are going to Japan. Yoruchi was assigned to take care of the purple-haired beauty, while Kasuk busied himself with the Yagaki family's disguise equipment. The sun rose up and temporarily stopped whatever they are doing to have breakfast. Masaomi, Kasuk, and Yoruchi sat down on the dining table with a smile on their face. Japanese breakfast. I missed this. Masaomi couldn't help but say. Thank you for the food. Kasuk and Yoruchi expressed their gratitude and both took the miso soup. Ha. The seafood here is great, but nothing beats the taste of your hometown. Kasuk commented while Yoruchi started eating the dishes in front of her in great relish. Before eating, Masaomi turned to Cleria, who's still cooking some additional dishes, and asked, what about Claire? I'm letting her sleep for a bit longer. She had a long, fulfilling day yesterday. With a gentle smile, Cleria answered. Swallowing his food, Kasuk suddenly asks, right. I forgot to ask, due to a lot of things happening, but what's up the other kids' reaction when they saw Claire at the park? The husband and wife stayed quiet, but Kasuk waited for them to answer. After a minute or 2 of silence, Cleria spoke. We told you that we didn't let Claire go to school because of the danger, but we also tried to find a school where it isn't in any influence of other factions. We failed to find it, however. At that time, we really want Claire to experience school, so we opted for the next best thing, a school where there is almost no influence of the supernatural world. Kasuk and Yoruchi slowed down in eating their food and intently listened to what Cleria is saying. We took a long while to search for such school and we eventually found it and happily enrolled Claire in it. But we overlooked one thing which is important. And that is the subject taught to the students. As part of good conduct and right manners, the school we chose, like any other school, teaches religion subject. And you already knew how will that affect a devil like Claire even if she's just a half. Right. And even if you warn her not to listen or skip the subject itself, an accident is bound to happen. It's as you said. She can't always avoid it, so she has to sit down and listen. Just listening wouldn't have any effects on her, as I already told her that those things really exist and they aren't as amazing as they portray it in the book, so she won't build up faith in them. But then again, the teacher would always say that all devils are bad and evil. I didn't hide the fact that I'm a devil to Claire and the fact that she is a half-devil herself. So when she heard her teacher saying bad things about devils, she couldn't help but ask a question to him: are all devils bad? And at the start of everything. When Claire asked her teacher this, her teacher in return questioned her, why wouldn't they be? Knowing her mother is a devil and very kind, she replied, because not all of them are bad. The teacher thought it was just this child's curiosity and asked such a question. He only laughed and patted her head while praying for her. As a person with devil's bloodline, heaven, with their system, wouldn't allow anyone with demonic bloodline receives any prayer in the name of the biblical God. Patting her head, Claire suddenly screamed in pain and fell unconscious. The teacher panicked and immediately brought her to the infirmary, calling her parents after. The nurse said that she couldn't see anything wrong and she needed to be brought to a hospital to be formally examined. Cleria and Masaomi arrived and thanked the teacher and the nurse for taking care of her. Although it's a small incident, the teacher couldn't help but doubt a little. From her question and reaction to prayer, he thought it's all just a coincidence. But he couldn't rein in his curiosity and tried it again, patting her head and praying for her when they are alone. To his shock, the same thing happened, and as religious as he is, he immediately called Claire an evil devil spawn, attracting the attention of other teachers. Claire and Masaomi, again, arrive at Claire's school, with her on the ground while the other teachers are looking at her ghastly. The teacher who started all of this, in particular, pulled out a sword. It isn't a secret for them about the existence of heaven and underworld. They even have the freedom to kill someone from other factions. Seeing the situation, Masaomi rages and released all the holy power he is saving for the last decade and beat all the teachers who are just watching the scene unfold. Cleria, on the other hand, dealt with the sword-wielding teacher. So, what happened to those teachers? Kasuk asks. We left them there with most of their memories erased. We also set the place up so that it'll look like a gas leakage happened and the teachers falling victim to it. Of course, this excuse will only work on normal people, so we set another trap to attract the roaming fallen angels so they would take the blame for it. I see. So you used this chance to reasonably pull out Claire from the school. Exactly. But we can't exactly hide everything about that incident. We don't know how it started, but a rumor Claire being a devil started spreading around a year ago. Although the real players of the supernatural world didn't give any attention to such rumors spread around by normal people, it reached to the point that the parents didn't want their kids to play with Claire. So that explains the reaction she garnered when she approached the park. Why didn't you tell us about this? Yoruchi spoke this time. Cleria shook her head and replied, it's useless even if you were to know about it. And we also plan to move to another place after her birthday, so your offer is our biggest fortune. After hearing Cleria's words, Kasuk stood up from his seat. It's time to go back to work. Yoruchi in response grinned in his direction, rushing even more. I'll give you a massage later. 2 more days went by, and everything is already prepared. But since the woman is still unconscious and nothing else is happening, Kasuk and Yoruchi decided to postpone their move and play as much as possible on this island. At night, Yoruchi would give Kasuk the duty of looking after the woman and would roam around at night to gather information. On their 5th day on the island and the 3rd day since they rescued the woman, she finally woke up. Chapter 153, Woke Up. Ugh. Groaning, Medusa reached out for her head. What happened? Her senses are still blurry as she tries to remember what happened before she loses consciousness. And a few seconds later, she manages to remember the night she was able to escape from Perseus' descendants. Where am I? Oh. So you're awake. How are you feeling? A voice of a man suddenly resounded beside her and awakened her forceful, pushing her vigilance to the maximum. With a quick scan with the surrounding after her senses slightly returned, Medusa jumped away from the source of the voice. I wouldn't move so much if I were you. Kasuk put away the smartphone he is using to communicate with his mother. His mother was invited to the wedding ceremony of her former co-worker and a good friend over Hokkaido, and she would spend a few days there. She'll probably return the same time Kasuk and Yoruchi returns from Greece. Ugh. Medusa gritted her teeth due to unbearable pain that ran through her body. She slumped down and leaned against the wall. She didn't speak, however, as she inspected the state of her body. My wounds are patched up. I'm wearing different clothes, but my blindfold wasn't touched. Did this man help me? Why? What does he want? I have to escape first. With that in mind, Medusa focuses her mind on her senses to get a complete picture of the surrounding. Confirming the locations of the exits, she chooses to go through the windows where it would lead her directly outside. Her goal is to escape and be alone so she could think of her next actions. Whether the man in front of her has good or bad intentions, she didn't care as she could think about it later after she secures her own safety. Circulating the pitiful amount of mana left in her body, Medusa rushed towards the windows with inhuman speed. But just as she is about to hit the windows, the man in the same room as he appeared in front of her instantly, ! Medusa wanted to change her direction and maneuver around the men, but with a speed that she can't follow, Medusa was flipped over and landed on the arms of the men doing a princess carry on her. Medusa, of course, wanted to struggle but was shocked yet again when she found out that she can't move her body aside from her head. She bared her teeth and shouted at Kasuk, "Let go of me." Not letting her, Kasuk raised one of his feet and aimed at the windows. Now. Calm down. If I let you crash on the windows, you would only end up embarrassing yourself in addition to a broken nose. After saying that, Kasuk kicked the windows but his foot was rebounded by an invisible wall. After demonstrating that, Medusa imagined what would have happened if she indeed crashed to that invisible barrier. Why can't I feel that barrier? Are my senses still failing me? Rechecking her senses and noting that it still isn't as sharp in the past, she snarled at Kasuk again, "Let go of me." Sure, but don't do any moving for now. Your external wounds might be healed but your internals is messed up and would take some time to heal. And give up the idea of escaping. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to escape, especially in the state you're in. The woman's reaction didn't change, but Kasuk took her silence as affirmation and he gently laid her down back to the bed before going back to his seat while staring at her, confirming some of his deductions. After a few seconds of silence, Medusa spoke out, "Why did you help me? What do you want?" Kasuk didn't answer immediately. It's normal to be vigilant, but she's too vigilant. It looks like she had her fair shares of trouble. Getting her trust will be harder than I expected, so being honest here would be more positive. I indeed need something from you, but not in your current state. I want you to heal up first, though that too will take some time, so let's move with introducing ourselves first. I'm Kasuk Urahara, a tourist. Kasuk didn't just spend his time playing with Claire and finishing the disguise equipment, as he also kept practicing the Greek language that he could now speak it fluently. Although learning the devil's language is the best, it isn't what he needs now. Anna. My name is Anna. From a distant past in this lifetime, she remembers a certain girl and used her name. Anna, is it? How are you feeling? Kasuk knew that she's lying but didn't point it out. It still hurts when I move around. Medusa then hesitated for a while before muttering while looking down, "Thank you." Kasuk inadvertently smiled, "You're welcome, but as I said, I need something from you. Anyways, are hungry?" Not real. Medusa was about to refuse when her stomach suddenly growled. Medusa ended up shrinking back with a slight blush on her face. Pfft, haha. How cliched. Kasuk chuckled, ignoring her reaction. "Stay here for a while. The barrier will block any energy fluctuation so those who are chasing you won't find you. I'll go get some food." Medusa didn't say anything and just looked away. Kasuk stood up and went to the door, tapping it several times to create a temporary hole in the barrier before exiting. With Kasuk gone, Medusa, or Anna, got the time to properly inspect everything. She didn't do so as her focus is entirely on Kasuk's every movement and readying to defend herself in case something happens. The first thing she did is to enter her inner world where she tried to find her sisters but disappointedly exited as she failed. Just how did they? I'm sure that it isn't a hallucination as the power they temporarily gave me is real. After that, she inspected her surroundings properly and noted that her senses can't get through the walls of the room, making her feel suffocated. She reached out for the wall beside her bed and hit it gently. From that, she knew that she wouldn't be able to break through it with her current condition. Medusa then inspected her body next and noticed that her clothes were really changed, including her underwear. Her body is also very clean. Medusa gritted her teeth as she hates the idea of any man seeing and touching her body even if he is her benefactor. Medusa grabbed the blanket and covered herself with it tightly. Just as she did this, the door opened and a woman and a small girl entered the room while carrying some food. Although her senses were aside from sight were enhanced to limit, she still couldn't see color. Yuruchi noticed her reaction and the distressed demeanor as she covers herself with a thin blanket. "Nice to meet you, Anna. I'm Yuruchi, who took care of everything pertaining to your body. That guy didn't touch you anywhere besides your forehead and in the middle of your chest for inspection." Yuruchi didn't know how to speak the Greek language, so she had Claire translate it for her. Medusa didn't fully believe her, but it put some rest to her emotions. Chapter 154, A Meal. Yuruchi pulled out a table and 3 chairs. With the help of Claire, they set the food down on the table. "I heard from Kasuk that you have enough energy to jump around. Come here and join us for breakfast." Yoruchi and Claire sat down after everything is done. Come here, big sis. Claire patted the chair beside her with a big smile. No need. Medusa, of course, refused. She didn't have the guts to eat food from unknown people. When she did, however, Medusa was shocked that her refusal would lead Claire to have some tears in her eyes. You don't want to eat with me, big sis. What dash? Why are you crying? Fine. I'll join you, so please don't cry. Medusa panicked a little. She couldn't win against an innocent child's tears, so she slowly stood up and sat down on the open chair. Nice one, Claire. Yoruchi and Claire suddenly did a high five after wiping her tears. What? You tricked me. Medusa gnashed her teeth in frustration and was about to go back to bed. Claire in response grabbed the hem of her clothing. No. Please don't go. Big brother Kasuk said that you won't eat if I don't do that. I'm sorry. Kasuk. Do you mean that guy who just exited? Why does it sound like he knows me? Medusa sat back down. Well. Because it's big brother Kasuk. Claire answered. Ha ha ha. You have too much faith in Kasuk. You really do like him a lot, huh? Yoruchi patted Claire's head and continued speaking. All right, enough talking. Let's eat. Yoruchi then grabbed a bunch of food towards her plate and Claire followed her example. Medusa, however, just watched the two of them eat. Based on your reaction from earlier, you can understand Japanese, right? Yoruchi spoke after eating a mouthful. Yes, Medusa answered in Japanese. Good. Then Claire didn't have to translate for us to talk. First thing first, the food doesn't have anything harmful to you. So you're saying that it has something that won't be harmful to me. It makes me even less inclined to eat it. Right. It won't harm you. On the contrary, it'll be helpful for you. How will I know that it'll really be helpful for me? I don't have any evidence, so it's still up to you. And when I said it'll be helpful for you, I mean it, but not directly. Not directly. Yes. It's for the two other souls residing inside you. Those two seem to be protecting an important thing for you, so helping those two souls are indirectly helping you. What? Two souls? Are you certain? What? You're not aware. If Kasuk didn't found in you in time, those two souls would have already dispersed due to how weak they are. Medusa started to stare blankly at Yoruchi, unnerving her. What? Even if stare me like that, I won't feed you. Even though she's blindfolded and couldn't see, Yoruchi can tell that her other senses are fully focused on her. Medusa still didn't respond at Yoruchi's words. She's about to say something again when tears suddenly overflowed from her blindfold. Hey. Are you okay? Does something hurt so much that you had to cry? Wait for me. I'm going to call Kasuk. He knows what to do. Before Yoruchi could leave though, Medusa grabbed her while crying her eyes out. Thank you. Thank you very much. For saving those two souls. Yoruchi finally gets what she's crying for. She didn't know about the existence of those two souls, but it seems she's pretty sure who are those two. Yoa. Thank you, who? Slumping down, Medusa bawled like a kid who experienced sudden relief while she holds Yoruchi's hands. Yoruchi sighed and crouched down, hugging her. Everything is fine now. Those two are already safe. Medusa kept sniffling and thanking Yoruchi for a few minutes until she calms down. Medusa wiped her face and said in embarrassment, I'm sorry that you had to see such display. No problem here. But if you want to thank someone, thank that guy. He's the one who got you out of the sea and noticed the state of those two souls after all. Yoruchi helped her stand up. I will. It looks like those two are really important people for you. Yes. They are the most important for me and I thought that I would never hear their voice again. Is that so? Let me hear about them in the future. For now, let's eat. It'll also replenish your mana. Medusa agreed and sat back down on her chair. The food on the table is a standard Attica cuisine. With a bit of hesitation, she grabbed her utensils and started gathering food with the help of Yoruchi and Claire. Taking a deep breath, Medusa first chooses to eat the fish dish. Putting it in her mouth and chewing it a little, a gentle happy smile surfaced on her face. It's good. It's been a while since I've eaten a proper meal. After swallowing it, Medusa can feel a dense amount of mana flowing out from the food and sipping inside her body. Along with mana is a wisp of strangely calming energy that went straight inside her heart. Disappearing entirely, is that the thing which is beneficial for elder sisters? What? Why didn't you say so? Since it's been a while for you, we should celebrate. Yoruchi took out a token. It's for communication that is unimpeded by the barrier. Kasuk, go cook for some more food. The more variety the better. And also take out some of your sweets. From the token, Kasuk's voice resounded, gotcha. Anything else? Can you prepare some cold desserts as well? No problem. I'll be there after a few minutes. Though I won't be adding mana and Riryoku to the food. That's fine. We have enough here for Anna. Yoruichi then disconnected the call. What is this Riryoku? Before eating the rest, Medusa wanted to know more about what she's eating. She knew about mana as it's the basic energy source of almost everything supernatural in this world, but she hasn't heard of this Riryoku. It's the most basic energy that the soul uses, Yoruichi answered honestly and briefly. I noticed this Riryoku, but why does it go straight to the heart? Oh. So you can see that much. Well, to put it simply, your heart is the gateway to your soul. Kasuk had to put extra care to the Riryoku as it doesn't go well with mana without proper control. It doesn't go well. How? Medusa started eating and enjoying her food at the same pace as Claire. To demonstrate, Yoruichi raised a finger in each hand. On the tip of the finger of her left hand, mana started spewing out, while on the other hand, it's Riryoku which is spewing out. Yoruichi pointed it away from the table and slowly brought her hand together. As the mana and Riryoku touched each other, a small but violent explosion occurred. Yoruichi, however, already muffled its sound through her Ryatsuki so that it wouldn't startle them so much. What? Medusa imagined. Something like that entering her body and something going wrong on it. She doesn't care if she dies, but what if her sisters, who she thought had disappeared forever, disappear for real this time? She shuddered at such thoughts. No need to be alarmed. Kasuk and I already has enough control over our Riryoku so that it won't react with mana. Chapter 155, Not Common Sense. No need to be alarmed. Kasuk and I already has enough control over our Riryoku so that it won't react with mana. Yoruichi calmly explained after seeing her expression. Seeing that she not yet convinced, Yoruichi continued speaking, his expertise is in energy manipulation. He won't fail at something as simple as this. Medusa has already eaten quite an amount of food with Riryoku and nothing bad happened yet. So she put her worries down and asked, why did he do this? Why are you all helping me? Don't get me wrong. I'm very grateful for your help, especially pertaining to those two souls, but I'm just a stranger. And I doubt I could help you with something. In fact, a dangerous group is after me and I'll only end up dragging you to my problems instead of returning this gratitude. Yoruichi stayed silent for a while before speaking. Did you also ask this question to him? Yes. What did he say? He said that he needed something from me. That's all. That's all. That guy really didn't explain anything. You don't have to worry. That guy is only interested in you because of the knowledge he could get. Just because of that. Aren't you all afraid of getting hurt? Is it really worth it to put yourselves at risk just because of some knowledge? Yoruichi wanted to answer, but the door of the room suddenly opened and Kasuk entered. Seeking knowledge is one of my biggest joy in life. As simple as that. It doesn't matter if it's dangerous. On the contrary, the harder it is to get, the more rewarding it is, no matter how small the actual knowledge I can get. Medusa then faced him. I don't understand. You don't have to. You have your own life and you have to find joys in it yourself. You also don't have to justify it to others. Just explaining it once is enough, whether they understood it or not, it doesn't matter. Bringing out the food and an additional table and chair from his inventory, he sat down to join them. Medusa somehow gets it, but still, don't understand most of it. Don't think about it. It's just me, rambling nonsense. Kasuk then grabbed a handful of food before continuing to speak. By the way, who are the guys chasing you? Medusa got her mind off from Kasuk's words as she contemplated what answer she should tell them. If she tells them the truth, there are only 3 things that could happen. First is that they would present her to the Perseus clan to gain some benefits from them. Second is they let her go, not wanting to mess with her or the Perseus clan chasing after her. Third and last is they wouldn't care about the Perseus clan and continue detaining her here. The first possibility is the worst one and the most likely as she already experienced it several times. Second is the second most likely thing to happen. If they are a bit vigilant, they wouldn't want the Perseus clan to think that they took care of her as even if they present her to them, the Perseus clan would only erase them to reduce the number of witnesses. The last possibility is the most unlikely as only those idiots or incredibly strong individuals can decide something like that. But even then, after knowing her true identity, they would immediately discard her or present her to the Olympian gods, more specifically, to Athena. If she lies to them, however, it'll only bring harm to them down the road as even though she's extremely vigilant, she can recognize good intentions as like even though most of her experiences are the worst, there are bits of good in it. Like the name, she borrowed from a certain girl who helped her in the past. She's very thankful that she was able to escape early enough that the girl, Anna, wouldn't feel any backlash from her interaction with the criminal of the Perseus clan. After a few minutes pondering, Medusa chooses to tell the truth but hide her identity for now. The Perseus clan. She was expecting a shock or at least a concerned look from them after hearing her words, but her assumptions were largely wrong. Heh. Those guys, huh? Well, we already expected it, so it's not really a big deal. Kasuk continued eating in great relish after muttering those few words. Yoruchi is the same, she kept eating after saying a few words of her own, so we move Claire and the rest back to Japan now. Nope. It's just the pursues. They can still stay here and play for a few days. Kasuk replied, still eating his food. When do they move? Yoruchi had enough of the dishes and moved to the deserts. Let's see. After I confirmed that an Olympian gods are going to get involved. Kasuk stopped for a moment to think. Then I guess we have a few days to spare. What do you want to do? Let's see. Let's tour the whole island, after that, we go back to Piraeus or Athens to roam around. If we still have time after that, we roam around the whole Attica region, I guess. I want to go too. Claire chimed in. Even though she doesn't understand what they are talking about, but she's sure that they are going out to have some fun. She couldn't miss it. Wait a minute. Why are you taking the Perseus clan so lightheartedly? And you even sound like everything is fine even if you meet a god. Medusa dropped her spoon and finally reacted at their words. She didn't know if they're just idiots that don't know the power of gods or idiots that are courageous enough to face the gods. Yoruchi looked at her and explained, Perseus clan isn't really a big deal. I've already investigated them and I focused on their manpower and individual power. And the result is they aren't a big deal. What? You're underestimating them too much. They have at least one of the weapons that the original Perseus to slay the Gorgon. And those are bestowed by the gods. Oh right. Now that you mentioned it. There is indeed a weird shield in their treasury. Why didn't you steal it? I'm not a burglar and I'm not even interested in it in the first place. From what I remembered from Cleria's words, that shield is used to detect all life in the vicinity. I can do that too. You've got a point. It's basically useless for us. What dash? Medusa was speechless at their interaction but set it aside first as there is something that bothered her in their words. Anyway, why are you so sure that the Olympian gods would get involved? Well. Perseus clan is a patron of Olympian gods, right? If they are on the verge of annihilation, they would surely call their big boss. Kasuk looked at Medusa and make an inquisitive expression. Even though she can't see, Medusa is sure that that expression means, you didn't know this. What the hell are these people? Why do I look like the weird one here? Should I believe their words? Wait. I haven't asked the most important question. Medusa took a deep breath to calm herself down. She wanted to forget the earlier exchange as she didn't have the energy to process them. What if you really faced a god? What will you do? I don't know. Medusa was speechless yet again. I don't really know much about the gods and the full extent of their abilities. So I guess we'll just wing it. I'm sure that you already prepared a bunch of escape routes in case something goes wrong. Yep. Then let's just decide it as the situation unfolds. It seems more fun that way. Lunatics. They're lunatics. Elder sisters, please give me the strength to face my future with them. Chapter 156, Too Vigilant. Kasuk and Yoruchi kept talking and planning for the near future, but Medusa couldn't make sense of what they are talking about. It's not that the words coming from their mouths are hard to understand, it's just that their statements are too unbelievable that they might as well be dreaming. Without much choice, Medusa just copied Claire and started eating without a care in the world. After eating, Medusa feels so much better due to her restored mana, though she's still pretty weak because of her wrecked body. Cleaning up the table, Yoruchi and Claire exited the room again, leaving only Kasuk and Medusa to talk again. Anna-san, how are you feeling? Kasuk went back to speaking Japanese when he figured that she could understand it. Much better. Medusa started fidgeting, opening and closing her mouth trying to say something. What's wrong? Kasuk pulled out a set of tea and put one in front of Medusa. Thank you very much. Following the Japanese tradition, Medusa bowed down in front of Kasuk. She wanted to do a dejiza but she wasn't sure if that's appropriate. Kasuk chuckled and replied, ha ha ha, no need to be so formal. I just patched you up and I would get my payment later. I'm thankful for that too, but that's not what I'm referring to. Not that. Ah, you mean those two little girls inside you. Kasuk then took out some cookies and started munching on them. Yes, that. Wait. How did you know how they look like? A possibility then emerges in Medusa's mind. Without thinking much about it, Medusa flared up her mana and materialized a harp connected to a chain. At first, she wanted to attack Kasuk, but regardless of what he did, he still helped her survive, so she decided to direct her attack to the windows to break the barrier. She pushed her body to the limits again and she ended up coughing blood. Medusa threw her harp with all her power, but to her dismay, it only bounced off, such a strong barrier. Gritting her teeth, Medusa grabbed her harp again and put up a stance while facing Kasuk. Vigilance and hate are emitting from her. Kasuk, meanwhile, just watched her actions while calmly sipping on his tea. What's up with her now? Well, I guess it's good that she's energetic. Without much choice, Medusa opened her mouth as she couldn't stand his stare in silence. You. Did you go through my memories? Kasuk slowly put down his cup of tea. Oh. So that's you're concerned about. Don't worry, I didn't go through your memories. Then how? Medusa abetted some of her hateful ori, but her vigilance spiked up instead. Did he hypnotize me while I was asleep that I ended up telling him my secrets? Think about it, I can tell that there are souls within you, so it isn't impossible that I can also see what they look like. Kasuk spoke calmly as he analyzes the situation. Her reaction about her memories is weird. Looks like the secret she's carrying is bigger than I thought. Well, considering the state of her soul, that much is normal, I guess. But one thing is for sure, those so-called gods are the one responsible. He didn't show it outwardly, but remembering Anna's soul state makes him very angry as a Shinigami who guides the souls to their rest. Medusa didn't speak and just stared at him. Kasuk didn't know what she's thinking, but he continued speaking. I don't care about your past, whether you're a monster or whatever. I'll judge you based on what I will see from you. He didn't really know what to say, but he guessed that she reacted that way because she didn't want to be judged based on her previous actions. After a minute or two, Medusa cleared her head and dematerialized her harp. Thinking about it, he wouldn't have that kind of reaction if he truly saw my memories. He might even kill me outright if he knew my true form. Medusa slowly stood up and bowed down again. I'm very sorry. I rashly jumped into a conclusion. After saying her piece, the pain she has been ignoring came back all at once. She staggered forward and was about to fall when Kasuk suddenly appeared in front of her and caught her. You really like pushing yourself to limits, huh? Just what sort of life did you lead until now? Kasuk assisted and led her to the bed. Due to her tired mind, Medusa ended up letting out a bit of her frustration. She smiles wryly and said, not a very good one. I wished I wasn't born. Medusa then loses consciousness again. You might not have a very good life, but I think those two would disagree with your wish as they kept protecting you even after death, Kasuk muttered. As if she heard him in her sleep, Medusa's wry smile changed into a bit happy one. After putting a blanket over her and casting some healing Kidu on her, Kasuk left the room. He couldn't use the rejecting token anymore as it is already broken and he hasn't found a chance to make one again, so he could opt for these basic healing techniques. Yuruchi and Claire are playing some kind of board game and are enjoying themselves, while Cleria and Masaomi are busy taking some calls. Kasuk joined Yuruchi and Claire until Cleria approached them. How is the girl doing? She's too vigilant. Even though she acts calm most of the time, when you touch some specific topic, she'll react violently. Kasuk replied. I see. Cleria then looked at Yuruchi, who's playing happily with Claire. Understanding what she meant, Yuruchi grabbed Claire's attention. I'm tired of this. Let's play hide and seek. I'll start counting. 1, 2, 3. Yuruchi covered her eyes as she starts counting. That's unfair. Claire protested, but she immediately stood up and ran somewhere to hide. With Claire out of the picture, Cleria started reporting. Half of the Perseus clan's manpower is searching the seas and the surrounding islands and coastal areas for something. They're searching for Anna, all right. And do you know why they are searching for her? We know what they want from her. Cleria crumpled her face as she's also confused at the information she and Masaomi got. What? A quest for the current direct descendants of Perseus. Whoever who can kill the girl they're searching for will become the head of the clan. Just for what reason? What did this Anna do to get that kind of recognition from an ancient family? That, we are still combing through our channels to see if we can get more information regarding that. But it seems to be a top secret of the Perseus clan, as even if we ask nicely one of their members who is a known criminal, he didn't give us any substantial information. Yuruchi uncovered her eyes and looked at Kasuk. What are you going to do now? For now. Let's just wait and see. Remember that this isn't our problem, so we don't really want to help that much. I want to see how are they going to find her and where would this story goes. And if the gods really appear, that's where I will enter the stage for real. Kasuk then thanked Cleria for everything she has done. Chapter 157, Won't Escape. It's the evening of the same day when Medusa regained her consciousness. After that further rest, her body doesn't hurt as much as this morning, but her mana reserved was also depleted due to it being used for her automatic restoration. There was no one in the room when she woke up, so she used this chance to do some thinking without the pressure of any other people. She recalled what happened earlier, including the nonsensical talk that those who saved her did. She took a closer look at her surroundings and thought, if he can set up this kind of barrier, I guess he really has the right to brag. But this barrier can't hide my existence for too long. As long as Athena helped the Perseus clan to locate me, there is nothing that can be done to impede it. Medusa then stood up to further check the condition of her body. Her attire was changed yet again while she's sleeping, although she didn't know how she'll feel about it. She's grateful that someone takes care of her but also kept help, but keeps thinking what they want in exchange. I have to confirm later what do they really want from me and if possible, escape this place. Athena wouldn't help the Perseus clan all the way as it would be too boring for her taste. She would only point my general direction and would leave it to them how to pull me out, so I still have time. I should also ask if that is possible. If he can do it, I'll let him do whatever he wants with me. What's the worst thing that could happen? Confirming her plans for the future, Medusa stretched for a bit to ease some of the soreness she's feeling, and just after she did, the door of the room opened. Yo. It seems that you're doing good. Wear this. Kasuk barged in without even knocking and threw a pendant in her direction. Medusa caught it with one of her hands and asked, "What's this?" "Something that can hide your aura and mana signatures. You can go out of the room after wearing it." Kasuk passed her the disguise equipment that he made for the Yagaki family. Due to having an extra day, Kasuk decided that he should make one for the unconscious girl too. With a bit of hesitation, Medusa wore it around her neck. The pendant is a shiny purple gem that is attached to a silver chain, as expected of me. "It goes well with your hair," Kasuk commented as he stares at her while rubbing his chin. Even though the compliment is praising himself, Medusa felt embarrassed after hearing his words. However, she immediately shook her head to shake off such feelings. "Don't get caught up in his pace, Medusa." To be honest, though, this is the first time she felt embarrassed since time immemorial, so she didn't hate it. On the contrary, she felt refreshed. Even the food earlier reminded her that being alive isn't so bad. But she knew that these things would come to an end sooner or later and would only regret it. She became too attached to these feelings. "But I'm pretty sure it'll look better if you take that blindfold off." Kasuk, disregarding Medusa's reaction, continued his words. "That's impossible." An immediate answer from Medusa, "Once I took this off, only misfortune would arrive those who are around me." She calmed down after saying this. "Right. These eyes are the start of everything. Because of these eyes, I can never hold those who are close to me anymore." "Is that so?" "That's a shame." Kasuk sighed in disappointment. "Anyways. Aren't you afraid that I would escape from this place once I exited this room?" Things are getting awkward, so Medusa changed the subject. "Nope, not at all." Regaining his smile, Kasuk answered energetically. "What makes you so sure?" Medusa wasn't so sure how to react from his words. Did he put a trap somewhere? Or is the entire house covered in this kind of barrier too? That's too suffocating. That pendant has a built-in tracker. Against Medusa's prediction, Kasuk answered her question honestly. "What the hell? Why tell me that?" Medusa staggered after hearing him. "Medusa. Don't get caught in his pace." Letting out a mock cough, Medusa proceeded on speaking. "Ahem. I'll just toss it away then." "What? That's cheating." "Well, whatever. I'm still sure that you aren't going to escape. After all, you're pretty concerned about those two souls inside you and you didn't know about their existence until recently. You probably wanted to ask me something regarding those." Kasuk finally took a serious tone, erasing the playful tune he is playing earlier. Then Medusa abruptly took a step forward. "I won't answer any of your questions through. Not until after dinner. But surprisingly. Or not, Kasuk didn't answer her expectations. "You." Medusa was speechless yet again. "This bastard. Is messing with me that fun? Now I can't think of anything else aside from that topic. How can I enjoy my dinner?" Without her notice, Medusa was already caught up with his pace. "Alright, let's go before the food gets cold." Kasuk disabled the entire barrier before exiting the room. Medusa gritted her teeth and followed him outside. For the first time, Medusa met the other two people in the house. But the husband and wife noticed the frustrated expression she is making and the happy smile on Kasuk's face. Cleria approached her and patted her shoulder. "It's all right. I understand how you feel. But it's no use thinking of getting back at him. He'll only play with you." Medusa faced Cleria and noted the pity directed at her. Instead of getting angry, however, she gave her gratitude. "Thank you. I'll remember that. My name's Anna. Nice to meet you." "Cleria Yagaki, nice to meet you too." Cleria smiled and shook her hand. She then pointed to her husband, "And this is my husband, Masaomi Yagaki." Masaomi nodded at her. "Nice to meet you, Miss Anna. I hope you enjoy your stay here in my humble abode. By the way, that is my daughter Claire Yagaki. You already met her earlier. Big sis. Let's play." Claire called out to her. "No, sweetie. We are about to eat. Go wash your hands." Cleria immediately reminded her. She's very happy for her though, as she became very lively ever since Kasuk and Yuruchi arrived. "Inviting them over is our greatest decision in life." "Okay. Medusa watches as she took small steps towards the washroom. "I'm back. From the entrance of the house, Yuruchi entered. "Welcome back. How is it?" Kasuk asks. Still the same. That clan is still searching for her randomly. Chapter 158, On. Medusa kept fidgeting and sneaking glances to Kasuk throughout the entire dinner. Although they can't see her eyes, they know that she's focusing her attention on Kasuk from time to time, except for Claire of course. Yoruchi couldn't contain her curiosity anymore and asked Kasuk while she stabs him with her elbow, "Oi, what did you do this time?" "Another seduction." "Quit it will you? There are already too many women around you." Kasuk coughed after hearing her question and he noticed that Cleria and Masaomi are looking at him weirdly. "Hey. I didn't seduce anyone." He really didn't seduce anyone, but he also remembered that there are too many women around him and their target of affection is him, for as long as I remember. Kasuk added. "Then what's up with her?" Yoruchi blatantly pointed Medusa. Medusa, knowing that she was caught acting weird, stayed quiet. Although there's a bit of blush on her face as she is embarrassed at the way she's acting. See. Ahem. Yoruchi, it is a misunderstanding. I didn't do anything. Maybe I'm just too handsome. Kasuk spouted what he thought the most well-thought reason. Like a snake, Yoruchi's fingers found its way towards Kasuk's thighs. "I surrender. Let me speak." Kasuk didn't hesitate to stop messing around. "Go wife. Make him regret it." Inside her mind, Medusa cheered, unbefitting of her cold exterior. It seems that Kasuk's antics are already affecting her with the short time they interacted. Yoruchi didn't put any force in her pinch yet and gave him a chance. "Go on. It seems that she really wants something from me, but I told her that I won't answer any of her questions until we finish our dinner." With a serious expression, Kasuk answered her without hiding anything. Yoruchi stared at his eyes and asks, "Why did you do that?" "Because I can." Kasuk honestly didn't know how to answer that question and responded as such. Yoruchi sighed as she's already expecting that kind of answer and just wanted to ask to confirm it. "Will you ever stop messing around? Try asking that question to yourself." He didn't answer her question this time and returned it to her. Blanking out for a second, Yoruchi let go of his thighs and replied, "Fair point." "What? What are you doing, wife? At least reprimand even a little bit." "Misfortune. Such misfortune to be caught by this kind of people." Medusa sighed in defeat, but after thinking more about it, this is a lot better than being caught by her mortal enemies. Medusa then just focused on the food in front of her as she can't really do anything else aside from hurrying. Cleria and Masaomi didn't butt in and just pampered Claire throughout the whole dinner, but would give Medusa a pitying glance from time to time. Medusa is the first one to finish her food, then the rest followed, except for Kasuk. He took his sweetest time to enjoy his food, slowly moving his food to his mouth and slowly chewing it, savoring every bit of flavor in it. And after each mouthful, Kasuk would give his opinion, as if he's a veteran critic. To top it off, there's still a bunch of food in front of him that it would already be daybreak when he finishes everything. Cleria's and Masaomi's mouth twitches at his actions. This guy. Yoruchi and Claire got some ice deserts from Kasuk and ignored him. Medusa, on the other hand, wanted to pull her hair in frustration. This bastard. If it's the normal her, she wouldn't care even he took a century to finish his food or he chokes to death, but the question she wanted to ask is about her sisters who she thought had disappeared forever and became her greatest regret, that whenever she would have happy dreams about them, she considers it her greatest nightmare as she knew that she won't be able to hold them again. But all of that changed when she saw hope in this hateful guy, so without thinking much about it, Medusa snatched the fork and knife from Kasuk's hand and grabbed a portion of food with it. "Here, open your mouth." Everyone looked at her in shock, especially Kasuk. He could have stopped her from snatching his utensils, but he got curious about what she's about to do. He thought that after getting it, she would start cursing at him, but he didn't expect that she would feed him instead. Kasuk blanked out, so Medusa called out to him again, "Open up." She didn't think much of her actions as her goal is to let him eat faster than what he is doing earlier, and this is the best she could do. Seeing the food in front of him, Kasuk smiled and opened his mouth to accept her gesture, happily eating it without saying any nonsense anymore. The rest is just blankly looking at them as Medusa continuously feeds Kasuk. "Now that I think about it, this is the first time someone feeds me. It's not bad. I should let Yoruchi do this for me sometime later." They all recovered but still didn't interrupted them. Yoruchi knew that Anna is only doing this to ask her question earlier, and it seems that Kasuk is enjoying himself, so she didn't stop them. "I should do this too later." It didn't take too long for all the food to finish. "Ha. That was good. Rubbing his stomach, Kasuk sighed in satisfaction. Cleria started cleaning the table while Medusa is holding her head in regret. "What the hell am I doing?" Without minding her, Kasuk patted her shoulder and said, "I would really be grateful if you could do that again later. Damn you." Medusa finally cursed out. "Ha ha ha. Well then, you want to something, right? Go ahead." Kasuk just brushed her angry look and changed the subject. "Right. I don't have time to get angry at him. I'll do that later." Medusa took a deep breath while anticipation and nervousness are starting to catch up to her. "Can you let me talk with my sisters?" Medusa voiced out her question, but she regretted it immediately. Due to nervousness, she had a slip of a tongue. Sisters. So that's how is it? No wonder you're too concerned about them. Kasuk rubbed his chin after hearing her question. I wonder how did they end up inside her? Anyways. Can you let me talk to them? She already let it out and there's no use regretting about it. She wanted to know if it's possible to talk to them. I can't. Chapter 159, Dream. Why you can't? Medusa blankly muttered, then what was that all about for? Medusa teared up a bit after processing his words. Both anger and disappointment suddenly filled her. She was angry at Kasuk for giving her false hope, but more than anything, she angry and disappointed in herself for grabbing that hope. I already knew that the result will be like this, but hearing their voices again after a long time made me so happy that I became desperate. Now. Don't go crying on me now. I'm not that bad to give you false hope. I only do that on my enemies. Kasuk took out and spread his fan to cover his smiling face. What do you mean? A bit of hope returned, but Medusa already learned her lesson so she suppressed it. Technically, I can let you talk to them, but to do that, I have to forcefully wake them up from their dormant state and it wouldn't do any good for them. Or do you want to go with this? No. An immediate answer from Medusa. The safety of her older sisters is her top priority. She already failed once and didn't want it for the second time. Please don't do it. Well. It's not like that's your only choice. Kasuk chuckled as he closes his fan. Huh. Without waiting for her to respond further, Kasuk suddenly thrust his fan towards Medusa's forehead and said, I expect your full cooperation after this. Medusa wanted to dodge but found herself locked in place. What? The moment his fan touched her forehead, she lost consciousness after hearing his last words. What cooperation? I won't do everything for you. Kasuk caught the falling Medusa and delivered her to her room. Kasuk calculated that she'll wake up in the morning, but still put up the barrier for security. How is she? Yoruchi approached him after he exited the room. She's having a good dream right now. We'll be going out tomorrow with her. Let's see if they can still find her while moving around. And your real intention? Shopping for souvenirs. I can't go home empty-handed. You also have to find something to appease Sona-chan. Ugh. Now that you mention it. Medusa woke up in a cold dark space floating. Where is this? What did that guy do to me? She started moving around to inspect her body. Medusa notices that she isn't wearing any article of clothing and instinctively covered her private parts. What's going on? She then finally noticed that she doesn't have a blindfold and her jewel-like purple eyes with rectangular pupils were revealed. She touches her face to make sure that her blindfold isn't really there and started panicking after confirming it. She didn't have time to think of what's going on as a dot of light appeared at a distance. For the first time in countless years, she saw light. Normally, she would panic more at this sight as there might be other people in this place due to the existence of that light. But that golden light is giving her a very warm feeling. A feeling that she already forgot. Without her notice, she started to float towards the direction of the light and as she near it, the warm feeling is getting stronger as the sense of nostalgia started to assault her. Memories of the past started surfacing in her mind and she felt like she has returned to her childhood where she living a carefree life with her sisters. Although she's always been bullied by her older sisters, those times are the happiest for her. And even after a certain goddess cursed her existence, their company became her only harbor of peace. As she gets near, her surroundings started to change and it became a certain place she and her sisters were exiled, the Shapeless Isle. On the tiny island, there were only the ruins of a temple, the sound of crashing waves and the beautiful blue sky. There were no bountiful forests or loving animals. This is the place where the three sisters lived in tranquility after the youngest was cursed. Yet Medusa's focus wasn't on the scenery but on the middle of the island where there are two figures lying down, side by side, with their hands intertwined and a golden orb giving off a warm golden light between them. The two figures are little girls of around 130 centimeters tall wearing a white gothic dress. Both of them has the same color as Medusa's hair, glossy purple. Elder sisters. Medusa muttered, stunned at the two's appearance. A second later, she bolted into a run towards the lying figures but was stopped when an invisible wall 3 meters away from her elder sisters rebounded her away. Elder sisters. Medusa stood up again and went to the invisible wall to try and breach it but failed. She used everything she had to break it but every single one of her methods failed. Elder sister Kneo. Elder sister Urahara. Medusa started banging the wall out of frustration until she suddenly remembered Kasuk's words. Technically, I can let you talk to them, but to do that, I have to forcefully wake them up from their dormant state and it wouldn't do any good for them. Or do you want to go with this? Medusa's mind cleared up after recalling it. She slumped down to her knees with tears running down on her cheeks. This isn't tears due to her being unable to talk to them, but tears of happiness because of their presence. I see. So that's how is it? Relief overtook her as she lost her strength and lay down on her back to look at the blue sky. Peacefulness which she hadn't felt for a while came. The first time she heard their voices when the Pursues clan chases after her, she thought that it was just her hallucination due to being in a near-death situation. But when she felt their power filling her, she had a conjecture that it's their last will, not believing that they are still alive. Even when she heard about the two souls inside her being saved by Kasuk, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe that they are her elder sisters. Nevertheless, Medusa thanked him as she firmly believes that he saved the last will of her sisters. After seeing this, however, she has no doubts that it's really her sisters due to the existence of the golden orb that they are protecting. That orb is very familiar to her. It's her divine core which is the source of her divinity and misfortune. It's a flawless golden orb, but she knew that it could be dyed with corruption instantly. Her sisters sacrificed themselves to seal the Gorgon. She finally understood why did they allow her to eat them. Chapter 160, Enjoying Life. Medusa woke up with the sun shining through her window. She slowly sat up and heaved a sigh. After having that dream last night, everything feels light. All her worries seem so insignificant. Her outlook on life also changed. Instead of surviving just for her not to experience that hell, she now wanted to survive to find a way to be together with her sisters again. An impossible wish in the past. Medusa waited for a few moments before standing up. She noticed that although the same barrier from yesterday is up, the door and windows of the room are unlocked. If she wanted to, she could escape right now. Is he really that confident that I wouldn't escape? Medusa got tempted to escape just because she didn't want to go with his expectations and see how would his face look like, but brushed the thought as she really needs his help for her sisters. But imagining that kind of scenario makes her feel kind of giddy. Obviously, it's Kasuk bad influence. Opening the door, she was welcomed by Kasuk's cheeky grin. Good morning. How was last night? Medusa wanted to get angry, but she recalled her dream. For the first time, she smiled gently at Kasuk. It was wonderful, thank you. Kasuk was a little bit shocked at her response, but recovered immediately and smiled again, this time without the cheekiness he had earlier. That's great. Come here and have breakfast. We will be going out later. Medusa followed his steps towards the dining table and curiously asked, going out later? Where will we go? She has mixed feelings about going out as her enemies are still searching for her. She can finally be sure that the pendant that he gave her earlier is working as he described. Since I won't be here for too long, I want to explore as much as I can. And besides, I want to know if they have other ways to track you outside of your energy signatures. They arrived at the dining area and the people of the house greeted Medusa. They noticed that her complexion and demeanor is a lot better than yesterday. They ate their light breakfast and the four, Kasuk, Yoruchi, Claire, and Medusa went out soon after. Kasuk helped Medusa disguise using illusion magic. Now her knee-length hair is dyed black tied in a ponytail while wearing a black turtleneck and gray pants. As for the blindfold, Kasuk did extra care for it with illusion magic, adding normal eyes on her face. Her temporary eyes match her hair and it moves depending on her focus, but to those observant people, it'll still feel a bit inorganic, so Kasuk gave her a large sunglasses to cover it. Once they were out of the house, Medusa couldn't help but look around due to nervousness. This is the first time she has gone out openly. You don't have to be worried. We'll just be going around today. If someone else managed to see through your disguise, we'll be escaping immediately. Kasuk said after he noticed that she kept looking around making her more conspicuous. He's currently carrying Claire on his shoulders while she points at all sort of things that catches her attention. Medusa nodded meekly and reduces her frequency of looking around. Kasuk understood that she wouldn't be able to completely lay down her worries and just let her do what she wants. They went around for the whole day and the only one who didn't enjoy their trip is Medusa as Kasuk and Yoruchi kept going to the places where a member of Perseus' clan is searching. Every time they would come across one, Medusa would always tighten her muscles and get ready for combat resulting in her not being able to enjoy the air outside. Doing this multiple times tire her out more than battling itself. They went back when the sun started setting. On the way, Kasuk commented, I guess they can't find you with this much concealment. I guess not. But it won't be for too long. Medusa replied as she looks down. Won't be for too long, is it? Do you know how else they could find you? Kasuk continued walking as he asks. As long as a god interferes, they would easily find me no matter how much you hide my existence. Medusa smiled wryly. It's only a matter of time when a certain goddess gets bored. I see. As long you're tied up, you can't escape. Kasuk muttered. Medusa stopped walking and looked at Kasuk in shock. You. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Even I wouldn't be able to do something about it right now. Kasuk also stopped walking and faced her. So you knew. Right. Nothing can be done about it. Unless a miracle happens. Medusa looked down and smiled in defeat. So if you want something from me, make it fast. I can't stay with you forever. I just want a single thing from you. Continual safety of those souls. Yes. Kasuk suddenly smiled and replied, okay. Medusa sighed in relief at his answer and thought, should I reveal my true identity to them? No. It isn't necessary. I'll only be a passing figure in their life. No need to complicate it. As long as my sisters are safe, everything is fine. Medusa then would spend and experience the most peaceful times of her life after her battle with the original Perseus for a few days. She would learn a bunch of things like cooking and sewing. And in that time frame, she will discover some hobbies that can bring joy to her. First is riding bicycles. After overcoming the initial fear of being discovered by roaming around outside, she started to enjoy riding bicycles and would do it for an hour or two every day. The second is reading. Kasuk gave her some novels to pass time while he examined her by injecting his own Ryatsuki and getting some blood and tissue samples. And the last one would be alcohol. Every night, she would go down drunk. Truly enjoying her life to the fullest. The most thing she is thankful for, however, is that Kasuk would allow her to meet her sisters every time she goes to sleep. Even though just a few days passed, Medusa would become cheerful, although her serious, cold, and quiet exterior would be there most of the time. At that time, Medusa recalled her sister's words, please. Survive. For your happiness. I guess this is what they are talking about. She muttered quietly to herself with a gentle and happy smile on her face. She almost forgot that there's still a looming threat approaching her. What she didn't know though, is that because of a certain guy's decision to meddle with her affairs looking for kicks, the whole Greek pantheon will shake. Chapter 161, Evening Talk. Standing on the balcony of the room in a certain mansion located just outside of Athens. A petite woman with long dark hair wearing a nightgown is staring at the moon while enjoying a cup of tea. It didn't take too long for this serene scene to be interrupted by a knock on her door. Without looking back, she answered, come in. A tall lean man wearing a white suit and a nondescript white mask entered the room. Good evening, Miss Alexa. I'm sorry to interrupt your rest, but I'm here for my daily report. The woman continued staring at the moon before saying, go on. There is still no news regarding the target. But we were able to narrow it down on the islands on Saronic Gulf. The man proceeded to bow as he reports today's findings. Is that all? Yes. You may leave. Understood. Good night, Miss Alexa. The man walked back to exit before closing the door gently. A mild night summer wind blew into the room, chiming the bells hanged on the windows. Alexa took her cup of tea and drank it before speaking, Petter. I told you not to sneak to my room. From the shadow in the corner of the room, a man wearing casual clothing with shoulder-length dark red hair while holding a spear walked out. What do you plan to do next, Tenny? Alexa, who was called Tenny, looked back and glared at him. I told you not to call me by that name. Along with her words, a dense amount of mana spilled from her and crashed down on Petter. Petter had to take a step back and swallow his saliva at the same time of dropping his spear and raising his hands in surrender. All right. I won't call you by that name. If anyone from the Perseus clan could see the scene where the strongest of this generation is surrendering in front of the weakest, they would question their sanity. Alexa took back her gaze along with her mana and faced the moon again. Petter sighed in relief and thought, this sadistic bitch is too scary. He picked up his spear again before saying, what do you plan to do now? The real reason why Petter didn't participate in the competition for the clan head is that he knew how much of a monster is hiding under the skin of that petite woman. Petter isn't really scared of her fighting prowess as he welcomes it greatly. Challenging her to a battle is one of his wishes if he truly wants to become strong. What scares him the most, however, is the fact that she would do anything, as in anything, just to achieve her goals. She wouldn't even hesitate to eat human flesh if that's what she needs to do. For now. Wait. Alexa answered as she poured another cup of tea for herself. Couldn't you have dealt with that monster a few days ago? Why let her escape? Petter finally asked what has been bothering him since that day. It'll be too boring. What? Athena wouldn't like a show like that. If I had finished her off back then, I wouldn't get what I want. Alexa chuckled for a bit. What are you talking about? You want to entertain Athena? Why would you want to do something as troublesome as that? Petter couldn't fathom her reasoning at all, as she could already get most of what she wants if she becomes the clan head. Alexa sat down on a chair before saying, you really have no interest in this competition, huh? Petter kept his silence and let her continue. Aside from the weapons of the respective house that won in the competition, you can receive an additional reward. Alexa rested her chin on her right hand as she looks at Petter with a smile. With his curiosity piqued, Petter asks with a little enthusiasm, there's more. What is it? Think about it yourself. Why do you think there are only 4 houses in Perseus clan? Because. Petter muttered, but a certain idea flashed in his mind. Ah. You couldn't be referring to that, are you? Chuckling, Alexa affirmed his words, yep. I want the cabesus that contains Medusa's head. What? Why would Athena even think of handing over something as dangerous as that? He couldn't understand her words. Something as dangerous as a god's head should never land on the hand of a human. Adding to his confusion is Alexa is so sure that Athena could grant this thing. It's indeed dangerous, but it's not impossible to find those who can handle it. Alexa leaned back on her chair and stated her opinion. Petter finally got the gist of what she wants to do, so you're saying you want to put on a show for Athena so that she would grant you the kibesis. Bingo. Alexa playfully answered, but it only gave Petter a shudder. Petter hesitated for a bit before asking another question. Why would you even want something like that? In all honesty, Petter didn't want to ask this question as he would get involved with her schemes deeper. He only visited her tonight due to some curiosity, but he didn't expect he would get these kinds of answers. But no matter what, he already heard her goal for letting Medusa go, and he wanted to make sure what our plans further, as it would inevitably involve him and his house. Because a great change is about to happen. I want the strongest card I can get so that I would have a place in it. This vague answer of her only gave Petter a bad premonition. You're not making any sense. You'll understand it in the future. And why are you telling me all about this? Aside from the few people who knew me, I also want some subordinates when war broke out. I can't participate in it with just me alone after all. That's just suicide. Damn it. I got involved in something I shouldn't have. Now. Don't be too hard on yourself. Because of your skills, I would have pulled you in sooner or later. By the wadash. Alexa was happily speaking but stopped all of a sudden. Why did you st-? Petter, who wanted to ask what happened, heard a woman's voice inside his head. Aegina Island. What was that? Are you an idiot? That's Athena's voice. She got tired of waiting and now pointed us the direction of where the monster is. Ah. It'll be hard to pull her out even if we know where she is. Alexa suddenly clapped her hand twice and a cloaked man suddenly appeared beside her without Petter's notice. Petter tightened his hold on his spear to get ready to battle. Shadow. Prepare that woman. It's about time for her to take the stage. Understood, master. With those words, he disappeared as fast he appeared. Who's that? My precious pawn. Chapter 162, Eyes. Anna. Kasuk is fiddling through his portable computer. He's currently arranging the data he got from Medusa. He feeling excited with all the stuff he got from her, ranging from the complicated arrangement of mana inside her body and a bit of data about divinity. He already got some clues for who truly she is, but also wondered if the legends are true and what did she do for her to deserve this kind of punishment. What is it? Medusa answered while she reads a book. With Kasuk's help in teaching her magic to differentiate colors without using her eyes, Medusa was able to read books like a normal person. Although it's not a substitute for vision, Medusa is very happy about it. Kasuk closed his laptop and faced Medusa, who is sitting beside him. Let me take a look at your eyes. Wah. No. She removes her focus on the book and answered him immediately. Putting away his laptop, Kasuk pulled out snacks. Didn't you say I can do anything? Medusa hesitated for a bit, but after shaking her head, she answered, still. No. Why though? I don't think it would be that bad. From what I can tell, you aren't actually blind. Are your eyes scarred or something that it looks ugly? I can probably create some kind of ointment to fix that. I just need you to show it to me. It doesn't have any scar. But it's ugly, and most of all, dangerous. Medusa can't fully control her eyes. Although she can control its potency, she didn't have a way to turn it off without sealing it off completely. And it's already been too long since the last time she relieved these eyes and didn't know if she can still control it. If unlucky, she thought that she could instantly petrify Kasuk, which is something she won't like and would regret. After all, he is her savior and he let her experience all these things even if temporary. There's also a chance that he'll guess my identity and origin if I were to take it off. Aside from her concern about his safety and those around him, deep inside, she didn't want him to hate her because of her origin. If it's the first time they met, she wouldn't really mind if they were to know her identity, but as the days go, her reluctance grew bigger. Although she only stayed with them for a few days, each day, she would keep thinking about the time she inevitably leaves and would keep telling herself, one day. Just one more day. Until it became a form of torture for her. Medusa knew that if her identity were to be revealed to them, she would have to escape this cozy and happy place. She's a bit hopeful that Kasuk wouldn't treat her a monster, but she knew how dangerous this feeling is if she was to fall for it. After all, the feeling of loneliness by leaving is a lot better than the feeling of despair when one is betrayed. Dangerous? How? What does it do? I'm pretty confident with my ability, so I can probably deal with it. Kasuk kept insisting as his curiosity kept bothering him. If she's really the Medusa or someone related to her, then her eyes must be the petrification eyes. I want to see it. Looking at his eyes full curiosity, Medusa hesitated again and looked down. It's also unfair if I keep hiding like this. I guess this is the end. She decided and steeled herself, dragging this any longer would only make it harder for me and for everyone else. Medusa recalled the time she spent here and heaved a large sigh. She already knew that Kasuk can indeed resist her mystic eyes if he only gazes at it for a few seconds. The time she spent with them didn't just end with her enjoying life, but also gathering information for herself. Even though she didn't think that Kasuk and Yoruchi has enough capability to face a god, she knew that her weakened self and petrifying gaze wouldn't be able to affect them fast. As long as she seals it again before she could do further harm, it's fine to show it to him. But she didn't immediately remove her blindfold but says, "Please tell me the state of 2 other souls inside me before we proceed." Kasuk partially knew what she's thinking about after observing her actions. Ha ha ha. Is she really that worried? He pretended that he knew nothing and answered without hesitation, "They are fine now even if left alone. They would recover their strength and would one day wake up if there are no accidents that befall them." Medusa, this time, sighed in great relief. "Is that so? Thank you very much for everything you've done. If I got in the chance in the future, I'll repay this kindness 100-fold. What are you talking about? This is all part of our deal. As long as you let me examine you, everything is already fine. Right. And the last thing you wanted to inspect is my eyes. Understood." Medusa stood up and gestured for Kasuk to follow her. She went straight to her temporary room and sat down on her bed. "Before we proceed, please set up a barrier. A strong one since I don't know what might happen to others if we don't do so." Gotcha. With a snap of his fingers, Kasuk activated the barrier that he already placed inside her room just in case something happens. Medusa smiled wryly at his actions, fully prepared, aren't you? Also, please make a hole on the barrier just in case you would need to escape if anything goes wrong and seal me inside. Although incredibly bothered, Medusa is making a way out for herself just in case Kasuk became hostile against her. Medusa plans to stun him using her eyes to make enough time for her to escape. Kasuk wanted to point out how naive she was but stopped himself as he knew where she is coming from. Okay. With another snap, a small opening was created on the window leading outside. Medusa stood up from her bed and checked the hole as she really can go through it, and after confirming that she could, she returned to her bed to prepare to remove her blindfold. Her actions garnered some admiration from Kasuk. It's great that she wasn't blinded by how we are treating her and would still check things herself. Well then. Medusa took a deep breath before touching her blindfold. She first removed the restriction spell placed on it and the amount of mana in the surrounding noticeably became denser. Next, she removed it completely, revealing her whole face for the first time in many, many years. Medusa's heartbeat skyrocketed due to nervousness, and cold sweat started pooling on her back. She also started to regret doing this as this will inevitably change the way he looks at her. But she's already in this stage and she can't keep secrets forever. Before opening her eyes, she circulated her mana through her entire body and cleared her mind, entering a trance. Opening her eyes, Medusa, for the first time, clearly saw Kasuk's face. Kasuk's eyes widened when he saw her eyes and stopped moving because his mind started working in numerous ways to analyze what is in front of him. This, however, caused Medusa to misunderstand and thought that he was being petrified faster than she thought and was about to seal her eyes again before escaping for good. Before she could do so, however, she heard him say something she thought impossible if someone looked straight at her eyes. Fascinating. Chapter 163, Embarrassing. Fascinating. Kasuk muttered with a big smile on his face as he intently stared at Medusa's purple jewel-like eyes with rectangular pupils. It took Medusa a few seconds to respond due to how unexpected his response was. Huh. If she didn't know any better, she would think that her mystic's eyes became normal eyes. But then again, she wasn't so sure anymore and checked it. The results just gave her more confusion as she knew that her eyes were working properly, sadly. Kasuk didn't mind her reaction and kept staring straight to her eyes. Kasuk can feel his blood flow slowing down significantly if he didn't try to resist her gaze. As an experiment, he stops resisting her power on the index finger of his left hand. The petrification started from the blood before going to his muscle tissues until it reaches his skin. Medusa was finally aware that her gaze isn't affecting him in any way. Inside, she's feeling happy at his apparent immunity, but she's still worried about him knowing her real identity. Because of the way he's acting, she didn't know if Kasuk already has a clue or not, but chances are he didn't know as she's confident that he would make a disgusted face if he knew. So, with much hesitation, she asks to confirm, "Aren't you afraid of me?" Kasuk's still staring at her as he answers, "Why would I?" Medusa gritted her teeth and said, "Because of my identity." She closes her eyes and waited for his answer. Kasuk raised his hand on her forehead and flicked it. Ow. Medusa was startled. She raised her hand to cover her forehead and looked back at Kasuk, who has a cheeky smile. "What identity? Aren't you Anna? Did you read too much fantasy book that you developed a Chinibu case?" Her eyes widened at his answer. He knew. "Why?" Medusa asks while she stares back at him. "What do you mean why?" "I'm too busy to go along with your antics." Kasuk still pretended that he knew nothing, but it was too obvious for Medusa. Puffed. Medusa felt compelled to laugh. She already put down her worries and felt relieved. You're weird. I don't want to hear that from you. Medusa retorted at his words as he is not qualified to label others weird. Thank you. Enough with that and let me take a look at your eyes more. Kasuk fixed her head in a position where he could easily examine her eyes from different angles. With her nervousness and worries gone, Medusa's mind finally caught up to what's happening. Their faces are only a few inches apart and she became extremely conscious of him. More so than normal because she has trauma and complex with her eyes. A few more seconds of staring contest has passed and Medusa's face is now dyed red. Due to embarrassment, she covered her face with both of her hands as she can't take his stare anymore. Oi oi. What are you doing? I can't see your eyes if you cover them up. Please don't stare at me. It's embarrassing. Medusa bashfully muttered in a very low voice, but Kasuk, who is in front of her, managed to catch it. What? I've been staring at you for a while now, and only now you're getting embarrassed. Please forgive me. Medusa pleaded for mercy while still covering her face. Her ears were beet red remembering what happened earlier. For a cool beauty, you sure get shy about strange places. It's not strange. Well, whatever. I'm done anyway. Kasuk then examined his petrified finger. Medusa felt his gaze moving away from her and uncovered her face. But what she saw almost gave her a heart attack. Your finger. Ah. Don't worry about it. But really. This is amazing. I can't revert its effects. I have to study the process of petrification and the composition of the petrified part. Kasuk then started muttering to himself. Without regard to his reaction, Medusa suddenly stood up and grabbed Kasuk's hand with a petrified finger and touched it gently. What should we do? If it's just in the semi-petrified state, Kasuk's mana inside his body could automatically heal it as long as the source of petrifying ability was cut off. But a completely petrified part like this is impossible to heal from her knowledge. Even the greatest heroes in the past died with their bodies petrified. She doesn't know if a god can reverse it, but she's sure that Kasuk is a human and doesn't have a god's physique. Nah. Don't worry about it. Kasuk took back his hand and to Medusa's shock and dismay, he suddenly broke off his finger, effective cutting it from his hand. Due to this, Kasuk blood splurted out like a mini fountain. What are you doing? Are you insane? Medusa hurriedly grabbed his hand back with one hand and the other one tore her shirt to get a piece of cloth. She hurriedly wraps it around his hand to keep the blood from flowing out. What are you spacing out for? Hurry. Use some healing magic to stop the blood flow. Kasuk ignored her instructions and asks, I'm glad that you're worried about me, but you didn't strike me as the protective type. What the hell are you talking about now? This isn't the time. Ah. This is my fault. I shouldn't have agreed to this. Because of this mistake, you lost your finger. And why is your finger the only thing affected? Seeing that Kasuk isn't doing anything to heal his wounds, Medusa then crudely transferred her mana to the stump of the severed finger to temporarily stop the blood flow. Kasuk wanted to poke more fun from her, but seeing her worried expression, he stopped himself and patted her head. Thanks. And as I said, don't worry about it. Kasuk then separated from Medusa. Ah. Without waiting for her to move further, Kasuk discarded the cloth soaked in blood and suddenly donned his hollow mask. When the bone mask with green markings suddenly appeared, Medusa stopped herself from chasing Kasuk. She noticed that his eyes changed along with his aura. She took a step back as Kasuk's current aura is very malevolent. She didn't know what to do aside from watching him. In the part where his former finger is placed, Medusa noticed a white matter bubbling out and after less than a half of a minute, it formed a white claw-like finger. Kasuk put his hand on his mask and it disappeared as he swiped up. And the claw-like finger suddenly cracked with its shell-like structure falling down, revealing the new finger inside it. See? You don't have to worry. Kasuk then showed it in front of her and Medusa unconsciously grabbed it to examine it. How? One of my tricks. Kasuk then took another look at the petrified finger and said, this is a good specimen. I have to go and break this down into pieces. Without waiting for her, Kasuk hurriedly exited the room to experiment. What is that all about? Medusa muttered to no one. Chapter 164, Bad Guy. It was only the evening of the same day that Kasuk went out of his room with his eyes shining as if he found his new toy. Looks like you had your fill. Yoruchi saw his expression and commented. Kasuk looked at the lazing dark beauty and smiled. Yup. Just this amount of data is already worth the trip here. Chuckling, he sat beside her and laid down on her lap. How is your side? They are all gathering on this island. Yoruchi combs his hair to get it out of the way. Kasuk furrowed his brows. How? No clue. Just a moment they were searching blindly, then an order from each of the current generation suddenly gathered most of their forces and is currently making its way to this island. By tomorrow morning, they would all arrive here. Yoruchi shrugs her shoulder. She tried to trace where their information came from but failed. I guess these so-called gods are already trying to get involved. I wonder how much information they shared with these guys. Kasuk stretches his arms and legs. What do you want to do next? Move the Yagaki family back to Japan early in the morning tomorrow for now. After that, let's see how much info they have on her location. If it's just the general direction, then I want to know how would they pull her out. If it's specific, we'll back off and see how Aino would deal with it. You're just going to let her be. It's Yoruichi's turn to furrow her brows. She already took a liking to the unfortunate beauty and didn't want anything bad to happen to her. Seeing her genuinely enjoy every little thing in life makes me want to protect her. I want that thing to manifest, and letting her be is the easiest way to achieve it. Kasuk knew what are her thoughts and smiled at her. Couldn't you just pull it out of her? I can. But that'll take a very long time and so much effort. Those things are already fused with her soul, but from my tests, I hypothesized that it'll temporarily separate from her when it tries to pull her down, and that will be our chance to remove it. Pull her down, you say? Then she would have to die once, huh? I already got that covered. Preserving her soul should be easy, and why do you think I've been gathering information regarding her body these past few days? To create a new body for her. Correct. Although the same as before, her body would be a mana construct. If I want to create it with flesh and blood, I would need something that has her complete DNA and integrate it with the new advanced Jigai that I'm working on. But as expected, that's impossible. Kasuk sighed. It would be a lot easier if he has her original body part. Yoruichi stayed silent for a moment before asking, do you plan to kill that goddess if she's really the one who did it? No. Kasuk sat up. She's one of the main gods of the Greek pantheon, and killing her equates to declaring an all-out war with them. We don't want that on top of being pointless. Figures. It's Yoruichi's turn to lay down on his lap. And besides, we can't judge her just because we saw one side. We still don't know her side of the story. My guess is that this is related to the god's divinity. And just like what she first did, Kasuk combs back her hair. Then how are you going to deal with them then? I'll be hiding behind my holification. I also need to test my abilities in that form, especially the unique effect I got after transforming. Yoruichi's eyes widened at his words, as this is the first time she heard of it, and her eyes twinkled. You have something like that? Show me. You can watch when the time comes, and that's the main reason why I want to mess with them. Unbelievable. No. Should I say as expected of you? Precisely. After that. Even if you're able to hide your identity, you can't keep it forever. Sooner or later, we'll be discovered, and by that time, they would come after us. I'll create a situation where they would have to strike a deal with me. Kasuk then flashed a bad grin. Yoruichi's mouth twitches. Knowing you. Kidnapping. Hostage. Or is it poisoning? Which is it? Just what do you think of me? A guy who has an obsession with keeping things under his control and likes to infuriate others. It's Kasuk's turn to remain silent. What? I got it right. 2 of those. Bad guy. Thank you. This time, from the dining area, they heard Cleria's call, the food is ready. Both of them stood up, and Kasuk dispelled the basic one-way sound insulating magic that he put up before he sat down beside Yoruichi. We're coming. They reached the dining table and saw that they are the only ones not sitting. Off to the side, Medusa, who is already wearing a clean white blindfold, abruptly faced Kasuk when she noticed him arrive, and Kasuk also unintentionally looked at her. A few seconds, however, she suddenly blushed because she remembered what happened earlier, and thinking about it further, they did something really embarrassing in her opinion. She hurriedly turned away from him. The husband and wife looked at Kasuk in shock but didn't explain himself, as he can feel some hostility manifesting beside him. Kasuk braced himself but didn't put any defensive stance. A split second later, a fist was buried in her stomach. Gufu. What did you do? From his side, Kasuk heard Yoruichi's menacing voice. I didn't do anything. Wait, that's wrong. I didn't do anything risque. Kasuk raised his hands in surrender. I'm asking what you did, not what you didn't. Yoruichi stared down on him. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Your husband didn't really do anything weird to me. Medusa was stunned at what just happened but immediately recovered and tried to vouch for Kasuk. Yoruichi then faced Medusa, but she didn't change her expression. I'm listening. Medusa staggered backward due to the intensity of her gaze but still answered, earlier, he asked me to show him my eyes and I did. But I didn't know that someone staring straight to my eyes is that embarrassing. I just recalled what happened earlier when I saw him approach but still felt pretty embarrassing after thinking about it the second time. Yoruichi continued to stare at her and Medusa wanted to buckle from it. After a moment, however, Yoruichi suddenly smiled. I see. Well, let's eat. I'm hungry. After hearing that, Kasuk immediately shoots straight up and followed. Oh. What do we have here? Such a luxurious lineup. I don't know where to start with. He spoke as if nothing happened and commented on the large amount of food originating from many different countries. Cleria also recovered from what happened and chose not to dwell on it. Ahem. It seems that Miss Anna enjoyed the food I made no matter what it is, so I decided to make as much variety as possible for her to try. Cleria explained to Kasuk. He also received the news that the Perseus clan is gathering their forces on this island and figured that he would ask them to move tomorrow. The Yagaki family also liked Medusa and noticed how shallow her happiness is, so they tried to make something good for her before the inevitable conflict. Thank you. Medusa tears up a bit because these people who took care of her these past few days treated her like she's part of their family. Escaping from Perseus clan's pursuit for uncountable years, she developed an instinct that would tell her that the end is near. Her gratefulness couldn't be expressed fully through words, but she didn't know what else to do. If I can survive this ordeal, I promise I'll return this kindness 100-fold. Now, this is the second promise I made after that girl took care of me. Chapter 165, Leaving for Japan. The next morning, Cleria, Masaomi, and Claire are all packed up and is ready to go. Most of their luggage is in a separate space. Everyone is gathered in the living room and are doing their final preparations. Did you get everything? Kasuk asks while he sets up the magic circle for the teleportation magic. The portable circle that he gave them is capable of doing the work just fine, but those are designed for immediate escapes. Working on the magic circle himself will make it much more secure. We got everything we need and ready to go. Cleria replied after doing the final check. Claire walked over to Kasuk's side and grabbed the hem of his clothes. Kasuk-Nikan, aren't you gonna go with us? Is wearing a white one-piece dress with a black backpack containing all of her toys. Kasuk did the finishing touches on the circle and crouched down to match Claire's height. Nichan still has to do something. But don't worry, it won't take long. We'll play when I get back. He patted her head and comforted her. He knew that she's feeling nervous because she's going to an unknown place and worried that she might not do well. After enjoying the head pat, Claire nodded, albeit reluctantly. She then went back to her mother and father's side. Now then. With this, I can teleport you any moment now, but before that, I just have a few reminders for you. Kasuk dusted his hands. Cleria and Masaomi nodded and were ready to listen. First is that you should activate the bracelets that I gave you before going. Last night, I was able to improve a bit. The first improvement is appearance change. It'll change your hair and eye color along with some contour of your face. Kasuk explained. Didn't you already put that feature in it? I changed it. I thought that using illusion magic will only attract the attention of those who are sensitive to mana. What changed is that it'll directly shape the muscle on your faces, so even if someone noticed that you're using illusion magic to change the color of your hair and eyes, with a different face, they wouldn't be able to connect you with anyone. Masaomi touched his chin and muttered, indeed. If someone thought that we used illusion to change our hair and eye color and saw that there are no illusion over our face, they would think that we didn't change our face at all. This is the most convenient scenario but not the only possibility. Nevertheless, it's more effective than just using illusion magic all over. That's the idea. But it'll feel uncomfortable for a few hours, so you need to activate it now to get used to it. Cleria and Masaomi easily activate their bracelets and their appearance was changed slightly but in a clever way. Even with small changes, someone who knew them wouldn't easily spot them. Cleria's silver-gray hair became black along with her eyes, while Masaomi's hair became brown along with his eyes. Claire took some time to activate it, but due to Kasuk simplifying it as much as possible, it's possible for someone who can only emit their own mana or demonic power to activate it. And like Clara's change, her eyes and hair became black. Cleria and Masaomi noticed something when they activated the magic equipment. This is the second change. I removed the mana storage entirely. I was able to improve the mana efficiency, so instead of rechargeable power source, it now works entirely only with the excess mana you're emitting. Another reason why I chose to do this is that it'll help to reduce the mana you're unconsciously emitting and you'll only look like a normal human with that. There is a disadvantage doing this, of course. It'll reduce your natural mana regeneration speed. And if your mana levels are in critical, it'll stop working to prioritize regeneration. You just did all of that in one night. Well, I can improve it in that time frame, so why not? You're more unbelievable than I thought. Moving on, I'm teleporting you outside of Kuo Town for obvious reasons. Here's a map. Written there is your teleportation location and my house's address. You can take a bus after reaching the highway. Kasuk then handed over a piece of paper to Cleria. Cleria received and memorized it before burning it with magic. We're staying at your place. Not exactly. You're going to stay in my shop on the opposite road. But you have to go to my house first, as there would be a guide and helper for you there. I hired a temporary maid, you see, so she'll help you out with unpacking things. Kasuk then handed over a sealed letter. Inside it is the letter itself and some photos of Akino's blunder while doing housework that he took remotely with magic. I wonder what will be her reaction. I can't wait for it. Kasuk is making a nasty smile, so Cleria felt a bit nervous as she took the letter from him. Seeing that nothing happened to her, she pitied the receiver, poor Maid. And lastly, here. You can contact me through here. Kasuk took out a brass token which is smaller than the palm and gave it to Cleria. Why not just use magic? That's more secure and it actually uses telepathy, so there will be no sounds emitted. You can also reply through telepathy. That's indeed better. Though we'll have to carry this around, we can communicate secretly if there is an emergency. Cleria nodded and secured it inside her pocket. With that, you can go. Kasuk then activated the teleportation circle and within a few seconds, they will be teleported away to start their new life. Thank you everything you've done. Looks like my family gained another debt from you. Masaomi bowed down towards Kasuk. Kasuk, not a typical good guy, replied, then I expect full payment later. Ha ha ha. That's better. Miss Anna. Take care of yourself too. Cleria faced Medusa, who is silently watching all of this happen. Medusa bowed down, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I'll never forget this kindness. She feeling sad because this is probably the last time she would see them. You should thank Kasuk-kun as we are just passing the kindness he bestowed us. After Cleria spoke, they disappeared along with the magic circle. They stayed silent until the last motes of lights disappeared. Now then. Kasuk faced Medusa, still blankly staring at where the family of 3 disappeared. Yoruichi and I will be in our room and won't get out as we have a lot of things to do. Go enjoy yourself outside. After saying that, Yoruichi dragged Kasuk towards their room and locking it within a barrier. Medusa stood on her place silently for a few minutes before going to the side of the house to take out her beloved granny bicycle. She felt strangely lonely when she was left alone just like that. I should enjoy my remaining time as much as possible. Chapter 166, Bait. With nothing else to do, Medusa just roamed around the whole island with her bicycle while stopping here and there for food and a good reading spot. It's already 3 p.m. and she still didn't want to return home as she might disturb the lovebirds' activity. With nothing else to do, Medusa left her bicycle locked in a certain place before going off to enjoy the summer breeze in the streets of Aegina. Walking slowly, she just let the crowd around her to lead her anywhere without thinking of anything in particular. This is one of the rare chances that she could let go of everything and have a peaceful mind. Although it didn't take too long for this peace to be broken when she suddenly noticed that members of the Perseus clan are gathered in the park while giving out flyers to everyone who passes by. She wanted to turn back and return home after seeing this, but the paper they're giving out gave Medusa a very bad feeling. Without much choice, to satisfy her curiosity, she waited outside of the park to look for a discarded flyer that they are distributing. It's a lot better than walking up to them to receive one. After a minute, she found one in a relatively clean bin and fished it, ignoring the reactions from her surroundings. But as she looked at what's printed on it, her face visibly paled and her body started shaking due to nervousness and bad premonition. On the flyer is a very familiar face for her. She, a young girl with braided brown hair and a Caucasian face with freckles on the bridge of her nose giving an initial of a country girl. The young girl who took care and gave kindness to her just like what Kasuk and company did a few years ago. What's going on? Why do they have a photo of her? Medusa started panicking and went through the entire flyer. Other than the photo, a place and time are also written, Temple of Athena. 6 p.m. Could it be? A certain possibility went through her mind and she exploded into rage. She wanted to immediately behead all the members of the Perseus clan who are distributing her photo but stopped herself as she would just be playing in their hands if she were to reveal herself now. Medusa first intended to go back home to inform Kasuk of what's happening, but she stopped her steps when she noticed how ridiculous her thoughts are. What the hell am I doing? I almost dragged my benefactor to danger. Deciding against it, she looked at the clock and it's now 3:30 in the afternoon. Recalling the path to the temple, Medusa went back to the place where she locked her bicycle and rode it to the place which is obviously a big trap designed for her without hesitation. How dare they? Before I die, I have to make sure that she's safe, and if I can't survive past tonight, I have to bring as many of them with me to the afterlife. Though I won't be able to accompany them to hell. It only took her around 30 minutes to arrive at the northeastern part of Aegina Island from her previous location. She could have arrived earlier, but doing so would attract the lookout's attention. Several hundred meters away from the Temple of Athena, she disembarked from her bike and hid it in a random corner. She then looked around to search for some tour group. She finds one that is heading for the temple. Medusa approached the group and pretended to be a tourist herself that got separated from her group but didn't want to go back without going to the temple. She proposed to pay the tourist guide to include her in the group, and the guide happily accepted her for some easy cash. It's already around 4:30 p.m. when the group reached their final destination before going to a restaurant, the Temple of Athena. Medusa appears to be appreciating the surroundings while discussing her thoughts with other tourists, but in fact, she's meticulously gathering information. There are a lot more people than normal, but that's probably due to curiosity because of the group of people distributing a flyer regarding this place. Members of the Perseus clan are dime a dozen, but she couldn't see any high-ranking member, so that's it. The real thing is on the separate space and the entrance is at the center of the temple. After another 30 minutes. She left with the tour group and separated from them when got 1 kilometer away from the temple. I still have an hour. I should prepare. Medusa muttered and started hunting for the hateful clan's member with known criminal records. I hate to do this. But I don't have any other choice anymore. As long as I keep my sanity in check, I shouldn't descend to that form. After Yoruchi dragged Kasuk to do their nightly activity, they only finished the afternoon. While Yoruchi is breathing hard and her face flushed with satisfaction, Kasuk, who is lying beside her, almost didn't break a sweat. Damn you. Your stamina is getting even more ridiculous these days. Yoruchi wrapped her arm around him as she calms her breathing. I can utilize holification now, and it needs large amounts stamina to keep it activated. I at least need it to last until forever. Kasuk chuckled and pinched her butt under the blanket. Yoruchi slapped his hand away, not because she didn't like it, it's because they still have something to do after this, and once they get started again, they wouldn't stop until a few hours more, at least. That's the longest possible time you can activate it. Do you plan to live forever? That actually isn't impossible. If there are always interesting things, I guess living forever isn't such a bad idea. Kasuk then looked straight at Yoruchi's eyes. What? You already solved the problem with senescence? Yoruchi grabbed his head and asked him intensely. Well, sort of, but I'm still far from it. It isn't impossible, though. Give me a few decades and I can probably do it. Really? You've exceeded my expectations again. What are you going to do with such a long life anyway? Search for interesting things. There should be many to keep me entertained for a while. And if only there would someone who could accompany me is such a long life. Let me think about it. Yoruchi then pretended to contemplate her condition. I'll accompany you if you behave yourself. Yoruchi inserted as many meanings as she womanly can. Too bad though, Kasuk isn't exactly a woman, and even more so, he isn't entirely aware that his antics are a fatal attraction to some people. He thought that she was just referring to his usual attitude, no can do. Messing with other people is one of my few joys in life. Well. Figures. Fine then. I'm just too kind, I'll accompany you until you're tired of living. Yoruchi sighed and said while looking at him seriously. Ha ha ha. Then let's die together. That's the worst proposal I've ever heard. But sure, if both of us are already tired, let's die together. The unconventional couple has their own unconventional way of expressing their love with each other. Let's talk about this later. What about Anna? We're pretty much sure that they are going to make their move today. Yoruchi sat up and the white blanket slid on her smooth skin. She then used magic to clean Kasuk and herself. Oh. Let's see. Kasuk opened a holographic map in front of him depicting the whole Aegina island. The most noticeable thing is the red dot on the Aegina town moving slowly with no particular direction. It looks like they haven't contacted her yet. I'm going to prepare and check a few things first. Beside the map, a bunch of live feed appeared featuring Medusa in many different angles as they follow her every step, so please watch her for now. You stalker. It's observation. Chapter 167, Watching Anna. Kasuk did the final test on his trump card to make sure that it would work as expected. While busy, Yoruchi suddenly called out from behind him, Kasuk, looks like they made their move and Anna was hooked in immediately. Oh. Kasuk stopped what he's doing and peeked at the screens. He saw Anna reading a flyer that one of the Perseus is distributing. Yoruchi, do you have any information on the woman on the photo? Yoruchi shook her head in response, teach me how to control these cameras. Kasuk taught her the basic controls of the camera and after a minute, Yoruchi mastered its use. She then controlled everything except for one to go around the whole island. The one left kept its focus on Anna, who is now shaking in rage, while the rest tried to capture the faces of the people who are distributing the flyers. How is it? Kasuk asks while he prepares some tea for both of them. These guys are Petter Perseus men. Yoruchi furrowed her brows as she recalled the information she gathered these past few days, but he's supposedly not interested in the seat of clan head. Maybe it's all just a ruse to throw off other candidates. Kasuk tried to guess, but even he knew how unlikely this is. If that's the case, then he would have used this move long ago. I can't think of any reason why he would want to postpone this. After getting the faces of those distributing the flyers, Yoruchi then gathered half of the cameras towards the location written on the flyer, the Temple of Athena. Kasuk took note of Medusa's movement and got interested in what she's doing. Let's watch for now. It seems that Anna-san got some plans. And that plan doesn't include us, Yoruchi commented. Kasuk chuckled in response, I guess she too kind. I wonder what her connection with that girl. Whatever it is, it's not a shallow one. Yoruchi nodded at his words, she important enough that she could risk her life. But why did she only appear now? Right. Kasuk has the same question in his mind but knew nobody from both of them knows the answer, so they didn't voice it out. They watch how Medusa pretended to be a lost tourist to join one group to get near the temple until she went away from it. Uruchi nodded in satisfaction on the way she moves, though there are some things that she can improve on. She did a great job at that one. What do you think of her as your helper? Kasuk suddenly asks. If I can teach her a few things, then she would become a huge help when there is too much going on. And the greatest thing about her is she's an outcast. As long as we rout this clan and make sure that the Olympians wouldn't touch her, she can do a lot of things. But you asking this? You decided to take her in. No better choice, right? Especially now that we need manpower that isn't related to the three factions. Uruchi sighed. She didn't refute him as he's right about them needing more manpower, but they have too many secrets and can't recruit just about anyone. They can only do so by chance, such as this. I also think that she's the type of person that wouldn't stop until her debt is paid after everything is over. After discussing taking Medusa in, Kasuk and Uruchi heard a beep from the screens which are showing the temple. What's that? Uruchi asks. Oh. Those are additional sensors that I attach to those things. Those sensors are for scanning the surroundings' mana levels, composition, and flow. And just one, it's done analyzing the environment on the temple. Kasuk then approached the terminal and strike some keys. The screens then changed its display to a bunch of numbers. Only Kasuk can understand these numbers as he deliberately didn't put any labels on it. Oh. I see. What's up? They are hiding on a separate space. Kasuk rubbed his chin in contemplation. Can you check inside? They'll probably detect these things if we do that. We should only do it if I'm about to enter. So you'll be announcing your entrance. They know that someone will enter anyway, so I'll do it as flashy as possible. Why though? I've just thought of a way to make things easier. Well, whatever. Do what you want. That's settled then. Uruchi, gather everything except the one on Anna. I'll do some modifications now. Roger that. Oh, and modify one so that it wouldn't be detected so that I can watch the fun too. Sure thing. Kasuk wanted to say more, but he noticed something peculiar at the way Anna is moving after separating from the tourist group. Uruchi also noticed this and put back her attention to the screen. What is she doing? Medusa is currently stalking one group from the Perseus clan who's patrolling the area. Kasuk and Uruchi are watching her movement closely because she's currently emitting a hint of bloodlust. When the group entered an alley where there are no other people, Medusa immediately pounced on them and knocked them all out. This is completely unnecessary. Those are just minions of the real deal. Just as both Kasuk and Uruchi tried to guess the reasons behind her unseemingly useless effort, both of them furrowed their brows when they saw her next actions. Medusa walked towards one of the knocked-down men, and after a minute or two of hesitation, she took out her dagger and slit his throat. The man's blood spurted out like a fountain and died in his sleep. What made Kasuk and Uruchi took a serious expression is when the blood from the man floated up and gathered on Medusa's hand like an orb. After getting everything, a tendril emerges out of the blood orb and went to Medusa's mouth for her to drink it. The orb of blood slowly loses its volume until Medusa consumed everything. Once she was done, she burned the corpse with simple fire magic and left the scene where she stalked another group from Perseus clan. What was that? Uruchi voiced out her concerns. Kasuk didn't speak and just kept looking at the screen featuring Medusa. What's going on? Chapter 168, Gathering Mana Goes Wrong. What's going on? Kasuk kept watching Medusa as she moves around and did another round of killing, but also leaving the others alone. She's selecting who she is killing. Why? Uruchi also stared at the screen, thinking of the common denominator of all she had just killed. After a few minutes, she suddenly got an idea. Kasuk, can you get in and take a look inside Athens' police database? Kasuk instantly understood her thoughts and without a word, took out his laptop. It only took him some minutes to get in and view the confidential police files of Athens. After that, he rewound the recording to crop the faces of Medusa's victims to do some image search on the database. And just as he and Uruchi expected, they got a hit on most of them. Medusa's first kill is a man with multiple rape and murder cases but was dismissed due to some lazily thought-out excuses. The second is accused of torturing random people that he grabs on the street, but then again, he was not convicted due to the absence of evidence. Well, that clears things up. How can she tell which one is a criminal? Kasuk put down some of his worries. He didn't care about the freaky way she drinks others' blood because he knew that there are way worse things out there. And besides, it's the way you use power is the most important thing. For Kasuk, there are no evil or good abilities. Uruchi shrugged her shoulders and also let go of some of her worries. Who knows? Maybe she developed some kind of sense for that. It isn't impossible. Adding that kind of sense will only make our assessment of her soar. That's very useful for a lot of things, but I doubt that's effective for real pieces of shits out there. Kasuk then started modifying his drones when they arrived and left Uruchi to watch Medusa closely. Half an hour after Medusa started her killing spree, however, Uruchi called out to him again. Kasuk, come here. He can tell Yoruchi's seriousness from her voice and dropped what he is doing to take a look at what's happening. Kasuk's expression also turned serious after seeing Medusa's current state. After her 13th kill, a malevolent aura suddenly exploded from her. It seems that she knew that it'll happen, so she immediately searched for a secluded corner and sat down unmoving. Gritting her teeth, the malevolent aura started circulating her. After a minute the aura is now slowly moving back inside her, but Medusa's expression kept getting worse. Change of plans. I'm moving ahead of schedule. Kasuk stood up and gathered all of his drones back to his inventory. I also won't be watching from here. I'll go ahead and watch the temple. I'll secretly enter after you too. It seems more interesting to watch in person, and some things are also outside of our expectation, so having me near you will increase our safety margin. Yoruchi also stood up and transformed back to a black cat. Got it. Kasuk opened the window and faced Yoruchi one last time. Enjoy the show. He used flash step and disappeared from his position. Yoruchi smiled and replied back, even though Kasuk is not there anymore, give them hell. The same with Kasuk, she used flash step and disappeared. This will be the last time they would be stepping on this house. Medusa developed a way to easily distinguish what type of person is in front of her. Every time a person murders, they would get the victim's resentment, which they can't notice, and each resentment is different from each other based on how they are killed. The one Medusa could detect is resentment from victims of heinous and sadistic crimes. But even then, she wouldn't target those people who did this crime for 1 or 2 times. Her minimum threshold for this killing spree is those who has resentment of 5 or more people. At first, she doing alright absorbing other people's blood for mana. But after her 10th kill, the Gorgon inside her started acting up. She was shocked that it was stimulated earlier than expected, but she still can't stop because she knew that the mana she gathered is still not enough to against the Perseus clan. I have to endure it. As long as I'm careful, I shouldn't lose control of myself easily. With that in her mind, she continued to kill and absorb blood, but after the 13th kill, her divine core suddenly released a massive malevolent aura, and its color became a mix of crimson and gold hue that is swirling around. What? Normally, Medusa has a good grasp of her limits, as she has already done this multiple times in the past. But she failed to consider one thing, and that is the existence of her sisters protecting her divine core. Without her knowledge, Medusa's sister has been controlling and taking care of her divine core so that it won't be corrupted, which gave her a false impression regarding her limits. But due to a certain encounter with someone who has a very strong soul in a certain alley, they gambled and gave Medusa their remaining power to save her from death, for her to get a chance to meet that person again. By giving Medusa most of their remaining power, they almost disappeared, but with sheer luck, they were saved by the person they are hoping to meet, Medusa. Although not everything is good fortune, as before they were saved by Kasuk, Medusa's older sisters were forced to sleep and has been dormant ever since, even after recovering most of their usual power. Due to that, Medusa's divine core got out of control a lot earlier and spontaneous than she expected. This change alerted the sister, but it would still take some time for them to wake up from their deep slumber. Gah! Medusa hurriedly looked for a secluded corner and sat down to try to control everything. She was successful at containing and reabsorbing the malevolent aura back to her divine core, but that only made it more volatile. Although Medusa still wanted to take her core's control, violent thoughts started filling her mind, freezing her intended actions. Kill. Kill everyone. No. Drink their blood and eat their flesh. All those who took away our peace. No. She's fighting those invasive thoughts with all her might, but it's all for naught. Scales are starting to form throughout her whole body, and her hair is now forming a head of a snake. This can't go on. I have to end this. Using all of her willpower, she conjured her dagger and immediately aimed it on her neck. In a flash, the tip of the dagger arrived in front of her neck, but a hand suddenly grabbed her arm, stopping it from piercing her neck. Soon after, another hand landed on her head and warm energy suddenly poured out from it and soothed her tired mind. Don't be hasty. That's not the real solution. Chapter 169, Friend. Kasuk arrived at Medusa's location before she could even take out her dagger. Kasuk hid his presence and didn't do anything, as he wants to visually examine her first. This is weird. Where did this aura come from? Kasuk is a genius, and with his sophisticated methods, he can examine almost everything. But one of the things he couldn't see through is the divine core inside Medusa. He's not even sure about its existence, as the sisters are blocking its view with their own divinity. This is different from what I expected. This aura did not materialize due to that blood-sucking skill, but more of an innate origin. Interesting. Kasuk focused on the malevolent aura that is slowly receding but also becoming purer. When Medusa took out her dagger with a desperate expression, he instantly guessed what she's about to do and made his move. Grabbing her arm, which is holding the dagger, with his left hand and patting her head with his right hand, he sent a soothing Ryatsuki directly towards her soul. That is when Kasuk finally got some clues as to what is currently happening. Oh. That aura is coming from the two souls. No. Somewhere they are covering. I'll be breaking my promise if I forcefully remove them to see what's going on, but I can't let go of this chance. If I can use that as a catalyst, removing that thing would be a lot easier. Don't be hasty. That's not the real solution. Kasuk kept sending his Ryatsuki until Medusa sufficiently calms down. Although she still can't open her senses as she still needs to focus to completely seal the malevolent aura, she can think clearly now. I guess I can do that. This will be another insurance. Though a trigger would be needed to activate it. Maybe that girl in the photo can do it. Kasuk finalized the changes in his plans and immediately started working on it. Medusa, on the other hand, is doing her best to gather her aura. She could do it with enough time, but when she noticed that the strange energy coming from her head started helping her seal it up, she immediately accepted it without thinking much about it. She trusted the hand that saved from the earlier predicament. Kasuk smiled when she accepted his Ryatsuki without much thought, all set. After a few more minutes, Medusa reopened her senses and the first thing she noticed is a grinning man. Oh. The sleeping beauty is finally up. Did you have some nightmare? Want some milk to calm your nerves or watch some comedy shows to forget it? Medusa blushed when she heard his words. Kasuk, on the other hand, is visibly confused. Did I say anything embarrassing? Medusa ignored everything that he said except for the first one and felt strangely embarrassed about it. What is he saying? After seeing that, he still thought of me as a beauty. Is he blind? She then took a deep breath to shake it away from her mind as there are more important things to do than entertaining her maiden's heart that bloomed far too late. How much did he know and see? Medusa didn't say anything and only stared at Kasuk with a worried expression. Deep inside her, she didn't want him to know what she was just doing as it would surely result in him hating her. After all, her method of gathering mana isn't very nice and would reel anyone who sees it in disgust. Because Kasuk also didn't speak further, Medusa was forced to start the conversation. Thank you. She first expressed her gratitude because, without his help, she would have killed herself before she transforms into a monster. I just lent out a bit of a helping hand. No need to worry about it. Kasuk replied with a smile, but he still kept staring at Medusa because he's still inspecting her condition. Medusa felt nervous at his stare but continued to ask, what are you doing here? I told you right. I placed a tracker inside your pendant and it would also warn me if something weird is happening to you. Kasuk pointed at the purple gemmed pendant that is hanging on her neck to help her disguise her energy signature. Although he didn't tell her the truth, he also didn't tell a lie as the pendant do have those features. Medusa subconsciously touches the pendant while staring at Kasuk. Remembering those things she did earlier, she got more nervous. How much does he know? She wanted to ask the question to him but she's too afraid to confirm the truth. Holding her shaking hands, Medusa hurriedly stood up and tried leave to escape this place and do what she intends to do in the first place. Although she plans to leave the necklace in a safe place before going to the temple and return to get it if she can get out alive. Wait. To her dismay, Kasuk suddenly called out to her from behind. She wanted to ignore him but his next words froze her in place. There should still be a quarter of an hour before the arranged time and you also don't have to follow their arrangements to letter. You can go after an hour or two later and it'll still be fine. For now, you should do something about the smell of blood coming from you, especially your breath, or else you'll attract even the attention of normal people. Like a stiff unmaintained machine with rusted joints, Medusa slowly turned to face him in despair. Why did you save me? Is the question that came out from her mouth. Confirming that he indeed knew that she killed and drank the blood of her victims, his smile from earlier now looks like a sneer in Medusa's memories. What do you mean why? I already consider you as a friend of mine, so why not? Kasuk approached her and patted her shoulder while laughing. When she saw that Kasuk's hand is reaching out for her, she got scared, but she also didn't move to do anything. This is the fate of a monster like me. Giving up resisting for this is an inevitable result. She was only comforted by one important thing. At least I know that my sisters are safe. Medusa flinched when Kasuk touches her shoulder, but his next words confused her. Friend. That's a very familiar word. But what does it mean again? Not associating with that word for a few centuries, Medusa eventually forgot what it means. And Kasuk speaking in Japanese didn't help her understand either. Friend. Medusa asked out loud. Chapter 170, Hotel. Medusa is blankly standing in front of a mirror which she hates so much while warm water is showering down on her. What's happening? The situation is too nonsensical for her to process everything that just happened. Medusa is currently taking a shower in a nearby hotel because Kasuk said that she stinks and dragged her here. Really? What's happening? Going back a few minutes earlier, friend. Medusa asked out loud. Yep. Friend. Could it be that you don't understand? Kasuk thought that it is a problem of language as Japanese isn't her native language. He then started enumerating the word friend in many different languages. As Kasuk recites the word friend, Medusa gradually remembers what it means. Wait. Friend means. Something clicked in her mind and she shouted at Kasuk, are you insane? Why would you treat me like a friend? Medusa was dumbfounded after understanding what he means. Why would he even be a friend? Could it be that he the same type of person? No. That's impossible. He wouldn't have a good relationship with kids if that's the case. Although he is indeed eccentric like his wife, he doesn't strike me as a bad person. I can feel some resentment attached to him, but not the type the criminals would have. Medusa's mind went overdrive thinking of possibilities or reasons why he would even think that way. Kasuk wanted to laugh at her indescribable expression but stopped himself as he would only confuse her more. Don't overthink it. The moment you stayed in that house, I already considered you a friend. What you just did isn't enough to consider you otherwise. Hearing those words, Medusa felt incredibly happy, but due to her cautious nature, she couldn't help but ask, but why? You should have known what type of person I am from those few days you're with us. I know you have that much ability or else you couldn't have survived this long. Do you think that I'm the type of person that would categorize a power or ability as good or evil? Kasuk removed his hand from her shoulder, took out a pair of glasses from his inventory and started fiddling with it. Medusa also knew that, but she also knew that in another perspective, what she just did is just some random killing and drinking their blood for mana. Although she can tell her reasons to him, she doesn't have any evidence. Guessing what she's thinking after taking a glance at her, Kasuk resumed speaking. Those are criminals, right? Medusa's body shook and asks, how? I have my ways. Although the credit should go to Yoruchi. Medusa felt that a stone was lifted from her heavy heart and was able to breathe a bit easier. But even then, there's still a large boulder weighing down on her, and that is she almost transformed earlier and Kasuk should have seen it clearly. She gained some confidence, so this time, she wanted to ask him what he thought about it, then when ... But before she could say it, Kasuk suddenly interrupted her. Geez. Too many questions. Are you really that worried? And besides, even though I did say that you shouldn't be punctual to your enemies, it isn't a good idea to arrive too late. You need to calm down and a good shower and food should be effective. After saying that, Kasuk tossed the pair of glasses he's fiddling back to his inventory and suddenly scoped Medusa to a princess carry. What are you doing? Medusa panicked at his actions. She wanted to struggle for her freedom, but another strange feeling welled up from her, stopping her from moving. She felt like not moving from this position. What's going on? Before Medusa could say anything further, Kasuk used Flash Step to arrive at a nearby good hotel. Arriving at the counter, Kasuk flashed a smile to the girl behind it. Give me the best room. There are 2 service representatives over the counter and both of them are girls. When Kasuk suddenly appeared with a blindfolded black-haired beauty in his hands and asked for the best room, they were both dumbfounded, but their service smile immediately returned. I would need your identification cards, sir. Although they looked like a couple, the girl is blindfolded and being carried. The 2 of them couldn't help but doubt their relationship, and one of them readied her hand to call the police in case they needed to. Kasuk knew what they are thinking behind those fake smiles and said, Anna. Our passports are in my chest pocket, please get it as my hands are full. Kasuk instantly transferred the just in case we needed it passport from his inventory to the chest pocket of his vest. Medusa is feeling embarrassed from all the stares they're getting from everyone passing by, but she still felt like not moving, so she just followed her instructions and grabbed the passports from his pocket. In curiosity, she took a small peek inside the passport and saw the photos of both of them with fake names and addresses. Medusa gave him an incredulous look but obediently gave the passports to the clerk. Based on how Medusa acted, they now knew that there isn't anything obviously illegal going on. They thought that they are just a couple with a weird fetish. It took the clerk a minute to record everything down before giving their passports back to them with the key to their room. Please enjoy your stay. Thank you. Kasuk expressed his gratitude and urged Medusa to grab their things. Without looking back, they went straight in the elevator and pressing the top floor. Before the door closes, however, Medusa, with her super senses, heard the people from the front desk talking about them. Hey, what do you think about that couple just now? Both of them has a weird fetish. Do you think it's normal to show up in front of the hotel while blindfolded? The girl is strangely used to it. Remember the way she moves without hesitation despite having her eyes covered. I must say that they have done this countless times already. Replied the other one. The door closes with Medusa's face beet red. They arrive at their room and set down Medusa, who felt strangely disappointed. Kasuk pointed at a certain door and said, that's the bathroom. Take a shower to calm yourself while I order food for us. We'll go to the temple after 2 hours. What? Wire dash Medusa got interrupted again. Questions are for later. Go take a shower first. You stink. Kasuk took the pair of glasses again to fiddle with it. Medusa was shocked yet again, but in a different manner. I stink. I stink. I stink. Those words kept repeating on her mind as she unknowingly walked to the shower and took off her clothes. And now, we're back to the present, really. What's going on? Chapter 171, Busted. Kasuk is currently fiddling with a pair of glasses while sitting on the table beside the bed and talking with Yoruchi through their communicator. How is your side? Kasuk asks. From the token placed on the table, Yoruchi's voice resounded, all of them are gathering. With the exception of the current clan head and his personal forces. Are they still outside of the separate space? Half of them, including the current leaders of each house, are already inside. Kasuk can hear the rustling of leaves from Yoruchi's side along with her voice. Anything else? Kasuk is too focused on what he is doing with the glasses and asked absent-mindedly. The mana from the surrounding is gathering. I'm not sure since I'm not an expert, but my guess is that they set up a large-scale formation throughout the whole island. Yoruchi was sure that Kasuk is already aware of it, but telling him won't hurt either. I also know that. As I can tell, it's just a formation for gathering mana towards the temple. More specifically towards that separate space. The real trick is probably there, but we can't know for sure without going inside ourselves. Same as before, Kasuk answered absent-mindedly. Got it. I'll continue my watch for now and report everything I find weird. Thank you for your hard work. You better be. I'm just wondering, where are you right now? Yoruchi's tone, which is jovial until now, suddenly took a deep dive towards the abyss. Ah. Crap. I forgot. Kasuk's mind started running, thinking of a way to explain his situation. But before he could say anything, Yoruchi's ice-cold voice came again, the distant sound of cars, the whistling blow of the winds hitting the glass window, and the indistinct sound of a shower from the background. A hotel, isn't it? Yoruchi-sama. You don't have to say anything further. I have my reasons. Although Kasuk doesn't have a guilty conscience, getting caught like this is still bad. I know you always have reasons. If not, you won't be making any move. But as kind as I am, I'm allowing you to speak. Yoruchi's voice took a deeper dive. Kasuk knew that panicking here would only make it worse. It's not what you think. She needs to clean herself, so she has to take a shower. And hotels just have what she needs. You can accomplish it with magic within a few seconds. Even with his explanation, Yoruchi's voice only grows colder. It's not that simple, Yoruchi-sama. Although magic is really convenient, it's not a replacement for everything. She's too stressed out with all that is happening and she just needs a good hot shower. Kasuk tried one more time. You can do that with magic. Yoruchi's voice, with an addition to its cold tone, a fiery tone was also added. Kasuk still isn't giving up. Not until he sees the light. Yoruchi-sama, that's only good for immediate result, and she would be stressed out again after some time. While in the shower, she should be able to sort out her feeling, which is a lot better than forcefully calming her using magic. Oh. Be honest with me. How much of your desire took over with your reasoning? Kasuk hesitated before saying, 50%. That silence is the most effective scream that woke up Kasuk. I'm sorry, that was a lie. It's actually 70%. Kasuk surrendered and told the truth. Yoruchi stayed silent for a bit before saying, I'm pretty sure that it's at least 90%. No. Yoruchi, I'm not that big of a pervert. I guess I am, but please believe me. I really needed her to calm down by herself so that she can tolerate more things later. I can't have her breaking down early in the fight. I won't be helping her unless a god or goddess decided to make a move. This is his final card. If this doesn't solve the case, then he would have to start kneeling in front of her. So. How much of that 70% is for seeing her, just out of the shower, look? With an exasperated voice, Yoruchi gave up. I sure this pervert won't cross the line, so I guess it's fine to let him indulge a bit. Though I really have to punish him later. Seeing that Yoruchi already accepted his reason and let go of this matter, Kasuk regained his confidence. And like a reckless and fearless bull charging ahead, he said energetically, 20%. And the rest? All in for the maid uniform. That damned fetish of maid uniform only developed when we reincarnated, right? Yoruchi gritted her teeth and cursed internally, whoever gave him that magazine, I hope you trip and knock all of your teeth. I couldn't see its beauty before. Kasuk closed his eyes and recalled the time when he first saw a maid fetish magazine in his childhood. Ever since then, his interest in maids skyrocketed. Although he also has an interest at other cosplay, his interest with the maid surpasses the rest. This is the reason why Kasuk chooses a maid uniform for a Kneo. Well, whatever. I'm going to cut my call. I can't move much with you yapping around. Sighing in relief, Kasuk wished her luck. Take care. Don't do anything any further than the maid uniform, understand? Even though she knew he wouldn't do it, Yoruchi still has to remind him. Why yes. Ma'am. Kasuk unintentionally stood up and salute. Good. With that, Yoruchi cut her call. Phew. Good thing I have such a nice and understanding wife. After muttering that, Kasuk heard the doorbell on their room, coming. Opening the door, Kasuk let the service crew come in and place the food he ordered on the table. Kasuk then gave him a small tip before letting him leave. Since he knew that Medusa would still take some time under the shower, he covered the food with his ryatsuki to keep it warm. Thinking that it isn't enough, Kasuk took out a wine of his choosing from his inventory along with 2 of its glasses. It only took 30 minutes more wait for Medusa to come out of the shower. Kasuk has enough decency not to use his detection abilities in the bathroom, so he didn't know and expect that Medusa would come with just a towel wrapped around her. Kasuk-san. I don't have a change of clothes. Medusa used the door of the bathroom to hide, but half of her is still peeking out to call out to Kasuk. When Kasuk saw her attire, he blanked out a bit. Crap. Because of that talk with Yoruchi, I forgot to give her the change of clothes. Kasuk burned the image of the embarrassed and timid blushing Medusa into his mind and also stealthily captured a photo. Good job, Yoruchi. I have nothing to wear. Medusa thought that Kasuk didn't hear her, so she asked again despite feeling embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Sorry about that. I forgot. Kasuk recovered from his stupor and took out a box containing her change of clothes. He then passed it to her through magic. Catching the box, Medusa hurriedly ran back in the bathroom and immediately closed the door. Chapter 172, Glasses. About these clothes. Although a lot better than her previous attire. Wearing the frilly black and white maid outfit is still a bit embarrassing. It's a maid uniform. The first time you've seen it. Kasuk feigned ignorance while still fiddling with the pair of glasses in his hands. I know what a maid uniform is, but why? Medusa sat down on the chair opposite of Kasuk. It's because that's the only clothes I have on me. Kasuk lied with a straight face. If she didn't know better, Medusa would think that he's telling the truth. Although it's also useless if she were to point that out. One thing is bothering her but can't ask though, how about the underwear? Why do you have a set of white underwear just right for my size? She was too afraid to ask. Kasuk sighed in satisfaction and put down the pair of glasses he working on the table. Curious, Medusa asks, what's that? She can feel the residual strange energy that Kasuk uses from it. Although it's already dispersing, she can tell that there is a complicated formation embedded on the glasses. Kasuk didn't answer her question, and strengthened the barrier around them. Take off your blindfold. He instructed. Medusa furrowed her brows and asks, why? She didn't want to take it off as much as possible because she doesn't know what kind of accident might happen. Just do it. You're going to like it. Kasuk replied. When Medusa started wearing her maid uniform, Kasuk already secretly called room service for additional food. He was sure that he could finish the glasses in time, so he moved forward the plan in his mind. Still confused, but she already trusts him greatly. Medusa already decided not to talk about what happened earlier when she almost lost control. Without asking further questions, she removed her blindfold and the eyes that petrifies everyone was revealed to the world yet again. Mana started gathering to her eyes again without regard to her will. A second later, the petrifying gaze returned to its full power. Medusa already knew that Kasuk can resist its effects as long as she doesn't strengthen it deliberately. Although looking at him again with her eyes made her recall the events yesterday and felt embarrassed by it again. Is it my fate to get embarrassed every time I'm with him? Ignoring her reaction, Kasuk then grabbed the pair of glasses again and passed it to Medusa. Wear it. Medusa grabbed it in confusion while Kasuk walked towards the door. What is this for? She asked out loud but still wore it as he said. The moment she put it on, Kasuk snapped his fingers and the barrier around them suddenly disappeared. What? What are you doing? Medusa was, of course, shocked at what he did. Kasuk didn't stop there, though, as the doorbell suddenly rang right after the barrier was removed. Without hesitation, Kasuk opened the door and let the service crew in. Wait. Medusa dashed towards the door to stop Kasuk, but she was already too late. Without hesitation, she decided to seal her again. But just as she was about to reach out for her blindfold to cast her breaker Gorgon, a needle flew from Kasuk's direction and it embedded itself on Medusa's left shoulder, paralyzing her in place. Fear crept up to her face as she inevitably looked at the grinning Kasuk and the men with a cart full of food. This is the food you have ordered. Where do you want me to place it? Instead of looking at Kasuk, who opened the door for him, he is more inclined to ask the beautiful woman who is in a maid uniform. Damn. This guy has some good taste. Such a beautiful lady. Celebrities had to move away from her or else they'll be compared to her. He noticed that the lady isn't moving and has an indescribable face. Ma'am. Where do you want me to place your order? He asked again while mentally, he is cursing. What's with that face? If you don't want to be disturbed, then don't ask for room service. Shit. This guy is too lucky. I also want a girlfriend like her. Medusa first looked at Kasuk to confirm that everything that is happening isn't a dream. In response, Kasuk nodded at her with a grin still plastered on his face. You can put it on the table. The service crew followed her instructions and put all the food on his cart to the table. The food they ordered before is still untouched, but that isn't his problem. As long as they are paying, it's fine, well then. Enjoy your stay. The man left after receiving his tip, giving Medusa a glance before closing the door. Kasuk approached the unmoving Medusa while chuckling. He removed the needle and sat back down on his chair. Even though the paralyzing effect of the needle was removed, Medusa still didn't move from her position and only stared at Kasuk dumbfounded. How do you like it? Kasuk opened the cork of the wine and poured on the 2 glasses. How? Although it took some effort, I managed to create a formation that would only nullify the effects of your petrification, of course, within certain limits. If you strengthen your eyes on your own accord, it'll break. But this, unlike your magic that seals everything including your eyesight, is more convenient. Kasuk explained. Medusa then blankly walked towards the window and looked at the view below. Beautiful. This is what she longed for. Looking at everything and not worrying about everyone that looked back at her turning into stone. A single tear flowed down from her eye. Convenient, like Kasuk said, couldn't compare to what she is experiencing right now. Right. It'll be more amazing while eating good food. Come here and join me. Kasuk urges Medusa to sit down with him to eat. He started working on the food with great relish. It's also his way of replenishing his concentration that was consumed when he rushed to make the glasses. Thank you. I don't really know how can I ever repay this. Medusa put her hands together and bowed down in front of him. You're welcome. But this isn't for free. You have to pay it back later. Kasuk wanted to say, pay it back with your body, like any other normal person, but stopped himself as it'll cause a huge misunderstanding in the future. I don't want her telling Yoruchi that I'm asking for a sexual favor from her. I know. Medusa wanted to tell him that she didn't know if it's possible for her to survive tonight. The mana she gathered isn't enough to go against everyone in the Perseus clan. She wanted to gather more, but any further would only result in the awakening of the Gorgon, which the most undesirable consequence. Eat more. I injected mana in those foods. It should help you later. What? Ah. Medusa recalled the first meal she had with them and the mana inside the food, which was unbelievable. To inject that amount of mana inside the most common ingredients is known as an impossible feat, but against that notion, he succeeded. Medusa already stopped questioning everything he does, as it is the most futile thing to do. This will really help. Help me clean this up later. Okay. Let me study your eyes more in the future. Okay. Teach me how you materialize your chains and daggers later. Okay. And I'm going with you to the temple. Oka. What? No. Medusa almost agreed and slammed the table in agitation. Chapter 173, Deciding for the Next Hairstyle. A few hundred meters away from the temple of Athena, Kasuk is seen happily walking and whistling towards the temple, and Medusa following behind him in a maid uniform with a gloomy expression. Won't you change your mind? Medusa asks from behind. Nope. I'm not gonna miss this fun. Without turning back, he answered. It's not going to be fun. It's dangerous enough that you can easily lose your life. Medusa grabbed his hand to stop him from walking. We already talked about this. I said I have a way to escape unscathed, and I wouldn't hesitate to leave you behind if my life is in danger. I'm not that kind after all. I'll still prioritize my life before yours. Medusa felt a bit sad from the way he worded it, but also felt relieved that he's not the hero of justice type of person. Just why did Yoruchi-san have to go back in Japan without taking him with her? If it's her, she'll be able to change his mind. Kasuk convinced Medusa by showing off his flash step numerous times that she got dizzy just from looking at him. Kasuk looked at the black-haired beauty with purple-colored eyes in front of him and contemplated for a bit. Even though the disguise didn't affect her beauty, Kasuk felt that her hair and eyes are incredibly mismatched when he looks at her, especially when he knew of her real hair color. Since you're going to the enemy lair, you don't need that disguise anymore. You can take off the pendant now. Thinking about it, she doesn't really need the pendant anymore, but somewhere inside her, she didn't want to separate from it. Could you just remove its effects? Covering the place where the pendant is with her hand, she unintentionally used puppy eyes on him. Damn, that's cute. Kasuk internally thought without showing it on his face, I could do that. Let me see the pendant. Taking it out, she held the purple jeweled pendant in front of her. Please. With a touch of his finger, Kasuk instantly removed the initiating command on the formation placed on it. Her original appearance returned with her aura. Since her spell isn't suppressing everything around her eyes any longer, a bit of divinity also started to radiate from her. The formation of the pendant didn't just cover her aura and mana signature, but also has effects of turning away people from her if a certain number of them is around her. So when her disguise was removed, all the people's attention was gathered to her. In addition to her aura and a bit of divinity, she appeared very regal and elegant in front of normal people. What? Why didn't I notice someone like her beside me? A man near them muttered in shock and confusion, as it is impossible to miss Medusa in her original appearance in the crowd. A similar muttering was heard all over the place and people started gathering around her and Kasuk due to curiosity and awe. Hey, is that a celebrity? Why can't I remember someone like her? I'm pretty sure she isn't. I'm sure that there isn't any celebrity with long purple hair and eyes anywhere. And someone as beautiful as her would be a worldwide sensation. But why is she wearing a maid uniform? Isn't it obvious? It's because of the men beside her. Look at how close they are. If he's not her master, then they are probably a couple with weird fetish. The words from this guy spread around and instantly, Kasuk drew the ire of all single men, some of the men in a relationship and a handful of ladies. If it's the normal Kasuk, he would show the smuggest smile he could ever have, but he can't do it due to a black cat with golden eyes perched on a tree not from them happily sharpening her claws while glancing at Kasuk from time to time, which gives him a chill on his back. Medusa, on the other hand, felt very uncomfortable with all the attention she is gathering due to most of it being lustful and unconsciously grabbed Kasuk's hand for comfort. This action of her, however, only put Kasuk in a more precarious situation. I have to protect my cool shaggy hair from the incoming storm of bladed claws later. Kasuk hurriedly cast magic to turn away all normal people, and after that, there is a handful left. All of those are from the Perseus clan, which are staring at them with killing intent and lust. Most of them targeted Medusa. Revealing her true appearance was only a pleasant surprise for them and started thinking of a way to somehow convince their masters to spare her life for a day or two. Medusa's expression instantly turned cold after guessing their identity and was about to take out her weapons to deal with them, but was stopped by Kasuk. Not now. They aren't going to attack without instruction from their master anyway. Ignore them and let's walk straight to the temple. We're going straight. Without even sneaking. We're going through the front door. Medusa almost staggered hearing his words. Kasuk chuckled, it's not like we have any other choice anyway. The moment I removed your disguise they already locked down your position. I'm sorry. Don't beat yourself to it. It isn't your fault. There is only one entrance and most of these guys are already inside, so it's useless to hide. Let's just go with a bang. Kasuk reviews inside his mind what's currently in his inventory that he can use. Looking at him with suspicion, Medusa asks. What are you planning? Nothing much. I first need to see the entrance before deciding. Ignoring the hostilities around them, Kasuk suddenly snapped his finger and a black cube covered both of them. The hostile forces were alerted and took out their weapons. A few seconds later, the cube disappeared. Medusa is still the same, wearing a pair of glasses and a maid uniform, but the men beside her suddenly changed. Instead of a man with black hair and civilian clothes earlier, what appeared is a man with a white bone mask with green markings. His attire also changed into a black suit and his hair turned light blonde, tied in a pigtail. But what caught their attention the most is his eyes. Black scara with glowing green pupils. As they are wondering whether the men beside their target suddenly changed or not, a wave of malevolent aura came from him engulfing all of them. Fear instantly took over their hearts and they all knelt down, not capable of even looking at his eyes. Even Medusa felt a bit fearful, but aside from that, a sense of security suddenly bloomed in her. Gathering back his pressure, Kasuk urges Medusa to walk along. These pests won't bother us. Let's go. Medusa was taken aback for a bit due to the difference in his demeanor and aura, but smiled after hearing his words. Whether they noticed it or not is unknown, but ever since Medusa grabbed Kasuk's hand, they didn't let go of each other. Ho ho ho. What hairstyle should I go for? Bald in one spot. Or 2 spots. Mohawk. Maybe I should draw something funny. The black cat watching from the distance thought while sharpening her claws. Chapter 174, Inside the Temple of Athena. The arranged time according to their plan, at 6 o'clock in the evening. Inside the separate space found in Temple of Athena, the current generation of the Perseus clan is sitting around a stone table with a small statue of an owl, which is Athena's sacred animal. Dennis has a frown on his face as he stares at his only rival at this point he has, Theodore, who is currently polishing his nails. Don't look at me like that. We can settle this later. Theodore stopped polishing his nails and eyed the one who started and gathered all of them here. Petter, I'm more curious as to where you got that country girl and why you thought that she can lure that monster here. If you make that kind of fanfare, she'll know for sure that this is just a big trap for her. See? It's already 6 o'clock and she's still not here. Theodore is referring to the blindfolded, gagged, and unconscious brown-haired girl lying on the ground beside the table. Petter has his eyes closed while leaning on his chair holding his spear with his right hand. He opened his eyes and glanced at his captive, then transferred his sight to Theodore. The fact that some of our members have their blood drained is proof enough that she's coming for us. Theodore didn't speak after that and just continued polishing his nails. Dennis, on the other hand, stood up and approached the girl. He stared at her for a bit before kicking her away. How is this trash connected to that monster? When Petter saw this happen, the corner of his eyes twitches and he gulped. You don't need to know that. He glared at Dennis. Theodore didn't miss this reaction of him and started to have some suspicion. Dennis flinched at his glare and sat back down. Petter then proceeded to ignore him and closed his eyes to rest. Shouldn't we stop this? Alexa, who is quietly sitting with them all this time, suddenly spoke. It's already 6 o'clock anyway. She probably won't show up. Shut up and just wait. What are you doing here anyway? You'll just hinder us, so go home before you get hurt. Dennis snarled at her, pouring his stressed mind on her. Ever since he failed to kill Medusa that night, even with the use of their house's poison which they developed through several generations in secret, his father kept blaming and beating him up for failing to meet expectations. And among those who were currently present, he can only take it out on his subordinates and Alexa. If she really blocks my way to kill that monster again, I'll break both of her legs this time. Hi. Alexa reeled back to her seat due to the immensity of pressure is releasing towards her. Stop this nonsense. Theodore glared at Dennis and took out his weapon, a whip. If you want to go at it, then you can invite me. I'll be happy to oblige. Do you think that I'm scared of you? Dennis pulled out his rapier and circulated his mana. And why are you standing up for this bitch? Isn't she just a hindrance? None of your business, shithead. If I want to protect her, then that's up for me to decide. Theodore in response, also released his mana. Although she's a hindrance, she's also one of the rare naive and kind person in this fucked up clan. I want to protect this flower, or else the whole clan will be one more step into depravity. With his spear, Petter cut the table into half. If you want to fight, do it outside. It seems that both of you aren't interested in that monster anyway. Dennis and Theodore's face became dignified. They both glared at each other before sitting back down. Alexa gave Theodore a gratified glance, but he ignored it. The stone table they are using is situated in the center of a stadium akin to that of the Roman empires. Around the stadium is the boundary of the space which looked like a kaleidoscope of colors. It's a small artificial space owned by Athena and was lent after someone from them asked for permission to use it. On the audience's stand is the 4 houses' subordinates with their current leaders except for the clan head. The House of Harp has around 150 people, and at the center of them is an old dignified man standing at 6 feet tall holding a greatsword in front of him. He's still fuming after the fact that his son failed to kill the monster, on top of revealing their house's secret weapon against it. On the side of the House of Flight, there are only around 80 people, which is only more than half of the rivaling house. Same as the first one, the current leader is standing in the middle of them. She's a middle-aged lady wearing a black nightgown and a black fan held over her face. She's Theodore's mother, but instead of watching the movements of the seemingly strongest force, her attention is on the House of Shield where Alexa came from. There are surprisingly only 2 people present from them. One of them is a girl of the same age as Alexa and is currently wearing a worried look for her master. She has blonde hair and currently wearing a full plate armor covering most of her body. On her side is a short sword and attached on her left arm is a small shield. The other one is a tall figure covered in a black cloak. Just from his aura, he looks mediocre, but Theodore's mother thinks otherwise as her instincts are screaming at her whenever she looks at him. The House of Invisibility is the second house with the least member present, numbering only 10 of them. All of them has a stupid look on their faces, still wondering what they are doing there. They all stayed quiet after and all waited. After the report of mummified members, no other news arrived, which made them quite impatient. Just as Dennis and his father started to lose their patience, a report came in loudly. Medusa was spotted along with a human man. Chapter 175, Special Bombs. Kasuk and Medusa have reached the center of the ruins of Temple of Athena. Some time ago, people have started leaving this place, making it devoid of any walking tourists or locals. Southwest, this is the place. Are we supposed to enter this magic circle? Kasuk wandered around inspecting the place for any clue that he can get. The only other people left hanging around are those from the Perseus clan. They are staying a few hundred meters away from them, and both Kasuk and Medusa ignored them entirely. It seems so. Are you really going with me? For one last time, Medusa asked Kasuk. I've already decided. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, I won't change my mind. Kasuk kept looking around. He already has a clue as to what's inside the alternate space. So if we enter that space, it'll automatically lock down. And the mana coming from inside is weird. Divinity. So a god or goddess is already inside. He. Great, I'll be able to test it for quite some time. From the corner of the temple, a small shadow jumped towards Kasuk's position. Medusa was about to retaliate, but Kasuk stopped her by raising his hand. Kasuk caught the black figure in his arms and said, "Oh my. What a cute kitty dot." Then proceed to pet it. The black cat, Yoruchi, however, doesn't want any of it and started clawing on his chin. "You bastard kept seducing everyone. Taste my wrath." She shouted internally and jumped around his shoulders and back to try to reach his hair. What is this cat doing here? Did it get lost? Let's bring her out of this place first before going. Medusa wanted to touch the cat too, but she can feel that the black cat is somehow emitting hostility to Kasuk and is trying to claw on his hair, and she hesitated. Although Kasuk kept waving his head to dodge her claws. Nah. We're bringing her with us. Kasuk then caught Yuruchi and stopped her from moving by hugging her in his arms. Don't bring it in if you can't escape with her. I can and I will, alright. Fine. Medusa let out a sigh and asks, what do you plan to do now? Do we enter just like this? Yuruchi stopped struggling as she knew this isn't the time for that and she would better chances later when Kasuk is outside of his hollowified mode. Let's see. Our choices are limited if we're outside. Kasuk stared at the magic circle to study it and found a loophole. Normally, this magic circle won't transport non-living things only. They have to be accompanied or carried by a living being with a certain amount of mana, yash. Let's do that. Kasuk said and started rummaging his inventory with a large smile on his face. Medusa took a step back and watched him with vigilance. Although she can't see his face right now due to his mask, she can tell that he has a big grin from her short interaction with him, and whenever he makes a face like that, someone is bound to suffer. Kasuk then took out 5 balls made out of paper which is as big as a baseball and placed it on the magic circle. Kasuk places his hand on the magic circle and it automatically activated. Seeing this, Medusa immediately runs to his side and grabbed his shoulder. If Kasuk would be transported, she would be included too. But to her surprise, instead of doing what it is supposed to do, the light of the magic circle started blinking and after a few seconds, the 5 balls of paper were transported. What did you do? Medusa blankly stared at him. If you touch it, it'll automatically draw mana from the surroundings to transport you. But if you can control that intake of mana and only activated certain logic gates in it, you can modify its effects or remove its restrictions to some extent. Kasuk explained like it wasn't a big deal, which is true for him. Medusa, however, held her forehead and sighed, although something like that is possible in theory, no one can actually do it. How can you finally control mana which didn't come from you? If you can do that, then you'll be able to cast magic even with your own mana depleted. Well. With the power of friendship, everything is possible. Kasuk randomly thought of a reason. That's not how it works. Which immediately earned him a retort from the normally cool beauty. Ha ha ha. Just think of it as me being me. Medusa wanted to say something but can't find the right words, for some reason. I find that actually a good reason. What the hell? Medusa kept muttering to herself until she calms down and asked about the second thing she is curious about, what are those paper balls? Why did you send it away? Ah, those. Just some special stink bombs. Why? Her head started hurting again trying to find the reason for his actions. She wanted to ask why he has something like that or if he created it himself but save herself from frustration in hearing his answer. It's to lower their fighting spirit and concentration, Kasuk explained. Although that really is one of his reasons, his main goal lies elsewhere but he didn't tell it to Medusa. Kasuk could have sent a bomb that is strong enough to kill everyone inside the alternate space, but he didn't do so for multiple reasons. First is, Medusa's goal is to save the girl from the flyer. Second, he doesn't know if everyone inside deserves to die, and he didn't want to cross the line of killing everyone to kill the thief hiding among them. The third is they are all just small fry and killing them is useless to him. And lastly, even though the Perseus clan acts that way, they are still a powerhouse in the region. Removing them entirely would create a large vacuum of power where other powerhouses will try to compete with each other to take their territory. Only innocent small-timers of the supernatural world will suffer from that and even normal people could be affected which is something he definitely didn't want to happen. Hearing his senseless words, Medusa gave up immediately and only waited for him to go in. Kasuk waited for a few minutes before stepping on the magic circle with Yuruchi in his arms while Medusa holding one of his arms. She didn't want to get separated from him during the transport and physical contact is a good measure for it. That's the reason she used to convince herself. Once they were transported, they appeared in the middle of the arena. The first thing Kasuk noticed is not the people inside the arena and on the audience stand, but the owl statue in the middle of a stone table. He didn't lay his eyes on it for too long though as he pretended not to notice it. His first words, however, drove the people around with great rage, nice to me dash. Damn. Who the hell just farted? And this smell? Whoever you are, I suggest you go see a doctor. You're probably constipated for a few years now. Or maybe this is how you welcome your guests. Is this a cultural thing? Quite unique, and smelly if I were to word it nicely. A man with a rapier instantly reacted, you bastard. Kasuk's eyes opened wide and said, so you're the constipated guy. You can die from that Chapter 176, not in the plan. Medusa was spotted along with a human man. A man came in from the outside world reported. Finally. Where is she? You guys. Let's go and get her before she escapes again. Dennis asks and commanded his subordinates simultaneously. The same man hesitated for a bit before saying, Sir, we're sure that she's Medusa due to the aura she is emitting, but there's something wrong with her. Dennis, along with the other 3 furrowed their brows, confused at why this guy is fidgeting while reporting. What's wrong? He stayed silent for a moment as he's still trying to recall what he just saw, thinking if it's real, she's dressed in a maid uniform. What? Dennis blankly asked. Their minds started running at full capacity trying to guess the monster's intention of doing so. He knew that it'll hard for them to believe his words because even with the long record of hunting Medusa, this has never happened before, it's true. And most importantly, she isn't wearing a blindfold but a pair of glasses instead. What? Along with his words, Dennis and Theodore stood up in shock. It's understandable since never in their records Medusa revealed her eyes after her first beheading. And, indeed, Medusa never revealed it again due to her hate for it and strange reluctance to use it. Alexa and Petter were also shocked at his revelation but calmer compared to the two. Theodore calmed himself and thought for a bit and asks, what about the men with her? What's up with him? Sir. We don't know anything about him. All we can tell is that Medusa seems to follow his directions. Theodore, Dennis, and Petter now are making ugly faces. They couldn't imagine someone like Medusa would follow someone, a human man at that. It's pretty well known in their clan that Medusa, along with her sisters, has abnormal hate for men. The man has nothing else to report, so he stepped aside to let these young masters think of their next course of action. After a few minutes, another man entered the space and reported, I'm here for another report. We wanted to pressure Medusa along with the men, but he suddenly changed his appearance and wore a white bone mask with green markings and pressured all of us instead. We judged that even if all of us who are outside goes against him, we wouldn't stand a chance. Where did this guy came from? What's his goal? Why is he helping that monster? He is pretty strong, all right. But all of those stationed outside are the weakest of the clan. Even I could do something like that easily. Theodore thought to himself and eyed Petter to gauge his reaction. He can tell that he's a bit shocked at this development, but returned to his normal demeanor. But seeing this, Theodore's suspicion grew. Petter is giving him a feeling that he doesn't want to get involved in this, but he's the one who set all of this up, including asking Athena to use this place. Theodore then transferred his sight to Alexa. As he expected, she's still concerned about Medusa. Although Alexa is the one closest to him if it's compared to his other cousins, she's also the weirdest as sometimes, she would give him a completely different feeling, as if she's a different person from time to time. Shaking the unnecessary thoughts off, Theodore focused on the said men accompanying Medusa. Where are they now? They are coming straight here. Oh. If that's true, I don't care if Medusa's eyes were relieved or some unknown guy is wiping her ass for her, they'll both die here. Dennis looked at Theodore but the latter didn't react to his words. Your confidence will be your downfall. You all thought that the poison is the only secret of our house. I'll accidentally cut your head along with that monster later. After a few seconds, Dennis and Theodore both noticed that Alexa has been strangely quiet. Normally, if Dennis started saying something like that in front of her, she'll refute his words immediately, but they only saw her look of concern while looking at the point where people appear after they are teleported inside. Big sister. I wish you luck on saving them. I hope you succeed. Alexa earnestly thought, ignoring the words of her cousins. Dennis. Don't *CK this up. From the audience's stand, the old man in the middle of the members of the House of Harp shouted. Clenching his teeth and fist, Dennis answered, I won't let you down, father. Theodore. I know you want to get the seat of the clan head for our house and late father. But don't risk your life for something like this. Instead of shouting like the old man, the lady from the House of Flight, Theodore's mother sent a telepathic message to her son. Got it, mother. I know what to do. Theodore replied the same way and his expression became serious. Like Theodore, his mother noticed something unusual. They feel that this won't end with just the competition for the clan head, though they can't tell where the bad feeling is coming from. Everyone inside became busy as they prepare for the incoming monster. After their preparations, they waited for a few minutes before the magic circle coming from the outside lit up. Everyone on the audience's stand drew their weapons and kept quiet, but instead of the anticipated Medusa and the unknown men, 5 balls of paper appeared which put a question mark on everyone's head. A second later, the balls lit up in white light. Petter and Theodore, with the sharpest instinct in the crowd, yelled, Get down. A large explosion that shook the entire space came. Strangely though, it didn't do any damage beyond a meter of the balls and it just spread a cloud of yellow smoke. The smoke immediately spread throughout the arena and the people started cursing. The loudest of them all is Dennis, ***** what the *****CK. What the hell is this? Smells like fart. The bomb is actually a smoke bomb that spreads nasty smell. Everyone who can block the sense of smell immediately did it with the use of magic. But they underestimated the stink bomb, as the nasty smelly fart actually went through their barriers and directly assaulted their sense of smell. Even if they physically covered their nose or even if they stopped breathing altogether, they could still smell the strange fart. Truly a horrifying weapon of mass discomfort. The one who made it is a genius without equal, but he used his smarts in such a nasty thing. Everyone thought that they should evacuate the place as there are no winds to blow away the bad air, but soon after, they noticed that the smell is slowly disappearing along with the yellow smoke. After a few more minutes, it disappeared entirely as if it's all just a bad dream. Although there are still lingering smell, it's a lot better than the saturated smell of doom. Everyone felt relieved except for 4 people: Petter, Theodore, Theodore's mother, and the cloaked figure in the House of Shield. They all thought that if the enemy is capable of sending something like that despite the restrictions on the magic circle, then it's also entirely possible that they could just send a nuke to kill them all without even being able to retaliate. Cold sweat started to flow from their backs. A few seconds later, the magic circle lit up again and everyone felt scared of another round of stink bombs and prepared to obliterate it with magic before it can even explode. To their relief, no stick bomb appeared but a man with a white bone mask wearing a black suit along with their target, who is wearing a maid uniform, Medusa. They all stared at them blankly until the man spoke up, "Nice to me dash. Damn. Who the hell just farted? And this smell? Whoever you are, I suggest you go see a doctor. You're probably constipated for a few years now. Or maybe this is how you welcome your guests. Is this a cultural thing? Quite unique, and smelly if I were to word it nicely." Dennis instantly reacted and pulled out his rapier. "You bastard." The masked man blackened eyes opened wide and said, "So you're the constipated guy. You can die from that, you know. Chapter 177, Fight. Dennis drew her rapier and dashed towards Kasuk's direction. However, before he could travel half of their distance, the maid from his back intercepted the enemy like a loyal retainer defending her master. With daggers attached to a chain in both of her hands, Medusa met Dennis' blade with ease. Seeing that he can't overpower her anymore like the last time they met, Dennis frowned, but smiled after a few seconds. "Nice to see you alive and well, monster. This time, I'm going home with your head on my rapier. Such bad taste. No wonder nobody likes you." Medusa's cheap provocation instantly enraged the musclehead. "You dare insult me, Medusa? Fine. Before you disappear in motes of mana, I'll let my subordinates do whatever they want with your headless body." Dennis took back his rapier and thrust it in a different angle, using the full force of his body strengthening to speed up his attack. Waiting for this moment, Medusa flicks her left arm and the chains attached to the dagger danced and coiled around Dennis' arm, which is holding his rapier. With another flick, she changes the trajectory of his arm and used his own strength to throw him away. What? Medusa just exhibited speeds that they never saw before, and now they knew that she's almost back to her full strength with just a few days of her going out of their radar. Dennis flew like a baseball who was just struck and landed on the audience's stand near his own house members, creating a crater and spreading clouds of dust and debris. Gah. "Dennis. You useless son of mine." Dennis' father went after him to check his state. Medusa didn't watch this though, as her attention is on Kasuk because Dennis just called out her real name. Peeking a glance at him, she noticed that his expression didn't change despite being covered by a mask. She smiled and sighed in relief, feeling a large boulder disappearing from her shoulders which she has been carrying for quite some time. Medusa then looked around the saw blindfolded and tied up girl. She is Anna, the one who took care of her a few years ago for several days. Medusa doesn't know how they find her, but it's probably because she left some clues, or maybe a god is watching her back then and gave this information to them. Either way, it's her fault why she landed in this predicament, and she would even give up life just to save her. Life is a cheap price for her anyways. Medusa dashed towards her but stopped by a whip and a spear coming after her. She jumped back a few meters before taking small jumps back to Kasuk's side, who is currently enjoying the show while petting a black cat in his arms. Medusa gritted her teeth and glared at 2 people who appeared beside the bounded girl, Petter and Theodore. "Petter. Looks like your bait is really effective. I'm sorry if I doubted you before, but could you let me have a go with her first?" Theodore said to the man who took back his spear. "I can't let you do that. I want to enjoy a show, and it seems that she recovered quite a large amount of her strength, so this is good timing. Men, bring it out." Refusing Theodore, Petter commanded the handful of his subordinates who were present to proceed on what they planned. Theodore's brows furrowed even more, as this is contrary to what he wants to do just a few days ago. He looked at his mother and both of them nodded at each other before Theodore decided to back away without a protest. He slowly walks towards his mother to regroup. He also partially already gave up on the clan head seat due to the weirdness of the situation and chooses to just watch from the sideline. Theodore also grabbed and dragged Alexa, who is strangely quiet but also very flustered at what is happening. This is also one of the points he is suspicious of, but he can't ask her directly because he has a feeling that something will go wrong if she answers him honestly, and he trusted his instinct in times like this more than his reason, as it already saved his life multiple times in the past. Medusa ignored Theodore, who is moving away, and kept her sights on the men with a spear. "Release her. She has nothing to do with this. Your goal is met, and here I am. I want to fight you in your full strength, but after thinking for a bit, that's too dangerous. It seems that you managed to gain some of your powers when you're being hunted by a multitude of heroes. Although I can fight you in that state, I want to see what you can do about these guys first." Petter snapped his fingers to signal his subordinates to do what they agreed earlier. From the numerous entrances of the arena, a large thud was heard along with clashes of chains. A few seconds later, a creature came walking and roared to the sky with its 3 heads. This is a being that is an amalgamation of goat, lion, and a snake. A chimera. It has a lion's body with 2 heads, a lion's and a goat's. Its tail is a large serpent that is longer than its body. While the lion head doesn't seem to have any special ability, it's in full control of the body except for the head and capable of using its strength to full potential. The goat head has red eyes and it's spewing bits of fire from its snout while the snake tail mouth is releasing venomous fumes. All of its eyes were focused on Medusa with its full-blown hostility. What? Why do you have something like that? Medusa took a step back. She started thinking of the strategy to fight it. It's something that Athena lends us. As for where it came from, I don't know, but you're to play with it for a bit. Petter sat down back to his chair dragging along the unconscious girl. If you were to win, I'll give this girl back to you unharmed. Medusa was about to dash forward to meet the bizarre creature, but Kasuk stopped her by grabbing her shoulder. You don't have to meet it alone. I'm going to help. Yoruchi in her cat form jumped down from his embrace and went to a shadowy corner to watch. Medusa hesitated for a bit. She could deal with the chimera, albeit with some difficulty. But she needed to stay alert against the men with the spear's other plots, so having him as a backup is a big help. Thanks. You're welcome. Kasuk then took out a katana. It's Benihime, but he let her took the form from when he was still an active captain of the Godii 13 instead of a cane, though if things got too dangerous, I'm going to escape by myself. Okay. That's fine. That's what I hope for you to do. Medusa nodded and agreed with his words, but deep inside her, she's feeling a bit lonely that he could readily say something like leaving her behind. She tossed those thoughts in the back of her head to focus on the upcoming fight. Chapter 178, Chimera and Manticore. The goat head of the chimera spewed fire on Medusa and Kasuk's direction. They easily dodged the attack by jumping to the side and flanked it on both sides. Medusa manifested her chains and threw the dagger towards the lion body. Although she successfully hit it, its thick hide stopped the daggers from impaling it more than an inch. This, however, greatly enraged the lion head and chased after her. Using her superb agility, Medusa dodges its pounces and kept throwing her daggers at it. She wanted to weaken it first before trying to tie it up with her chains, because if she didn't do so, it'll only break free due to its monstrous strength. Medusa took a peek at Kasuk's side with some worries. Although the lion is dangerous, it isn't as dangerous as the 2 other heads spewing flame and venom at him. With a single glance, she took back her sight and complained internally, he's still in the mood to play. What Kasuk is doing is going to places where it is most crowded. He's chasing after the Perseus clan members with demented laughter while dodging the flames and venoms. Numerous wails of agony were heard throughout the entire Colosseum as the collateral damage increases as Kasuk jumps around. I doubt they'll release Anna after defeating this guy, but I should finish this immediately. With Anna blindfolded and Kasuk has resistance against petrification. Medusa removed her glasses and stared at the lion head. The lion head also inadvertently stared at its prey, but it didn't know the danger of those beautiful crystalline eyes. A few seconds later, the lion body slowed down. After a while, its hide slowly turned into stone as it completely ceased its movement. The only ones who can move are the snake head and the goat head. Due to its focus on killing Kasuk because he kept provoking, they failed to notice the predicament they are in. They only noticed it once the lion head and body completely stopped moving. Unknowingly, they also looked at Medusa's eyes and slowly turned into stone. Medusa increased the potency of her eyes by injecting it with mana. Although the consumption isn't ideal, it's a lot better than slowly dealing with the chimera and risk losing even more mana. Without any cue from each other, Medusa and Kasuk dashed towards the frozen stiff chimera and started cutting off its 3 heads. A moment later, they killed the chimera for good and Medusa wore her glasses again. Both of them looked around and saw that more than half of the people alive turned into a stone statue. With them in an isolated space, Medusa doesn't have any remorse in turning them into stone. She only hesitated using it outside due to some innocent people or bystanders getting caught in her gaze. Even in those who are alive, not all of them got out of it fine. Some of their body parts turned into stone and would take some time before they could heal or even move. Others are only lucky due to them not looking at Medusa's eyes when she used it. It was due to them busy saving their lives while running away from the creepy laughing man chasing after them with deadly flames and venom behind him. Those who are on the upper echelons of the clan are completely fine due to them receiving Athena's blessing before coming here. On Petter's back, cold sweat started pouring as he didn't expect the strength and potency of the infamous petrifying gaze. Although he sighed in relief soon after as thankfully, he only has to follow the plan laid out for him. Fighting Medusa one-on-one is not on his mind anymore as he's afraid that Athena's might fail some way of another. Gee, good job. But I didn't say anything about it being your only opponent. I already predicted that you would use your eyes, but as expected, it isn't as strong as the Gorgons. Petter only followed the line he's supposed to say and thought to himself, when did I become an actor? With another snap of his fingers, another chimera emerges from the entrance of the arena, but this time it isn't alone. Along with it is another monster from the ancient world. It also has a lion body, but unlike the chimera, it only has a single human head that doesn't have any traces of sentience. Spikes are growing from its back, a tail of a scorpion and a pair of large bat-like wings completes its body, a manticore. Compared to the chimera, which is the amalgamation of different animals, its human head with 3 rows of sharp teeth and overflowing with acidic saliva increases its grossness level by a few folds. Even Kasuk winced at this sight, as even hollows don't have such disgusting appearance. The other world is really amazing. Can you deal with that thing? Kasuk pointed at the manticore and asked Medusa. The chimera isn't a problem since it's slow despite having a lot of strength. The manticore, however, although weaker than chimera in strength, it's very fast and capable of flight. Not only that, its range is a lot longer than the chimera, for it can shoot out the spines on its back with a very wide angle. And the most dangerous of its abilities, its venom, which is a lot stronger than the snakehead. That scorpion sting is also the fastest part of its body. Its other abilities are weak compared to the one I mentioned before, but it's also capable of weak mind interference with its voice. To a normal person, they wouldn't have any resistance against it. Medusa explained its abilities in one breath. Thanks for the info. You take care of the chimera, and I'll deal with the manticore. Kasuk proposed. No. I'm going to take care of the manticore. As long as I freeze it with my eyes, I can easily take care of it. You better not use those eyes anymore. What? Why? Medusa knew Kasuk's observation ability and asked. Unlike the first one, I can tell that those two has advanced resistance against your eyes. They are designed to go against you. Medusa gritted her teeth in frustration. I knew that they would eventually find a way to resist my eyes effectively, but this came in a very wrong time. Is it Athena? So let's stick with my plan. Kill the chimera first so that you can assist me with the manticore. Kasuk ran towards the manticore. He took out a simple dagger from his pocket and threw it on his face, which successful in angering the monster, locking its attention to Kasuk despite not damaging any part of it. Medusa wanted to stop him but is too late. All she can do is deal with the chimera as soon as possible. For starters, she manifested 12 chains attached to a dagger and controlled it telepathically to attack the chimera. Chapter 179, Bellerophon. Medusa kept running around the chimera. She imitated Kasuk's actions and led it around the whole stadium, killing some of the clan's members along the way. Although dead members are desirable results, that isn't her main goal. Unknown to everyone but Kasuk, who saw what she's doing, Medusa is secretly setting up magic circles for her magic for future use. Although she needs to kill it as soon as possible, she still has to plan for their future actions, and planting possible trump cards could be their key to victory. Medusa also didn't forget their real goal of securing the blindfolded girl. If she's successful in getting her, they didn't need to fight any of them and just escape. After a few minutes, she's done setting up her magic and controlled the 12 chains to attach to different parts of the chimera's body. Using the chains, she kept slashing and going around the monster, which enrages it greatly. Medusa is waiting for a single moment that it'll lose its patience and put all of its mana to an attack. And just as she expected, when she put herself open for an attack, the beast immediately took the bait and put all of its mana to its claws, intending to cut her into pieces. Before it could do that, however, faster than the beast mana gathering, 4 chains wrapped around the 2 necks and tail. Pulling it with all her might and transferring the sharpened mana to the chains she pulled inside her before, the chains dug to its flesh and eventually beheading all of its head at the same time. The chimera stopped all of its movement with its heads dropping on the ground with a loud thud. Everyone is silent. Even the manticore, who is chasing Kasuk around, stopped for a moment. The chimera died before it can even let out a cry. Watching all of this, Petter felt relief that he didn't have to fight her. He underestimated her too much. Although he can also defeat the chimera, he can't do it as fast or as easy as Medusa did, but she used a lot of her stock mana. That unknown guy is also a problem. But as long as I can push her to use that, everything will be fine. I guess should just bring out everything and scare that guy. It looks like he's the type that wouldn't hesitate to abandon her if things get dicey. Medusa first looked at Anna before deciding against saving her for now as Petter tightened his hold on her. She turned around to help Kasuk deal with the manticore, but she stopped her steps when she heard Petter spoke. Not so fast. Another snap of his finger, a large number of clashing chains was heard throughout the whole area, and one by one, a bunch of monsters appeared, slaughtering everyone in their way. A total of 7 chimeras and 3 manticores. Impossible. Medusa muttered, where are you getting all of this extinct beast? I don't have any obligation to answer your question. Just defeat all of this and I'll give this girl to you. Petter replied with a sneer. Instead of entertaining him, Medusa immediately went to Kasuk's side to help him retreat and stayed quiet to wait for him to speak. I don't think I can do this. Kasuk spoke with a frown on his face. The black cat, Yoruichi jumped back to his arms. Medusa already expected this and sighed, go. I'll cover your back. The teleportation circle isn't far from here. Thanks. Just a word of gratitude and Kasuk turned back to run to the direction they entered. Medusa did her best to fend off the monster's attacks from all sides and she received several wounds from it, some of which are intended for Kasuk. They reached their target and Kasuk immediately stepped on it. He turned back and saw Medusa's disheveled appearance with multiple cuts all over her body. Her maid uniform already turned into a rug and can only cover her important parts. The only unharmed part of her is the pair of glasses and the purple gemmed pendant hanging on her neck, both of which are a gift from Kasuk. Take care. With a sad smile on her face, Medusa said her final goodbyes. Chances of her surviving this ordeal are low and if she wants to save Anna, she's going back to Ether State where she would suffer for another 3 generations. There are so many things that she wanted to say to him as he showed her a new door where she can go and enjoy life even for a short period of time. Although she wanted to try and discover more things, what she had this past few days are already enough for her to remember for multiple lifetimes. Looking back, she's already more indebted to him than Anna multiple times. Thanks. And this isn't the end. With those words that don't seem a goodbye, Kasuk disappeared in motes of light still with a large grin on his face. Medusa was dumbfounded, but shook her head and smiled wryly, it's probably just his way of comforting me. She wanted to talk to him more, but that's already impossible. Now that she's sure that Kasuk is safe, she can stop holding back. I have still 2 cards left. I'll use one to disrupt everything and the second one to escape. If I can toss Anna on the magic circle, I can bring everyone here with me to the afterlife. With strengthened conviction and confidence, she faced the army of monsters, crouched down and finally, slashing on her own throat, a red magic circle appeared in front of her. This is it. When Petter saw this, he immediately turned around to flee, bring with him the unconscious girl. The other who saw this also started fleeing. Heck, if the strongest guy from them started fleeing after seeing what Medusa is doing, why wouldn't they? From the magic circle, she summoned her divine beast which has been sleeping inside her divine core all this time, a Pegasus. Medusa's Pegasus is incredibly weakened due to her state, but it's still a divine beast and wouldn't lose to any of the monsters in front of her. Along with the appearance of the awe-inspiring beast, from Medusa's both hands, appeared a shining golden bridle and a whip as a set. She immediately put the bridle on Pegasus and rode it, flying with it to the sky. Pegasus shined in white light along with Medusa, Bellerophon. And as if a bolt of divine lightning, they descended with extreme speed leaving a trail of white light. A split second later, they swiped down in the middle of the roaring and fleeing monsters, killing them in blood and gore along the white light's wake. A few seconds later, everything settled down and everyone peeked from their hiding places to the devastation created by Medusa's magic. All of them shuddered at its might that it might as well as strong as a big missile that annihilated everything. Although it's strong, it's still on the level of a normal mage capable of casting large-scale magic. High-class devils or humans with strong sacred gear is capable of the same destruction. These people have never seen a large-scale battle that shaped the terrain, so they were in distraught after witnessing one. But unknown to them, Medusa already approaches Petter's side and impaled the arm which is holding Anna. In an instant that their mind became occupied, Medusa used that chance to snatch her goal, the one she's indebted for and shouldn't have been in this situation if not for her. While carrying Anna in her arms, Medusa bolted with all of her remaining strength towards the magic circle to exit this place. She didn't have any reason to use her second trump card as it isn't needed. Thinking that she could meet him again, she ran with all her might. Even though the scenery is grotesque, her heart is light as a feather. But her wishes were popped like a bubble when she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her chest and she instantly lost control of her body and let go of Anna. She tumbled down and rolled for a few meters before stopping. With difficulty, she turned her head and looked at her chest. There is a knife sticking out of it and the only person who could have stabbed her is the one she's trying to save, Anna. Chapter 180, Entry, Kasuk's Thoughts. Going back in time before they enter the isolated space, Kasuk checked and revised the plans in his head. He started simulating different scenarios inside his mind and kept thinking of the easiest solution of each of them. By laying down the foundation that is the stink bombs he sent earlier, he formulated multiple plans to respond to a variety of things that could happen. The first thing I need to make sure is to reduce the number of watching eyes. If possible, just to a single one. After that, trapping that guy and force him or her to make a deal with me. For this goal, Kasuk started thinking of ways to achieve this and plotted his actions to enter some scenarios he wanted. But the easiest way is still letting them do what they want. It seems that they are obsessed with Anna, and I want to know their reason first before making a final decision. For now, I'll stick to my first plan of watching and controlling some things in the background. Waiting for a few minutes more, they entered the isolated space which isn't that big. Just enough to fit this whole coliseum with some free space at the side. Kasuk's mind started running at full capacity after taking in the information he got from his senses the moment he stepped in this place. Even though Kasuk can probably finish all he needs to do by just using brute force, it'll leave a lot of loose ends which could tie him up later in the future. Despite his overwhelmingly strong abilities, he didn't want to underestimate his opponents because he could never tell what they can actually do as he doesn't know all and every ability that exists in this plane. And most importantly, using just muscles isn't his style. Kasuk first noticed the statue of the owl on the stone table, a gaze coming from it. And multiple intents. That should be where those guys behind this are watching. Taking care not to let it notice his intent, he transferred his focus on the surrounding space. The space closed after we entered. Can I use Descorer, Loosed Void? Kasuk swayed his left hand in front of his mask and put his right hand on his back. Nice to me dash. Damn. Who the hell just farted? And this smell? Whoever you are, I suggest you go see a doctor. You're probably constipated for a few years now. Or maybe this is how you welcome your guests. Is this a cultural thing? Quite unique, and smelly if I were to word it nicely. While saying this, he stretched his forefinger and a fourth of an inch black opening in the space appeared, but Kasuk immediately dispelled it before it can drill a hole through the dimensional gap. Good, one escape route acquired. You bastard. A guy with a rapier shouted at him. With a smile, though it can't be seen behind his mask, he said, so you're the constipated guy. You can die from that you know. Successfully provoking him, Kasuk was about to intercept when Medusa arrived and did it for him. He didn't think much of her actions as he needed to focus on other things for now. Ignoring their fight, Kasuk inspected the magic circle that didn't disappear even after closing the whole space. Taking a quick glance at it, he instantly burned it to his memory and looked forward. Kasuk then started calculating where the magic circle leads and found that it goes to a random point in the dimensional gap. To any normal person, stepping on this magic circle will spell doom. We can't use this as escape route with her friend over there. Should I tell her? You dare insult me, Medusa? Fine. Before you disappear in motes of mana, I'll let my subordinates do whatever they want with your headless body. These words caught Kasuk's attention. Oh. Considering her artificial body, she's the real Medusa from the legends. Kasuk already has a few guesses regarding her identity, but he's a bit surprised that it's Medusa who should have died countless years ago, so those two souls are really Kneo and Urahara. Great, now I just have to know their true goal. Or maybe Athena's true goal. From Cleria's account on records, the three sisters manifested and became goddesses due to human beliefs. I wonder how are they different from the Olympian gods? Or maybe they're the same. Ha ha ha, more mystery to uncover. Just like what I wanted. This trip is really fruitful. I can get information on the physiology of gods plus a maid. If Medusa were to know what Kasuk is thinking right now, she would have laughed at herself for worrying needlessly, constantly burdening herself of what would happen if he were to know her real identity. The right answer is he couldn't care less. Ignoring them again, Kasuk transferred his attention to the people inside. He first looked at the girl they are supposed to save. He confirmed that she's really unconscious but she's not giving Kasuk any good feeling. Increasing his vigilance against her, Kasuk looked at the others. The guy with a rapier is an idiot. It's very clear that he's planning something. Being knocked out on their first exchange, Kasuk judged that he should put a bit of attention to him in case he drew out something nasty. Next is the guy with a whip. Kasuk can tell that he's suspicious at what is currently happening and frowned. That guy should have a pretty high position but he's also suspicious. Of what? Noting his hidden expression, Kasuk looked at the next guy who stopped Medusa from approaching Anna. Now this guy's demeanor also doesn't match his actions. It feels like he's just following a script. He. Interesting. I wonder how will this story unfold. Lastly, he looked at the last of the supposedly current generation. This girl is concerned about Medusa. But why isn't she doing anything? Is she waiting for something? Kasuk also noted some of the notable characters, including the two leaders of each of their respective houses and the figure in a black cloak. Everything is unclear, but he intends to watch the proceeding from the sidelines and started to look for a chance to retire. He doesn't like being watched after all. After the chimera appeared, Kasuk wanted to dissect it very much as he wanted to know how its neural network works but stopped himself as this isn't the time yet. I should capture one later. It seems that there's a lot of those at the back. Kasuk grabbed Medusa's shoulder and said, you don't have to meet it alone. I'm going to help. Internally though, he's thinking how to play with it. Thanks. You're welcome. Kasuk then took out a katana. It's Benihime but he let her took the form from when he was still an active captain of the Godii 13 instead of a cane, though if things got too dangerous, I'm going to escape by myself. Okay. That's fine. That's what I hope for you to do. Medusa nodded and agreed with his words. Kasuk noticed her lonely look but didn't say anything about it as he won't truly abandon her. Because he already decided to help her, he wants to see through it until the end. Chapter 181, Dead. Medusa turned her head towards Anna who is already standing without her bindings and blindfold. She asks with apparent confusion in her eyes. Really? What a monster. Even with your neck sliced and your heart pierced, you're still alive. I even added a strong paralyzing agent in that knife and you can still talk. As expected of a former goddess, I guess. Anna walked towards her slowly and muttered. Medusa heard everything she said, but what caught her attention is her voice. Her memory is pretty good, and even if a few years has already passed, she can still remember Anna's voice clearly, but that isn't the same as the current Anna. Who are you? Medusa couldn't move her body anymore and could only speak, albeit with great difficulty. Oh. You can still remember her voice. Anna started chuckling. Even though it's the same face, Medusa couldn't find the demeanor she remembers. Why you? What did you do to Anna? Medusa tried standing up but failed. She knew that the chances of Anna still alive is nil, so she blamed herself for her fate. Medusa then started circulating her forcefully halted mana to activate her last card that will bring everyone in here to their deaths. She's really thankful that Kasuk already left, or else she wouldn't have the confidence to exclude him from her magic's effects. Of course we were able to find her after you momentarily disappeared from our radar a few years ago. Anna started explaining with a sneer on her face. We tried to get information from her nicely, but who would have thought that she'll insist that she didn't know you until the end. We even informed her your true form, but she just brushed it off as nothing more than a parlor trick. Hearing all of those, Medusa gritted her teeth and a wave of intense guilt washed over her. Adding to that is another wave of rage that she hasn't felt for a while. Resolving herself, she activated the final sequence of her magic. Seemingly unaware of what she's planning, Anna continued speaking. You aren't even going to say anything back. How boring. Since it already serves its purpose, I should remove this disgusting skin. After saying that, various black lines appeared all over her body and bloody skin started to peel off from her. This disgusting sight winced everyone who noticed it, and only one person reacted differently after revealing the person behind the bloody skin, elder sister. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Alexa shouted from the audience stand while being covered by her escort, the armored knight and her cousin, Theodore. Theodore was also shocked at the turn of events, more so when Anna's true face was revealed. She's the spitting image of Alexa. You have a sister. But Alexa ignored him and kept shouting at her sister, elder sister Tenny. Why are you doing this? Didn't you say that you wanted to stop this messed up tradition? Why? From their side, the cloaked figure jumped down and went to Tenny's side carrying a towel. Mistress, please clean yourself. Thanks, Shadow Dot. Grabbing the towel, she wiped the blood off her face. Why you? What did you? Medusa couldn't believe what she is seeing. Then a possibility went through her mind. No, it's almost confirmed. Ignoring her sister's outburst, Tenny faced Medusa again. Ah. Did I forget to tell you? It became a habit to torture her, and I only killed her a few days ago. I skinned her alive and used it for my disguise. After all, I have to be cautious of your eyes, and I thought you'll be able to see through me instantly if I use illusion magic. It's a shame though, I really liked her scream of agony. You bitch. With her rage reaching new heights, Medusa activated her magic, Blood Fort Andromeda, Outer Seal, Blood Temple. Simultaneously activating the magic circles she placed earlier, Medusa created a bounded field that cuts the space from the rest of the world. With the size of the isolated space, the field instantly covered it entirely, dyeing the whole space blood red. A black eyeball appeared at the center of the arena, and everyone around started panicking and wailing, especially those who has low magic resistance, as they can feel that their life force is being slowly drained from them and is going to the black eyeball. The weakest of those alive lose consciousness after a few seconds of Medusa's magic activation, and their body started to melt into a pool of blood, slowly gathering towards Medusa, replenishing her mana and slightly healing her injuries, including the paralyzing poison that has been injected into her. At this rate, only those in the higher hierarchy will survive Medusa's magic. And with the gathered mana, she'll use everything she can to take down the rest, as a chance like this wouldn't easily come to her. That was the plan, however. Just as most of the Perseus clan gave up resisting, with a snap of a finger, Tenny manifested a seed. She then threw that seed towards the black eyeball and it disappeared inside. A moment later, a plant sprouted from it and started covering the eyeball with vines and branches. The vines became tree trunk and stretched to the ground, digging through the ground. A few more seconds and the eyeball was squeezed to nothingness, and what's left is the olive tree that sprouted from it. What? Medusa muttered in disbelief and understood what just happened. Athena's olive tree. Medusa's magic was broken. Although she was able to heal for a bit, she'll only survive for a few more minutes against their assault before being killed in vain. Surprised? That's Athena's olive tree. Though if I must confess, I didn't expect that I would have to use it so early. I guess this girl's death is not enough to push you. Tenny sighed in disappointment. Athena should have enjoyed the show, so I guess it's time to end this. Tenny stopped in front of Medusa and pulled out a sword from her own inventory and pointed it towards her neck. I can only ask Athena to lend me the cabesus. Medusa can tell that she's actually the strongest of the bunch here and the cloaked guy next to her isn't far from her in terms of ability. She quietly lied down and closed her eyes in disappointment and guilt. The only thing she is thankful for is the fact that Kasuk escaped earlier. Medusa subconsciously held the pendant hanging on her neck. From the distance, Alexa escaped from Theodore and her escort's cover and jumped down to the arena. She ran until she's only a few meters away from Tenny. Theodore and the armored woman hurriedly followed after her, elder sister. Please stop this. This isn't what you promised me. Tenny turned her head to face the wheezing Alexa. Of course it is. If I were successful then I would have stopped this tradition. But sadly, I failed to pull it out from her. What are you talking about? Shouldn't we stop this to stop the tradition? No. You misunderstand me. Athena wanted a certain condition to be met and the mission of the Perseus clan is to achieve this condition. But through the years, it became a contest who can kill this monster first, forgetting their initial goal. Gritting her teeth in hate, Alexa asks, and what is this condition? It's useless even if I tell you. I already failed. Theodore grabbed Alexa from behind and glared at Tenny. I didn't know Alexa has a twin sister. Is this the House of Shield's trump card? Now that explains why Alexa sometimes seems like a different person. Oh my, Theodore. Your instinct is really outstanding. Adding your intelligence, you're a great asset. Say, why don't you work for me? Theodore knew that refusing her in this situation is bad. His instincts are screaming at him that he shouldn't involve himself with this lunatic. Let me think about it after I calm down. And since things here are finished, our house would like to take leave first. Without waiting for her reply, he dragged the whining Alexa with him towards the magic circle where they entered and signaled his mother to leave this place. The alarm in his head still hasn't and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Since I like you, I would suggest that you don't leave, Tenny called out from behind. She already removed the sword from Medusa's neck and started twirling it playfully. Theodore stopped walking and asked, why? You see, as one of Athena's condition, one of the rules of this space is that, as long as Medusa is still alive when she entered this space, nobody is allowed to leave. This caught Medusa's attention and roused her from her lethargic pace. Didn't the guy that entered with her just left? Theodore asked, and it's also the question that Medusa wanted to an answer to. Although a bad feeling is already creeping up to her. Oh, that guy. This magic circle actually leads to the dimensional gap. And that guy who just jumped in without proper preparations and with just his human flesh, what do you think will happen? He'll be consumed by the nothingness of the dimensional gap. Theodore answered. Bingo. In other words, he's dead. Tenny happily replied. What did you say? They then heard Medusa's voice, which is out of sort. Chapter 182, Transformation. He's dead. Medusa kept repeating this question inside her mind. After processing her words and the cause of his death, an unprecedented swirl of emotions welled up inside her. The series of self-blame, hate, rage, and grief left her in the bottom of abyss heartbroken. No. Refusing to believe what Tenny just said, she desperately looks for reasons that could turn around such a conclusion. No. That isn't true. Tenny looked back to Medusa, who was making a desperate face and was taken aback. What's this? Why are you so desperate now? No. He isn't dead. It's Kasuk after all. He could walk out of the dimensional gap just fine. Medusa ignored her and kept muttering to convince herself, but it's not very successful. For one, Kasuk never showed her any technique or ability that could help him survive the dimensional gap. Second is she knew how terrifying that emptiness is due to that is the place where she would suffer for the next 3 generations after she dies. Wait. Tenny inspected her more closely with gleaming eyes. Could it be that you fell in love with that guy? What? Medusa unconsciously muttered. A few moments later, Tenny started shaking and laughed out loud. Ah. Now, this is the best. Who would have thought that a man-hater like you would fell in love with some random man? Alongside with her laughter and mockery, she started seeing a bit of light to achieve her goal. She didn't think that Medusa would react greatly after saying that some random man died, but immediately used this chance to aggravate her emotions more. If she's successful at drawing that out, Athena would take over and she would only harvest her bounty later. What? Can't believe that he just died. That guy isn't even a sacred gear user. And to survive that empty space as a human, you have to at least have a Longinus. And Longinus is impossible to find just anywhere. No. Kasuk can survive. He can find a way to survive. Medusa refuted her words, but her voice is minuscule. Even she doesn't have much confidence. How annoying. Well, it's not like I have to tell the truth. Even if he survives, it's impossible to return to this space with Athena's olive tree present. With a large smile, Tenny continued speaking. Let's say that he did survive. Then. Medusa found a bit of strength and stood up and waited for Tenny to finish her words. Then Athena would finish the job. He is, after all, an outsider that knows far too much. Erasing him is just a matter of fact. Medusa stared at her blankly. Her mind went empty trying not to accept those words. You could say that because he got involved with you, he died miserably. Tenny hammered the final nail in the coffin. Medusa's head dropped down and they couldn't see her reaction anymore. What? It's not enough. Should I insult that guy more? Just as Tenny was about to say more, they noticed that the air around Medusa started to change and black and golden scales started to appear on her limbs while her long purple hair started to form snakeheads. Everyone! To the olive tree! Tenny shouted as she hurriedly retreated towards the olive tree with the cloaked figure. Theodore dragged Alexa, who still trying to resist, so he knocked her out and signaled her mother to follow suit. Petter, not far behind them, reached the olive tree first, and golden specks of dust suddenly burst out of the olive tree. Just as they retreated, the silent House of Harp suddenly made their move. The father and son duo rushed towards the unmoving Medusa while both of them is carrying a large harp. Ha ha ha. Idiots letting this chance pass by. The House of Harp will take their victory with this replica of the legendary harp. Dennis shouted with great vigor. His father and he are already waiting for this chance to snatch a kill. This replica of their house's harp has 10% ability of the original. It's not enough to kill an immortal, but it's sharp enough to cut almost everything. This is the trump card they're hiding all this time. Even if Medusa uses all of her chains to block the harp, she would only be cut along with her weapons. Thinking that their victory is in their hands, they rushed, using all of their strength for a single strike. It's not like they didn't notice Medusa's changes, but they were confident that they could end her with a single slash. However, before they could even reach her, Medusa's hair, in the form of a snake, opened its mouth towards them. Both Dennis and his father couldn't react when a beam of purple light suddenly went through them. Next moment, the spectators witnessed them tumbling down, headless. Even the blade of the harp was destroyed by the purple beam. Everyone reeled in shock, including Tenny, as she knew from the information she has how good and durable is that replica actually is. With their combined effort, they wouldn't be able to nick its blade. But in an instant, it was destroyed by a seemingly casual attack of Medusa. What's that? Theodore asked out loud. Even though they can feel Athena's protection from the olive tree, they can't tell if it is enough to actually defend from that purple laser beam. Seeing Medusa's transformation, Theodore got a clue. Is this your goal? He directed this question towards Tenny. Now that she's under the olive tree, Tenny heaved a sigh of relief. Yep. I didn't think that I would succeed though after the initial failure. Now we know that the monster is actually in love. That's hilarious. Why are you still so calm? Those idiots just got instantly killed. Aren't we also in danger here? Let's leave now. Theodore shouted. Petter nodded from the side, having the same suggestion. No need. Athena would be here soon. And this olive tree is enough to block her attacks for quite some time. I already said it earlier, right? You can't leave. Even I can't survive in the dimensional gap for more than a minute. Let's just wait here and watch the show. Later, I'll give you some consolation prize when I get rewarded later. This crazy bitch. How did she become Alexa's sister? Theodore silently thought. If he were to know everything else that Tenny did in the shadows, he'll question if she's still a human. They all witnessed Medusa's strange transformation. Medusa grew a golden snake tail with a black underside on her backside, and her limbs and sides of the neck got covered by golden scales with black tint on all of her hands and feet. On her head, 5 snakes formed from her hair, which is black in color with red outlines. Her attire is still the same tattered maid uniform, which gave her an alluring look despite her monstrous appearance. Medusa looked up and towards her hateful enemies with 2 streaks of tears on her face while wearing a crazed smile. Her left hand is covering her chest, more specifically, the pendant that Kasuk gave her. Despite losing most of her rationality after her transformation, she still wanted to subconsciously protect it. Die. Medusa suddenly shouted, and all of the snakes on her head opened their mouths and shoot out laser beams towards the group huddling around the olive tree. Crap. Theodore held Alexa tightly, ready to dodge any time if the lasers come closer to him and her. But outside of his expectation, the beams of the purple light curve after reaching the olive tree's influence, diverting it towards outside, leaving them unharmed. Seeing this, Medusa's crazed smile changed into an unfathomable rage and kept attacking. Die. 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 But all of her attacks were diverted away, making Medusa rage even more. Hitting the limit of her patience, Medusa suddenly cast large-scale magic without preparations. 1,000 demon eyes, release. I will return unto you your curse. Be melted down. Pandemonium Cetus. Fwahahaha. Chapter 183, Athena. 1,000 demon eyes, release. I will return unto you your curse. Be melted down. Pandemonium Cetus. Fwahahaha. Renouncing her last vestige of divinity, accepting the curse which turned him into a monster, Medusa cast a spell that is many times stronger than her previous blood-forward Andromeda with any prior need for setup. Everyone is already in the vicinity of the olive tree, but those around more than 3 meters away from the tree instantly liquefied into a pool of blood and gore before gathering towards Medusa for consumption. She continued laughing maniacally with a tear-stained face while absorbing the life force of everyone who died and converting it to mana. Those who are inside the 3-meter boundary are the important people of the clan and was able to survive. But even then, they can feel that their life force is being robbed at a faster rate each second, and sooner or later, they too would turn into a pool of blood and gore despite the protection of the olive tree is providing. Damn it. Are we going to die here? Theodore muttered and used his mana to resist Medusa's magic and also using some of his mana to protect Alexa and his mother. Tenny and Petter kept quiet, but they too also started to lose their cool. When will Athena come? The monster she's been waiting for already appeared. Just as they thought that they would die for real, a golden light came from the owl statue which is on the stone table, and it then transformed into a woman in golden armor. The woman is as tall as Medusa when she's still in her human form. She has waist-long slightly wavy black hair that reflects light. She has a pair of red wine eyes and a slightly childish face contrasting her height. Despite that, she has a beautiful face that could captivate any normal man. Her chest would be on the slightly smaller side, which is the same size as Sona Citri's. This woman is holding a broadsword with the golden hilt in his right hand while a golden round shield in her left hand. Tenny cheered internally at her appearance. Finally. This lazy bitch is moving her lazy ass. Changing her expression instantly, Tenny faced Athena with an aggrieved expression. Goddess Athena, please save your loyal followers from this demise. The golden-armored woman, which is Athena, furrowed her brows for a bit before instantly returning to normal. With a single leap, she arrives and floated above the olive tree and raised her shield without any words. The shield gave off a warm golden light that enveloped those who are still alive and completely protected them from Medusa's pandemonium cetus. Grinning and showing her fangs, Medusa glared at Athena and tried to use her petrifying gaze. Transferring the effects of pandemonium cetus back to her eyes, Medusa was able to petrify bits of Athena's hands. Raising her brows, Athena propelled her divinity to shook of Medusa's mystic eyes effects. Oh! It's amazing that you still have this much strength in your eyes. You bitch. Knowing that her eyes won't have any further effects on her, Medusa then attacked directly. She flew towards Athena and brandished her claws. Athena used her shield skillfully to fend off her attacks without much effort. Loud clashes of metals were heard throughout the devastated Colosseum. Not gaining any advantages, she started using her tails to attack her from tricky angles. Athena then was forced to use her sword to meet her tail. Athena could have finished her off if she revealed her true strength, but she wanted to confirm something before killing her. Her divine core is already mostly converted to a corrupted core, but 1% of it is still hanging on. She still can't give up on something. Is it that man she came with? Did she really fell in love, as that two-faced human said? Too bad. You can't experience something like that, as you're a threat to us gods and the whole world. If you 3 sisters didn't manifest as goddess through beliefs, then maybe we could have been friends. Athena kept fending off no matter what kind of attack Medusa throws at her to wait for the last 1% to be converted. But no matter how long she waited, it didn't happen. No choice then. I have to use those chains again. I'm sorry, but you'll have to suffer more. Athena's sword shone brightly after she raised it up. Swinging it down, a wave of golden energy shoots out from it and hits Medusa squarely, dropping her to the ground like a meteor, creating a large crater. Gah! Cloud of dust and debris rose up when Medusa hit the ground. With another wave of her sword, Athena conjured a wind to blow the clouds of dust off and revealed the lying Medusa coughing out blood. Not letting her recover, Athena threw her sword towards her, impaling her to the ground through her stomach. Those from the Perseus clan cheered loudly to Medusa's apparent end. Athena slowly descended towards Medusa. She grabbed the hilt of the sword and pulled it out, spraying Medusa's blood everywhere. Medusa cried out in pain. In desperate attempt to retaliate, she infused most of her mana to her cry, making the remaining weak members of the Perseus clan lose their lives instantly. A wail of death forced them into a forced slumber that they would never wake up from. Athena ignored those who just died and just stared at Medusa while she retreated. A few seconds later, from the wound on her stomach, 9 silver chains came out from it that made Medusa scream in pain again. Those silver chains hovered around Medusa before coiling around her, effectively restraining any type of movement from her. Soon after, blood-like veins appeared on the surface of the chains and renewed Medusa's screams. Medusa, however, hasn't given up. She pulled every last bit of her mana for one final attack. The driving force behind these actions is her desire to take revenge for the men she could never see again and who died because he got involved with her. Although she's regretting that she ever met him, she was also very thankful for the fact. A contrasting feeling that would never get resolved due to the man's fate. A large red magic circle appeared in front of her. A 5 meters in diameter purple beam of light shoot out from it towards Athena. Athena was shocked that she was still able to attack with that much vigor and used her shield to block the attack. Receiving it directly, she was thrown off and hit the edge of the isolated space, destroying everything in her path. Medusa was not able to celebrate because she now knows what these chains are for. Ever since it first tied her up, she thought that it was just there to keep her in this land. But now the chains suddenly revealed a new feature, which is to corrupt her divine core. Due to her rage and despair, Medusa's divine core started corrupting itself and she descended to a monster known as Gorgon. As her divine core kept getting corrupted, the last vestige of her rationality slowly disappears until it stops at the very end. That's where she keeps the memories of her sisters, and she doesn't know when, but her interactions with Kasuk too. Desperately holding on to this last divinity of her so that she won't ever forget those precious memories. But these chains are now forcefully corrupting her that her successful attack against Athena became a trifling matter. She tried resisting it, but she knew that it wouldn't take long before she completely loses all those memories along with her emotions and become just a killing machine until her end. No. No. I don't want that. Please. I don't want this. She desperately shouted in her mind. Athena recovered from a bit of damage she received and waited for Medusa's complete corruption before killing her, at last. Without her divine core, she wouldn't be able to gather herself back. Elder sisters. I don't want this. Medusa started tearing up. She suddenly remembered Kasuk's face with a cheeky smile that gave her reassurance that somehow, everything is going to be fine. Kasuk. Please help me. I don't want to forget you. Hey. What's up with the snotty face? Who made you cry? Want this big brother to kick her butt? An out-of-place words were heard throughout the whole space. A white-masked man in a suit suddenly appeared in front of Medusa. Kasuk. Yep, it's your lovable and handsome shopkeeper. Chapter 184, Permission Granted. Kasuk sighed. Kasuk noticed that Medusa is secretly planting magic circles all over the place while she leads the chimera to where there are most people like he is doing. Kasuk already warned her that she can't use her petrifying gaze because he can tell that there is some sort of divinity inside these monsters that specifically protects them against Medusa's eyes. She may be able to go through the protection if she strengthens her eyes, but with mana that it would take, it's not worth it. So are these guys Athena's pets? Maybe I should ask for one later. Kasuk thought as he dodges the manticore's sting while he continues to inspect the place and putting more focus on the owl statue. What's this? The number of intent from that statue is decreasing. Are they leaving? Kasuk's attention was caught because he can tell that the number of spectators is decreasing. But he set it aside for now because he's more interested in what Medusa is doing. After a few minutes, Medusa placed the last of the magic circle and started fighting the chimera for real, beheading all of its heads in a minute. She also tried to save Aino while they were all watching the corpse of the chimera fall down but failed due to Petter's tight hold on her. Petter then signaled his remaining subordinates all the remaining monsters that he got from a certain someone. A total of 7 chimeras and 3 manticores. Impossible. Medusa muttered, where are you getting all of this extinct beast? Extinct. If that's true, did they hit a number of them in secret or did they artificially manufacture these beasts? Either way, it sounds like they're preparing for something if not for simple hobby or amusement. Kasuk contemplated after hearing Medusa's words. Although these beasts are pretty weak individually, if they can create an army of it, then they could dominate the lower levels. I don't have any obligation to answer your question. Just defeat all of this and I'll give this girl to you. Petter replied with a sneer. Well. Isn't that convenient? What are they trying to achieve? Kasuk thought for a moment and a few possibilities surfaced in his head. They're aware of Medusa's abilities and they want her to push it to use it. With that in mind, Kasuk made some changes in his plan, adding this to the fact that that spear-wielding guy almost has non-existent killing intent. Things just got a lot easier. Now I only have to prepare for a god's appearance. Medusa retreated to his side waiting for his response. I don't think I can do this. Kasuk spoke with a frown on his face. The black cat, Yuruchi jumped back to his arms. Medusa sighed, go. I'll cover your back. The teleportation circle isn't far from here. She's already expecting this, huh? Well, that's better. Thanks. Kasuk turned around to run towards the magic circle which leads to the dimensional gap but not before secretly releasing some stealthy surveillance cameras. He and Yuruchi knew that Medusa is taking the damage intended for Kasuk by fending it off with her chains and daggers. And if it's unavoidable and or can't be blocked by her weapons, she'll use her own body to do the job. Kasuk and Yuruchi didn't say anything witnessing this, but Kasuk can feel that Yuruchi's claws are digging into his skin and he patted her head to comfort her. You better help her escape this hell. Yuruchi sent a telepathic message to Kasuk using their body contact as the conduit. That way, it won't be detected by anyone. Got it. A simple answer came from Kasuk but Yuruchi knew that that's the most reassuring answer she could get. As they stepped into the magic circle and it started to transport them, they gave Medusa one last look. Her uniform is in tatters but she still has a smile on her face, albeit a little bit sad. Take care. Kasuk can tell that she already resolved herself to die in this place. He wanted to knock on her head but stopped himself because he can do that later. Thanks. And this isn't the end. Those are the words he left her before he was transported to the dimensional gap where no ordinary being could survive. Yoruchi had to cover herself with Ryatsuki to resist the pull of nothingness, but she didn't transform herself back to human form and kept staying in Kasuk's arms. Kasuk didn't have to cover himself with Ryatsuki like Yoruchi because his he arrow can protect him just fine. Pointing his finger in midair, Kasuk used Descorer to immediately transfer himself and Yoruchi to a different point in dimensional gap just in case someone or something follows them. He checked his surroundings again for one last time before taking out the projector in the form of a ball projecting holographic images of what is happening inside the Colosseum. Just as he was about to settle down, Kasuk felt the disturbance of space beside him and immediately strengthened his he arrow to the maximum level and taking out Benihime. Yoruchi transformed back to her human form and immediately activated Shunko to prepare to retaliate any given second. But who appeared beside them is very familiar and both of them sighed in relief. Kasuk shook his head wryly as she still managed to follow them here despite being careful with their movements. How did she follow us? Without minding their reactions, the gothic Lolita, Ophis approached them and curiously looked at Kasuk, more specifically, his hollow form. She curiously touched his mask with her tiny hands and Kasuk just let her be. After a few seconds, she lost interest and removed her hands from it and said, "Cookies," while looking straight to Kasuk's blackened eyes. Kasuk chuckled and patted her head. He sat cross-legged and invited her to sit on him. Ophis immediately followed his intents and sat down. Kasuk took out a plate of chocolate chip cookies and started feeding her with his left hand while his right hand sets the projector in front of them to watch what was happening on Medusa. Yoruchi also transformed back to her cat form and propped on Kasuk's head. Unlike Ophis, she doesn't have the appetite to enjoy some cookies while Medusa suffers. Currently, Medusa summoned her Pegasus to deal with devastating damage to all of the beasts, reducing them into mincemeat. Although it is strong, she had to use her own blood for the catalyst and most of her mana to perform that feat. Now it only left her a tiny amount of mana, enough only to strengthen her body for a bit. Medusa didn't waste her chance when everyone was disgruntled by her attack and snatched Anna and ran towards the magic circle. Kasuk and Yoruchi knew that something is wrong with the girl Medusa is trying to save as the impact of her attack earlier woke her up and is now radiating ill intent towards Medusa. And within their expectations, Medusa was stabbed through the heart by Anna. Kasuk. Yoruchi called out to him. Not now. They aren't intending to kill her yet, and it looks like she won't die from a stab to the heart. Is it because of god physiology? Kasuk replied and calmed Yoruchi down. They winced when it was revealed that Anna is actually using the skin of actual Anna to disguise. Now I understand how she managed to evade our detection. Although it's disgusting, it's very effective. When Medusa activated her blood fort Andromeda out of rage, Kasuk's cameras lost its signal. In split-second deliberation, he drilled a very small hole through the field Medusa set up by using Descorer to re-establish the connection with the cameras. Although doing so would risk revealing their existence and position, but he did have any other choice. Yoruchi asked, "Is this the magic she's setting up earlier?" The effect is strong and it can lock up space quite effectively, but it's too troublesome to set up. When Tenny revealed the olive tree to resist Medusa's magic, it immediately caught Kasuk's interest. "Did I bring a shovel?" And started rummaging his things. "Oh. I got one. What the hell are you putting in your inventory? Although it's almost unlimited space, you shouldn't hoard things too much." Yoruchi's eye twitches. "No can do. Look at how convenient it is. I got a shovel just for situations like this. Elder sister. Please stop this. This isn't what you promised me." Kasuk and Yoruchi paid attention after hearing these words. Tenny turned her head to face the wheezing Alexa. "Of course it is. If I were successful then I would have stopped this tradition. But sadly, I failed to pull it out from her." "What are you talking about? Shouldn't we stop this to stop the tradition?" "No. You misunderstand me. Athena wanted a certain condition to be met and the mission of the Perseus clan is to achieve this condition. But through the years, it became a contest who can kill this monster first, forgetting their initial goal. Do you have any idea for what that is?" Yoruchi asked Kasuk, who started thinking. "No. But surely, it's related to those disgusting chains." Kasuk answered. "Ah. Those chains that has the same effect as the chains of hell but more disgusting." Yoruchi is referring to the chains that bind those who committed heinous crimes as a human in their previous world. "Right. But these chains are like a curse that binds someone for no reason, and I think there's also a hidden ability that is related to the gods. Every time Medusa dies, her soul would be dragged to dimensional gap, and you know how harsh this place is. For someone who is just a soul, it's amazing that Medusa survives it and revive every time." Kasuk muttered. "And Medusa doesn't really deserve hell, as all the killing she has done is to protect herself and her sisters." I guess this is part where our Shinigami powers whisper to free this unfortunate soul. Yoruchi chuckled, but her laugh is far from being amused. Yep. As a Shinigami, we can't turn a blind eye to this. Even Aizen would probably free her if it's convenient for him. He wouldn't try to take the Soul King's position if he doesn't care about these things after all. Kasuk sighed as he reminisced his days back in his previous world. Although they were enemies, they don't hate each other as they were only on the opposite side of ideals. Hey, Kasuk. Stop daydreaming and look at this. Yoruchi tapped his head to catch his attention. Tenny is just telling Medusa that Kasuk died because of her. What did you say? They then heard Medusa's voice, which is out of sort. What's up? Did she have to react that much with the guy who just left her alone to fend for herself? Kasuk questioned Yoruchi, who is more proficient than him in terms of understanding women. You idiot. Just keep listening. Yoruchi already knew where this conversation going, and instead of listening, she just watches as Kasuk's reaction changes. No. Refusing to believe what Tenny just said, she desperately looks for reasons that could turn around such a conclusion. No. That isn't true. Tenny looked back to Medusa, who was making a desperate face and was taken aback. What's this? Why are you so desperate now? No. He isn't dead. It's Kasuk after all. He could walk out of the dimensional gap just fine. Wait. Tenny inspected her more closely with gleaming eyes. Could it be that you fell in love with that guy? What? Medusa unconsciously muttered. A few moments later, Tenny started shaking and laughed out loud. Ah. Now, this is the best. Who would have thought that a man-hater like you would fell in love with some random man? Hey, Yoruchi. She guessed it wrong, right? Kasuk was dumbfounded. Nope. Yoruchi chuckled. I know you already have some inkling that this might be the case. That's not true. Kasuk tried to refute her words, but deep inside, what she's saying is the truth. Is that what you truly believe? All this time you have been subconsciously averting your eyes to their feelings. Despite knowing how they truly feel, you kept refusing to believe it inside your head. Isn't this reason why Sona-chan ran away like that? Kasuk wasn't able to say anything. And you've been trying to keep your hands off them. Seeing that he still can't reply, Yoruchi asked, is it because of me? Yes. I can't do that since I already have you. Kasuk didn't hesitate to answer. Yet they are slowly breaking down your defenses. Sooner or later, you won't be able to refuse them anymore. Kasuk knew what she is saying, as these days, it's getting harder and harder for him to deny their advances. I'm sorry. Are you still going to stay with me despite that? Yoruchi suddenly transformed back to her human form and hugged Kasuk from behind and bit his right ear before whispering, I'm angry, you know. Of my unfaithfulness? No. I'm angry because you asked me that question. What are you going to do if I say I'm going to leave you? Even if you say that, I'm not going to let you go no matter what, unless you don't love me anymore. Good. And I won't ever not love you. Remember that. Do you have to say that in double negatives? Who cares about that? The content is what's important. So in other words, I'm allowed to touch them. Why though? It's really getting hard to see you hold back yourself when we're supposed to enjoy our life to the fullest. Yoruchi sighed, and I knew that this day would come sooner or later when those girls started gathering around you. And they aren't exactly normal girls either that would give up. Wait. Based on your words, are you going to find other men for yourself? I know I'm being a hypocrite here, but I'm not going to allow that. Yoruchi used her elbow to knock on Kasuk's head. You idiot. Of course not. I don't have that kind of tendency. Of course, I know that. Just one more thing. Go on, my beloved. No one ever will replace me as number one. I won't ever replace you for anything. Good. Let's talk about this later in our alone time. We should first focus on what's happening to Midu-chan. It doesn't look good. Ophis ignored their bickering and just enjoyed her cookies. Chapter 185, Preparations, Kasuk sighed. On the screen, Kasuk, Yoruchi, and Ophis witness how Medusa mutates. Ophis momentarily stopped eating her cookies and stared at the screen, a bit interested in the form Medusa is taking in. It might be due to her concept represented by the infinite serpent that she got curious at the snake. They all ignored how two guys with a harp got instantly killed and discussed among themselves. Snake. Ophis muttered. Kasuk and Yoruchi looked at each other. Is this their goal? Yoruchi asked. Probably. What's happening to her? I don't know. I wish I'm there to see this in person, but my guess is that it's probably related to her divine core. Kasuk adjusted the camera angle to get a better view and noticed that Medusa is still protecting the pendant he gave her. What am I going to do with this now? I didn't think after reincarnating I would have problems with women. I'm already living a different life, huh? divine core. That's what I call it. It's something that is part of her soul that supports her soul and body. It's radiating the same energy that Cleria described as divinity, so I just called it divine core. Does that mean Medusa is a goddess? I'm not sure how you should classify a god, so I don't know. But I'm sure that it isn't the thing that is Aizen trying to be. So you're saying that gods are just another race just like humans? That's more like it. But they are called gods for a reason due to their unreasonable power, especially those gods of which represent concepts that give them destructive powers. Then is it related to Medusa's curse from the legends? Probably. But this became a problem. What? I have to remove those chains, right? And those chains are coming and going inside her divine core. If there are changes in her divine core, then most of the things I prepared became useless. I knew that about this malevolent aura since it really came from her divine core when she tried suicide earlier, and I thought I could use it to bring out those chains. But clearly, it changed to something beyond my predicted model. Can you still remove those despite that? I can. But I would need some time to inspect the changes and use appropriate measures, but we don't have that kind of time. I have a feeling that it won't end well for Medusa if I still let this progress. What are you planning to do then? Kasuk stayed silent for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked at Ophis, who already resumed eating her cookies while watching Medusa slaughter the members of the Perseus clan using magic that is the same as she cast earlier but much more powerful and doesn't need any preparations. Ophis-chan, mind lending a hand for a bit? I'll give you some chocolate-coated marshmallow as thanks. Ophis looked up and tilted her head in confusion, but after a second, she nodded her head. She doesn't know what is a chocolate-coated marshmallow, but the word chocolate is also present in chocolate cookies she's currently enjoying, so she agreed even without knowing what he wants for her to do. What are you planning to do? Yoruichi asked curiously. Nothing much. Just some additional insurance. Good thing Ophis-chan came to us. We're super lucky. Without her, it'll be troublesome, and I'm not even sure if it can go smoothly. Kasuk watched Medusa for a while, who started laughing crazily with a tear-stained face and clenched his fist. A few seconds later, the camera monitoring the owl statue alerted Kasuk of some changes to it, and he immediately scanned the data gathered, an increase in divinity level. And the intents. There's only one left. Is it the famous Athena? Did she chase the others away? Why? Whatever. This is a lot more convenient for me. A moment later, the owl statue suddenly shone in bright golden light, and it transformed into a golden armored woman which radiates divinity. She helped the Perseus clan by transferring her divinity to the olive tree to strengthen its protection against Medusa's pandemonium cetus. Confirming that it's indeed Athena from the tennis words, Kasuk faced Ophis again and said, Ophis-chan, I heard that you can bestow power in a form of snakes. Can you create a snake that strengthens the user but also consumes the soul? What? What are you trying to do asking for that? Yoruichi was shocked at what he's asking for. You know the saying, combat poison with poison. I'm aiming for that. Isn't that too dangerous? It is. Not if with my supervision. Who do you think is your lover is? A genius pervert. Exactly. Kasuk agreed without any hesitation and turned to Ophis again. Oh. And please make it so that it's transferable and removable. Ophis nodded and looked down at her hands. A black magic circle with an infinity symbol appeared on it. From there, she conjured a pitch-black snake with red eyes, and it shoots towards Kasuk's right arm. The snake coiled around his arm and shrunk into a tattoo. With that done, Ophis extended her open hands towards Kasuk, asking for her payment. Ha ha ha. Here's the chocolate-coated marshmallow. Kasuk took out a Tetra Pak from his inventory containing the snack, but before he gave it to her, he asked for another thing. One more thing, Ophis-chan. Transfer some of your powers to this pill. On his other hand, a pill in the size of candy sat. Smelling the snack from the Tetra Pak, Ophis' eyes lit up and hurriedly transferred some of her powers to the pill. Kasuk took the pill back and patted her hand after handing her prized snacks. What was that for? It's for disobedient children to become obedient. Question mark. Yoruichi wanted to ask more, but the fight between Medusa and Athena is ending with Medusa pinned down to the ground with a sword in her stomach. Athena pulled her sword out and 9 silver chains bore out from her stomach, coiling around her while she screams in pain. So she really has a way to activate those chains. Yoruichi, Ophis-chan, I have to go. Kasuk sets Ophis down and Yoruichi separated from him. Kasuk was about to open a portal towards the isolated space when Yoruichi suddenly called out to him from behind. Wait. You know you can't kill everyone from the Perseus clan, right? I know. We're lucky that someone from there has some sense. Kasuk replied. Even if Alexa didn't exist in the Perseus clan, they can't rashly exterminate the clan as they are a big powerhouse in the region. Their sudden disappearance would only create a large power vacuum that other influences would try to compete to acquire. In those kinds of wars, only innocent people suffer, supernatural or not. They want to avoid that situation as much as possible. So as much as they want to exterminate the clan, they can't do it suddenly without establishing another influence that could take over them peacefully. One last thing. Make sure that you take her out alive and well. No problem. With Office-chan's assistance, it became easier. Kasuk then opened a hole in the space directly transferring him to the isolated space, leaving the two behind to watch the screen. Kasuk appeared in front of Medusa, who was desperately crying, and said, "Hey, what's up with the snotty face? Who made you cry? Want this big brother to kick her butt?" Kasuk. Yep, it's your lovable and handsome shopkeeper. Chapter 186, Saved. Athena's eyes shook when the men who supposedly dead suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How did that guy come in here? I just strengthened the space's restriction so other gods couldn't see or enter this place. Who are you? Athena asks in a threatening tone. Kasuk faced her and replied, just some random human trying to recruit a maid. Athena didn't take his nonsense and raised her hand towards him. A yellow magic circle appeared and shoots out a spear of golden light. Seeing this, Medusa reacted, no. And tried to shield Kasuk with her body, but she was not able to move due to the chains restraining her, no. Geez. Don't move. You'll only hurt yourself. Kasuk turned back to Medusa without minding the incoming projectile. In an instant, the golden spear reached him, but even without looking, Kasuk slapped it away using his left hand. The spear's trajectory was altered and it hit the northern part of the Colosseum, completely obliterating it. Athena's pupils shrank in shock but didn't make any further move to gather more information. Kasuk inspected the dumbfounded Medusa for a bit before nodding to himself, good. It's not as dire as I expected. He then turned his attention towards the remaining members of the Perseus clan. I'll have you lot retire for now. Kasuk released his pressure, which shocked Athena even more and promptly increased her vigilance against him. The main target of the pressure, the Perseus clan, all lost their consciousness. Who are you? For the second time, Athena asked. Just like I said, I'm just a random human trying to recruit a maid. Bullshit. What do you want? Just so you know, you invaded a goddess private space. Kasuk ignored her question and raised his right arm. This is going to hurt for a bit, but trust me, this is going to free you. Kasuk stabbed his right arm towards Medusa's wound where the chains are coming from, gah. The snake tattoo that he got from Ophis suddenly became alive and using Kasuk's Ryatsuki, it drilled its way towards Medusa's inner world, Half of Kasuk's consciousness arrives at Medusa's inner world, the Shapeless Isle. Contrary to the scenery when Medusa first arrived here a few days ago, the sky is now crimson red while the sea is blood red. The raging waves are trying to drown the whole island, but there is a small protective film around the island that protects it from the sea. Kasuk only stopped for a moment because Benihime reacted to this bloody world. He leaped to reach the middle of the island where there are two little girls with the same face and purple hair gritting their teeth as they use their aura to keep the creepy chains from approaching. The little girls are protecting the floating orb, which is already mostly dark red with only some of it tinted gold, which is in between them. The chains are only surrounding them, but every few seconds, it'll inch closer. Seeing the situation, Kasuk manifested Benihime in her Shirkai form, Kamisori, Benihime, Razor, Crimson Princess. With a sword swing, Benihime fired off a crimson energy arc which cut through the chains, allowing the little girls to gain some standing. Kasuk used Flash Step to arrive beside them. The moment he entered, however, the chains recovered and trapped him inside. Who are you? The little girls simultaneously asked. That's not important right now. What's important is that I'm here to help. The little girls gave him a suspicious look. You have no choice but to accept my help. And even if I'm planning something nasty, you're doomed either way with the way things are going. The little girls crumpled their cute faces, but after a moment, they eased their aura around Kasuk and focused on the chains. Please help our little sister. They both muttered. Got it. Kasuk put away Benihime and approached the floating dark red orb with some golden tint. He examined it for a bit before putting his right arm forward and aimed it to the orb. The snake tattoo became alive again and shoot out from his arm towards the orb coiled around it. Kasuk touched the orb, but it burned him with dark red flame. Although the burning sensation is intense, Kasuk didn't remove his hand and sent his Ryatsuki to control the snake. The black snake then started consuming the dark red bits of the orb while the golden tint started to shine brightly. Kasuk controlled the snake so that it would strengthen the remaining divinity while it eats the corrupted parts as fuel. How convenient. It's really a good thing that Ophis arrived. If I'm just me alone, it couldn't go this smoothly. Kasuk kept staring at the changes the orb is going through. A few seconds later, its size decreased by half, but the golden area of the orb started to expand, but this isn't going as I expected. If I can't strengthen the orb further, it'll only collapse after the snake consumes every dirty bit. No choice then. I would have to use my own energy reserves. I hope I still have enough to fight that goddess. Kasuk then started separating some of his Ryatsuki to get some Riryoku and passed it to the orb. The orb stopped decreasing in size while the dark red bits are almost consumed. When there is only a bit left of the corruption, Kasuk stopped. This corruption is probably Athena's curse, but it isn't exactly detrimental for Medusa. If she can control this, it'll be a big boost to her abilities, so I should leave a bit of it here. The snake returned to his arm and faced the dumbfounded little girls. Why, you really did it? Said the little girl on the right. Heh. It's nothing much. Let's deal with those creepy chains first. Why, you can also take care of these? The little girl on the left side asked, dumbfounded. Their shock is understandable because they knew how nasty and durable these creepy chains are for having to deal with it for countless years already. So someone claiming that he could deal with the chain sounds like a fantasy story to them. Ignoring their reactions, Kasuk puts forward his right arm again, and the snake shoots out towards the chains as he commands. The snake started consuming the chains in great relish. The chains are being converted into pure energy inside the snake's stomach, the energy that Ophis uses. Kasuk already predicted that the snake would become saturated and won't be able to eat anymore, but he only needed the connection between Medusa's soul and the chains to be severed, so he controlled it to eat only those points which he found. And just as he expected, the snake became bloated and couldn't eat anymore, but the chain's connection to Medusa was weakened severely that he could now pull it out from her. Well then, little girls. I have to return to pull this nasty thing out. Be sure to rest since I don't my future maid worrying about the state of the two of you that she won't be able to work effectively. Without waiting for their reply, Kasuk's consciousness became whole again on the surface. He left half of his consciousness to defend against Athena, but surprisingly, she's only watching curiously. He. So you're that confident with your chains? Too bad, it's me. With his arms still embedded inside Medusa's stomach, who kept screaming and crying in intense pain due to the forceful changes to her divine core. Kasuk's expression turned serious and used a bit of his strength to pull out his hand. In his hand is the root of the chains, a dark red orb pulsing in ominous light. Attached to it is the 9 chains that started coiling around Kasuk. What? Athena yelled out loud, not believing the sight in front of her. How did you do that? After placing it to Medusa, even Athena couldn't pull those chains out, so her shock is understandable. She also guessed that Kasuk wanted to remove the chains and didn't do anything, but the result instead gave her the shock of her life. Kasuk looked at the orb in his right hand that is now trying to attach to his soul, so it acts as a parasite. He lifted his left hand and pointed his index finger at it. On the tip of the finger, a ball of destructive energy started to charge, and after a few seconds, Kasuk muttered, "Zero." The ball of destructive energy turned into a green beam and annihilated the orb in its entirety. The chains attached to it started disintegrating until it was reduced to dust, disappearing from this world forever. Impossible. That's a soul matter. How did you destroy it instantly? Due to the unexpected burden of nourishing her divine core and removing the chains from her soul, Kasuk's hollowification was dispelled and his mask disintegrated, revealing his true face. Good thing I put those guys to sleep first. Now I only have to deal with this Athena. Kasuk still ignored Athena and looked back to Medusa, who already stopped screaming but was about to lose consciousness. Ki-su-ko. Yep. It's me. You can rest now. Kasuk replied with a gentle smile on his face. Medusa's eyes are already hazy and her mind isn't running correctly. She subconsciously reached out to Kasuk with both of her arms and wrapped it around his neck. Kasuk thought that she can't see him properly and just let her be. But she did next, shocked Kasuk. Medusa planted her lips on his. Chapter 187, Kasuk's Transformation. Kasuk was startled, but in an instant, he decided to just let it be and enjoy the moment. Yoruichi already gave me the permission anyway. It is not a hot kiss since Medusa only touched Kasuk's lips with hers, and after a few seconds, she completely lost her consciousness. Kasuk caught her and gently laid her down on the ground. He used some healing kidu to ease her wounds. Although she isn't in the danger of dying anymore, her wounds still looks nasty. While Kasuk is healing Medusa, a spear of golden light a lot larger than the first one shoots towards him, threatening to impale his head. However, Kasuk continuously ignored the attacker as he focused on healing Medusa. A small pulsing, green hexagonal shield appeared behind his head. And when the spear was about to hit him, it expanded and absorbed the spear and simultaneously dispersing it to the surrounding area, creating small destructions all over the place. How rude. Kasuk first pulled out a blanket from his inventory and putting it on top of the sleeping Medusa before facing the goddess. Shouldn't you at least wait for me to get ready? You're wearing a knight's attire after all. In a fight to death, you'd only die a lot easier following such manners and tradition. Athena replied. Heh. So this is a fight to death. Although if possible, I want to capture you alive and ask you how you did that. Even us gods can't do that easily. How scary. Sorry, but I'm going to decline your invitation. Although if possible, I want to capture you alive and ask you a few things. Kasuk snickered. Sorry, Benihime, but this won't be your time to shine. Muttering inside his head, he materialized his hollow mask again and it instantly changes his aura. Athena furrowed her brows, impudent. She flew towards Kasuk and slashed down her sword. Kasuk used flash step and Athena missed. He reappeared behind her and did an axe kick. Athena hurriedly used her shield to block the incoming attack, but to her surprise, he disappeared again and she suddenly felt a blunt object hit her side. She flew across the Colosseum and hit its wall, destroying it. Athena stood up without much damage and glared at Kasuk. This bastard is using some unknown technique to accelerate. I couldn't catch his movements. Is this guy really a human? And what's up with that mask? It's giving me, a goddess, a bad feeling. Kasuk knew that things would only get messier, so he opened a portal to the dimensional gap and tossed Medusa there for Urahara to take care of her. Seeing this, Athena didn't think that Kasuk tossed Medusa to the dimensional gap to die, so he has an accomplice, huh? Great. Now I lost my target, and the chains on her were removed. She won't be tied to this land anymore. I really have to capture this guy alive. Letting Medusa out there is too dangerous. Athena stood straight up and took a stance. Her body started to glow in golden light and the aura she is emitting became sharper. Getting serious now, huh? Good. Let me take a look at a god's capabilities. Kasuk is no way insulting Athena, as this is just his honest thoughts. Athena can tell that much and smiled for the first time. Get ready then. After she spoke, she kicked the ground and instantly appeared in front of Kasuk from 50 meters away. Kasuk's eyes shoot wide open due to her sheer speed. There is no time to use flash step due to Athena's glowing sword already bearing down on him. He can only use his skin that is strengthened by he arrow to deflect her attack. For both of them, the world's time instantly halted to almost stop as Kasuk hurriedly positioned his arm to catch her sword. Seeing this, Athena put more strength to her swing, intending to cut off his arm. Kasuk's arm met Athena's sword and sparks flew, but the next instant, Athena's sword dug through Kasuk's skin, so he hurriedly flicked his arm to change the sword's trajectory. The sword hit the ground and 50 meters deep valley was created along with the sword's path. Kasuk didn't mind this and immediately retaliated by sending a punch towards her, Ikatsu, singe bone. Athena reacted and put forward her shield to block his punch. But to her surprise, the strength behind his punch is way beyond what she expected. For her, it feels like she was slapped away by one of the two heavenly dragons. Even with her strengthened body using her divinity, she was sent flying again, hitting the boundary of the isolated space, making it ripple multiple times. Oops. Destroying this space is bad. I don't want to make my preparations useless. I guess this isn't the time to be testing the limits of my abilities. Sighing in disappointment, Kasuk thought back to when then clashed. Her sword is too sharp. It instantly broke through my he arrow, and I can tell that it isn't the sword which is sharp, but her ability. Should I say as expected of the goddess of war? Athena stood back up again, but this time, she's a bit disheveled. What was that? His skin is too tough. Even if it's a well-known strong armor, they would be cut before my sword could even touch it. And that strength. It's impossible for a human body to contain that much even if you use ki. Is this guy really a human? He's so much stronger than the heroes of the past. Athena, was it? Mind telling me why you cursed Medusa and planted something nasty in her? Kasuk suddenly asked. Isn't it because I'm jealous of her hair? Athena answered while she tries to recover from the damage she took. No way. Now that I got to meet you personally and fight you on top of that, you don't strike as that type of person. There must be another reason, more specifically, regarding Medusa's divinity. Athena stayed silent and thought for a bit. It's amazing for you to know that much. But why did you think I'll tell you that? Why don't you come with me peacefully? Maybe I'll tell you the whole story. No thanks. I don't want a leash on my neck. And if you don't want to tell me, then I can only force you to do it. Athena stopped for a moment before laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding? I'll be honest. You're very strong, but you're still nowhere close to me. If I want, I can kill you within a few minutes. Don't underestimate a main god, human. Her final sentence was accompanied by her glare. Good. Looks like she's still underestimating me. I should finish this before she can pull out her full strength and destroy this space. Kasuk decided and propelled his Ryatsuki, startling Athena. What is he trying to do now? Powering up. Just how? Athena increased the output of her divinity to match Kasuk. Her pride won't allow her to use a much stronger force than a human. A whirlwind was created around Kasuk and the dust covered him. Athena wasn't able to see what's going on inside the whirlwind but braced herself for the third round. The whirlwind slowed down and the dust started to settle. Athena was finally able to land her gaze at him again, but looking at him, Athena was shaken. At the same time, a huge pressure came crashing down on Athena. His white mask became a bone helmet with two angular horns pointing upwards. His nails grew to become sharp claws, his pale blonde hair grew long until his waist and his skin became pale white. Most importantly was the top of his suit was completely destroyed, revealing his white body with green marking along with a giant hole on his chest. What are you? Athena asked nervously as she never saw a being like this that gives so much pressure. What is he? I've already seen so many beings in this world, but this is my first time seeing a human transform like this. Kasuk didn't answer. More like he couldn't, as he is taking care not to lose control. This is only the second time he released this form, and the first time, Benihime immediately tried to take control of his body. But this time, after the talk and deal with her, she didn't try anything else. But even then, he won't be able to last long in this form, as violent thoughts kept popping in his mind. He predicted that he can only keep in control 10 minutes at most. I should really try this more often. It seems that suppressing these violent thoughts can improve with practice. Since Kasuk entered the Vasto Lord mode, using Sonido would be more effective in this form than Flash Step. Using Sonido, he instantly appeared in front of Athena. Athena is still shaken with his transformation, so when he suddenly appeared face to face with her, she panicked and used the strongest attack she could manage now. The sword she's holding was suddenly covered by golden energy, which increased its destructive and cutting power multiple times. Athena then swung it with all her strength while backing away. I can't hold back anymore. I have to kill him before he could actually kill me. That her attack was enough, as her attack could even cut the space itself, even if it is protected by a very strong ceremonial barrier magic. But she was in for another shock when Kasuk extended his hand towards the sword and caught it mid-swing. What? Chapter 188, Trapped and Defeated. Kasuk caught the sword, but it didn't remove the force behind it. Half of the Colosseum was totally destroyed after that swing, and the boundary of the space rippled intensely like it is on the verge of being destroyed. Some of the Perseus clan members are also killed after that attack. Ah. Crap. They'll all end up dying if they stay here further. Kasuk then hurriedly tossed out a token to where they are, and it activated a barrier around them. Instantly after, Kasuk remotely activated Descorer and opened a pathway to the dimensional gap beside them. The opening sucked all of them, removing them from this battle. He noticed that Athena still wasn't able to react, so Kasuk strengthened the space temporarily while at it so that it can take the beating of their battle. Athena is only blankly staring at him as he does all these things. Her mind became chaotic after he caught her sword with ease. That attack is far from the strongest attack she could do, but she also hasn't met anyone that could catch her sword and never thought that there would be one. She thought that even if it's the Great Red, there would be a nick on its scales after that kind of attack. What are you? After voicing her question out, Athena recovered a little bit and felt very stupid to just stop in front of such an enemy that could take her life. Guh. She tried to retrieve her sword, but his grip is too strong that she can't even move the sword. She promptly discarded the sword to retreat, but she saw that his other hand is coming for her. Putting up her shield, Athena planned to bash away his clawed hand, but it spectacularly failed as Kasuk's hand went through the shield, breaking it into pieces. Athena is finally scared and tried to retreat further, but his hand reached out and grabbed her pretty face. Kasuk then threw her to the other side of the Colosseum with great strength that Athena instantly broke through the sound barrier. But just halfway through the Colosseum, Kasuk reappeared on top of her and did a roundhouse kick. Athena crossed her arms and focused on everything she had for defense. The kick hit her and it instantly broke the bones in her arms into pieces. Her armor was dented inwardly and she broke most of her rib bone, some of them puncturing her internal organs. Athena hit the ground and created a large explosion and crater. No one would ever think that a Colosseum existed in here, as it was reduced to fine rubbles. Athena coughed out blood and felt her head ringing. She wasn't able to think straight and only saw her monster enemy preparing for another attack. Kasuk charged a small Siro and blasted her with it. That Siro just left her on the verge of death. Kasuk slowly descended and picked up Athena by the neck while she's still coughing out blood and her bloody body just hanging. Raising her up, Kasuk figured that she won't be able to fight any longer and dispelled his holification. The bone helmet disintegrated into dust and his body returned to normal after a few seconds, including the large hole in his chest. Kasuk heaved a large sigh. He's feeling a little bit weakened because Medusa's ordeal and his holification took a large chunk off his reserves. Currently, my reserves are only as much as Ichigo's, so I shouldn't push myself too much before I can improve my capacity. What are you doing? Why did you stop? Athena noticed that his aura subsided and looked down from above. He could have killed her instantly, but now she has a chance to escape. She secretly propelled her remaining power to activate a magic that she could use in times like this. I'll have more advantages with you alive than dead, Kasuk answered her with a smile. Oh. What do you want? Athena sneered at him. I only need to buy a few seconds and I'm out of here. Just a couple of questions, including what I asked earlier. No way I'm answering any of your questions. Just kill me. Though if you do that, the stigma will be branded onto you and other Olympian gods would easily find you. It's technically declaring war to the whole Greek pantheon. I know you're strong, but you can't fight an army of gods by just yourself. And you think I'll have it better if I just release you? Of course not. Then what do you propose we should do? Let me go and return Medusa to me. And if you decided to work for me, I'll forget this ever happened. Naturally, I would have to bind you since I can't have you betraying me. Athena's magic is already ready and she could escape anytime now, but she saw an opportunity to negotiate with him and delayed her escape. It'll be a lot easier for me if he can just hand over Medusa, and having him beside me will boost my forces. Now that the gods are getting restless due to some unknown feeling, I need to gather as much manpower as I need. The second sound like a really good idea. Kasuk replied with a big grin. If those who know him were to see him right now, they would stay clear from him. Athena was surprised that he readily agreed. The issue with Medusa can be solved later, so she decided to focus on acquiring his cooperation first, then. However, Kasuk cut her off and took out a black pill, but it's going to be the other way around. Athena shuddered after seeing the pill. Although she doesn't know what it does, being so close to it, she yelps in surprise, Ophis power. Why do you have something like that? Athena then immediately retracted the thoughts of taking him as subordinate and activated her magic to escape. A golden light then enveloped her. The light pushed out, which made Kasuk let go of Athena. After he was pushed out, a golden pillar then enclosed Athena while she slowly floated upwards. I don't know what you just took out, but it looks dangerous. Too bad for you, I have a way to escape. Kasuk took back the pill and punched the transparent pillar, but it only absorbed the force behind his attack. It's useless. Even if you transform into your earlier form, you won't be able to destroy this barrier for a short period of time. In just a few seconds, I'll be teleported out of here. Confident of her trump card, she sneered at Kasuk once again. You should have killed me earlier when you got a chance. The stigma that I'm talking about is just a deception to buy me some time to activate this magic. You could have got away with killing a god if you didn't get too greedy. Is this powered by your divinity? Amazing. It really works differently than mana. Any normal means out there really won't be able to destroy this barrier. Kasuk admired it from afar. It's similar to negation. Praising me won't reduce the amount of headache you'll suffer later. Be prepared to take on the whole Greek pantheon. Kasuk's air of casualness doesn't give Athena any good feeling. She could only leave such words and speed up the process of her teleportation, albeit, it was already too late. Kasuk, with a grin, snapped his fingers and some of the dust lit up in red light. A few seconds later, the pillar of golden light disappeared and Athena dropped down back to the large crater. What? What did you do? Athena's confidence came crashing down along with her and the feeling of fear came back with greater effect. The tattered golden dame took a step back, but her body is still a mess with multiple bones broken, so she fell down on her butt. Still, she tried to get away from Kasuk. Nothing much. I took consideration of the possibility that you would escape and prepared a cage for you. Kasuk slowly walked towards her, which induced more fear into Athena. Prepare. When did you? Athena then remembered the red lights before her magic was dispelled. She then suddenly recalled one useless thing he did before entering the isolated space. He sent a number of non-lethal bombs inside. It can't be. Those stink bombs. Bingo. As expected of the goddess of wisdom. You guessed it correctly with just a single try. Athena is right. Kasuk included some particles that could inhibit divinity for a short time in the bombs. Chapter 189, A Pill That Turns, Almost, Anyone Obedient. Bingo. As expected of the goddess of wisdom. You guessed it correctly with just a single try. Athena is right. Kasuk included some particles that could inhibit divinity for a short time in the bombs. These particles came from when he is researching about Medusa's divinity. Although it did its job of inhibiting Athena's divinity, it's only for a short amount of time. If she's also in her full strength, she can easily bypass this inhibition, and that's why Kasuk has to beat her up first. But then again, it's only in its early phase of research and still can be improved drastically, given enough time. With that said, Kasuk is still cautious of what she can do despite her appearance, so he only activated half of the divinity inhibiting particles in anticipation of her doing it again. But looking at her panicked and fearful expression now, he doubts she still has a card in her sleeves. In fact, he's feeling a little guilty seeing her about to cry. But he won't ever let his guard down for an enemy. This is taking too long. I should be done with this or the chances of something going wrong will increase. Kasuk used Flash Step to instantly arrive in front of Athena. No. Don't come near me. What's up with her? Earlier she acts mature with a high and might attitude, but now things are dire. She's acting like a little girl. Thinking for a bit, Kasuk thought that threatening her is more effective than forcing her to swallow the pill. Kasuk smiled and said, Now then, Athena-chan. You have two options in front of you. Athena-chan. Athena muttered, but she doesn't have any strength or courage to refute him. First is you die here. Athena audibly swallowed her saliva, but it felt painful due to her injuries. And the second is you shallow this. Kasuk took out the black pill again. She didn't want to die, so her choice is obvious, but still couldn't take it without asking about it. What is that going to do with me? You'll know once you've done it. So. What is it? I don't have much time. If you don't choose within a few seconds, I'll default your choice to the first one. Gritting her teeth, Athena answered. I'll swallow it. Good. Now open up. Athena felt uncomfortable with his hand getting near her, but she doesn't have much choice, so she sucked it up, took the pill from his hand with her mouth and swallowed it. She waited for a few seconds but there was no reaction. Even after waiting for a minute or two, nothing happened, no response. Athena was about to ask about it when she suddenly felt pain, but not from her body. She hurriedly descended to her inner world and was shocked to see that her divine core, which is shining brightly until now, has a black snake with a white bone mask coiling around it. What? She tried to grab it but her hands went through, though she can touch her own divine core. The snake is immaterial. She tried everything to destroy or even just move it but to no avail. Figuring out that her attempts are futile, she hurriedly surfaced and shouted at Kasuk, "What did you do?" "Oh. It's a success." "Great. I thought that I would still need to do some adjustments, but I guess that snake did most of the small task." "I'm asking you what did you do?" Although she's shouting with all her might, she still didn't have the courage to approach Kasuk. "Right. Its effects haven't activated yet. So basically, it's something like this." Kasuk snapped his fingers again and Athena suddenly felt an unbearable pain and something constricting her. She hurriedly took a look at her divine core again and noticed that the snake is now trying to crush it. "No. Well, something like that. After saying this, the pain disappeared and the snake stopped constricting her divine core. Athena panted heavily and thought, I'm doomed. She almost wants to cry. She just handed over her life to him. But the light inside her still didn't disappear. I should ask Father to remove this later. Guessing what she's thinking, Kasuk immediately warned her, that snake won't be visible to anyone else and every time someone inspects your divine core, I'll also know about it. And if by chance that someone was able to find it they won't be able to do anything to it. Well, technically they can, but think of it as a password, one wrong input and it'll immediately self-destruct, along with your core, that is. Athena's mouth twitches at his words, why you're joking, right? Kasuk grinned and replied, of course I am. You're free to ask someone to remove it for you. Athena knew he wasn't joking. Even though she doesn't know if it's really possible to do something like that with her divine core, she won't take chances as it is her life which is at stake here. What do you want with me? Kasuk stood up and patted her pants. Now. Don't make a face like that. I won't ask anything unreasonable. And that pill is only for insurance. I already said it. I only need you to answer a couple of questions. Are you serious? Athena didn't know what facial expression she should be doing now. Is my life only worth that much? Yep. And we can't talk to you like that. Kasuk put forward his hand towards her and cast a healing kiddu to repair some of her injuries. Athena couldn't feel any ill intent from his technique and just let him be. She was surprised that he also knows an effective healing spell. She then unconsciously examined his spell and found something peculiar about it. Wait. This doesn't use mana, not demonic or holy. It's a bit similar to ki. What's this? Kasuk didn't answer her question and just kept healing for an hour until only the major injuries are left. Athena still felt pretty weak, but she can now move properly. She didn't thank Kasuk for the assistance though, as she still views him as an enemy. However, she's pretty interested in his magic that she wanted him to keep healing her. Thinking back, those energy blasts he used on her also doesn't use the conventional energy systems. Just who the hell is this guy? Where did he come from? I refuse to believe that he's human. Alright, get up. You can heal up on your own later. Kasuk turned around and flattened a part of rubbles before taking out a table and few chairs. After that, he put out various plates of snacks along with several cups of tea. Kasuk sat down on one of the chairs and invited Athena to do the same. Athena was confused but followed what he wanted regardless. She sat down and looked towards Kasuk, not touching the snacks or the tea in front of her. Kasuk then donned his hollow mask again, which put Athena into the edge. He pointed his finger outward and used Descorer to open a pathway towards the dimensional gap a few meters away from the table. The next moment, a wild gothic Lolita suddenly ran out, sat down on Kasuk's lap and started attacking the snacks on the table. Athena knew who she is and was surprised by her appearance. Ophis. She thought that Kasuk is just someone who received Ophis' blessing, but it's clear that it's more than that based on the way she acts around him. A few more seconds, Yoruchi went through the pathway while carrying the unconscious Medusa wrapped in a white blanket. Kasuk pulled out a bed from his inventory and set it down a few feet away from the table. Yoruchi put her down on it and set a barrier around her. Yoruchi went back to the pathway and grabbed the token which is protecting the remaining members of the Perseus clan and set it down randomly before sitting on a free chair herself and started drinking tea. Well then, let's start this. Chapter 190, Origin. What do you want to know? Athena picked up the cup of tea and drank it. What could possibly worse than the pill he just fed me? For starters, tell me why Medusa has to go through all of that. Kasuk asked calmly. The previous smile on his face already disappeared. Kasuk's stare gave Athena an invisible pressure and she stuttered a little bit, because it has to be done. Oh. Tell me the reason then. Athena contemplated for a little bit before replying, it'll be easier to understand if you knew the whole story. She sighed before continuing, do you know which came first? Humans or gods? Don't know. Even though Kasuk has theories who came first, he doesn't have any supporting evidence. It's the gods. What does it have to do with Medusa's case? Yoruchi from the side asked. Athena's brows twitched but she has no further reactions, let me finish first. According to Athena, the primordial gods first arrived from a different star system when Earth is still uninhabitable due to unknown reasons. But after they arrived, they didn't settle down but instead started fighting among each other. The fight is on the scale of a war where it kept changing the face of the Earth every day. After a long while, they stopped fighting due to many casualties and injuries. However, instead of returning where they came from, they decided to stay on Earth due to the discovery of the dimensional gap. They discovered that if you split up space near the Earth, they would open an entirely different dimension. With remaining primordial gods, they split the Earth into many regions according to their factions and that's the birth of many different mythological factions here on Earth. With their power, they terraformed the Earth to suit their needs. They also started creating basic life forms with the help of their technology from their star system. The primordial gods has an almost infinite lifespan so they took their time to shape the Earth. From basic microorganisms until they become complicated life forms, they waited. They even annihilated the life they created multiple times due to it not reaching certain standards. Wait. So you're saying that these gods can create whatever they want? Kasuk interrupted her. A certain being then surfaced from his mind, the Soul King, is he the same as these guys she is talking about? Of course not. They can only create basic life forms and their evolution would depend on their initial settings and the environment they are in. And besides, there is a resource that they need to create a life which is limited. And that is. In this day. It's called soul or spiritual power. Even inanimate objects need some of it to keep its form. So you're saying that these gods can manipulate spiritual power? Not quite. They needed their technology just to gather and inject it into something. And that's my biggest question. Just how did you remove those chains from her? Just so you know, those chains are from the age of primordial gods. You're not the one asking questions here, lady. Continue your story. Kasuk narrowed his eyes from her question, it seems like soul manipulation is more amazing than I thought. Good thing I got this information here. Or else, I'll be in hot water if some of my inventions regarding souls spread. Ahem. Athena averted her gaze and continued her story. After more beings evolved with more complexity, the gods decided to move away from Earth so that they wouldn't influence life on it too much. Their solution is to open an isolated space inside the dimensional gap and create their own living spaces that are connected to the Earth. And that is the origin of Mount Olympus, Asgard, and many more. It wasn't long before they discovered the existence of Ophis which is floating around aimlessly in the dimensional gap. Athena stopped speaking and eyed Ophis and noticed that she didn't have any reaction from her story as she's too busy with her snacks. Is that really the Ouroboros dragon? She wanted to believe otherwise but the aura she is currently emitting is too familiar for her. Shaking off these thoughts, Athena went on speaking. The primordial gods tried to capture Ophis to study it but failed as it is too strong. And even if then can overpower it with their number, she could escape easily and finding her in the infinite dimensional gap isn't very feasible. They only gave up when a few of them got killed by it. They then quietly watch as the life on Earth grew, but it wasn't long before a certain species slowly took the image of gods. So that's when the first humans appeared. Right. They don't know how they came into being but one popular belief among the gods of that time is that their divinity influenced their development. At first, they got scared due to the assumption that they are as strong as them and tried to destroy them promptly. But some of the gods stopped them and proposed that they would check about these beings in their form themselves. Athena stopped and drank her tea again while Kasuk and Yoruchi patiently waited for her to continue since they didn't have any urgent matter. The first contact between gods and humans is successful. They now knew that they don't have any threat to them and these humans even started worshipping them as the gods watched them from the sidelines. What they didn't expect though is the fact that humans started developing very fast in terms of technology. This is where the theory of humans are being influenced by the divinity of gods gained more traction. This unexpected development gained the gods' interest and started to actively get involved with them seeing where these humans would go. It's only around this time that Ophis started roaming Earth. It wasn't until later that a new being roams the dimensional gap, which is now called the Great Red. And along with its appearance, a wave of spiritual power came from who knows where. Maybe due to Ophis and Great Red's influence and the abundance of spiritual power, all sorts of creatures with power were born and threatened the existence of humanity. This is the part where they started giving blessings and helping humans defeat these creatures. It's also this time that they discovered that humans can conceive their child, birthing the first demigods who are going to lead humanity to fight back against the bizarre creatures which will be known today as heroes. But it's also around this time that a certain being came into existence, and that being will be called the biblical god later. The biblical god. How? Kasuk and Yuruchi's eyes widened at this revelation, as they thought that the biblical god is among those who came here from another star system. It's the collective thoughts and wishes of the human race. Chapter 191, The Real Reasons, end of Volume 4. The being which will be known as the biblical god later was ignored by the gods and only found his existence as amusing. As he came from human thoughts, his existence must be unstable, they thought. That being only kept wandering around with neutrality and just watched the world. What they didn't know, however, is that it's gathering power through belief. Then one day, it suddenly disappeared. The gods thought that it ceased existing, but what really happened is that it escaped a dimensional gap due to its unstable consciousness. In the first place, human thoughts and wishes couldn't be all good or bad. Its neutrality is due to the balance of black and white. But that balance was broken when white dominated the black inside it. The theory is that the white expelled the black from its body and became the biblical god, while the black became the demon. The gods are still unaware of this event and kept on playing around the earth. Both of the biblical god and demon created their own domain in the dimensional gap, and that is the birth of heaven and underworld. With the abundance of spiritual power, biblical god and demon birthed two beings that aligned with them, the angels and the devils. Although they can't use it, they both frantically gathered almost all the spiritual power to their domains to birth more of their angels and devils. This is when the gods realized that something is wrong, as the abundant spiritual power became thin in a very short time while the population of the creatures remains the same. They searched the dimensional gap for an answer and they found it. Two big factions emerged. The biblical god and demon already has an army of billions at their disposal. Seeing an unknown strong force suddenly emerge, most of the gods attacked them, but they lost horribly and half of them were killed. The angels and devils aren't strong per se, but they are too many that they can instantly overpower a god. There are also exceptions among the angels and devils, the first children of both biblical god and demon. They can match some of the gods in terms of strength. On top of that, the biblical god and demon became so strong that they can contend against multiple chief gods. It didn't take them too long to give up, as they would only destroy both of themselves, so they made a pact not to interfere with each other. With the pact in effect, they continued to boost their faction until one day, the demon was betrayed by his children and was eaten, gaining his power and will be known as the four original devil kings. On the biblical god's side, the white inside him wasn't able to expel all of the black, which he also passed to his children, making them susceptible to corruption. Thus the fallen angels were born. The biblical god knew that the devils are strengthening their forces to invade and destroy the whole world, so he started working on the thing that gave him power in the first place, human beliefs. Spreading his words and virtues, he managed to gather a very large amount of beliefs, and he, along with his angels, was empowered. Although some of the angels were also fell into corruption due to fallen angels, increasing their forces too. They also planned to join the war between the devils and angels to gain some domination. Everything is on the verge of erupting when suddenly, the biblical god felt an intruder from the dimensional gap with very large evil intent, an intruder that is as dangerous as both Ophis and Great Red. Those who are strong enough also felt its presence, including Athena herself. The gods prepared for war, but they wouldn't mind the damage they can cause. Due to his alignment and love for humans, the biblical god couldn't let it reach Earth, so he left for the dimensional gap and meet it with only a handful of angels on his side. He did this because facing such enemy, coming to fight it without a certain level of strength would only mean death, and with the upcoming war with the devils and fallen angels, he didn't want to expend his forces. The biblical god manages to seal the being which is now called the Beast of the End. And soon after he returned, the war started with the gods only watching from the sidelines, wishing for both sides' mutual destruction. In the end, the biblical god was victorious, killing the four devil kings and billions of other devils. Although they also incurred a large amount of damage that they won't be able to recover for a few millennia. The fallen angels' side has the smallest loss, but only compared to the two other sides. After the war, some of the gods proposed that they should attack the weakened three factions, but most of them disagreed as they are not certain of victory. They also discovered long ago that it's almost impossible to kill the biblical god due to the nature of his existence. And hence, the current state of affairs. I oversimplified the story, so just take it with a grain of salt. The real thing is very complicated due to the many schemes and coincidences. There's also the existence of other beings like dragons, but that how it goes more or less. Athena ended her story. That's an amazing story. I do have some questions I want to clarify regarding that, but I wanted to ask first, what does it have to do with Medusa? Kasuk refilled everyone's tea and take out more plates of snacks, which greatly overjoyed the emotionless Ophis. Athena first looked at Medusa before saying, Medusa, along with her sisters, were born from human beliefs. Kasuk and Yuruchi finally understood where Athena is coming from, then. Yes. We don't want another biblical god or demon coming into existence. Why did she have to through that? Couldn't you just kill her? Yoruichi asked. We already tried. Multiple times. But they came back soon after each death. And some of the gods are against killing her, especially Poseidon. It seems that he's quite eager to be in good terms with Medusa and even gifted her that Pegasus. Athena sneered when she uttered Poseidon's name. His wife also helped me taking care of Medusa. Then the fact that the biblical god is almost impossible to kill came from her and her sisters. Yes. And you said almost. So you found a way. I found it when I secretly inspected her divine core. Unlike us, gods, Medusa, and her sister's divine core are susceptible to corruption. The only thing that can cause corruption to their cores is that set of chains. It's originally intended for confining and punishing gods by directly damaging their divine cores, but we found out that it can corrupt their cores instead of damaging it. We only have one set of these chains, so we choose Medusa to test our theory and also bind her to this land when she revives. Corrupting her core was successful, but only a small part of it. No matter how many times we pushed it, it won't corrupt further, so we assumed that this is the chain's limitation. Although we still killed her after that to see if there is any difference, and indeed, something different happened. It took her much longer to revive. With that, we hypothesized that if we can completely corrupt their divine cores, then we will be able to kill her completely. But actually doing it is hard, but I still found a way to do it. There is a bit of pride when Athena said this. You cursed her, huh? You shouldn't really be proud of that. Kasuk interrupted her. Athena pouted and can't say anything back, so she just continued her explanation. Yes. But it's not exactly a curse, as it just disturbs her mind and strengthened her non-human qualities. After that, I expelled the sisters to the Shapeless Isle and started a rumor of a monster kidnapping two goddesses. That resulted in heroes coming after her head. Your aim is not for these heroes to vanquish her, but for her to get addicted to the act of killing. And it's a success, I guess. Kasuk stirs his tea as he asks. Yes. And it's an unexpected fortune for us that Medusa ate her sisters and further corrupted her while also getting rid of the more troublesome sisters. This is only possible since her elder sisters fused their divine core with her in an attempt to return Medusa back to normal. But they failed and their cores got corrupted too. Making sure that she's finally corrupted, we sent the hero that would kill her. Perseus. Why didn't you do it yourself? It's because of our own divinity that might affect the fully corrupted core and somehow return it to normal. We couldn't take that kind of risk after coming that far, so we sent him along with weapons that could help to kill her. And it failed. How? Athena gritted her teeth after recalling what happened that time. It's due to greed. Some gods proposed that we should take her head, as her eyes are really useful if strengthened. With that in mind, I gave Perseus the cabesus that could contain and preserve the head. The cabesus is another item from the age of primordial gods and has the ability to trap things and reflect the abilities of those inside it. And one of Medusa's abilities is to induce the worst nightmare you could think of. Perseus couldn't go against this ability, but using cabesus, he was able to reflect her ability back to her. In this case, Medusa would see her worst nightmare. I don't know what she experienced after getting hit by her own ability, but the instant that Perseus was about to cut her head, a single part of her divine core suddenly got purified. We failed. And when we retrieved that head, her expression is that of extreme sadness while tears are running down on her face. So after several millennia, you still kept trying to corrupt her? Yes. Until this happened. Athena suddenly stood up and seriously said, I'm telling you, she's too dangerous. You should get rid of her. Dangerous? How? For you guys' position. And what does it have to do with me? Kasuk sneered at her words. What they want is too obvious. They just don't want anyone threatening their positions. Athena wanted to say something, but she couldn't deny his words. Without waiting for her, Kasuk stood up and said, I'm taking Medusa with me. Just tell those guys that she died. I can also hide her existence, so you don't have to worry about your lie coming to light, as it will also be disadvantageous for me. Kasuk then separated one of the snacks from the table and handed it over to Ophis before cleaning everything up. Where are you going? Athena asks, dumbfounded. We're going home. What? I thought you have more questions. I didn't say anything about asking them now, did I? Kasuk still has to process everything she said and cross-check it from his own resources. He wouldn't blindly believe her words even though he is holding her life. You're leaving just like that? Athena couldn't figure out his motives. He's currently holding her life and isn't asking for more benefits. She couldn't help but think that there is a trap somewhere. Yup, Kasuk then started setting up simple teleportation magic that would take them outside. What about them? Yoruichi pointed at the unconscious members of the Perseus clan. There are only 10 or so people left alive after the whole ordeal. Ah. I almost forgot. Just kill who you think should be killed. You're more proficient in this area than me. Kasuk replied and unhesitatingly ordered. Yoruichi took out a kodachi from her own inventory and started beheading this one and this one. I guess I should also include this guy. She killed a total of 3 people, which is Tenny, her clocked grotesque manservant, and finally the guy wielding a spear, Petter, Yash. That should be enough. What's going to happen to me? Athena couldn't care less even if all of them died here and asked Kasuk. Those 3 who Yoruichi killed have other dealings with other gods anyway, so she would have killed them even if Kasuk and Yoruichi let them go. I'll contact you later. Just do your best to act like normal. Remember, I'm not really your enemy. I'm just doing this for my own safety. Athena stayed silent after she heard him. Kasuk started the teleportation magic with him carrying Ophis, still munching on her snacks, and Yoruichi carrying Medusa. Before they disappear, however, Kasuk said his final words to Athena, "Oh, and by the way, you can't trust Hades." After saying those, they're teleported out. Athena furrowed her brows at his words and tried to guess his meaning. She didn't discard Kasuk's words as she also found some suspicious activities from Hades' side. Does he know something? While thinking of her next steps, she teleported to Mount Olympus. When they reappearing in the center of a Phaea temple, it's already the middle of the night. Kasuk took in a breath of relief. Finally, we can go home. This trip took longer than expected, but the harvest is worth it. Kasuk then started working on the teleportation circle that would take them home. Kasuk's and Yoruichi's Jigai could take care of the formalities of boarding the plane and going home. But before he could even finish the circle, his communication token suddenly rang. He scanned it for a bit to see who the call is coming from. Surprisingly, it's Cleria. What's up? Kasuk casually answered. Just a few things. When we arrived this morning, your maid received and guided us. But this afternoon, she suddenly ran off due to some emergency, and now I'm helping the Citri household to maintain the barrier around the Kuo Academy so that it could hold the fight which is happening right now. The one fighting is the Gremory household and Sona Citri, who entered after I took care of the barrier. And their opponent is Kokabeel, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. What? Kasuk was dumbfounded by this news, and Yoruichi is the same. Currently, there is only one standing defending everyone, a girl with traditional Japanese clothing used for funerals while using a twin sword. But even then, she's only standing barely. At this rate, they'll all be killed within a minute or two. Without hesitation, Kasuk took out a token and crushed it. They then all disappeared from their position. Chapter 192, Strange Expectations. After Kasuk and Yoruichi left the same day, Aika came to the Urahara household and only met Sakura, who is reading an invitation card. Good morning, Sakura-san. Ah, good morning to you too, Aika-chan. Do you need anything? Don't you have school today? I skipped it. I want to at least do a proper flash step today, but do you know where Kasuk or Yoruichi-san is? Kaneko and I tried to enter the training grounds, but we can't use our pendants to teleport. Aika asked after she was invited inside the house. Why can't you enter the training grounds? Sakura prepared some tea for both of them. There's a restriction to the teleportation device. We can't go there and train if they are not around or inside the training ground itself. He put it there so that we won't train secretly, which is dangerous. Aika took her tea after a small thank you. So he really didn't tell anything about his plans to all of you. Sakura sighed. Kasuk left letters addressed to Kaneko and Aika, but she thought it was just some notes and reminders. What do you mean? Aika tilted her head in confusion. Sakura stood up from her seat and opened the cupboard in the kitchen to get a letter and candy. She handed it over to Aika and said, maybe you'll understand if you read this. That candy is also for you. With apparent confusion, Aika silently opened the letter and read its contents. Dear Aika. I'm currently on a honeymoon with Yoruichi. Sincerely, Kasuk. Huh. On a honeymoon. And that doesn't really explain anything. Aika shouted after reading the strangely short letter. Sakura's mouth twitches when she also saw the letter. Why did he even write it? Sakura-san. Please tell me where they are. What are you gonna do? Follow them. Of course not. It's their precious time. I don't want to disturb them now. I'm just curious about where they went. For future reference. Sakura chuckled and replied, they're in Greece. They just left this morning. Sakura kept quiet about someone invited him to come over. However, strangely, she suddenly remembered joking about him bringing her another daughter-in-law. It can't be, right? Aika's voice roused Sakura from spacing out, just this morning. Is it so hard to at least leave a text message that they going somewhere like a normal person? Did you think that my son is a normal person or capable of thinking like a normal one? You've convinced me, ma'am. You're his mother, without a doubt. Aika nodded sagely and asked, when are they coming back? Sakura thought for a bit before replying. He said around a week or two. Sakura-san. Should we expect your grandchild 9 months later? I'm fine with that. Though that probably won't happen any time soon. Despite how perverted he is, Kasuk is really careful with things like this. What I heard from Yoruchi anyway. Figures. Sakura pointed at Aika's letter and said, continue reading the letter, something is still written at the bottom of the paper. Aika looked down at the paper again and read a sentence at the end of the paper, P.S. Use the candy if things get a bit dicey. What does that mean? Aika took the candy with a pink wrapper and carefully kept it inside her pocket, touching it several times to make sure it's secure. I'm not sure. Although Aika isn't indeed sure what the candy does, she has a clue when she saw the words, a bit dicey. Sakura didn't pry further as she probably knew what she should do with that candy. If not, Kasuk wouldn't purposely leave those kinds of words. What do you plan to do now? Aika used her minimal control on her Ryatsuki to shred her letter. Well, I have nothing to do, so I'm going to school to attend the remaining classes and maybe take a look at Sona Kaishu. Aika drank the rest of her tea and stood up to say her farewells. Thank you for the tea. I'm leaving now. Sakura didn't mind her actions as she's only being careful like Yoruchi taught her, be careful on your way. And please pass this to Kaneko-chan. It's also from Kasuk. She then passed another letter to Aika, this time, without a candy. She raised it up towards the light bulb to see the shadow from inside and noticed that Kaneko's letter is quite long compared to her. What's up with this difference in treatment? Can I cry? Sakura chuckled at her words and comforted her. Just think of it as Kasuk trusted you that he didn't have to say anything more. I see. Thanks, Aika left for school. I also need to prepare. It's been a while since I've been to Hokkaido. Sakura took a look at the invitation card that she received earlier. It's an invitation to the wedding of her coworker which will take place in Hokkaido. She was also invited to stay for a few days to have a get-together with her close friends at work. Sakura left the house after lunch to take care of some things along with the groceries and only got back late in the afternoon. She realized that she bought the normal amount of groceries. It's just me tonight. Just as she was about to reach her house, she saw someone pacing around her doorstep while wearing a maid uniform. Akino-san. Akino turned around with a bit of blush on her face. Good evening, Urahara-san. She's feeling embarrassed with the maid attire she's currently wearing. What are you doing? I got a call from Kasuk-san this early morning and said that I should start my maid duties today. Sakura recalled that Kasuk indeed won a bet that will let Akino serve as a maid in their house for a week or two. I see. Come in. Sakura invited her inside. That son of mine. Couldn't he properly remind people of his plans? Well, I guess I won't be alone tonight. Excuse me. Thanks for having me over, and please take care of me for this coming week. Akino set her luggage down and bowed in front of Sakura. Don't worry about it. Do you plan to stay here for a week? That's what Kasuk-san said earlier. But he also said that I'll only do my maid duties before and after classes or when it's day off in school. Good. Be sure not to neglect your studies. There won't be much work here aside from regular cleaning, so you can have the rest of your time for yourself. Thank you. Akino started fidgeting and looking around. Where is Kasuk-san? Oh. He didn't tell you. Sakura mouth twitches at her question. This guy. At least tell her. What is it? He and Yoruchi are on a vacation in Greece and they won't be coming back for a whole week. They just left this morning. Akino was frozen in place. He left. And won't be coming back for a week. Yes. It might take 2 weeks, it is long. Why did he want his reward for bet now? Maybe to accompany me and help me out with some chores. Akino's tense feelings suddenly went away and her shoulders slumped. She came here thinking that she has to follow Kasuk's ridiculous orders, but he isn't even here. She felt a bit disappointed. Could it be that you want to work for him? Sakura noticed her reaction and asked. And no. I'm only here to honor our bet. Nothing else. Akino defended herself, but her eyes kept swimming around. Do you have some strange expectations? Sakura hit the mark with that question. Oh, of course that's not true. I'm only here for work, ma'am. Akino frantically replied. Chapter 193, Planning for Revenge. Akino and Sakura had an awkward but lively dinner, with Sakura doing the most questioning while Akino continuously tried to defend herself from her onslaught. After having their fill, Sakura showed her to the room she would be using for the next week. Well then, rest for today. There is nothing else you need to do. But I need to do the dishes. Akino meekly replied. After the battle on dinner, Sakura, unintentionally, showed her who is the boss. It's okay, I can do that for now. You can start your real work tomorrow. Take a good bath and rest for now. Good night. Sakura also felt a bit guilty for teasing her and tiring her out. I now somehow understand Kasuk's point of view. Messing with these kids is really fun if you have nothing else to do. Okay. Akino easily accepted her offer as she's really tired and wanted to calm herself. She's really that guy's mother. Akino unpacked her luggage and went to the bathroom. While taking a dip on the hot bath, Akino ended up remembering Sakura's words about having strange expectations. No. I don't have those. I just think that maybe I could take revenge while I work for him. Damn guy. Why did you leave? Akino frustratedly kicked around the bath while she recalls Kasuk's grinning face. Damn you. I'll wait for your return. And until then, I have my chance to find out your weakness. Akino got out of the bath after almost an hour of venting some of her stress. Since it's just her and Sakura who are in the house, she went back to her room with just a towel wrapped around her, almost spilling the buns on her chest. Any normal man that could see this scene would have their blood rush to their two heads. She rummages through her clothes and took out the white robe that she always uses when she sleeps. But just as she was about to wear it, Akino noticed the purple nightgown that she included in her luggage before coming here. She took out the semi-transparent clothing and thought, now that I've calmed down, it's pretty bold of me to bring this. But since it's already here, I should push forward my plan of dumping him after seducing him. I guess it's my good fortune that he isn't here right now so that I can practice and simulate how I should act around him. Be prepared, damn bastard. I will tease you until you explode your balls from the frustration of not being able to touch me. I should also get that erotic maid uniform for a better variety. Akino was too desperate to think that she planned her revenge full of holes for Kasuk to take advantage of. The next morning, Akino woke up early in the morning and prepared breakfast. Sakura came out a quarter of an hour later and saw that there is already a hot breakfast for her to eat. Sakura sat down on the dining table and put her hands together, thank you for the food, and started eating. After taking a few bites, Sakura invited Akino to join her since she noticed that she's already down preparing 2 lunchboxes. Come here and join me. You're a great cook. Where did you learn it? From Urahara Kisuke-san. Akino replied. Oh. That guy is really a good cook. Although it's a shame that he rarely does it and leaves it to me most of the time because he said he's too lazy to do it. Akino felt a bit surprised to get new information about him, right? I could get close to Sakura-san and get some info about him. Or maybe, even some embarrassing past. But before that. Sakura-san, I'm sorry for taking liberties, but I prepared lunchboxes for you and me. No problem. In fact, I would have to ask you if haven't done it yet. Thank you. Oh. And by the way, I'll be leaving for Hokkaido tomorrow. Akino was shocked. One of her plans and most promising results just went up to smoke, then. I'm sorry, but you'll have to be alone for the rest of the week if you still want to continue your job. Why don't you ask Kasuk to postpone it? Akino saw light and said, I'm fine. I also want to honor this bet as soon as possible. You're right. You wouldn't want to deal with that son of mine any further. Sakura took a peek on Akino's expression and thought, what is she planning? I know she wants revenge. Well, I don't really care. It's Kasuk's fault for teasing her too much anyway. If you're going away for a while, can you give me the permission to clean everything around here? Including your rooms? Akino asked. However, her real target is Kasuk's room, but it would be weird if she asks only that. It's fine. You'll be bored with nothing else to do if you don't. Sakura unhesitantly agreed, there's nothing important in those rooms anyway. It's either in Kasuk's inventory or in the training ground. Please leave it to me. Akino did a guts pose inside her mind, I'll slowly figure out your secrets. Be damned with privacy. I'm a devil and I want my revenge. Stressing the fact that she's a devil, she wanted to be guilt-free even slightly for what she's about to do. She also threw to the back of her mind the consequences if she were to be caught. Or maybe, deep inside her, she wanted to get caught. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Sakura noticed the strange glint in her eyes but didn't point it out. Kasuk. The number of perverts coming after you just increased. They ate their breakfast with thoughts of their own. Akino left first since she needs to meet Rias every morning in their clubroom. Akino reached the school and went for the old building directly. Knocking on the door of the clubroom, Rias' voice came from inside, come in. Akino entered and greeted Rias, good morning, Rias. Rias looked up from her desk, good morning, Akino. How did it go? That bastard went on a vacation. Akino gritted her teeth along with the second coming of stress relieving. Ha. He called you there and he's not even in. What the hell? I know right. That guy just thinks of me as just a convenient housekeeper while he's out. Damn bastard. And here I am all prepared to receive all kinds of humiliation from him. He. But despite that, this is also my chance to prepare for my revenge. When Akino got alone with her best friend, she went all out with venting. Why yeah. Just don't overdo it. Rias was taken aback with her sudden outburst and could only say such, first is Sona. And now Akino. I should reduce my contact with that guy as much as possible. Chapter 194, Drowning Herself with Work. It has been a few days since Kasuk and Yoruichi went to their merry vacation and Sona has busied herself with schoolwork every day without even being aware that they left the country. And that will be everything for today. Tsubaki finished reporting to Sona, who is still typing down some documents. Thank you. You may go. Sona briefly replied. Ever since Sona and her sister, Serafal, came back from Kasuk's place, she has been like this. Although Sona tends to work hard, this particular case is much worse to the point that Tsubaki and the members of the student council can easily tell that Sona is very tired, which doesn't happen. Tsubaki especially knew that she pushing herself too hard because she noticed the rings around Sona's eyes that she tried to hide with makeup. This suggests that she hasn't been getting any sleep these past few days. Tsubaki even sneaks in her house to see what she has been up to, but to her surprise, it's more work and she'll do it until morning. She will only stop if she about to go to school. Tsubaki knew that there couldn't be that much work and checked what Sona is working on and saw that she's already planning everything for the school she wanted to establish in the underworld instead of letting the experts do it for her. She hasn't even got the permission of the elder to build it, so one can say that she's working on something that can prove useless in the future. Tsubaki wanted to ask what happened back then, but she couldn't find the right timing or the courage to directly confront her about it. She's trying very hard to hide it after all. Asking Serafal didn't come to her mind due to her position. But today is different since she receives information from the House of Citri that monitors the general trend of underworld. Since Kasuk is one of the people of interest and the one who defeated Sona in chess along with her apparent acceptance of her loss by declaring that he may become her fiancé in the future, he's also under the surveillance of the House of Citri. Kaishu, a news came from the House of Citri that you might be interested in. Tsubaki hopes that she could get some reaction from Sona with this information and try to guess what really happened. Sona looked up to Tsubaki with a deadpan face and replied, "What is it?" Urahara Kisuke was seen in Greece a few days ago. Tsubaki stared intently at Sona and answered. Sona was shaken at her words and hurriedly looked back down on her work. This is the first time since a few days ago that Sona reacted strongly. Tsubaki can even see that her hands are trembling a bit. Is that so? Sona resumed typing, but she kept making mistakes with what she's doing and kept hitting the backspace button. Yes. Tsubaki waited for a while, but Sona didn't ask a follow-up question, which confused her greatly. All this time, she would always be interested in Kasuk's actions for reasons like wanting to invite him in their peerage. After a few seconds, Sona spoke up because the silence is getting awkward. By the way, how are the preparations for the athletic meet? She changed the topic. And in such a bad way. Despite being shocked inwardly, Tsubaki answered straight, although there are some delays, everything is fine and will be done before the meet. Tsubaki already reported this earlier, but she didn't point it out. Kasuk-san. Just what happened? Good. I'll take my leave now. I want to rest. Sona stood up and went straight for the door. Before she could exit, Tsubaki called out from behind, "Kaishu." Sona turned around. What is it? Please, rest. Tsubaki emphasized the word rest. Sona blankly stared at her for a moment before smiling gently. Yes. I will. I'm sorry for worrying you and the rest. Sona then went on her way. The sleeping drug that I ordered from the underworld would arrive today in any case. I should be able to sleep tonight. Tsubaki stared at the door even after left. She then took out her phone to call a number, Kasuk's number. She got it from Aika, who wanted to ask about Sona's state. Although she seems to know something about what happened, she didn't tell her anything. She failed to call Kasuk as it didn't even ring. She gave up after a few tries and gripped her phone that it almost broke. What should I do? Tsubaki sighed and left after locking the room. Rias, in defiance to her family's will, moved into Issei's house. They had no choice but to allow her due to her stubbornness, but Surzek strongly supported this move, thinking that Rias would be happy with the Red Dragon Emperor with the determination he showed in the raiding game. He's hopeful that Issei would reach far with his sacred gear despite him being a normal human in the past. Well, that about sums it up. It looks like I'm also going to be living in the Haida house from now on. Rias explained to Issei's parents with a smile, I hope my ignorance is not too much of a bother, father, mother. It was decided that the raiding game they had is invalid and they would have a rematch. But their opponent, Riser Phoenix, hasn't come out of his room after he almost lost his life. They are even saying that he now has a phobia of cats, white cats in particular, and would flee if he sees one, even if it is a kitten, like a chicken who met its worst predator. Rias convinced Issei and Asia to let her move in by saying that she'd like to strengthen her bond with her servants. Oh. I couldn't be happier. With Asia-chan and Rias-san, now I've got 2 daughters. Miki, Issei's mother, clapped her hands in delight and welcomed Rias' stay. Goru, Issei's father, took off his glasses and wiped away his tears. You said it, dear. It's every man's dream to be surrounded by girls. Issei, you just might accomplish my boyhood fantasy. Issei is currently making a difficult face and thought, yup. No doubt about it. I'm this guy's son. We've even got the same dream. Issei recalled the night that he woke up after having a dream talking to a dragon that claims to reside inside his left hand. He also recalled the moment when they received the news that they would have a rematch against the Riser. That time, he remembered what Kasuk would always say to him whenever he hesitates on what he wants to do in his childhood: just go for it. So he stood up, with everyone watching him, declared that he would do everything to protect Rias even if he has to sacrifice his body trying. Issei even claimed that if Rias were to have an engagement party or wedding itself that she's not in favor of, he would crash it and take her away. Those words prompt Rias to hug him tightly as she cried lightly. Since then, they have been very close, and now Rias decided to live with him despite what her family says. Though it didn't take long for Issei to return to his perverted self as he enjoys Rias' breast, which led to Asia complaining about it and Kaneko almost wanting to kick his face away. Chapter 195, Photo Albums. That night, Issei and Rias almost crossed the line if not for Asia interfering. Because the atmosphere between them isn't right, Asia became alert and prompted her to follow Rias to Issei's room. If not for Issei's control and not wanting to touch Asia, that night, it might have been a wild one. The next day, they all went to school tired and sleepy due to them not being able to sleep. Asia and Rias watched each other, not wanting the latter to make a move while they sleep, while Issei controls himself to the utmost level while he chants some Buddhist scripture while he lays down beside two naked ladies. But once in a while, Kasuk's grinning face will enter his mind saying, just do it. Which almost made him attack both of them if not for him remembering how innocent Asia is, which makes her unsure of what is really about to happen even though she read the porn magazine that Kasuk passed her and the fact that he doesn't have any protection or armor to use, which also something that Kasuk would always remind him if he was to be in a situation like that: I should buy some if I get a chance. The day went by with the three of them thinking about what happened last night. They went home even more tired than this morning. It's a good thing that they are devils, or else they would have collapsed from fatigue. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang and the rest of the Occult Research Club arrive. Pardon us. Aino greeted Issei with a smile. Huh? Why are you all at my house? Issei scratched his head in confusion, though he still invited them inside. Rias came from behind him and said, didn't I tell you? They are cleaning the old school building that houses our clubroom today, so our meeting has to be here. Oh. Now that you mentioned it. Issei did recall something like that happening, but he honestly forgot it due to the incident last night. And while he contemplates what else he might be forgetting about, he heard his mother speaking from the living room, and here we have Issei when he was in elementary school. HNN. Issei took a peek and saw that her mother took out their photo albums for the Occult Research Club's member to feast on. Oh my. He's all naked at the beach. Aino chuckled while she looks at the photos that Mickey showed her. Come on, Aino-san. I mean, stop showing her, Mom. Issei protested, but he noticed that each one of them is already holding a photo album. Issei-senpai's raw and uncut past. Pfft. Kaneko muttered while looking at the photo of Issei while he's trying to form boobs in the middle of a sandbox. You too, Kaneko-chan. Cut that out. From the corner of the room, Issei heard a muttering, young Issei. Little Issei. Little Issei. Little Issei. Little Issei. Little Issei. Little Issei. Bucho. Issei called out to her softly, not wanting to disturb the hungry lion. A moment later, Asia joined her and agreed to her sentiments. I understand your interest, Bucho. Don't worry. Look here. This Issei is cute too. Ah. Come on. Issei gave up. While she was viewing the photo album, Aino noticed a boy with a pale blonde hair wearing trunks while he gave those in bikinis with sagely look as he rubs his chin. This is. Aino pointed at the photo and asked Issei's mother. Oh. That's Kasuk-kun. He's always been with Issei since their childhood. Though I must say. He's really a strange kid. Miki sighed as she recalls the past. Even back then when Issei still hasn't developed his perverted tendencies, Kasuk-kun would have some philosophical views that we don't really understand, but all in all. He's just a pervert. He would only act like an innocent kid when he wanted to trick some mature woman to care for him. Akino's and everyone's mouth twitches when they heard Mickey's story, so it's that guy's fault that Issei turned out like this. They all thought. A seconds later though, they all recovered and Aino and Kaneko started to frantically search for Kasuk's photos. Kasuk was never the focus of the photos, but each of them caught him doing some random things like sitting on a mature lady's lap while being fed, playing with a mature lady in the river, trying to carry a mature lady on a piggyback despite his small frame, and more antics with mature ladies. The only different thing is the photos of him being chased around by an angry black kitten which they both knew is Yoruchi, that pervert. They both muttered. But soon after, Kaneko's motivation in mastering her adult form strengthened and Akino's confidence in seducing him increased after seeing these photos. Aino even started to laugh strangely, but nobody approached her due to the weird atmosphere around her. The once cool and collected Wanisama was gone. Issei turned away his attention and noticed Kiba also looking at the photos. Hey, Kiba. Stop looking. He's fine with the ladies looking through his photos but not a pretty boy. Issei tried to snatch the album from Yuto but he easily dodged it. What's the matter? Let me have a bit more fun. Yuto kept dodging him until he suddenly stopped and called Issei with a serious tone, Issei-kun. This photo. Yuto pointed at one photo where Issei, Kasuk and a boy with hazel hair posing. Huh. What about it? Issei took a peek and recalled the past. Ah. That's the kid who used to live in the neighborhood. We were always playing together. But one of his parents was transferred for work, so they moved abroad before we started elementary school. Yuto then pointed at the ornamental sword hanging on the wall in the background. Do you ever recall seeing this? Issei rubbed his chin in few seconds of contemplation. Well, I was pretty young. Can't say I do. I see. That happens sometimes. A faded memory that you can't quite place. But this is a holy sword. Holy sword. Issei muttered, there is something like that. Well. It's nothing. Really? Yuto brushed it off and continued looking at the photos. Issei wants to continue stopping him but Ria suddenly spoke up, Ahem. Let's start the meeting. They started discussing the interclub tournament that will happen in the athletic meet and how they should practice. I didn't take long before Rias dismissed them after their discussion, and that's it. If you have a contract you can go to. Yes, Bucho. They all answered. Akino stood up and used magic to transform into her maid outfit as she about to go to Kasuk's house. One of the conditions is that she has to come to their house in a maid uniform. Akino-san. Issei asked. Asia is also looking at her with apparent confusion. Rias then explained what happened in the bet they had with Kasuk. After hearing the story, Issei gulped as he looks at Akino. That's Kasuk's taste for you. However, he sighed afterward, so you joined him in a bet, huh? Rias turned to him and asks, Issei. What is it? Well. He never lost a bet. It looks like it's the same even if he goes against the devils. We already learned not to oppose him in any gamble since every time he does it, he'll win some way or another. And even if he did lose. There's a trick to it that you'll end up gaining nothing but him gaining everything. Issei laughed wryly. Don't worry. We already learned our lesson. Rias nodded, I don't want to end up becoming like Sona and Akino. Chapter 196, Too Busy. Yo, Issei. Got club again today. Motohama and Matsuda approached Issei after the class ended. Yeah. We're preparing for the athletic meet. Issei while packing his things. Really now? So the occult research club is good in ball games, is it? Motohama pulled a chair and sat down in front of Issei's desk. Figures. All the members are in tip-top shape. Matsuda also did the same. I guess. Issei replied lightly, that's because devils are naturally stronger than humans. Motohama's expression suddenly turned serious and fixed his glasses. Issei, there are some nasty rumors circulation about you, so watch out. Kasuk also has some rumors circulating, but he isn't here right now. Although we doubt if he would even care about it. What are you talking about, Motohama? Issei gulped as he has a really bad feeling about it. Motohama grinned and explained the rumor. Word has it that you're Issei Haidu, the beast, who steals away young beautiful one after the other. You're holding some sort of secret of Ria-senpai and Himejima-senpai and blackmailing them into entertaining your brutish and perverse whims. He. You two are usually such elegant, refined flowers, but before me, you can't help but give in to your basest desires. You fine pair of boobies. You say as you abuse them. Forcing them into one act of debauchery after next. Issei stood up and slammed the table. Hey. What the hell is that about? Only Kasuk can do that. Motohama put up his hands to calm him down and said, wait. That isn't all. They said that your sexual urges even to our recent angle of a transfer student, Asia Argento. You made your move the day she transferred in and now you slowly corrupt the poor angle during the twilight hours. Lastly, you lock these beauties up in your own little world inside your house, bending them to your will until they break. The brutish Issei Haidu's lust for young flesh knows no bounds. And well, that's what they say. Motohama finished his words and Matsuda followed up, geez, you really are the worst. Issei held his head not knowing what to do with the rumor. Seriously. Do people really think that about me? Issei looked around the classroom and saw that the girls are giving him a fearful and disgusted look. He's looking over here. He's on the hunt for his next victim. Don't lock eyes or he'll get you for sure. Scary. Those are the eyes of an animal. How creepy. Is what he heard they are saying. Damn it. Who the hell spreads these rumors? Issei cursed to the heavens. Well, we've been spreading it for one. Motohama suddenly said. Yup. We even got Kasuk's help one time. Matsuda followed. Without saying anything, Issei gave each one of them a lump on the head. That hurt you, brute. Yeah. Stop hitting us. You fiend. Matsuda and Motohama immediately complained. Screw you guys. I should kill you for the things you've said about me. And Kasuk helped you. How? Issei asked, since that's what he's most worried about. Well. He just distributed a photo of you and Kiba reaffirming your love for each other in a darkly lit storage room. It's especially popular with a certain group of girls. Matsuda snickered. He what? Issei exclaimed loudly. He suddenly remembered him and Yudo talking in the storage room about winning the game, that time. How? You even go as far as to lust after that pretty boy. Motohama didn't answer his question but raised his voice, which gathered more attention from the surrounding students, with some of them as sparkling eyes while looking at Issei. Kia. Are you the top or the bottom? The world wants to know. Matsuda did another follow-up. Well, that's another we've been spreading anyway. And we've got some hefty cash due to some variation of that photo. Fetch some good amount of money in the school's black market. Die. Just die already. Issei gave them a kick on their faces and left them whining on the floor. He only stopped beating them up with the club practice time approaching. It looks like clubs are about to start. Time to go. You sure are gung-ho. Who knew you were such a jock? Matsuda recovered for a little bit. You've really changed. Eat anything odd lately? Or did your life turn around when you saw bare breast for the first time? Motohama cleaned his glasses and said. I'll say this. No matter how many times I see boobs, it never gets old. With a smug face, he left them. Die. Matsuda and Motohama grief at their inability to see bare boobs in real life. Issei grabbed Asia, who was receiving some night lessons from Aika, and went to the clubroom for practice. Once they reached the room, there are two guests inside, Sona Citri and Saji Genshiro. It seems they are here to formally introduce the new members of each household to each other. Issei, Asia. Allow me to properly introduce you to Sona Citri. As you already know, she Academy Student Council President and the leader of her peerage, just like me. Rias introduced Sona after they entered the room. Pleased to meet you, Hayata-kun, Asia-san. We're pleased to meet you too, Citri-sama. Issei and Asia simultaneously bowed. They heard from Rias that she's the heir to the Citri clan, which is another big noble family in the underworld like their master. And as Rias servants, they have to show proper respect for her. No need to be formal. I'm just here to introduce our newest member, Saji. Sona gestured towards Saji. It's apparent that he's subdued and less energetic than their first meeting. If it's the normal him, he would have issued a challenge to Issei as someone who has the same position as him in a peerage. This is Saji Genshiro. A pawn in my peerage. I hope you get along with him. And nice to meet you too. Issei replied, but due to the awkward atmosphere, he stuttered a bit, although Kasuk did beat him up. That's already happened long ago. So what's up with this weird atmosphere? Sona also noticed the gloomy atmosphere Saji is putting out, but he can't blame him as he is just worried about her. Although she's trying to act like it's normal, it's obvious for her servants that she isn't doing well these past few days. Saji confronted her about it and Sona just brushed it off as nothing. He did this multiple times that Sona got fed up and unintentionally raised her voice against him. She apologized to him, but she couldn't do anything to lift his mood. You should meet sometime. Well then. I have no other business, so we're going to leave. Sona stood up and headed straight to the door. Sona. Rias called out to her and wanted to ask her what's wrong, but she knew her attitude and knows that she would pretend that nothing is wrong, so instead, she asked about their competition on the interclub tournament. I'm looking forward to our game. I'm sorry, Rias. I won't be able to join you as I'm too busy with something. You can have the slot for this month to catch a familiar for your new members. Sona left without waiting for her to reply. Rias watched as the door closed and faced Kaneko soon after. Kaneko-chan. Do you know anything? To her surprise, Kaneko nodded, then. I'm sorry, Bucho. It's not my place to talk about it. I see. Chapter 197, Holy Sword Project. The day of athletic competition arrived, but much of its excitement died down due to the student council not participating in any events. Much to the new student surprise, the Occult Research Club dominated the interclub tournament instead of a sports club. Due to that, many tried to apply to join such club, but they were immediately rejected, much to their despair and disappointment to get close to hot girls. Although the Occult Research Club dominated the games, Issei didn't come out of it unscathed. In particular, the game of dodgeball, where the enemies only aimed at him for reasons being they can't touch the girls and Yodokiba due to his fangirls. To these people, the only person they can let out their resentment is Issei, and did it quite happily. Due to Yuto not paying attention, Issei had to take a hit for him and the ball ended up striking his crotch, which caused some concerns from both Asia and Rias. That day, it rained. Yuto left the school after the events ended and Rias scolded him, "Sorry about my performance today. I wasn't feeling well. Can I go now? The tournament is over at this point." Yuto turned around, not waiting for Rias' reply. "I'm pretty tired, so I think I'll be skipping club today too." Yuto already gained some distance when Issei and Asia caught up to him despite the weather. "Kiba, you've seriously been acting weird lately." Issei has to grab his shoulder to make him stop walking. Yuto shook off his hand. "It has nothing to do with you." "That doesn't mean we're not worried." "Worried? Why would you be worried? Devils lead inherently selfish lives." Yuto resumed on walking through the rain, "But it's fine if you think poorly of me for disobeying our master." Issei gritted his teeth at his words. "Hold on now." He then grabbed his collars. "Why pull this bad attitude just when we were starting to come together as a team? Did you forget all the shit we faced when we fought Riser's group? If we don't stick together and back each other up from now on, things aren't going to end well. We're friends after all." Yuto shook off his hands again. "Friends? Stop getting so worked up. Issei-kun, I recently remembered something essential." "Something essential?" "Yes. I recalled what I'm fighting for." "You mean you're not fighting for Bucho?" "No. I'm not." Yuto's pretty face suddenly contorted to hate. "I'm only living for revenge. The only reason I continue to fight is to destroy the holy sword, Excalibur." He then walked away with Issei and Asia not being able to do anything else. Yuto kept walking in the rain as he reminisces his childhood. "I never really forgot my revenge against the holy sword, Excalibur. I just let myself get wrapped up in school life. My friends, my lifestyle, even my name. It's all been granted to me by Rias Gremory. I have no right to strive for any more happiness than this. I can't be at peace living on for my comrades until I carry their will." As he kept thinking to himself what should he be doing now, Yuto suddenly felt a threat against him, a strong holy power coming from behind him. In an instant, he activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth, and took out a sword from his palm. He blocked the incoming sword from behind him. As the clash of metals occurred, Yuto hurriedly retreated to see who attacked him. To his surprise, he knew the attacker. It was Fried, who Kaneko has beaten to half-death state in the Fallen Angels incident. "Yahoo! Long time no see. Fried Selzen. So you're still alive? Huh. Why would you think that I died? Is it because of that shrimp? Damn it. Just remembering her face makes me want to cut her up. For my future generation, I shall take my revenge." Fried's mouth took off. Instead of reacting to his words, Yuto's attention was caught by the sword he's holding. "That sword is. He. It seems that you're familiar with my toy." Fried laughed creepily. "How about you and me see which is better, your devil swords or my Excalibur? The loser gets to die, of course." "The Holy Sword Project?" Issei asked Rias, who is currently staying in his room along with Asia. "It existed until just a few years ago. The goal was to cultivate individuals who were capable of wielding the Holy Sword Excalibur." Rias took a sip of her tea before continuing. "Yuto was the only survivor of the project. And the church was running it. This is the first time I've heard of it." Asia muttered. "Holy swords are terrifying weapons for us devils. But they say that every few decades will only yield a single potential wielder. The same is true of the holy weapon, Longinus. The sacred gear that resides in you, Issei. I suspect that your Longinus, as a potential god-killer, got its name from the infamous holy spear, true Longinus, that was used to kill Christ. Longinus." Issei stared at his left hand, thinking of the dragon that claimed that resides in it. Yuto was one of those raised and trained to be a user of holy swords. Excalibur in particular. The organization in charge of training designated Yuto and his companions, who could not adapt to the swords, defective goods, and disposed of them. Disposed? You don't mean? Asia innocently asked. It couldn't be. No one working in the name of the Lord could do something so awful. Those with the church label the very existence of us devils evil, but I think humans possess quite enough malice themselves. Rias sighed. When I turned Yuto into a devil, he was swearing an oath of vengeance, despite being on the brink of death. Due to the very fact that his talent had been warped by the holy sword's wince birth. I believed I could put him to use once he became a devil. It's just a shame that his specialized talents for swordplay are particular to holy swords. Issei remembered how Yuto acted earlier and muttered, but he hasn't forgotten the revenge he swore against all those involved with holy swords. Those members of the church. So that's why he hates priests and holy swords so much. No wonder. In any case, I think we just have to observe him for now. His obsession with the holy sword seems to have returned to him of late. I hope he manages to get back to normal, but Ria's head started to ache thinking of Yudo's problem. Issei recalled the moment this all started and took out the photo album that Yudo was looking at when they had a meeting in their house. Now that you mentioned it. I think it started with this picture. Issei then showed a photo of him along with two boys. Rias took a peek at the photo and the sword in the background also caught her attention. You have relatives affiliated with the church? No, not relatives. Issei pointed at the boy with hazel-colored hair, but this kid was a neighbor of mine when we're little. I think the family was Christian. I see. To think that there was a holy sword in this city just a little over 10 years ago. How terrifying. So you're saying the sword in the photo is really a holy sword? Yes. One of them anyway. It doesn't look like Excalibur, but it's still a true holy sword. I've heard that the previous devil inhabitants of this city were annihilated. Makes me wonder. Rias put down the album and stood up, in any case. She then started undressing. What do you say we call it a night? Why are you taking your clothes off? Issei also stood up. Although he didn't try to stop her. What do you mean, why? You of all people know that I can't sleep unless I'm naked. Rias didn't care about his protest and undid her underwear. No, I mean. Why in my room? Issei kept looking at her. Asia is here. I can't do anything. Because I'm sleeping with you, of course. Rias laid down on the bed and invited Issei to join her. Asia couldn't stay quiet anymore and also started undressing. Then I am too. I'm also sleeping with Issei-san. Asia-san. See. I can't do anything. Though I don't have any protection with me right now. So I can't do it either way. And after that heavy topic. It's impossible. Asia, please let me have him tonight. No can do. I think I too have the right to fawn over Issei-san a bit. So I want to sleep with him. Well, let's have Issei decide then. They both turned to Issei, who is having eye candy. Issei-san, won't you please sleep with me? Asia pleaded. You're obviously picking me, right? Rias glared at him. How am I supposed to choose? Phew. Issei left them after they got tired and slept peacefully. In the end, I picked both of them, but as I lay sandwiched between the two, I was going nuts not being able to touch either one, so I got out of bed. After washing his hand he cried to himself, I'm so pathetic. It makes me want to cry. On his left arm where he's wiping his snot, a regal voice resounded, Hey, partner. Apologies for catching you at a bad time. Chapter 198, Issei and Drake. Phew. Issei left them after they got tired and slept peacefully. In the end, I picked both of them, but as I lay sandwiched between the two, I was going nuts not being able to touch either one, so I got out of bed. After washing his hand he cried to himself, I'm so pathetic. It makes me want to cry. On his left arm where he's wiping his snot, a regal voice resounded, Hey, partner. Apologies for catching you at a bad time. That voice. The giant red lizard. Issei pushed away his left arm leaving a trail of snot. The poor dragon instantly went into rage mode. Who are you calling a lizard? Damn it. You got influenced by that guy too much. And the name is Drake. Remember it, kid. That guy. Who? Issei is more interested in the guy the dragon is talking about instead of his name. The one you call Kasuk. The voice sighed and thought, I knew he would end up this way. How did you know about him? Issei became suspicious and recalled what he knows about Kasuk, aside from the time he beat up Saji. There's also the fact that he trained Kaneko-chan to fight that much. What the hell is he, really? Well, I already had a talk with him in the past. The voice suddenly chuckled at his thoughts. Issei's eyes shoot wide open. What? How? From what he can remember from the lessons he took about sacred gears, it's almost impossible to talk to the spirit of the sacred gear without the knowledge of the wielder. I promised him that I won't reveal what we talked about and you don't have to be worried. It isn't about you. Issei frowned. Should I believe it? Ha ha ha. Great question, but for starters. Stop smearing me with your snot. Oh, right. Issei went to the sink to wash his arms. So. Why did you start talking now? Couldn't you have done that before I got beaten up by that chicken? Probably for not anything good. Heh. Usually, your head is filled to the brim with perverted thoughts, but in these times, you knew how to set those aside. I guess that guy really did a good job. Though you'll still probably get triggered by some unusual things. What do you mean? That guy. As in Kasuk. What did he do? Let me ask one thing first just to be sure. What do you think of the fallen angel incident that you got pulled in? About Ryanair? Yes, about the whole ordeal concerning that fallen angel. What I think, huh? Honestly. Nothing much. You got betrayed, went through some painful experience, killed and reincarnated pulling you away to your normal daily life. And you think that event that changed your whole life is nothing. Well. I'm really scared and disgruntled for a few days, but I got over it. Reinaire's betrayal took a hit on me more than the fact she killed me, but thinking again, it's me who fell into her trap. I'm fine being a devil or whatnot, and I also got a very hot master and a very cute and innocent former nun with me right now, but I also sometimes wish that the thing with Reinaire never happened. I mean, it would have happened regardless. Issei sat down on the sofa of their living room. If there is a need to blame someone, then that would be you for attaching yourself to me. Fwahahaha. That's right, partner. This wouldn't have happened if not for me. So, do you hate me? What? Of course not. If not for you, I can't experience all of this. Those tits, those curves. I can't have enough of it. And besides, I found something I really want to protect. Issei looked at the direction of his room and clenched his fist. He. That's indeed a change. Although, your perverted side didn't cease. And what does Kasuk have to with all of this? You have not noticed, but from perspective and experience, it's pretty obvious. What is? From your childhood, he conditioned your mind to easily accept all of this. He did that. Why? Issei didn't know how to react from this revelation. Probably he realized my existence early on. And he knew that you'll get dragged on something supernatural for your world. Issei tried to recall all of his interactions with Kasuk but found nothing out of sort. Of course you won't find anything, as your common sense was slowly molded by that guy. You don't find it strange that even after you became a devil, you still think that you can't win a fight against him even before knowing that he's also a citizen of the supernatural world, do you? No, I don't. That's not a capability of a normal human being. He ingrained in your mind that something like that is possible, and it became easy for you to accept the concepts of the supernatural world. Issei thought for a while and remembered the time that he was murdered by Reinaire. If he's so capable, where is he at that time? Knowing what he is thinking about, Drake immediately answered his confusion. He's also around you that time. Then why didn't he save me? Issei couldn't help but ask. He didn't tell me what he wants to happen, but probably he knew that a devil wants to take you in and didn't interfere. Why? Because he didn't want to babysit you. He told me one time that for you to survive in this world, you have to struggle for yourself to grow. And besides, would you want to be with a perverted storekeeper rather than a hot master? Alright, you've convinced me. I'll take the hot master any time of the day. Issei chuckled. He doesn't have any bad feelings for Kasuk. In fact, he's extremely thankful if the dragon's words were true. He was only curious as to what Kasuk wants. He chuckled and continued speaking. So it's a lie that you two didn't talk about me. Well, we talked about you for a bit, but that's not our main topic. Either way, the way he raised you is a very good thing for me and you. If you have a dream of some sort, it'll be easier to achieve. Issei suddenly clenched his fist and raised it to in the air. Right. My dream is to become a high-class devil and become the harem king. I'll have a bunch of girls as my devil servants and raised an army of beauties. Just for me. Ha ha ha. You're the first one of my host to ever hold such a dream. You can bathe yourself in my power or tremble from fear of it. Whichever you choose, your life will be anything but ordinary. Huh. So you're saying I'm weird? Be that as it may, you're still an emissary of a dragon. Drake stopped for a bit and thought, that guy is still weirder than you. But didn't voice it out. Dragons inevitable and unwittingly enchant those around them. Whether those who came to admire you or challenge you, know that they are attracted by my power, the power of the dragon. I'm not sure I like where this is headed. Are you saying that a bunch of people is gonna come after me? Don't be pessimistic though, that includes the fairer sex. For real. Those who have hosted me in the past have always been surrounded by the opposite sex. There were some who slept with a different woman nightly. Oh. That's awesome. I didn't know you're such an amazing sacred gear. Thank you for the blessing. Quite a fair weather friend you are, but you better become stronger fast since it won't be for long before you encounter that white bastard. If you want your dreams to become fruitful, you first have to avoid being killed by him. Issei felt a little bit scared at his words. Hey. I've been wanting to ask you. Who's this white bastard? You also mentioned him when we first met. The white dragon, vanishing dragon, The vanishing dragon. You know of the great war that took place between heaven, the fallen angels, and the devils long ago. Yeah. During the war, all sorts of beings lent their strength to each of the three powers. Fairies, yokais, western monsters, eastern spirits, and even humans. Only dragons refused to ally with any one side. Why is that? By nature, dragons are extraordinarily powerful embodiments of free will. We are inherently selfish. There were a few who joined up with the factions, but most dragons saw the war as none of their concern. They sound like trouble. That's freedom fanatics for ya. However, two dragons began a fight of their own during the war. They were dragons of the highest power class, comparable to even to God and Devil King. Completely indifferent to the war going on around them, their violent battles resulted in casualties on all sides. There was no greater nuisance to the three powers. They are the worst, huh? What was the fight about anyway? It was no doubt a trivial thing. One I cannot even recall. Most likely an argument about something or other being amusing or not. In their fury, the three powers decided to join forces for the first time. There will be nothing left to fight over if we don't take care of these two dragons first. We should cooperate to take them down. So they decided. So the three warring powers made an alliance. All just to get rid of these fighting dragons. Enraged at having their fight interrupted, the two dragons lashed out against God, the Devil King, and the leader of the fallen angels. But that just would not stand. In the end, the two dragons were cut to pieces and scattered to the winds, their souls locked away inside the bodies of humans, as a sacred gears. Using the humans in whom their souls had been sealed as intermediaries, they would clash time and time again throughout the ages. Whenever their respective humans died, the dragons would also temporarily cease to function. Their spirits would wander the earth until the next human vessel fit to contain them was born. So I'm guessing you and this vanishing dragon are the two in the story? Indeed, I came to dwell within you, and then you became a devil. It's been quite a while since I've occupied one. So I'm rather looking forward to our rematch. I wonder how things will turn out this time. But your story sounds ridiculous, so there must be more to that than what you're telling me. Of course there is, but it's up for you to discover it. It's no fun if everything is just given to you, right? Chapter 199, Childhood Friend. The next day, Issei and Asia went home from their school activities without Rias as she has an urgent meeting with the student council president. Just as they're about to open the door to their house, both suddenly froze. They felt a very familiar aura coming from the inside of the house, the aura of an exorcist. Issei hurriedly opened the door and called out to his mother in a panic due to remembering the first time he met Fried, who killed someone who made a contact with a devil, Mom. He and Asia ran through the corridor and reached the living room. They were greeted by Issei's mother and two unfamiliar girls who wore a standard priest clothing, with one of them has a sword-like item covered in a bandage. Oh, welcome home, Issei, Asia. What's with that look? Mom. Issei checked the condition of his mother first to see if she's hurt anywhere. Asia from behind sighed in relief after ensuring that Issei's mother is safe. Issei then switched his attention to the two guests. Are they exorcists? He raised his vigilance to the maximum and got ready to call out his boosted gear if something is about to happen. One of the girls stood up and greeted Issei with familiarity. Hi there, Issei-kun. She knows me. Issei looked at her with a serious expression and confusion. Nice to meet you. The girl, a beautiful young woman with violet eyes. She has long chestnut hair that is usually tied into twin tails, each held with a blue scrunchie. Beside her, sitting quietly, is a similarly beautiful young woman with chin-length blue hair with a dyed green fringe on the right side and dark yellow eyes. The girl with twin tails noticed Issei's confusion and pointed to herself. Huh? You don't remember me? Seeing that Issei is struggling to remember her, Mickey put up the photo album they viewed just a moment ago and pointed to the picture with the holy sword, specifically, the boy aside from him and Kasuk. This girl here is Irina Shida-chan. She might have been a tomboy back then, but she's grown into quite a lady. I was surprised too. Huh. It took Issei a few seconds to process her words. Girl. Remember now. What? I was sure you were a boy. Issei couldn't believe it. I guess there was no helping that. I always liked playing with boys and I was kind of a troublemaker. Irina smiled wryly at his expression, but it's her turn to be confused, but I remembered that I dressed like a girl just a day before I went overseas. Ah, that. I thought for sure that you have some strange hobby like Kasuk. What? How rude. Stop putting me on the same level as that guy. Irina retorted, but she calmed down immediately. Ahem. Anyway, a lot has happened since I left. The girl with blue hair beside her suddenly stood up, prompting Issei to call out to Drake in his mind to materialize the boosted gear the moment they make a move. But as much as possible, he didn't want to do anything in front of his mother. I don't know how strong they are, and looking at them makes my skin tingle. But the real danger here is coming from that wrapped-up item. It feels like it'll kill me if that thing hits me. Irina saw Issei's expression when he looked towards the bandaged sword and said, It's true. You never knew what will happen when people reunite. She knew that I'm a devil. If she's anything like Fried, then I would have to risk my life to take away Asia and my mother out of here. Taking a stance, he waited for their next actions. Irina chuckled at his actions and said, Don't worry. We're heading out now. I haven't been back to Japan in a while, so I'm feeling nostalgic and just had to come by and say hello. Irina faced her companion. But it's about time we left, isn't it, Zenobia? Yes. Zenobia answered curtly. They then both faced Mickey and bowed down as a standard Japanese ethic and thanked her for her hospitality. I wish you could have stayed longer. Mickey escorted them to the door. Oh, we'll probably be by again at some point. But until then, see ya, Issei-kun. They turned around and left. But before they could leave the backyard, Zenobia turned around while holding the wrapped sword and eyed Issei. I'll be ready at any time. There wasn't any interruption this time and they left for good. Those last words of her gave Issei a chill and now he knew he couldn't win against her. They went back inside and Issei hurriedly reported what happened. A few minutes later, Rias came running after them. Issei. Asia. She hugged both of them tightly. Thank goodness you're all right. Are you hurt? What did they do to you? It took a few minutes to calm Rias down. She explained that Sona called her earlier because some church affiliates made contact with her. They hoped that they could talk and negotiate with the devils running the town, which is them. Why would people of the church negotiate with devils? Issei asked. In all honesty, I have no idea what they want. They are going to meet us in the clubroom tomorrow after school. Is that really a good idea? I heard that they vowed on their god that they won't attack us. For members of the clergy to come to devils for help, they must really be in quite a pinch. Ria sat down on Issei's bed and put on a serious expression. I've also heard that priests that visit the town were massacred. I wonder if they're here about that bit of trouble. She muttered. Where do you want to go next? Should we find a place to stay? Zenobia asks Irina as they walk on the streets on the outskirts of the town. I want to go to another place. I was surprised that Issei-kun became a devil and I hope that's not the same case with him. And more importantly, I want him to make something clear. Irina replied with a disappointed face, I guess we're enemies from now on. I hope Kasuk didn't become a devil. Is it the other childhood friend of yours? What do you want to ask him? Zenobia looked at her curiously. Remember that time we first encountered a devil and a stray one at that? Yes. We almost died from that thing. I'm pretty sure that isn't the first time I met one. And one with more hostility from the one we first met. What? Then why are you still alive? Did the devil let you go? Why did you keep this a secret? Because I also don't know how to interpret that event on my own. I see. So you wanted to ask that another childhood friend of yours who I assumed is with you that time? Yes. Issei-kun is also with us but it seems that he doesn't remember something like that ever happening. Tell me your story. When we're still small, I always played around pretending to be a priest like my father and would go around, exorcising ghosts. So you've been like this ever since you're small. Let me finish. There is one instance that I dragged Issei-kun and Kasuk with me to go to an abandoned factory that I accidentally found. And as usual, I pretended to be a priest while the two acted as my assistants. It's also served as a test of courage for us. Although it's really annoying that Kasuk would always walk around a scary place with a nonchalant attitude. He's a strange kid. Irina ended up laughing a little as she reminisces the past. Chapter 200, Don't Fight. Zenobia didn't interrupt her this time as she can see how much she treasures those memories. It's one of the rare instances that they can be at peace aside from praying and meditating. We entered the abandoned factory but it isn't scary at all. It only has a creepy atmosphere due to the state of the building and some items that were left behind to degrade. Although I remember Issei-kun shaking his toes. Everything went on normally until a man in a white suit entered the premise. He said something but I can't remember it anymore. What I can clearly recall is his wide creepy smile and the malevolent aura that would come to know in the future. A devil's aura. I didn't know what to do. I'm shaking all over and the world felt like it slowed down as the man in a white suit suffocate me with his overbearing presence. At the corner of my field of vision, I can see Issei shaking with a terrified face. I'm probably also making a face like that. I wanted to move my body to run away but I can't. I don't know how long I'm in that state but I suddenly lost my consciousness. Zenobia was intrigued at her story and urged her to continue, then. What happened? I just woke up with the building barely standing, all alone. Thinking about it now, with my experience, I can tell those damages are from a fierce battle. I panicked, obviously. I looked around to look for Kasuk and Issei-kun. When I can't find them anywhere, I started to remove the rubbles and stones with my bare hands thinking that they might have been buried. I wanted to call someone's help but at that time, I didn't know what's the right thing to do and I also didn't want to leave them if they are really in there. I searched for a few minutes in that time, I also couldn't hold back my tears anymore. Just as I was about to descend into a crying pit, Kasuk came back. I ran into his embrace due to how scared I was and felt relief for his safety that I didn't even notice that I sprained my foot. I asked him where Issei-kun is, but it turns out that he already carried him home and only came back to get me. I got so pissed that I forgot how scared I was. Maybe that's also his way of comforting me. Irina sighed recalling the face Kasuk is making trying hard to find an excuse for leaving her alone. Did you ask him for an explanation of what happened? I did. And he told me a story that I believed and hidden until my first encounter with the devil. Irina started fidgeting as she knew how ridiculous the story she believed for long. What story? Irina hesitated for a bit for telling her the truth. He told me that man is an alien from a faraway galaxy and he came here to take children. But his biggest weakness is water, and Kasuk conveniently have a bottle of water with him and used it to defeat and drove it away, swearing not coming back again to this planet. Zenovia's mouth is twitching when she heard the end of her story. And you believed him? I'm just a little kid, you know. Irina blushed due to embarrassment and tried defending herself, but it isn't very effective. Setting that aside, for now, you're suspecting that he's the one who fought the devil. Irina nodded at her question. You're right, but that might not be the truth. Someone else might have fought the devil, and a possibility that he's also unconscious when some drove the devil away. I see. Where is he staying then? I also kinda want to meet him now, but since this is a devil's territory, I won't raise my expectations and neither you should. If he's someone with capability, he's already probably taken in by one of those guys. Irina shook her head and said, it's alright. I'm already not expecting much after seeing Isekuin again. They kept walking for a few more minutes before Irina pointed to a certain place. That's his place if he didn't move anywhere. It's only him and his mother. Sakura-kazan should be there. You're calling her your mother? That's what I got used to since I always come to his place to play. Sakura-kazan ended up becoming my second mother if my parents are too busy with work. My parents are also grateful for her for taking care of me. They walked for a few more seconds and reached the gate of the house, but just as Irina was about to press the doorbell, she and Zenovia suddenly felt an aura that irritates them, a devil's aura. Looks like he got the same ending as your other childhood friend. Irina's face became complicated, but she wanted to greet him regardless. She can't back down now. The devil inside should have also felt their presence due to the holy swords they are carrying. Pressing the doorbell, she waited for either Sakura or Kasuk to come out, but contrary to their expectations, a beautiful young woman with black hair tied in a ponytail while wearing a maid uniform opened the door of the house. Knowing their identities, the maid glared at them. What do you need? Zenovia took hold of her weapon but didn't do anything else and waited for Irina to speak. Good evening, is the Urahara family still living here? Despite facing a devil, Irina didn't lose her cool and kept her cheerful demeanor, though deep inside her, she's wishing that they moved and only the devil maid is living here. But seeing the plate that says, Urahara, that's very unlikely. Who are you looking for specifically? Akino came out with a stressed aura. Kasuk Urahara. Tell him that his childhood friend is here. He isn't here. You may go now. She immediately answered. Irina stared at her for a bit before asking again, then how about Sakura-kazan? Sakura-kazan. Akino staggered a bit after hearing her calling Sakura with such familiarity. She isn't here too. Irina took the maid stuttering the wrong way. Is she hiding them? Then do you have Sakura-kazan or Kasuk's number? I want to make a call to them. No. A simple rejection. Akino truly didn't know their contact information, but she acted like she didn't want to give it to them. That word, however, became the last straw to Irina's patience and she unwittingly released her aura. Zenovia beside her also supported her actions. Akino felt the sudden surge of their aura and emitted her own devil power to offset it. A standoff between the two opposing factions, but Akino forgot that this is Kasuk's territory and their auras clashing is enough to activate certain magic sequences placed in the whole house by Kasuk. 3 magic circles suddenly appeared above their heads and they looked up. They wanted to react to it, but the magic is strangely fast as 3 stainless steel buckets materialized from the magic circles and dropped down to their faces without being able to dodge. A series of drumming sounds were heard and silence claimed the place thereafter. With all of their noses bleeding, a note dropped down from the magic circles before disappearing with each of them taking one. If you want to fight, do it somewhere else. From your lovable candy store owner. P.S. Don't let your blood drop on the tatamas. It's a pain in the ass to clean it. Is what is written on the note with a stamp of caricatured grinning Kasuk while wearing a striped bucket hat. The first one to react is, obviously, Akino. Fuck. Why is this house full of traps? What are you trying to achieve, you perverted bastard?